It was an ordinary sunny day. Liu Feng had no idea that he would be hit by a truck with such fury, cruelty on such a beautiful, sunny, magical day. Liu Feng was just working as a regular food delivery man while he was out on a field trip, talking on the phone with his younger sister, Liu Shintang. In the end, he thought he was distracted while talking on the phone with his little sister and was hit by a truck. Already lying on the asphalt, he could not understand what was wrong with this driver, since he was so easily able to hit an innocent person. He was in great pain. He thought he was dying, but he could not die, because he had raised money for the operation with great difficulty. His little sister suffered from a disease, black blood in common parlance Melanie has. To cure her of this deadly disease, he dropped out of school and worked as a delivery boy for 3 years. He borrowed several million and was able to pay for an operation to implant a special chip. After a successful operation, her condition improved. He realized that if he died on that pavement, no one would be able to take care of his little sister. He didn't realize how he would be able to look his parents in the eye after that. And another reason not to die was that he had never slept with a girl before. Meanwhile, he got a notification on his phone that a massive spread of a genetic virus had been detected in the city. Possibility of human extinction, 99.87%. Vectors at death, tethered to a bunker defense app. While he was passed out, he had a fantasy that someone had assigned him the status of a low-level commoner by running Plan B on life support and giving him a minimal amount of rights called a doomsday refugee. But when he opened his eyes, he saw the gorgeous legs on which his head rested that he had not only never seen before but could not even imagine. His head was indeed resting on the legs of a gorgeous, bigger-chested beauty, who at this very moment was talking to an ambulance to help him. After Liu Feng woke up, the girl happily said that she had found him by the roadside, and it seemed that he had been in an accident. After recovering from the shock, Liu Feng said that he was a courier for company number 9527, and yes, it seems that he was hit by a truck. "What a coincidence," said the girl, since she was from the same company as him. This girl was Kelly Fox, the president of the main headquarters of the corporation. "Are you full?" She introduced herself, telling Liu Feng not to worry, because she had already called an ambulance. Also now she was finding out what kind of car had hit him. At this moment, the bleeding Liu Feng reached for his phone to call his little sister. Taking the phone in his hands, he saw a notification on the screen that said, "Life is 9%. The host will die in 3 minutes." This was the notification from the chip that was embedded in his sister's brain. Just a few seconds later, he looked at the phone screen again and saw the notification that the host would die in 2 minutes and 50 seconds. It was recommended to use the nearest power source to restore life. And he realized that this was not about his sister. He heard this voice appearing in his head right before he lost consciousness. It was saying that he could die. Liu Feng couldn't give up, so he decided to listen to his phone and reached the car and touched it, as it was a good source of energy. Kelly Fox turned around and saw only an exploded phone on the pavement with smoke coming from it. She couldn't figure out where the kid had gone. Meanwhile, Liu Feng ran away, saying thank goodness, because he didn't have money to ride in an ambulance. Liu Feng couldn't understand what had just happened to Kill. He touched the car and fed its energy, thanks to which he healed. He only knew one superhero who could do such a thing. It was a flush unlikely. He became a flush, Liu Feng thought. That energy must have been converted into points. Those points from the app had cured him. It turns out his life was now digitized. He couldn't understand it. As far as he recalled, this app was already installed on his phone when he bought it at the flea market. The phone rang, and his girlfriend's voice sounded from the receiver, asking him if he was dead. She was very angry, because she had called him more than once, and he did not pick up the phone. She thought that he had forgotten about his beloved. Liu Feng told Shenqing that he was going to go visit his sister now, and he would not have free time. He could not come to see her today. After which his girlfriend said that, again, it's that sick sister. Enough is enough. She can't take it anymore. So they are breaking up. He asked Shenqing to wait, saying that his sister had just finished her surgery and he should go there. But she didn't want to listen to anything, saying that he would rather go into debt to pay for his half-dead sister's chip operation than buy his girlfriend a Louis Vuitton handbag. She didn't want any relationship with him, as she realized that he would still be paying off debts for that very chip for a few more years. Especially since she already had a brand new boyfriend, told about it. She just hung up on him saying that Liu Feng was a beggar. Liu Feng was sad for a minute, realizing that he had gone into debt to save his sister, and now he had a lot of debt. The moped he was using to deliver the food had broken down, the girl had left, and he was injured. At that moment, he wished the world would end, because that way, he wouldn't have to pay back any debts. Gathering his thoughts, he realized that this would not do, because now he had a system, and he would definitely pay off all his debts and become a very big man in society. After that, his phone rang sharply and a notification popped up, saying that his younger sister had gotten into Hivat. Picking up the phone, he heard his sister calling for help, saying she was in trouble. He immediately asked her what was wrong. Shintang replied that there are a lot of strange people in the hospital. They are everywhere, they bite other people, and she is very afraid of it. Her older brother told her to hide and to wait for him, he would be there soon. Liu Feng couldn't understand why his luck was so bad today because his moped was broken. He didn't understand how he could get to his little sister, but suddenly he received another notification on his phone, which said to spend the points he had accumulated to repair the moped. But the problem was that he didn't have any points, and he realized that. But the phone told him that 500 meters away there was an energy block that could be converted into glasses. The radio was broadcasting the evening news. Breaking news. There had just been a series of brutal attacks on people in the network. The police were already looking into it. News portals asked not to panic, not to believe rumors, and not to spread them. Meanwhile, in this very van, Shen Qing, Liu Feng's ex-girlfriend, telling her old boyfriend that she dumped her beggar boyfriend. He never realized that she had been with the old rich guy for a long time. She also told her old boyfriend that Liu Feng had helped his sister pay for the chip implantation surgery. She also told her old boyfriend that Liu Feng had helped her sister pay for the chip implantation surgery, to which the old man replied, laughing that it was easy nowadays because, nowadays, an artificial intelligence chip is a symbol of wealth. In the new era, in 125 years, there has been a great breakthrough in the development of science and technology. The historical name of the beginning of this era is the era of artificial intelligence. Every country in the world, every capital is developing the gene with all its might, and artificial intelligence chips are one of the crystals that have appeared due to the development of science. That is why the cost of chips is so expensive that only the rich and middle class can afford these things. Thanks to the artificial intelligence chip, Chang could turn on his sensory vision and see what was under Shen Qing's clothes, saying that artificial chips would help mankind enter the virtual space of internet technology. That's how it was. He finished his story. Chiang told her that if she wanted the same chip, she should take good care of him. Before she could do him a favor, the silhouette of a ghost suddenly appeared in the window. It was Liu Feng who absorbed the energy of this black car, after which his motorcycle was subdued, his speed increased by 30%, and he still had 300 points left. He was pleasantly surprised to see that not only the appearance had changed, but also the speed had increased. It also seemed to him that the machine he took the energy from had some sort of familiar voice to him. After all, he just absorbed the car's energy to convert it into points. Seems like an equal exchange. Turns out this program still knows he's in a hurry and converted his moped, a motorcycle, to increase his speed. This was the moment he realized he had just gotten the coolest system. He squeezed the gas to the max in order to get to his sister Shintang as soon as possible and help her. An hour later, arriving at the main entrance of the hospital, Bluebird Liu Feng couldn't understand what had happened here, because he hadn't even seen the guard Uncle Liu. There were broken windows, boarded-up doors, and blood everywhere. He wondered if there had been a terrorist attack. Then he decided to go and find his little sister, Shintang. When he saw a sea of blood, he realized that there was something strange, because so much blood could not be from one person. The further he went into the depths of the hospital, the more he did not understand what had really happened. After walking through several hospital passages, he saw a man who was banging his head against the wall, and then he came across a man who was looking for his dog. Liu Feng recognized the dog owner for whom he was always delivering dog food, so he decided to help him by asking if he was all right. After Liu Feng asked if the dog man needed help, he very quickly stood up and started growling at the boy. This was no longer the dogman Liu Feng thought it was. It was a monster that wanted to devour him. He immediately attacked the boy, leaping towards him, trying to grab him in order to turn him into a monster like himself, but the young man managed to dodge. Immediately after that, the silhouette of Shintang's attending doctor, Dr. Li, appeared beside him. He extended his hand towards her, asking her to look at this person who had just tried to attack him. But the attending doctor he had known before was long gone. Now it was a zombie, a monster that, just like the previous one, wanted to devour him. He was frightened by what he saw. As he asked Dr. Lee to stay away from him, he noticed that 10 more angry zombies were approaching him from the side. He was shocked and didn't understand where so many of them had come from at one moment, so he scrambled into the office behind him. With all the strength he held the door open so the creatures wouldn't burst into his room. Holding the door with his back, he realized if they got in, he would definitely be finished. Turning around, he saw that this was the CCTV room. One of the CCTV monitors showed his little sister standing on the second basement floor. The red vessels on her face and body meant great danger. The girl was already at the mutation stage. In the era of scientific discovery, there was a great scientific and technological breakthrough in the fields of genetic engineering and aviation, and a full-fledged artificial intelligence was created. Mankind has entered the era of the future, and artificial intelligence has gradually entered the lives of ordinary people. The power in the world is divided between the Enlightenment Alliance of the three East Asian states, the European Alliance centered in Rome, and the Alliance of North and South America centered in the Heavenly Harbor. All three alliances fight for power in the world, so wars are constantly taking place. Abuse of genetic engineering has led to the development of diseases, and the most terrible representative is black blood. A person who has this disease gradually stiffens his limbs. The blood becomes black, which leads to death. Only with the help of a very expensive chip can this disease be cured. Liu Feng is an ordinary guy whose parents died. He lived together with his little sister and they relied on each other. And at that moment, he couldn't even imagine that he would be in such a desperate situation. Liu Feng and saw that his sister was sad, and he asked her what was wrong with her. She replied that she had heard that he had gone into great debt to cure her. The brother said it was nothing, because he delivered a lot of stuff every day, so he would manage somehow. The younger sister Shin asked not to be deceived, because she knew she was sick with black blood and only a super expensive chip could save her. She knew that because of her and her brother had given up his dream, dropped out of school, and now worked as a delivery boy. She said that if she hadn't been there, everything would have been fine. With tears in her eyes, she asked her brother why he pulled her out of the river. After all, she wanted to commit suicide. If she had died, everything would have been so much better. Seeing his little sister on the CCTV screen, Liu Feng said that he was grateful to her as he only had one sibling in this world, and he would definitely save her. Liu Feng realized that he wouldn't last long. Analyzing what he saw, he realized that these people were like zombies from the movies. It was impossible for them to bite him. After a second, he remembered that he had a system that could help him. He took out his phone and asked the system what solutions it could offer him. To which the system offered a choice of two solutions. The first was to hide in the surveillance room and try to survive. The survival rate was 95%. The second solution, however, is to get to his sister, who is in the basement of the hospital's research institute. And if he wants to save his sister, it is necessary to successfully reach the basement floor on successful survival. Reward: 1,000 bonus, survival rate 5%. Liu Feng had no choice. After all, he wanted to save his sister. He saw two mops, breaking off the handle of one. He slipped it between the door handles to prevent the monsters from entering the room and pulled the dresser. After searching the room, he found another brush cuttings, a knife, duct tape, a gasoline can, and a box. Thanks to the reconstruction, he decided to convert it all into weapons and defense against monsters. While Liu Feng was reconstructing the items he found in the CCTV room, the same Lee doctor who treated his little sister burst through the door. But at this moment, she wanted to eat him by pouncing on him from behind. That very moment, he sensed the danger, turned around, and delivered a precise blow with his new weapon directly to her head, first impaling her, and then, thanks to the gasoline can, setting her on fire. He spent 100 points to reconstruct a mop, a knife, and machine oil into a weapon called the D-rank flaming spear. A lighter is taped to the handle of the knife. The high temperature can easily cut through the flesh of enemy creatures. He also spent another 100 points to turn the food box into a durable plastic armor. It should be able to handle the teeth of the zombies. Once he saw that his weapon worked, he realized that he could handle all those zombies that were piled up at the door. 2 minutes later, he found himself in that room. The way in which the system seemed to him. He saw a hole for dirty things. In a furious voice, asked the system, "What is this?" To which the system answered him that it was a tunnel. The hospital stuff goes from here to the laundry room on the basement floor. There is no other way, only through this tunnel system. Since he had no choice and he absolutely had to save his sister, Closing his nose, he jumped into this tunnel passage, flying down. He confused all his protective armor, landing with a clatter in his dirty clothes. After recovering from his fall and raising his head, he saw two military men who were taking his sister somewhere. He picked up his sister's trail. They were Death Squad soldiers who were relaying to headquarters that the target under guard evacuation had begun. One of the soldiers reported to headquarters that this task is quite simple. The target does not offer any resistance. He did not even expect that the legendary mutant will turn out to be an ordinary girl, a teenager. At that moment, a lieutenant appeared and told the soldiers, "Beware of Sharkins," also ordered to immediately contact headquarters because something is definitely wrong here. Liu Feng ran out of the room and shouted his sister's name. The soldiers stopped at the same moment someone pulled him back into the room. He was terrified because he did not realize who was holding him. He thought it was a dead man, and his life was about to end. Hearing Liu Feng's scream, the lieutenant immediately ordered her soldiers to search this room, for this could be another threat to their missions. Shintang, who heard his brother's voice and realized that the soldiers were coming to kill him, became furious and began to smash all the soldiers in his way. The government special operations unit realized they had no choice but to destroy it, so they opened fire on it from all guns. Much to their disappointment, they failed as she escaped through the air duct. But because they didn't open fire, they attracted a lot of zombies. The lieutenant tried to fight off the zombies using all her skills, the weapons she had with her. But she realized that it was unlikely that her soldiers would be able to get out of there alive if they came into contact with the zombies, so she ordered them to get out immediately, but it was too late. Liu Feng, who was standing behind the wall at that moment, thought that it was all over. As the zombies behind him and some other beast had grabbed him, he wanted to say goodbye to his life. That very beast turned out to be his acquaintance Chan, who laughed very loudly as he couldn't hold back because of Liu Feng's frightened face. The boy was shocked, but asked him what were those devils outside his sister's operating room. What he replied, "I don't know exactly, but the news said that their union of heavenly blessings was at war. Someone had detonated a bioweapon, and now all the people outside were zombies." Also, Chang said that Liu Feng's sister is in a rather strange situation, as he took her to the basement, and then those soldiers outside took her away. It seems they came specifically for her. Liu Feng said that they needed to get out of here immediately as there were more and more zombies and they were getting closer. But Chang wasn't going anywhere as he was bitten. Chang said that he knew how well Liu Feng had taken care of his sister for the past few months. So he decided to hold the door open and told him to go out the backyard directly to his sister and move on with his life. Chang realized he was on the verge of death, and even at that moment he admired the beat guy, the one who had returned to the hospital to visit his sister. He gave him food, for which he was scolded by his boss. But it is in such turbulent times that you have to be fiery and determined. No sooner had Liu Feng reached the backyard than the system in his cell phone started talking again. It detected the black blood serum in the vicinity of the exit and offered him a choice of solutions. Option A: escape up the stairs from the staff room to leave the underground institute, 90% survival rate. Option B: go to the lab and find the serum to save his sister, survival rate 15%. Upon completion of Mission A, it gives you a battlesuit. Completion of Mission B gives a blueprint of the shelter. In the radius of passage B, 3 zombies are detected. The advantages of the terrain disappear. The host's battle map becomes unavailable. It is recommended to abandon the mission. Liu Feng, without thinking for a long time, chose option B, since he had to save his sister, and no zombies could stop him from doing so. The fight was hard. His weapon had reached the limit of its durability, but it worked. He destroyed 3 zombies in this passage. Thanks to which he reached his destination, the serum was in the lab. It was a black blood inhibitor serum. No sooner had he gotten to the black blood inhibitor serum than his sister jumped out of the ventilation shaft in front of him. Much to his disappointment, she appeared not to reunite with him but to attack him. But Liu Feng was confident that his sister wouldn't hurt him, so he didn't run away from her, but grabbed her, hugging her very tightly, and asked her to wake up. After Shintang heard her brother's voice, something strange began to happen to her. She took hold of her head and started screaming very hard. A bright red light poured out of her eyes. Liu Feng could not understand what was happening to his sister. He asked the system for help, to which it told him that there was an error in the algorithm, impossible to fix. Suggestion for the user to use pressurized serum. He immediately grabbed the pressurized serum as the security system suddenly went off from the speakers. A warning began to sound that the master sample had been stolen. The institute would self-destruct in 10 minutes. Liu Feng injected his sister's serum directly into her neck, and it helped. She turned back into the same sister he remembered before. The task of saving his sister has been completed. His sister's mutation is suspended for completing the task. The user is rewarded with 1,000 points. No sooner was he happy about saving his sister than the system offered him the following quest. First, leave his sister and run through the laundry room entrance back to the first floor. Survival rate 100%. Second, get to the back room of the Underground Research Institute. Use the blueprints and reconstruct an explosion-proof escape shelter. Survival rate 40%. Of course, Liu Feng chose the second option in the hope that the modified doors could withstand the explosion. He took his sister in his arms and ran towards the exit, but suddenly a silhouette appeared in the doorway. He froze and saw the same woman standing in the doorway, the commander of the squad that was chasing his sister. He suggested that she stop their feud for now. Since the lab was about to explode, they both needed to escape. But the squad leader didn't seem to hear him and started tearing at his clothes. The boy's phone system gave a warning signal as it spotted an evolved mutant zombie that had been discovered nearby. She couldn't locate it, so she recommended evacuating immediately. Liu Feng said that it is very dangerous here. There are only zombies around. If she wants to squeeze out, they should leave together from here. Suddenly, the very woman, the commander, ripped her clothes off and revealed that she was the very same evolved mutant zombie that was about to devour the boy. Liu Feng locked his little sister in the storeroom and tried to do something to not only save himself but also protect his little sister. For this, he decided to use his points to build some weapons and confront this zombie. But the system said that there were no fusion materials found nearby, and the boy realized that it was his time. That very moment of despair when he thought he was going to die, his little sister came to his aid and with a single movement of her hand cut off part of the zombie mutant's tentacles. Liu Feng he was very surprised by his sister's appearance, for he couldn't even guess that he possessed such incredible strength. Sun Tun wanted to deal with this zombie once and for all, but her brother stopped her, telling her that they should run away as the building would explode in just 2 minutes. He took his sister in his arms and ran as hard as he could towards the exit as fast as he could. The explosion was a minute away. They managed to run out, but they had to hold the door as the zombies chased them and wanted to destroy them. Liu Feng realized that they couldn't hold that door for long as the building was about to explode, so he decided to spend his points to create a blast-proof shelter. Seconds after his brother created the bomb-proof shelter, the hospital building exploded. Many of the walking dead on that floor were destroyed, although the hospital building exploded, but many zombies have already managed to get out and infect the inhabitants of the city. After the cloud of dust and ash dissipated, Liu Feng realized that he was not dead yet and was still alive. The system congratulated Liu Feng for opening a level 1 shelter. The grocery room has been converted into an anti-explosive shelter. The post-apocalyptic shelter is open. Liu Feng asked the system why his shelter was so shabby and nothing worked. The system replied that his shelter was at the first level, and in order to make everything work and be more powerful, he would need to raise the level of the shelter, thus expanding it. Looking at his sister, he realized that she was in a pitiful state, and he must do anything to heal her. After a 10-minute inspection of the shelter, he decided to fix the computer, spending 50 points to see what was going on in the world. The system upgraded the computer and connected it to the network. But Liu Feng was most concerned about his sister's condition, so he asked the system what his sister's position in the system was, to which he received a reply that the new serum temporarily slowed down the hybridization of the black blood virus and the microchip gene. If there is, and such a serum will help out zombies, there are solutions, he asked the system. After analyzing all available information, the system concluded that this serum is ineffective against normal people infected with the microchip virus. It is able to inhibit the process, mixed mutation, infected with black blood. Once their mutations are complete, they become stronger and scarier than normal zombies. They are called mutants. Black blood mutants are a completely different species, at the top of the food chain of their very creation. Liu Feng realized that the serum would only temporarily delay his sister's mutation, and he must not let her turn into a monster. Since he now had a network, he decided to call the police. The government should be able to solve the virus problem. But going on the internet, he saw a mass of headlines with the title that it was a viral war started by the Heavenly Blessings Alliance that caused the extinction of humanity in the Golden Realm. Mass mourning was declared throughout the city. The government fell. The number of microchip-infected people in the city reached 30 million. The military was defeated and retreated to the banks of the river. The post-apocalypse had begun. Liu Feng didn't understand what he should do, Should he really just watch his sister turn into a monster? He decided to ask the system how he could save Shintang. The system replied that the only way to save his sister was to build a shelter to level 5 to unlock and build a vaccine research center. In order to do that, a shelter with a capacity of 10,000 people would need to be built. Liu Feng realized that in order to upgrade the shelter to level 5, he needed to fix everything possible in the area while using the least amount of points, saving them for more important upgrades. The first thing he decided to do was to modernize and repair the ventilation ducts, because if they were not repaired, in 5 hours, those in the shelter would lack oxygen. The ventilation repairs were a success. Completing the mission earned him a +2 in reputation. He was glad since he was right. Modifying something that could be subdued could also complete a system quest. And that meant that he could find the same items in reality to complete all the quests quickly, and accumulate a lot of points to buy all the blueprints to complete the climb up the high-tech ladder. Got it. He was the one who decided to modify and repair anything he could get his hands on, modifying the smoothness of toilet paper. Lubricant modification. After a few modifications to the items he found, he decided to ask the system what was wrong with his sister, since it seemed to him that she had memory lapses. Unfortunately, the system didn't have enough data for an accurate result, as some of her intelligence and memory had dropped to the level of a 7-year-old child, but she still remembered Liu Feng as her brother. Getting angry, Liu Feng crushed the gel bottle, saying that it didn't matter as long as he was alive, he would find a way to cure Shintang and turn her back into the wonderful girl he knew. At that very moment, his sister woke up and was very much surprised to see that there was some slime on her brother's hand. She said that he was a pervert, and she was disappointed in him. Liu Feng realized that the perfect image of his brother that had been building up for so many years had been shattered so ridiculously because he couldn't even explain himself to his sister because she didn't want to listen to him. The next day, a new death squad arrived looking for Commander Li's missing team. They were very surprised to find that the command signal was gone, but the target signal was still active, so they decided to go down to the hospital. His sister had fallen asleep again, but Liu Feng couldn't help but think that his reputation as a decent brother had been ruined. He didn't understand how he would be able to look into her eyes now. He realized that she was now a child, no matter how old she was. Just as suddenly, the system alerted him that, because he had survived one day, he had a chance to play the pledge lottery. Also, the system suggested him to find the blueprint of the energy room and build it. He would get a reward of 100 points. But Liu Feng decided to play the lottery first and see if he could win the blueprints there. A moment later, he won the vaccine. He asked the system if this vaccine could cure zombies. If released in batches, could he save time? The answer he got was that the vaccine was designed to suppress the microchip virus and build up the body's resistance. It does not cure zombies and does not turn them back into humans. It can only be obtained at the National Institute or in level 5 shelters. After hearing the system's answer, Liu Feng decided to use the vaccine on himself as his life was very important now. Then he asked the system if he could repair the generator in the Underground Institute to provide power to the shelter. Everyone has been told it's possible. But the energy core of the generator is destroyed. But there is a spare energy core in the dean's office on the 16th floor of the research department of the hospital. The system then prompted him to choose a quest. First, find the blueprint for the power generator and build it. The reward is 100 points, survival rate 100%. 2. Repair the generator in the Underground Research Institute and go up to the 16th floor of the research department to find the energy unit. Reward 900 points plus 10 reputation points. 1,000 experience points, survival rate 10%. Of course, he chose the second task. After that, he thought about it because if the shelter he created would be recruited by people, then he would be its director and decided that he needed to come up with a name for it. Whereupon a brilliant idea came to him, to recruit a bunch of surviving beauties and become a sultan and their adoring savior for them. After a moment of reflection, he still decided that he must do his best to save humanity and become the great creator of a new world. But first, he had to solve the problem of food. But despite all his thoughts about what he was and how he wanted to achieve it, he still couldn't get over the fact that his sister still thought he was a pervert. The next morning, he decided to complete the task and set out on his journey. This time, he needed to find the energy unit of the hospital's inpatient outdoor research department. Liu Feng understood that this hospital had everything because it was the biggest research center in the country. After he saw that the zombies were gone, he realized that this was the perfect opportunity to move on. Climbing out of the sewer manhole, he reached out to his sister, Shintang, to help her get up faster. At first, he wanted to do everything alone, but he couldn't leave his little sister behind as she was afraid of being alone. He realized that no matter how much she changed, she was still the same gentle Shintang. As they rose to the surface, they saw a zombie devouring innocent, helpless citizens at their side. Liu Feng realized that the apocalypse had already arrived. He couldn't help these poor people as he had to save his sister. The only ones they could rely on at a time like this were themselves. He gave himself his word that no matter what, he would protect the people he cared about. Suddenly on his way, he met his old acquaintance, Old Man Chang, who helped him survive and saved his life. He couldn't allow the viruses to further defile Old Man Chang's body, so he decided to free him from this filth. Meanwhile, on the other side, on the roof of the hospital building, there was an incredible battle of Death Squad versus the Walking Dead. This is 8th Captain Li Xin of the Government Special Forces, call sign Death. Seeing that her fighters are not really coping with zombies, she decided to teach them a lesson and show them how to fight this evil. She was smashing zombies left and right, ordering all her soldiers to cease fire. One of the soldiers told the newcomer to stop. Since the captain herself had taken over, they wouldn't need to do anything else. Enjoy the battle. For the crushing dance, lady, Death is beautiful as she's entered the game. We only have to watch this, he said to his partner. Literally 5 minutes later, Lady Death had massacred all the zombies in the area, leaving them no chance of survival. The soldiers admired her, because she was very tough, not for nothing among the soldiers, and had the nickname of the Goddess of Death, indestructible. But the soldiers could not help but notice that she had some shortcomings. For example, she did not have the best eyesight. The soldiers knew that if they were teamed up with the Goddess of Death Li Xin, it was safe to die. After a moment, one of the soldiers noticed that the target had started to move, and Li Xin ordered everyone to move forward, for they must finish this mission. Meanwhile, Liu Feng was about to destroy his old friend Chang. From his arsenal, he had a blade that he had collected this morning. In the pantry, he found 1 box of instant noodles, 3 bottles of water, and 2 canned goods. Barely enough food for a week. Well, water was scarce, so he had to go outside to find food. He realized there was no point in going outside without a weapon. At first, he decided to rest and think of something tomorrow, but as soon as he saw his younger sister Shintang emptying 1 water bottle after another at an incredible speed, he realized that he had no time to rest. Just a moment later, the system prompted him to select and allocate his talents. After looking at all the talents available to him, he realized that his shooting skills were pretty good, but it was hard to get something like that in his situation. Therefore, he decided to add more strength to himself. After that, I decided to remake the knife and choose the Kung Fu Master Skill Level 1, as well as the Superpower Level 1. He realized that if there were no weapons or ammunition in such a terrible time, then welcome to the Doomsday Valley of the Juggernaut. The Kung Fu Master's chip was successfully loaded, and the strength was increased to C+ level. In his hands was a rank C fire blade, the blade attached to a flammable device, the weapon effectively suited for hitting a target in close combat. With just 1 strike of his fire blade, he cut Lao Zhang's head off his shoulders. On top of that, his body was also watered, freeing him from the virus. He did so without a shred of regret, for he had given himself his word that he would protect his baby sister and by any means necessary, no matter what. After he released his friend, he realized that with the Kung Fu Master chip, he could improve all of his melee skills because the system chip was really cool. In addition, because of the superpower skill, his physical strength had also increased a lot. He realized that he shouldn't linger outside with his younger sister Shintang, especially since their destination was the heart of the 16th floor of the Scientific Research Center. Meanwhile, in the corridor on the 7th floor, Xiao Guang and her friend Lixiang ran very quickly to the staircase that was ahead, in order to hide from the zombies that were chasing them. Xiao Guang couldn't believe that the most beautiful girl Lixiang would ask him for help. He thought that when they got out, they would get married immediately. But to his disappointment, because he was distracted, a zombie attacked him and bit him in the neck. He asked his girlfriend to save him, but she ripped her dress out of his hand, saying he was a nasty loser. That it was foolish to think in his place that, if the end of the world came, she, the prettiest girl of the school, would look at such a one as he. But a moment later, she too was bitten, and then eaten by monsters. Meanwhile, the president of the Legion Company, who was unchipped, was working out a plan with his colleagues and the remaining survivors on how to get out of the hospital alive. Seeing what was going on in the hallway, he suggested that the little guy go to the right side of the hallway and see what the circumstances were like. But his sister Zhaojia stood up in defense of the boy, asking why her brother should do it since he is still very young. Li Zong replied that they were both useless and unnecessary and no one would feel sorry for him. Sarah, the secretary of the research department, also supported the girl, saying that she knew everything here. The right side of the corridor is also full of zombies. If he goes there, he will definitely die. Li Jun said that if she wanted to protect the boy, she should go instead, and everyone in the neighborhood supported him, saying that if she didn't agree, she still couldn't refuse since that was the majority decision. While Sarah was wondering what to do, Li Jun's assistant Xiao Wang threw the boy out of the room and into the zombie-filled hallway. A boy screamed for help to his sister, thus attracting the attention of the zombies. The sister wanted to save him by screaming at him to run back, but they shut her mouth, telling her she was stupid since they could all die from her screaming. The zombie pounced on the boy and seemed to be about to bite him, but at what seemed to be the last moment of his life, Lu Feng appeared and stabbed his sword through the zombie's head, thus saving the boy from imminent death. It was a spectacular appearance. Sarah fell to her knees in front of Liu Feng, thinking that the god had heard her prayers and sent the warrior to save her. Liu Feng turned back and counted the number of zombies behind him. After counting the 5 zombies behind him who were moving towards them, he ordered them all to run. He realized that he was the only one who could handle these 5 zombies. The most important thing was to believe in himself. He loaded up his kung fu skill and rushed into the attack. Thanks to his kung fu techniques and his awesome fire sword, he waded through zombies, killing them one by one without even giving them a chance to touch him. Thanks to his confidence and the strength he had pumped up, it wasn't long before he was fighting one zombie after another, slicing and piercing their heads with his sword. Sarah, who was watching Liu Feng fighting the monsters from the corner, was very much surprised as she couldn't even believe that he was even a human at all, as he was very strong. She couldn't believe her eyes because it wasn't even a fight, it was like a dance. Liu Feng's sword technique was so skillful that it seemed like he wasn't fighting, he was dancing, performing some kind of fire sword act. Sarah, along with the boy's sister, just couldn't take their eyes off of what they saw Liu Feng doing to the zombies. They even forgot that they had to run away. At the moment of the fight, Sarah noticed a very murderous aura, and the fact that he looked like a brutal warrior, thus making her fall in love with him from the first minutes of the fight. But not everyone was watching Liu Feng destroy the walking dead. Mr. Li's assistant ran without looking back, shouting for the creatures to stay away from him, as he still wanted to live. After a while, he couldn't run anymore, and stopped. When he turned back, he noticed that no one was following him. After panting a bit, he noticed some sort of strange fog coming towards him. He saw a very sexy and beautiful girl come out of that fog. He couldn't help himself, because he had never seen such a beautiful girl before. She opened her dress in front of him, showing her naked breasts and asking him to protect her. Dazzled by her beauty, he came closer, and at that very moment she impaled him with her poisonous tentacles, for she was not just a beauty, she was a walking mutant monster. After Liu Feng destroyed all the zombies, he said that he hadn't seen other people for a long time and was a little nervous. He said hello to everyone and introduced himself, saying that his name was Liu Feng, and next to him was his younger sister, Liu Shintang. Everyone admired him. They saw that he had destroyed all the monsters and realized that he was a master. After that, everyone rushed to ask him how the situation was now, had the government come to their aid or not. He said the government has collapsed. There are zombies all around the hospital. Then he asked them if they knew where the stairs were, because he wanted to go up to the 16th floor. Li Jun intervened in the conversation, telling no one to listen to him. After all, the state army is incredibly strong. Does he really mean to say that the end of the world has come? He also urged no one to believe him, as he wants to trick them into going upstairs with him to die. Liu Feng said that he could not reach anyone. It has been more than 24 hours since the zombies appeared, and there is still no army or government. He then said that if anyone does not want to go with him, he does not force anyone. At the moment when Liu Feng was accepting the thanks from Zhao Jiang for saving her brother, Li Jun grabbed him by the pouch on his shoulders to get Liu Feng's attention. In response to this action, Liu Feng punched him from a U-turn with his fist on his face with all his might. Li Jun was shocked after all. He is a respected director of the firm, a high-ranking official who previously, not that he could hit him, no one could even touch his finger without his permission. Liu Feng said that he knew and had seen how he treated people who were in the same position as him, so he dare not tell him what to do. Suddenly, his subordinate, Mr. Li, appeared behind Li Jun's back. He grabbed Li Jun's head with one hand. He told him that he had insulted him before and treated him like a dog. Then he bit him on the shoulder because he was no longer the same assistant. Seeing this, Liu Feng once again rushed forward to defend his sister and all those he had saved recently. This time, he was out of luck because an unknown mutant had appeared, and it looked like things were very bad for Liu Feng. The system had detected a high level of danger among the mutants. Liu Feng fell to the ground due to the mutants' counterattack. He realized that going against the mutant zombie was dangerous, but he was also surprised by the strange fog around the zombie. Standing up from the floor and turning around, he saw some zombie girl behind him. He decided to attack her with his sword with a swing, but his sword stuck her arm without cutting her. At that moment, he realized that he was not in a good position. Gathering his strength and will into a fist, he swung his sword once more and chopped the mutant woman in half. But no sooner had he defeated this zombie woman than another creature appeared out of the fog and wanted to grab him by the neck with its tongue. But at that very moment, his younger sister appeared in front of him and grabbed this creature by the tongue. That very moment of desperation on the floor, windows began to break and the military death squad stormed the building. Led by their leader, using firearms, they destroyed one zombie after another, blowing their heads off and leaving no chance of victory. Lady Death knew how to use not only firearms but also everything that cuts and stabs. That's why she was nicknamed Lady Death, because she destroyed everything that moves and threatens her life. Liu Feng was shocked by what he saw. After all, he had never been able to destroy monsters so quickly, violently, and accurately. After the death squad had wiped out all the zombies, the squad leader ordered no one to move and stay where they were. After she saw Liu Feng and her sister, she said that they had been looking for them for a long time, and decided to introduce herself by saying that her name was Li Xin and she was the captain of the Death God Squad. Then she apologized to Liu Feng, saying that the girl behind his back was their target. A second later, the same fat man who was hit by Liu Feng came out from behind the wall. He said that he needed help because he was bitten. He was bitten because the soldiers took too long to come to his aid. He's a friend of the mayor and a level 2 VIP user of state protection. After he saw Liu Feng, he said that he had just punched him and also wanted to force him to go out to the zombies to be eaten by them. Liu Feng, on the other hand, said in his defense that the bastard blamed everything on him on purpose. After that, he asked the soldiers to shoot him because he was insulted, and he was a person of the second VIP defense level. The captain of the Death God Squad, Lixin, briefly put a gun to his head and said that if he said anything else, she would shoot him in the head. As suddenly one of the soldiers intervened in their dialogue, saying that the zombies started moving again, it was strange because they didn't die from a headshot. No sooner had he said this than the zombies with their long, dangerous tongues began to attack, the soldiers killing them one by one. Liu Feng realized that this was a great chance to escape. He took his little sister and Sarah by the hand, telling her to show her the way in order to go up to the 16th floor. Meanwhile, Li Xin saw the very same zombie mutants from the research institute she had been told about earlier. Liu Feng was apologizing to everyone along the way for getting them into this whole mess. After all, the soldiers had come to capture his sister and he had to protect her. But now he had put the others in danger as well. The girls said that there was nothing wrong with it because they believed him because soldiers only save people with VIP. Liu Feng was happy to hear this and thought that it was good that he had met such good people. He wanted to let them enter his shelter. Just as suddenly, he stopped and froze, for he saw that Zhao Hua's hands were bitten by a zombie. He didn't know what to say to his sister as he didn't want to disappoint and upset her. Just as suddenly, he noticed a fog approaching behind his back, and the system said that a high threat level mutant zombie had been detected. As he looked up, he saw on the ceiling a terrifying, scary mutant zombie he had never seen before. The system advised him to run. At this moment, the monster stared horrifyingly at all the humans below in anticipation of their deaths. Meanwhile, Liu Feng accidentally touched Miss Sarah's hand. Her eyes and thoughts were clouded with love for him, and she couldn't believe that he felt anything for her. She reached up to kiss him, but he stopped her, saying it wasn't a good time for kissing. Then he took her by the waist and pulled her closer to him, saving her from the zombie attack on the ceiling. He ordered her to go to his little sister and stand aside while he dealt with the monster. Then he drew his sword from behind his back and, thanks to the flames of fire, cut off the zombie mutant's tongue. After he cut off the tongue of this mutant zombie, he saw that 2 zombies had broken through the wall behind him and were trying to attack him from behind. Using his sharp sword, turning around, he pierced the head of one of the zombies, then pierced the head of another, but the zombies kept getting bigger and bigger. No sooner had he killed 2 than he noticed 2 more approaching them. Kara wanted to run away, but seeing Liu Feng's sister's big eyes and the fact that she was scared to death, Sarah decided to hug her, and at least protect her this time. Not just run away. Kara closed her eyes, preparing to die, as suddenly the Death Squad commander Lee Sin burst onto their floor and saved them by shooting off a couple of stupid zombie heads. But it didn't help them, because the zombies kept going up and up. All they had to do was run. Liu Feng asked the military commander where her men were, to which she replied that everyone had died. But she had managed to survive thanks to her invisibility cloak. Liu Feng couldn't understand why there were so many mutant zombies on their way, because the system said that only one mutant zombie could appear per 100,000 people in a building. But there were already 5, and these zombies could always sense if something was wrong. At this moment, a mutant zombie broke through the wall and grabbed Zhao Hua and started devouring him, leaving no hope of saving him. His sister was very worried about him and didn't want to leave him, so she wanted to help him. But Liu Feng held her hand tightly and didn't want to let her go, saying that her brother was already bitten and couldn't be saved. After which, with tears in her eyes, she turned to Liu Feng and asked him what he would do if it was his sister. At that moment, he hesitated, and Zhao Jia let go of his hand and rushed to save her brother. At that very moment, Liu Feng felt helpless for the first time, for he could not protect her brother and could not stop her. Li Xin told him not to worry. It was better to think of how to save the others, for she was already running out of ammunition. The boy had an idea in his head. He grabbed his sword, lit it, and illuminated the room, and oh boy, he saw that mutant zombie hanging from the ceiling was actually a puppet. He told Li Xin that the mutant on the ceiling was the one behind all the action. That zombie is like a deep sea dodger. It controls the zombies with its tentacles, and they don't die. That's why there seem to be so many mutant zombies. She realized that to defeat all the zombies, they need to destroy just one exactly whoever is controlling them. Liu Feng's younger sister Liu Feng was also not left out. She picked up and threw the zombie that wanted to eat them and Sarah against the wall, which made Sarah simply horrified at what she saw. Without thinking for a long time, Liu Feng threw his sharp sword at the tentacles of this zombie, thus cutting them off completely and destroying it. She informed him that he had made the first kill of a mutant zombie, and the system was awarding him 100 points. He was pleased that there was at least some reward for this. After which, he thanked Li Xin for her help. Li Xin was happy to help, but she pointed an automatic rifle at Liu Feng and a gun at his sister, saying that his sister was not an ordinary person. She had that kind of power since she was a mutant. Even though they worked together, but she was really sorry since her job was to take his sister away. Liu Feng wanted to tell Li Xin that she was targeting the wrong person, but she told him to hold still as she would shoot him before he did. He only pointed his finger at Sarah to say that she had nothing to do with it as Li Xin shot and killed her. At that moment, she realized that she had awkwardly stepped out and her eyesight had failed her again, thus giving Liu Feng a chance to attack her, which he did, using the Kung Fu Chip Master. She tried her best to dodge and counterattack, but after a moment she realized that he was an excellent melee fighter and a master of Kung Fu. Liu Feng grabbed her by the neck with his hand and started questioning why she wanted to take his sister away. Li Xin replied that she was just a soldier and was only following orders. Li Xin threw Liu Feng over her shoulder, after which she saddled him. At this moment, Sarah came to her senses. She wasn't killed as the bullet flew near her temple, merely turning her off. After wiping her eyes, she saw that Li Xin wanted to kill Liu Feng with his dagger, and without thinking for a long time, she realized that she needed to block the blow. So she had no choice but to kiss Li Xin to confuse her. After preventing the fight with her kiss, she stood up and said, "Stop fighting." She didn't understand anything as it was all completely out of place right now, and asked them to follow her to Office 16F. When they entered the 16F's office, they found the hospital director, who had turned into a zombie like the rest of the people. Liu Feng stabbed him in the head with his sword so that he wouldn't pose any threat to them. Sarah went to the computer and said she was the director's secretary and had heard something about a military research project, codenamed Son of God. She also revealed that Health Minister Chung Tin-hung had ordered their hospital to conduct a study on simultaneously injecting the virus and serum into black blood patients to create mutants. Hundreds of people died in the experiment. Today was just about to be Liu Feng's sister's turn. She also said that the survival rate in this experiment was less than 0.1%. Therefore, Shintang mutated into a special mutant, and that was what brought the Death Squad to Zhongtianxiang City. Liu Feng couldn't believe that his mutant sister was a mutant, but remembering what happened just 10 minutes ago, when after he killed the mutant, she came up to him and took out the so-called mutant chip from his body, after looking at which literally seconds later she just took it and ate it. He wondered if she could be read as human after what she had done. The system interrupted his thoughts by saying something about why they were here, and that energy core was in the safe behind him. Thanks to the fact that he had Sarah with him, who knew the code to his boss's safe, they opened it and got the energy core. He also received 900 bonus points for completing this task. Sarah asked Liu Feng what this cube was, to which he replied that it was an energy core. He thought for a moment and decided that she deserved to know about his hideout. He told her that he had a shelter where it was safe. Since Sarah and Li Xin had nowhere to go, he suggested they join him, saying that why go back to this zombie world? Why don't they both join him? Then they can survive this apocalypse together. Sarah gladly accepted the offer since she had nowhere else to go anyway. Liu Feng admired himself, thinking that very soon they would be praying to him like a god. Before he could rejoice, Li Xin's rough voice sounded from behind his back, saying that she was refusing. After which, she said that in truth she needed to make sure of everything first, and if that was the case, she would apologize to Liu Feng. But that didn't mean she would join them. Besides, even if the government collapsed with her abilities, she could survive in this world on her own. Sarah and Liu Feng were shocked and didn't know what to say back to her. But after a second, he said that she was right. He's just a boy. But he has enough reasons to make her join them, the glorified goddess of death Li Xin. Li Xin said with a smirk on her face that she was curious, and he had 5 seconds, in which he should try to convince her, but if he dares to play around with her, he's a dead man. He looked into the safe and saw the playboy there. He tensed up really hard and thought some more until he realized that she was military, and to get her to do anything, or to get her to stay with them, he would have to be older than her in rank. He decided to spend the ingots to make an ID, after which he said that he didn't need to hide anymore. He is actually a special government agent and also in charge of the Kindling Project. He said he was in charge of building a doomsday shelter called Kindling Fire Fetus, the last hope of mankind. Li Xin was furious, saying that if he decided to poke fun at her, she would kill him. After which, Liu Feng took out his ID card and asked her to scan it. Li Xin scanned the ID, making sure that he was indeed a level 5 authorized person whose status was classified. But she didn't care, because she realized that inventing a new identity during the end of the world was easy to do, so she couldn't be sure of this document. Enraged, Liu Feng said that the end of the world has come. Therefore, she can't even think of dragging her miserable existence alone. As a soldier, she must bravely stand up and march forward, saving humanity and trying to restore peace in this troubled time. To summarize, he said that she was not worthy to bear the title of a glorious soldier with her evasive behavior. After everything she had heard about herself, and not only that, she took Liu Feng by the shoulder and thanked him for the words he had just spoken. She said that yes, she was a soldier and really had to do something for humanity. In addition, he dared to invite Li Xin, the goddess of death, to join him, and it made her very sad. The system notified him that 2 people had joined his hideout. Authority plus 10 added 200 points for unlocking 2 comrades. Li Xin said that her co-workers didn't live long, and he not only dared to become her soulmate, but also dared to invite her to join the team. She really hoped that he would last much longer with her. Since Sarah had joined Liu Feng's team, she decided to make some contribution, which was why she brought her to the dining room on the 16th floor of the Research Institute, which she had the keys to. Since the cook had gone home because he was getting married, he gave the keys to her. Logging in on his cell phone, Liu Feng looked at the data of his girlfriends that he had recently accepted into his bunker. He saw a line called Relationship. The system replied to him that when the relationship is shown in green color, it means the object is good towards the shelter. If the relationship is shown in red color, it means the object is hostile towards the shelter. When he saw his little sister drinking milk, he realized that habits don't just go away, and remembered that she had loved the milk of the very charming neighbor as a child very much. Whereupon, he decided to look up his sister's card in the system. Seeing his sister's card, system, he was dumbfounded, for there were no skills there, they were not shown or unlocked, the relationship to the asylum was unknown. Just when he wanted to look at his profile in the system, Sarah came running up to him and told him that she had found the rebar and film he needed, and that she realized he wanted to build a greenhouse for vegetables. Afterward, Li Xin came over to him and said that as soon as she heard that he was going to build a greenhouse, she immediately went through and found several kinds of vegetable seeds. In order to help him sow the greenhouse, Li Xin said that she was going to go look at his shelters and would be back soon. Liu Feng actually just wanted to make a bed for his little sister. He couldn't be happy about how they could be so smart and figure everything out for him. When Liu Feng took them to his hideout, naturally back through the sewers, Sarah and Li Xin were shocked to say the least. Liu Feng excused himself and said that it was just an emergency exit because the main gate was blocked by a rock. On the way in the tunnel, Li Xin asked Liu Feng what his hideout was. She hoped it wasn't an ordinary tool seller. Looking at her beautiful butt, he replied that it was a big hideout, not ordinary and round. Getting to the shelter, the girls realized that, but it wasn't bad. They thought it was a huge big basement, but it turned out not to be so. They even liked the idea of waiting out the collapse in the bunker. Liu Feng was shocked because he didn't understand what was going on. And how could this happen? The shelter hadn't even been standing for a day, but twice as long. In addition, there were 2 extra doors. The system replied to him that while he was outside the shelter, it was automatically implementing plans to build a dining room, pump room, and restroom, and it required the expansion of the area, the shelter. Liu Feng calmed down and began to show the girls his chambers. He said his shelter is being built by the AI manager. To the left is the break room. In the center is the pump room, and to the right is the kitchen. And now they are in the cafeteria. This is where different edible substances are transferred by the artificial intelligence to be processed into the desired dish or pressed food. The next room is the pump room. One of the main living facilities of the whole shelter, this is where water can be stored once electricity is available. The next room, he showed the restroom, which has its own bathroom, hot water, available 24 hours a day if electricity is available, currently can accommodate 10 people. Next, Liu Feng put his hand on the control panel to open the main gate. After the gate opened, they went in and saw a huge pile of stone blocks. This is the main entrance enclosure, but the lieutenant blew it up because of the self-destruct trigger, said Liu Feng. Li Xin scrutinized these blocks of stone, took out an explosive device from her pocket, said that she would easily clear this area and asked everyone to step back. There was a huge explosion and a doorway was formed in the rubble. Li Xin said that it was a special bomb to break the door. After going through the rubble, they found themselves in a room with a generator. There were dead zombies lying around. Liu Xin said that the area should be safe at this level, but Liu Feng asked her to guard the entrance to the bunker just in case while he fixed the generator. After Liu Feng put in the energy element he found for the power plant, the system said that all the elements of his shelter had reached the final stage. The shelter could be upgraded to the 2nd level. After a while inside the bathroom, the girls were talking about how hot water is one of the main elements of power in a post-apocalyptic world. Liu Feng returned to the main computer to start the upgrade, the shelter to level 2. The system announced the start of the upgrade and said that it would take 6 days and 5 hours. Meanwhile, the power source would run out 4 months after the upgrade of the shelter and asked Liu Feng to find a new power source. Liu Feng was also happy that there were now 4 new blueprints available to him: the teleportation room, the medical room, the battlesuit lab, and the firearms lab. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, Secretary Sarah was telling Li Xin that hers were very big and she was even envious. Li Xin replied that hers were also very small, and she didn't even think she could take a hot bath at times like this. Afterwards, the girls decided to go to Liu Feng's place since he must have been waiting for them for a long time. After taking a hot bath, the girls decided to wear the uniform they found in the hideout, but they didn't expect this from Liu Feng. Telling him that he is a common pervert, this uniform is specially designed to make them look very erotic. Liu Feng was shocked because he didn't know about the existence of uniforms. He asked the system why they had such uniforms. The system told him that the uniforms were created by the imagination of his brain. Li Xin slapped him with the words that this time she forgives him, but next time, she will make him regret it very bitterly. After all these misunderstandings, Liu Feng decided to start a discussion and make plans for the future. He asked Sarah to explain everything to them, how much and for how long they had what they had left. Sarah said that the vegetables brought in would last 4 weeks, and 65 cans of various foods and 2 bags of rice would last a month if saved. The water supply is not a concern, so the first priority is to find more food. The second priority is to find new sources of energy. Li Xin complimented Sarah, saying that they could find food and energy a few kilometers away, and they didn't have to worry about medicines, as they could just collect them from the hospital. After which, the girls asked if Liu Feng had anything to add. Meanwhile, Liu Feng pondered that how clever he was and managed to foresee everything. After which she said that it was all well and good, but they couldn't collect groceries forever, after which he asked the girls to follow him. More recently, he had told them about the greenhouse. He led them to the boiler room and told them that he was going to install the greenhouse in the water pumping room, where there was a lot of space. After he finished speaking, the girls asked with admiration in their eyes if he needed their help. He said that they should not look at him like that and that he did not need their help with the construction. He asked the system what is needed to build the greenhouse. The system replied that it needed missing materials, namely nutrient solution, hydroponic bell plant with truth, also need 100 points to buy everything. Liu Feng confirmed the acquisition and spent 100 points on everything, after which Robo-Crooks appeared from the floor and began to build the greenhouse. Sistema said that the greenhouse would be completed in 2 days. Li Xin was dumbfounded that it was possible to build a greenhouse so quickly. After a moment, she realized that this artificial intelligence seemed to match Liu Feng's personality. Meanwhile, outside the alley, not far from the hospital, a black-haired girl and her thugs were asking the zombies if they had seen the woman in the picture. The same rich man who was hit by Liu Feng at the hospital replied that he hadn't seen the girl. He asked her to save him because he had a lot of money. If she saves him, he will give her everything. When she heard that he had offered her money, she immediately became furious. Borrowing a barbed wire bat from her partner, she immediately struck the rich man in the head. She was beating him with this bat, saying, "How could they, the rich, know how the poor survive?" It made her very angry that money could decide anything in their lives. She said that the oppressed, exploited poor who only hid in the subway were able to survive. And the rich people despicably call them subway dogs. After the deadly virus spread, they chipless iron subway dogs were able to hide, she said. Afterward, with a hard swing of a bat, she smashed his head. After seeing this, and her assistants asked her if it was true that she had offered a big reward for finding that girl. Zheng Tianxiang replied that it was true, but he was not a good person. Since times had changed, the end of the world had come. Their underground clan would exterminate all the rich psionics, and they would rise to the top in the doomsday hierarchy. Meanwhile, it was already midnight in the shelter, and Liu Feng couldn't sleep as it was his first night sleeping in the shelter, and he was very nervous. Because he was facing the biggest disaster in the history of mankind. He couldn't help thinking that this was the first time he'd ever slept in the same room with a girl. He'd had a girlfriend before, but he'd never even held her hand. So he decided to think about something else and asked the system to show him the blueprints for the new Level 2 shelter. The system showed that the shelter was automatically expanded after the upgrade to Level 2. All Level 1 buildings were automatically upgraded. The system began to tell him that the combat clothing factory creates combat uniforms. The small arms factory requires authority and procurement talent during the end of the world. The healing room can use various healing ointments. As long as there are resources, it is possible to produce goods every day. Also improved transformation skills to Level 2. Improved explosive abilities, paralysis, increased overall speed, and fixed 5 magic effects. Meanwhile, Sarah, having undressed, slowly crept up on him. In just a few seconds, a half-naked Sarah in her underwear was standing beside his bed. He was in a panic because he didn't know what to do. The system said that the better the relationship with a person, the more likely it was that something would happen. At that moment, he was still thinking about the fact that if they woke up Li Xin, she would definitely think he was a pervert. Sarah climbed under the covers with him, hugged him from behind, and snuggled up against him. Liu Feng was certainly not against coitus, but told the secretary Sarah that they had only known each other for 1 day, and they couldn't do anything like that today. After he realized that Sarah wasn't answering him, he turned around and saw that she was asleep. He realized that she was just sleepwalking. He didn't even think that Sarah was sleepwalking. He decided not to wake her up, otherwise the noise would make Li Xin wake up and get angry. He decided not to sleep, but to go for a walk around the shelter. And the next morning he decided that the girls must never find out what had happened last night. After which, he turned to the system, saying that he wanted to try out the new transformation magic ability, and decided to try transforming the ammunition Li Xin had found in the ruins after the explosion. The bullet was successfully transformed, 2 points were spent, and the bullet gained an explosive effect. Liu Feng realized that he didn't have any Dal non-ancient weapons, so he asked the system if he could transform this bullet into any small arms. The system replied that he couldn't, but he had unallocated talent points available. Liu Feng liked the news very much and decided to allocate as follows. He asked the system to increase the sensation talent by 1 point Add 3 points to the Kung Fu Master talent, and spend all the attribute points to increase strength. The system raised all of Liu Feng's stats and said that he had the opportunity to elevate his Kung Fu skill to the level of a Kung Fu Master glove. But he should know that if he fails the elevation, all the points will be burned. He has a 5% chance of succeeding. Liu Feng still decided to take a risk and chose to transform his Kung Fu level to the Kung Fu Master's glove perfection. The system of starting the refinement even hurt him at some point. Luckily, the Kung Fu enhancement was successful and he received the Kung Fu Master gloves. Also, 3 slots in the first slot stored the power, which thanks to the gloves increased by +1 index. Also, he got the magnetic power of attracting metal, and there was 1 more empty slot. But no sooner had he gotten excited about his gloves than he suddenly had a new delivery order and the number 9527 popped up on his phone. It was Kelly. She was a few kilometers away from the shelter, and she had just now had a chance to contact Liu Feng. She asked him to come to her because she needed his help. Without thinking for a long time, Liu Feng and Li Xin moved out to help Kelly. Li Xin was very surprised to see that there were still eagles in the city. Liu Feng went on the mission with Li Xin, not because he wanted it so badly, but because his younger sister Shintang was in a deplorable state. A few days ago, Sarah had found his little sister in such a pitiful state. The system said his sister's mutation was progressing again, and he needed to upgrade the asylum to level 5 as soon as possible. Li Xin said that as far as she knew, that Kelly who called him holds the status of the president of Beautiful Sky Corporation, and she used to be engaged to Zhen Tianxun. But it was most likely a political marriage. She suggested that they look for her, since that way they could dig up more information about Zhen Tianxun. Sarah looked at the maps and said that Kelly was in a big shopping mall a few kilometers away. They could go and rescue her and find the substances they needed at the same time. As usual, the system offered to choose a mission before they reached the place. The first option is to seek out the substance survival rate of 92%. Bonus points for completing missions 1,000 points. The second option is to seek out the materials. Join the shelter. Survival rate 30%. Bonus points 5,200 points. Of course, they chose the second option and started making their way through the densely populated zombie neighborhoods towards the mall where Kelly was. As they suddenly decided to stop as there were so many zombies ahead, they realized that they needed to move quietly. Liu Feng suggested Li Xin to use her invisibility battle cloak, to which she replied that it has a tracking government chip on it, and she put it in a protective hiding place. When the signal disappeared, the government would consider her dead in service. After listening to her, Liu Feng said that he modified the bullet for her. Now this bullet has a bursting effect. Only asked her to use it carefully. Li Xin thanked him and put the clip in her pocket. Liu Feng also said that in addition to the deadly fireblade, he now had burst darts and magnetic gloves. A bursting flying knife that can also explode at the end. Magnetic gloves can withstand and move about 40 kilograms of metal, after which he thought about the fact that he needed some more energy to increase his points and improve his weapon. Li Xin interrupted him, saying that they would move out in 2 minutes. Just as they were about to leave, Li Xin noticed Liu Feng looking at her feet. She of course realized that her captain was still quite young, so she decided to play a joke on him, saying that maybe he was into silk stockings. She could see no other reason why he couldn't take his eyes off her legs. In response, he asked them not to make fun of him, since he had, by the way, figured out a way to get to Kelly quickly. Pointing his finger at a military vehicle, he said they should steal it and drive it to the mall. They ran to the car. Li Xin said that if they broke the car window, there would be a lot of noise and it would attract a lot of zombies. But Liu Feng hurriedly calmed her down because he had a plan. Using his kung fu glove, he used the magnets and pulled a pager from the dead man's pocket that could be used to open the car. "Really cool gloves," said Li Xin. After they opened the car, Li Xin killed the zombie with a sword blow to the zombie's head and threw it out of the car. The car was driven by Li Xin, who didn't let a single Walking Dead person pass in her path, hitting them all with extreme ferocity. Liu Xin had a lot of fun shooting down the Walking Dead. Liu Feng, on the other hand, was very concerned and asked her to drive more carefully. After which he said that she had a lot more fun after joining the shelter. Li Xin said that Spee's triad. She had to do dirty deeds every day, and now that she is out of there, she feels much better. It was largely because of Liu Feng that she was happier, so she promised him that he would live longer than her subordinates in the past. As they approached the mall, they saw not an ordinary zombie. They realized that the zombie had begun to evolve. as this zombie already had tentacles instead of arms, and one of its legs was turning into a tentacle-like body. Meanwhile, Kelly was sitting on the floor of the mall. She didn't know what to do as the glass and doors were about to shatter from the onslaught of zombies. Liu Feng, along with Li Xin, also realized that the doors and windows could not be blocked. Kelly was in danger. While they were thinking about how they could save Kelly, she was about to say goodbye to her life as one of the Walking Dead broke through her barriers and came closer and closer to eat her. Suddenly, 4 unknown guys burst into the room. They killed the Walking Dead. Thanks to their weapons and fearlessness, they destroyed all the zombies that were in the room at that moment. But no matter how much they killed, the zombies kept coming, because they broke the windows and piled into this room. So one of the strangers asked if Kelly was okay and suggested that she leave this room. I had no choice but to accept the stranger's offers. After they had successfully left the room, they locked the doors and stuck a bat between the doorknobs to prevent the zombies from opening it. Afterward, Kelly asked them who they really were and thanked them for saving her. Her rescuers were Kyung and San, the supermarket security guards, a college student, and a police officer. They said that they were hiding in this supermarket from zombies and asked how she ended up in it. Kelly introduced herself, expressing her gratitude for saving her. She also said she knew there would be someone in the supermarket, and she was right. She said that when the epidemic hit, the power suddenly went out in her car, and she looked for shelter for a long time before she came here. The entrance to the supermarket was blocked. There were barriers all around, not many zombies. It looked like someone was cleaning them up regularly. Looking in the window, she saw that each section had security doors. Fencing off the passage, it was clear that the room was occupied by someone. After listening to Kelly, the policeman said that they should return to the gathering place, as those comrades who could not go hunting with them were waiting for them there. Arriving at the gathering place, Kelly saw an old woman, a pregnant woman, a policeman, and young people. Looks like they have a good team, she thought. Seeing Kelly Xiao, the policeman's friend named Roy, asked him who the woman was. At that moment, Xiao Zhao said in a surprised voice that he remembered. She tops the list of the top 10 richest women according to Forbes. Kelly didn't stay silent for long and said that she is the president of Lithia Group and thanked the guys for saving her. Then everyone started, turning their noses up at her, saying what a forest she was and how dare she stay alive at all. At that time, someone came into the room. It was Jiang San, a convict who had escaped from prison with his henchmen. No sooner had he entered the room, he immediately asked how they were doing in finding food. But when he saw Kelly, he immediately forgot all about it. He immediately pulled the most expensive canned food he had from his camping bag and ran to Kelly, eager to make a deal with her. Running up to her, he grabbed her by the waist and told her he would give her a canned food, and in return she would have to sleep with him for one night. Kelly didn't like being treated that way, so she slapped him hard and told him to get his paws off her. If he wanted to do it again, she would break something. After recovering from the slap, Zhang San called Kelly a bitch. But before he could utter the word, a gun was pointed at his face by a policeman. He told Zhang San that he was still a cop even during the apocalypse, and that they shouldn't think he didn't know that they were escaped prisoners from a neighboring prison. Zhang San apologized to Officer Roy in a hurry, saying that he was just joking, to which the officer told them to put the food down, and those who want to eat, let them go with him to kill zombies. Seeing them bickering, Kelly realized that there were still hidden dangers on the team, and none of them could be relied on. Apparently, she would have to rely on herself, so she said she knew something about logistics and could take care of the food. Jiang San sees that the policeman and the rest of the group have decided to support Kelly, determined to get back at them for it at all costs. Meanwhile, not far from the Mall of Ob, one of the survivors along with his buddies were running away from the zombies, who for some reason evolved and started moving very fast. He had already thought they would die here, but then he remembered that he had been told a very different fate. A monk had said that when he and his friends were in trouble, a nobleman with red hair would save them. Ob thought about it and was almost eaten by a zombie. If it wasn't for his red-haired friend along the way, his life would have ended. But the dead surrounded them from all sides, and from nowhere, at the most seemingly hopeless moment, appears Liu Feng, and with just one blow of his sword cuts the zombies in half. This was a very spectacular appearance. Even Liu Feng himself understood this. Seeing Liu Feng, everyone realized that the monk was not talking about the person with red hair, but the person in red. But Liu Feng realized that there was no time for posing. As the zombies were advancing from right and left, he took his rip knife and launched straight at the zombie's head. Due to the explosive effect of Liu Feng's knife, a zombie's head was blown off. Unfortunately, while he was rescuing one, all the others were attacked by zombies and started tearing them to pieces. The zombies were merciless, killing one by one their friends, the Oba, leaving them no chance of survival. Liu Feng couldn't leave his friends, both of them, so he rushed to attack, cutting down the rest of the zombies with his sword, but he realized that he couldn't do it alone, so he waited impatiently for Li Xin to come to their rescue. Had to literally a minute later she showed up with her fire support, protecting the rear of the zombies. Even though they used different weapons, they were a great team that helped each other every step of the battle. Cutting one of the zombies in half, Liu Feng broke his sword against its bone tissue. He couldn't figure out what was wrong with them, for they were evolving rapidly. Even his regular metal knife couldn't resist the zombie's improved bone blade. The poor shooting attracted more zombies. After thinking for just 1 minute, Liu Feng decided to hide in the workshop across the street. But first, they decided to check if there were any zombies there, and for that, they decided to start from the second floor. They quietly and carefully decided to go up to the second floor using the emergency stairs. As they approached the door, they opened it, and a zombie flew out at them. Liu Feng immediately stabbed her head with the rest of his sword. After which, he realized that he needed to create a new weapon. Li Xin checked the rest of the room and said that it was the last zombie on the second floor. And since it was safe here, she offered to stay in the workshop for the night. At night, Li Xin went to the second floor canopy of the workshop and saw that they were surrounded on all sides by zombies. Liu Feng hurriedly reassured Li Xin, saying that it was fine, because when he created a new weapon, the crowd of zombies would not be a hindrance to them. Meanwhile, a thought flashed through Li Xin's mind that if he had a transformation ability that glowed blue, was it possible that he could also be a legendary mutant? The boy they had rescued cut into their conversation, saying his name was Ob and he was an electrician. He then thanked them profusely for their rescue. He also said that he and his friends went out to look for food, and if it wasn't for them, they would have definitely become one of the zombies. When Liu Feng heard that he was an electrician, he immediately offered to join them, because he had a shelter that lacked an electrician. He said that there would be food and a place to sleep. But Ob did not agree at once, saying that he must first discuss it with his comrades. Liu Feng realized that he was hungry and told Brother Ob that he had medicine, water, and food. If he agreed to join them, they would immediately help his comrade, and guaranteed they wouldn't need anything. In his mind, Ob realized that he was hungry, but he thought that he would rather feed the zombie with his body than take something from Liu Feng. But these were only thoughts. In reality, Ob actually took the food from Liu Feng. After taking a small bite, he said that these were the days that anyone could die at any time. And as sad as it was, he was also saddened by the fact that he was still a virgin. Liu Feng told him not to worry because he's a loner like him, so they need to stick together to survive. How suddenly Li Xin jumped on him after what he said, saying that what he said was so impressive, and of course they would all live together. And asked him if she heard him correctly that he said he didn't have a girlfriend. An hour later on the first floor, Liu Feng was walking around looking for material to create a new weapon since he needed it before dawn. With enough parts, he decided to start building a new weapon. The next day morning, when they went out on the second floor balcony of the workshop, they were shocked to see so many zombies roaming around under the workshop. He was terrified and didn't know what they should do. Li Xin realized that they would have to find another way. But since they had one injured man, they wouldn't be able to move quickly. Suddenly, a military Humvee with some thugs inside appeared on the horizon, shooting down any zombies that got in their way. Thanks to their spectacular appearance, the men in the jeep led the entire crowd of zombies away. Obi was happy about this because now they could leave in peace. But Li Xin didn't think so. She knew that she had to leave sooner rather than later. So she immediately ordered Obu and his injured comrade to leave the room as soon as possible. But no sooner had she finished speaking than the bandits burst into the room. Li Xin immediately eliminated 2 of the attackers thanks to the accurate firing of a burst of automatic rifle fire. Another bandit she impaled with her retractable knife. Suddenly, a stranger in black appeared in the room and engaged Li Xin in battle. Li Xin quickly batted against the attack and took the black lady at gunpoint. But it was already too late as her friends had already been captured and presented a machete under their throats. The girl in black laughed, saying that the gun was a very dangerous weapon and also very valuable. She then warned Li Xin that if she dared to shoot, she would kill her friends. She then decided to introduce herself, saying her name was Virus, the captain of the underground team, and asked who they were. Then Virus turned to Li Xin and said she was a government dog. After pulling out a picture, Kelly asked her if she had seen this woman. Li Xin replied that she had never seen her. Oba's friend intervened in their conversation, saying he heard on the radio that a group of survivors at a nearby store had been joined by a woman named Kelly. Virus thanked the guy, saying she was giving him life. After listening to the guy, she turned back to Li Xin, offering her a one-on-one fight with the condition that if she won, the virus would let her leave. If not, she would forever be a military mutt that would serve her. Virus pulled out two half-bent swords and rushed into the attack with words that she hoped would be a good battle. At this moment, Liu Feng appeared behind Li Xin's back and told her to step aside. After which, he took over the virus attack. It was quite unexpected and very unusual, as he was wearing a horse's head on his head and holding a chainsaw with 3 blades. After repelling all of Lady Virus's attacks, Liu Feng said that his name was the Savior of the Weak, the Holy Horse. On his head, he had a fire-breathing D-grade horse head, and in his hands he was holding a grade C happy chainsaw. Meanwhile, across the street at the mall, Kelly felt more than secure and quite relaxed. The prisoners, led by their red-haired leader, were still trying to please her. Saying that she would be lonely alone, they urged her to come and play with them. They pawed at her calves and her exposed shoulders, trying to get her started somehow, saying they wanted to have fun with her. But after just a couple of minutes, their leader said that it didn't make any difference whether she agreed or not. Realizing that she wouldn't go with them that easily, he said he even liked it better when rich bitches like that were fighting their last stand. They decided not to wait any longer and take her by force. One of the abusers took out his tongue to lick her gorgeous body, to which in response he got juice from the glass right in his face. When the ringleader saw this, he decided to forcefully grab her breasts, telling her that if she didn't want to do it the right way, she would do it the wrong way. But Officer Lowe arrived just in time and pointed his gun at him again. Officer Lowe, along with his fellow guards, rounded up the gang leader and his associates, saying that Kelly had told him they wanted to attack her. But he didn't believe her at first, but now he was convinced personally. The head of the cons told the officer that if he suddenly decided to go along with this mischievous bitch to plot against him, he would regret it. Just as suddenly, Kelly put her foot on his face. Putting her foot in his face, she told him that a scumbag like him should rot in prison for the rest of his life, and that she, Kelly, would never let a time bomb like him go off around her. Meanwhile, not far from the mall, the fight between Lady Virus and what he called himself, Liu Feng the fire-breathing horse, continued. Virus was confused because she could not understand who was under the horse mask. And who would ever think of wearing a horse mask because a man with a horse's head is not considered a hero, she thought. Liu Feng once again used the flaming horse breath, but the virus managed to dodge. At this moment, Liu Feng realized that she needed to show something new, something she had not seen yet and would not expect to see. He used the magnetic power of his kung fu glove to stop her flying blade and send it back to her, thus knocking her not only off balance but also off her feet. Since Liu Feng did not want to kill her, he made a grip on her neck and took off his horse head. He said that she seemed to be saying if he won, she would let his friends go. Was it true, he asked her? She recognized the fact that Liu Feng was good-looking and his strength wasn't bad, but she couldn't understand if he was together with that Kelly. After that, she asked him to wait for a while because soon they would go to the mall and grab her. Liu Feng asked why do they need Kelly. Virus replied with a smile on her face that Health Minister Zheng Tianxiang had announced a huge cash reward for this girl. These officials are always so gracious, so she decided that she would kill this dog sooner or later. Liu Feng realized that this time there was no way to do without blood. If he didn't strangle her now, she would kill Kelly, so he apologized to her and started to clamp her neck harder. Virus loved that choking feeling. It felt so good. Suddenly there was an explosion outside, and drew everyone's attention to himself. Just a second later, the system warned Liu Feng that mutants of unprecedented strength were appearing, and it advised to leave this place for the safety of the host. This explosion meant that Commander Virus's convoy had been attacked by a zombie monster, which easily took the vehicle and lifted it up and threw it right into the building. After which he took another vehicle and threw it directly into that building where Liu Feng and his friends and Commander Virus and his comrades were. Taking advantage of the moment, Liu Feng along with Li Xin made a unanimous decision that they shouldn't continue the battle, and it was better to slowly flee. Seeing them running away, Commander Virus ordered her subordinates not to pursue them, but to deal with the zombies first. Then go to the mall and capture Kelly. After all, she was sure that they would all go there together, and when the time came, she would destroy them all. Meanwhile, at the mall, Kelly was making a list of what was left. After making the list, she said that today was the day to put food restrictions in place, since there would only be enough food for 5 days, and to start patrolling the entire neighborhood. Team with Ellie on patrol, and tomorrow he'll go with another team to look for food, and thanked Kelly for helping them. A red-haired girl named Lin Lao was unhappy that Kelly had decided to reduce the amount of food given out per person. Lin Lao asked Kelly, in an angry voice, why she was restricting her food. But Kelly was interested in another question at the moment. She asked her grandmother how many months pregnant that girl was. Grandma replied that, frankly speaking, it was strange because when they came to the mall, Li Hua's belly was small. But in the past few days it suddenly became so huge, as if she was about to give birth. Kelly realized something was amiss and offered to help her grandmother deliver some food to the pregnant woman to see if they were okay. She then remembered that the pregnant woman had wrist wounds that looked like a zombie bite. Lin Lao again told Kelly that she had not answered her question. Kelly said she would not answer her question because she had nothing to say. She decided that she would personally go with the squad to kill zombies and look for food. Then she asked Lin Lao if she would go with them or not. Officer Luo interrupted the girls and told Lin Lao to stop being cranky. Kelly, on the other hand, reported to Officer Luo her concerns about the pregnant Li Hua, saying that she took a look at her wound and it doesn't look like a simple scratch. Besides, there's no such thing as a belly growing to such a huge size in just 3 days. Lin Lao was very angry with the officer and Kelly because she was the reason why Luo scolded her for the first time. Just as she was about to leave in frustrated feelings, she was suddenly called out of her cell by Dong San saying that he had a way for her to get his man back and kill that chick she hates. Meanwhile, in one of the rooms on the other side of the mall, that pregnant woman was feeling very uncomfortable and in a lot of pain because her stomach seemed to be about to burst. She asked her husband, who was beside her, if their baby is okay, is it healthy? But when the man saw what came out of her belly, he froze in shock. He couldn't believe that this monster he saw was really his child. Suddenly, he noticed that his grandmother had come to them and brought them food. Upon seeing what had happened to the pregnant woman, the groceries fell out of the grandmother's hands. She grabbed her face with both hands and started screaming that she was a zombie. But her husband didn't want to believe it and said that it wasn't true. She was fine. But no sooner had he finished than his wife, whom he loved so much and waited for a child, pierced him through with her tentacles. Because she was no longer the one he loved, she became a mutant zombie. At this point, Kelly was telling the officer that Li Hua had been bitten by a zombie, and she probably didn't have a baby in her stomach anymore. She probably had a parasite in her. Before she could say anything, Li Hua jumped out of the room as a zombie and started eating her grandmother. The officer, without thinking for long, pulled out his service pistol and fired 2 shots at Li Hua, one of which hit her directly in the head, but she did not die. The officer immediately realized that she was now a mutant zombie and ordered Da Qiang to run away with Xiao Sun in order to protect the supplies. Kelly realized that her plan had gone awry again. She didn't understand what the end of the world was like, but it was definitely beyond her capabilities. She knew she only had 9527 to count on. Seeing that Xiao Li was dragged out the door by someone, Officer Luo wanted to pull out a gun. But the conspiring bandits Ling Lao pointed the gun at him and told him not to move. She told the officer it was all because of Kelly's seductress and asked him to step aside so she could kill her. Jiang San realized that they had quarreled, which was not good, but now they were a team. Ling Lao told Jiang San to kill that bitch instead of standing there like a statue. It didn't take long as one of Jiang San's accomplices came around Kelly from behind and grabbed her. She had miscalculated about the psyche of people in an apocalyptic world. Now her hope of salvation was only 9527. He tore at her dress, telling her he'd wanted to taste her for a long time, telling her how juicy she was. Being sure that they were rich, they had no idea what kind of life ordinary people lived. Jiang San was fed up with Officer Luo's threats and rebukes, so he pulled a gun on him. Then, without thinking twice, I shot him in the head. He then walked over to his partner, who was holding Kelly, and began to help him tear her dress, telling him that they would not stand on ceremony any longer. He told her that he and his brothers had done time for killing one rich mare. But before she died, they tried her for 5 whole hours. At the very end, she prayed to get to heaven as soon as possible. They tore her dress to shreds, holding her hair and her arms, talking about how they so enjoyed watching the rich people struggle with their last strength, but they still failed. Kelly remembered how she struggled for years to establish her business, but in the past few days, everything collapsed in an instant. Even her ostentatious fiancé, Zheng Tianxiong, is not even going to come to rescue her. so she can only hope for Liu Feng. What to speak of an ordinary courier, if even Officer Luo was killed so easily by these people? But she wasn't going to give up, because she could get her revenge. All she needed to do was to survive. Before she could think of all this, a human horse with a chainsaw in his hands burst into the room, cutting apart the mutant zombie that had attacked them. Of course, it was Liu Feng. Taking off the horse's head, he said that he had been looking for President Kelly for a very long time and had finally found him. When Liu Feng saw Liu Feng, all the bandits and the leader were dumbfounded, because they thought that he had long ago died. But he not only survived, but also scattered all those scoundrels who had allowed themselves to offend President Kelly. After he had dealt with all the offenders, he asked President Kelly if she was okay. In turn, she replied that she was fine and was very grateful to him for saving her. Seeing President Kelly standing half naked, he immediately took off his red sports jacket and threw it over her shoulders. Kelly said that she didn't even think he would really come to save her. Liu Feng responded by saying that he couldn't not come because he promised her he would. After he saw her sniffing his sports jacket, he apologized to her, saying that he ran here and all his clothes smelled like sweat. Kelly reassured him by telling him that his clothes didn't stink, but even the opposite was comforting, and thanked him again for saving him. Jiang San recovered from Liu Feng's blow, stood up and pointed his revolver at him, asking him why he was serving this rich woman and why was he saving her when he was a poor man himself. Liu Feng, thanks to his kung fu magnetic glove, disarmed Jiang San, then took his chainsaw and stabbed him through with it. Killing him, he answered his question by telling him that, although he was poor, he believed that he could realize his dreams through his own efforts, and he wasn't exactly like the rest of them. Before he could finish his story, a mutant monster suddenly appeared from behind the wall and grabbed Jiang San's head. It was a mutant zombie of incredible strength and power. The system immediately warned Liu Feng that this mutant was a high threat, and he was advised to flee. Liu Feng said that he was the one who brought this mutant zombie with him, as it chased them all the way to the entrance of the mall, and Liu Feng had no choice but to divert it to himself. Before Liu Feng could finish his story, the mutant zombie released 4 tentacles in his hand, 2 of which pierced through the bodies of the people standing next to him. Kelly suggested that he run away from this mutant zombie, but Liu Feng knew that he couldn't just run away from it, so he didn't even try. He put on his fire-breathing horse mask. After that, he started his chainsaw with one hand and said that everyone just underestimated him. He lunged forward and began chopping off one tentacle after another, preventing the mutant zombie from attacking himself. After chopping up all of the mutant zombie's tentacles into small pieces, he decided with his chainsaw to cut up the zombie himself. In response, the mutant zombie launched a counterattack, hitting Liu Feng with his most powerful left fist. After seeing Liu Feng get hurt by the mutant zombie, Kelly asked him if he was okay. Liu Feng said he was fine. But this mutant zombie was very strong. It was good that he had time to cover himself with the saw. He would have broken all his ribs. But he noticed that his fire show did hurt the zombie. Shaking off, Liu Feng stood up and again decided to fight the zombie mutant. As suddenly out of nowhere, the wall broke, and in the zombie mutant on the car flew into the mercenary with whom he fought just half an hour ago. Of course, it was the virus lady with her goons. Liu Feng didn't expect to see her so soon. One of the mercenaries pointed his finger at Kelly, saying that this was the girl they were looking for. Kelly asked them how they knew her, to which Lady Virus replied that her fiancé Zheng Tianxiong ordered them to rescue her and offered to go with her. Liu Feng realized that if Kelly left, Zheng Tianxiong's riddle would not be solved and the mission would be failed. He must find a way to make her stay here. At this moment, Lady Virus was saying that there were still some suitors in the Doomsday world who had lost their heads to love, and she must immediately deliver Kelly into his arms. Liu Feng asked her to listen to him and said that a plan was needed first, then he took her by the chest. It was only a minute later that he realized he had grabbed Kelly's breast because he had meant to grab her shoulder. So he apologized, and she said it was okay, but asked him how long he would keep his hand on her breast. Liu Feng immediately removed his hand, also told her to forgive him. Lady Virus, seeing this, told Kelly that she was just a prostitute who was putting horns on her fiancé. In response to such insults, Kelly asked Lady Virus to apologize for her words, as she and Liu Feng just have a mutually beneficial relationship. Besides, she is only engaged. Liu Feng took off his horse head and told everyone to stop. After all, Kelly's groom is actually not a good man at all. Hearing this, Kelly couldn't understand what Liu Feng was talking about. He told her that her fiancé Zheng Tianxiong had built a dungeon in the Bluebird Hospital. He secretly researched the zombie virus, And he also grabbed his little sister and turned her into a monster. Kelly began to wonder about the fact that wasn't the Bluebird Hospital one of her businesses. And why was Jung Tianxiang in charge there too? And was he also conducting human experiments? And where is he, after all, now? Just before the end of the world, did he destroy the asset of her medical industry? Should Liu Feng be trusted? After weighing the pros and cons, she realized that Liu Feng had risked his life and rushed to look for her in the zombie city. A lying person wouldn't take such a risk. Summarizing, she said that out of the two of them, she believed Liu Feng who had saved her the most. And until Zheng Tianshun himself personally came to look for her, she and Lady Virus would not go anywhere. Lady Virus didn't like Kelly's answer. She realized that it was all that damn Liu Feng's fault that he was always messing things up for her, and he was also the reason why she had developed a strange addiction to suffocation. No sooner had they unleashed the fight for Kelly than suddenly the zombie they hit with the car woke up and stood up. Lady Virus shouted that Liu Feng had set her up again, as he had dragged her straight to the zombies. To which he replied that she had run into him on her own and he had nothing to do with it. Liu Feng noticed that the tentacles he had cut off from the zombie monster had recovered again. He couldn't believe his eyes. The system said that the zombie monster continued to grow in danger, and asked Liu Feng to run away as fast as possible. This time he listened to the system. Grabbing Kelly's hand, he rushed out. Unfortunately, they had no choice but to run away, leaving Lady Virus her team with no help. While running away from a mutant zombie of unprecedented strength, he called his partner Li Xin to find out where she was. Li Xin said they were on the second floor of a shopping center, eliminating zombies there. Liu Feng told her that he had saved Kelly, but now a huge zombie was chasing them, and asked Li Xin to help finish him off. Li Xin agreed. Li Xin said that she had come up with a plan, but they urgently need to go up to the second floor to execute it. When they took the elevator to the second floor after the doors opened, they saw a crowd of zombies numbering in the dozens standing in front of them, which shocked them. Liu Feng was a little scared after all. This was the first time he had seen so many zombies, and his limit was a maximum of 5 zombies at a time. But here there were at least a few dozen of them. He didn't understand what he should do. He was about to give up and surrender to the zombies. But then he remembered that he was only doing all this for the sake of his sister Shintang, who was waiting for him in the bunker. Seeing such a crowd of zombies, Kelly, that they better go back. But Liu Feng knew there was no turning back, for his sister's life and her health were on him. He took a shopping cart and seated President Kelly inside that cart, apologizing to her in advance and telling her to hold on tight. Liu Feng wanted to break through this crowd of zombies thanks to the shopping cart. At the end of the world, aside from evil human behavior, the worst part is a few zombies and not an isolated case of mutant zombies. With such a large army of zombies, mankind simply has no chance of survival, and unless they start exterminating them piece by piece. So the army requested permission to open fire on the tank division and sweep the city. They got permission and opened fire, killed all the zombies in the neighborhood, then reported the destruction and clearing of the neighborhood. All zombies were killed and no military casualties. The liaison reported that the operation was complete and their army had entered the building. The senior officer then reported to the commander that the mission was complete. A military meeting was taking place in a secret underground base. The general was reporting that the zombie mob had been destroyed. His army had taken away an oil refinery and a military research center, but most of the ammunition was wasted. In the near future, they would not be able to resume their actions. Great, said one of those present, that they had beaten back the oil refinery, so the plan could soon be implemented. The food ministry will soon be operational. His other comrade, however, said that as expected, the general was Major Li Chengdong. He is the most famous general who is not afraid to fight to the death even in the most difficult battles. One of the participants in the meeting asked the general, what was this research center and why did they need to waste ammunition to repel it? To which the general replied that this was a question they should ask the Minister of Health, Zheng Tianshun. But the Minister of Health was unwilling to answer their questions, saying they should leave that for later, and forbade them to ask him such questions now. Meanwhile, Liu Feng was trying to construct something from the cart and his saws to break through this crowd of zombies. In just a few minutes, he'd managed to convert a regular cart into a $3,000 cart, specially designed for transporting important people, he told Kelly. He was going to use it to break through the crowd of zombies. Liu Feng was trembling a bit, and Kelly noticed it. He told her that if they couldn't break through this crowd of zombies, then yes, they would die right here today. At that moment, she realized that it turns out he might be scared too. But such a fool still decided to cross the zombie city just to save her. After a second's thought, she told him that he had saved her life. If she was to die, it would be by his side, so he didn't have to worry about anything. After that, she took his wrist and realized that he was a little over 20, so she decided to encourage him a little. Kelly kissed Liu Feng's forehead, saying that she didn't like to stay in debt. She then bent his head over her gorgeous, voluminous breasts and told him that if they didn't die this time, she would fulfill his every wish to thank him. And even if they do die, she continued, then they will go to hell together. Inspired by her speech, Liu Feng asked her to get on the cart and put on her clothes. Liu Feng put his horse mask back on and said that they need to go. He also said that there is a roll gate at the end. Once they break through the crowd of zombies and close that gate, they can survive. And he ran forward, slicing through every zombie in his path that came under his saws. It was a real bloodbath as the zombies were dying not one by one, but in packs. It was only a few meters to the exit as the cartwheel got stuck by bits of zombies and their flesh, and made it difficult to move towards the exit. Since movement was difficult, Liu Feng was thinking of a solution to this problem. Just as suddenly, one of the zombies wounded him with its tentacle right in his shoulder. Fortunately, he had already inoculated himself against the virus. And now he was immune to the virus, but the zombies could still tear him to pieces. Looking around, he saw a huge lamp on the ceiling, held up by a metal shield. Liu Feng realized that it was a good opportunity if he used his magnetic glove to throw this metal shield down, thereby killing the zombie. Using his magnetic gauntlet, he still managed to rip that metal shield off the wall, thus crushing a large number of zombies in front of him with it. But not insignificantly, he made a path for himself right to the exit. Knowing this was his last chance for survival, he rushed at an incredible speed toward the exit. He then lowered the switch knob of the metal gate to close it and secure it from all the zombies. After the gate closed, Kelly got out from under Liu Feng's jacket and asked if he was all right, as he looked very uneasy. Liu Feng said that not only was he fine, but he was also calm because he was able to save them from that crowd of zombies, and by absorbing the electricity, he earned an extra 150 points. He then jumped out onto a flight of stairs and asked Kelly to move faster, because they needed to get back to the team as soon as possible. Seeing Kelly, Lee Sin told her to listen to her carefully, as she knew what kind of person Kelly was, and warned her that if she dared to do anything bad, Lee Sin would shoot her on the spot. But Kelly said she wasn't afraid of her threats, and she wasn't afraid of herself. Kelly immediately realized that Li Xin was from the government and feared that she would sell out Liu Feng, thinking that she was indeed a complicated person. Li Xin, on the other hand, saw that Kelly realized that she was trying to intimidate her. After all, she really had seen a lot of things. Li Xin was startled when she saw Liu Feng being scratched by a zombie. But Liu Feng hurriedly reassured Li Xin, saying that he had inoculated himself against the virus. Li Xin calmed down by saying that he was very good, that he was just like a government secret agent. That said, he scared the hell out of her. Kelly also exhaled, realizing that another one of her saviors wasn't going to die. Liu Feng, with the kiss mark on his forehead that Kelly left him, told Li Xin that as long as he had a great teammate like her, he couldn't die. Li Xin was furious when she saw the mark of Kelly's kiss on his forehead and orderly told him to wipe the lipstick mark off his forehead. One of the team members who was setting the trap asked them to stop, flirt, and get ready, for they should be starting soon, as he had finished setting the trap. No sooner had they gotten ready than the doors were smashed open by a mutant zombie that the Lady Virus mercenaries were fleeing from. They were running for help because they didn't want to be eaten. Liu Feng told Kelly and Li Xin to run away, while he himself stayed behind to help these guys to protect them from this mutant zombie. He rushed at him with his saws to protect those boys, but his attack was repelled as the zombie was very strong. The zombie got into a good position for the electrician to drop the huge gnome on him, but he couldn't do it because his arm was tangled in the wires. And so, the seemingly well-planned plan might have been about to fail, as the zombie was already very close to kill the electrician. But Liu Feng woke up in time and ran to save the electrician, telling him that he must start executing the plan at this second or they would all die. The electrician freed his hands from the wiring and connected the two ends, thus closing the electrical circuit of the device and blowing up that huge gnome. There was a huge explosion, but for some reason their plan didn't work. Based on their plan, after the explosion, this huge concrete dwarf should have collapsed directly onto the zombie mutant, thus not only immobilizing it, but also destroying it. Realizing that they had no other choice, Da Qiang, Xiaosong along with Kelly tried to push that concrete gnome statue to make it fall on the zombies. Meanwhile, Li Xin was trying to protect Liu Feng from the attack of the mutant zombie. After firing more than a dozen burst bullets at the mutant zombie, Li Xin realized that its defense was too strong, as there was almost no effect from the bullets. Meanwhile, Kelly yelled to Liu Feng to move away, because they had succeeded in dropping the statue on the monster. When the dust cleared, everyone saw that the statue had not crushed the monster, and he easily with his two hands took it on his shoulder and threw it aside. Everyone was shocked, unable to understand how he survived since they knew that this statue weighed at least several tons. At this moment, Liu Feng noticed that the severed arm of the zombie had started to develop again. Liu Feng immediately asked Li Xin that she use the ammunition magazine he gave her this morning, because ordinary burst bullets were useless. Liu Feng's situation was very dire, as his magnetic glove was still not charged and his chainsaw was damaged. And the mutant zombie was already striking again. It would seem that all his death had come, as the mutant zombie had caught him off guard, and already his hand was flying right into his eye. But luckily for him, Lady Virus appeared on the battlefield and asked Liu Feng where it was that her foe had lost the powerful strength he used in the fight with her. Why was he so hesitant now? She only decided to help him for the reason that this zombie had killed her brothers. So she also told him to remember that only she could kill him and no one else had any right to do so. Li Xin smiled at that. Meanwhile, Li Xin loaded the magazine of live burst cartridges that Liu Feng had given her from the morning into her assault rifle. She realized that if the explosion from the bullet was very powerful, then the recoil would be even more powerful. But she still decided to give it a try. She fired several accurate shots directly at the mutant zombie. Thanks to which it pierced through its body, these bullets were indeed very powerful. But the recoil after the shot was also great, even crushing Li Xin's shoulder. Liu Feng, seeing that he had a chance, picked up his chainsaw and chopped the mutant zombie along the traces of bullets that wounded him and pierced his defenses. After Liu Feng killed a mutant zombie, the system said that he had killed a zombie with enhanced combat performance. For this, he was rewarded with 100 points. Also, the essence of such mutant zombies could help his little sister wake up, so the system asked him to collect them from the carriers. Kelly and Li Xin were very worried about the life and health Liu Feng, which is why they asked if he was okay. Liu Feng replied that he was fine. The survivors of police officer Luo's camp asked Kelly who survived the camp, to which she replied that she was the only one to make it out alive. Lady Virus turned to Liu Feng saying that this time is lucky for him. Zombies had killed many of her brothers, and now he had killed a mutant zombie to avenge her. Thanks to this, she would let him get away this time. Li Xin pointed her machine gun at her and asked the virus not to cause them problems. Lady Virus turned around and as she walked away, said that his life was hers now and he shouldn't die first. She also said that they would see each other next time. Liu Feng waved his hand at Lady Virus. After that, he received a call from Kara who was in the shelter. She told him that he should go back and see the shelter, as it had gotten much bigger. Liu Feng saw through the system that in his absence, the artificial intelligence helped him expand the shelter, building a greenhouse, developing combat uniforms, built a factory to produce combat uniforms, also a medical station and a portal. After that, Liu Feng turned to Kelly, asked her if she remembered what she had promised him before. Then he said that his inner child wanted her to thank him. Kelly got nervous but asked what he wanted. Liu Feng suggested her to join his hideout. After a little thought, she accepted his offer and joined the asylum, thus earning him 5,200 bonus points. Kelly had a nickname, the Sly Fox, and her mood toward the asylum was friendly. After 10 minutes in the mall, the remaining survivors were wondering what to do next, because their former comrades were all dead, and they couldn't stay in the mall for long. They knew there was somewhere they could go next. Liu Feng interrupted them, saying that he was actually the person in charge of the Fireseed project, and several people from them had performed very well recently. So now, as the director of the refuge, he was officially inviting them all to join his refuge. After hearing this, everyone was sharply worried, saying that they knew the program. They said that they first recruited members of the organization and then left them in a small dark room for 996 days. But one of the men said that on the face of it, it was a lie, and it was not the organization they all thought it was. At first, he was angry because a bunch of freaks didn't believe him. Then he said that in the name of Li Xin, the captain of the special forces, he was assuring them that the asylum was real. When they saw Li Xin, they all said she was cool and they believed in her and joined the refuge. He then said that everyone should look for useful materials they would return to the base later. Kelly asked him to come over to her as she wanted to tell him something. She asked him if he lied when he talked about the Fireseed project. And what is it about his ability that has to do with electricity? She then picked up the stun gun she found in this room and asked him if he sucked the electricity out of her car. Suddenly, a mutant zombie jumped out of the closet and wanted to grab Kelly, but thanks to her good reaction, she managed to jump right into Liu Feng's arms. After hearing some strange noise and rumbling, Li Xin decided to check what was going on to see if there were any zombies. When she opened the door to the room, she saw Liu Feng lying on the floor with a sexy Kelly on top of him, holding his hands. She was immediately upset, thinking they had decided to make love in such a dangerous place, but turned her head to the right. She saw the walking dead man who wanted to eat them and calmed down. Liu Feng wanted to use his chainsaw to destroy this zombie, but he failed because the chainsaw ran out of energy. But not far from the bit, he saw a battery and decided to build a new weapon to protect himself and Kelly. In literally seconds, he had constructed a new lethal weapon and, tilting Kelly in front of him, he shoved the zombie bat right into its mouth and gave it an electric shock. To their mutual happiness, the critical moment of synthesizing the new weapon was a success. Seeing once again what Liu Feng Kelly could do, she realized that his ability really impressed her. She wondered what other abilities and many useful skills he possessed. Li Xin, who was standing outside the door, tried to overhear the conversation. But because there was a lot of noise and interference around, she decided to look into the room again and saw that Liu Feng was now on top of President Kelly. Li Xin couldn't understand if Liu Feng was so good that Kelly let him climb on top of her. Kelly, on the other hand, once again thanked him for saving her, after which she asked him again, how did he steal the electricity from her car? But Liu Feng was in no hurry to answer her question, saying that his house was already very near and he would like to show her his patron first. Kelly realized at that very second that Liu Feng was hiding many more secrets. Meanwhile, there were simply a huge number of zombies roaming near Liu Feng's house. Liu Feng did his best to get into the house as quickly as possible and be undetected by the zombies, of course. While making his way to his house in one of the alleys, he saw a dog who loved his master very much, even after his death, watching from the corner of his eye the situation in the street. He had no idea that someone would start shooting at him. The first shot went straight to the horse's head, breaking it. It was the commander of the 6th team who recognized Liu Feng as the new horse-headed ghoul and decided to tweak his appearance. But she couldn't do it. She immediately called headquarters and said that a suspicious mutant zombie was found near the target and asked for directions if the target was unknown. From headquarters, she was told that she must find the target, and all who stood in her way were to be destroyed. Liu Feng could not understand where the sniper was, so he asked the system to analyze the trajectory of the projectile. After analyzing the trajectory of the projectile, the system replied that the sniper was on the roof of a high-rise building to the southeast of Liu Feng. Liu Feng was coming home to rescue Auntie, and he was sure she would be all right. He would definitely get to her and rescue her. Auntie Li Hanyan was actually Liu Feng's neighbor and constantly cooked him and his sister breakfast. This kind auntie constantly helped him and his little sister. He must surely save her. Meanwhile, while he was running away, the system offered him a choice of task as mutant energy was detected ahead. The first option was to turn around and run away. 100% chance of survival. The second option was to investigate the matter. Reward: 1,000 points, 10% chance of survival. No sooner had Liu Feng said that he was choosing the second option than a man in a metallic exosuit flew out of the neighboring house through the ruined wall towards him. He immediately decided to attack Liu Feng, striking him with his powerful metal fist. At the same time, he of course used the surprise effect. But not only did Liu Feng fall down, he also stopped this mechanical bully's punch. He realized that if he hadn't increased his strength, this mechanical bully would have crushed him long ago. Seeing that the enemy's suit was powered by a powerful energy generator, Liu Feng decided to try out a new technique called energy absorption. The man in the suit couldn't understand what the Lion N did and why his suit was out of order. Liu Feng, on the other hand, was very happy because the system did absorb energy, and he realized that it was a very useful thing. Liu Feng realized that he was now the nemesis of the robots. It was just a pity that they were not very useful in such a world. The system detected an update to the gloves and recommended him to get it. Liu Feng realized that the upgrade was related to this soldier suit. He told the soldier to speak into the frequency who they were and what they were doing here, otherwise he would take his gloves. The soldier didn't reply anything, So Liu Feng took his gloves in order to improve his combat gloves to the second level. After the improvement, his gloves received upgrades and new powers. By wearing the gloves, the strength of his left hand strike would be doubled, and the technique called Steel Strike would also be increased. Liu Feng decided to try out the new gloves. Zaixiao reported to the captain that the Iron Bear had already gone to catch the boy and reassured her that everything would be fine because he was good at defending himself against mutant zombies. Then she saw something approaching her. As she took a closer look at the scope, she saw a flying metal fist, but there was no time to run. There was a massive explosion. This glove was launched by Liu Feng to try it out and thus get rid of the sniper on the roof. After that, he decided to return as soon as possible because there was a government army nearby. He always felt if something was wrong. 10 minutes later, he reached the apartment complex where his Aunt Li lived. But to his disappointment, government troops were already there. He also noticed that the savior of his youth, Aunt Li Hanyan, was captured by government troops along with her daughter Li Yuxuan. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the mall, Li Xin was eating ice cream while enjoying the hot weather. She remembered that Liu Feng had disappeared. She remembered that he had said he was going home to save someone, but he hadn't taken her with him, and she thought that was very strange. And Li Xin also marveled at Kelly and her ability to meet people easily. But what tormented her the most was wondering what they were doing with the hairdryer in the room. So she decided to approach him when she met him and ask him directly. Auntie Li asked the military if they had come to rescue them, and if so, why were they handcuffing them? Her daughter asked her not to say anything so as not to make the military angry. One of the military men couldn't stand it, and with the words, "Shut your mouth," he hit Auntie Li's face with the buttstock with all his might. Seeing that Auntie Li was in a helpless state, one of the military men decided to make a joke, saying that she had a really good figure and how sorry he was that her husband had died, but it was no big deal, because they could comfort her instead. By this point, Liu Feng was already gnawed behind his back. He knocked down and knocked out one of the soldiers with just one swing of his bat. The other one saw what had happened to his comrade and pointed his weapon at Aunt Li's daughter. But Liu Feng didn't hesitate this time and used the swift strike of his new glove to slay the enemy, thus making a hole in his body and saving Auntie Li's daughter. He lifted Li Hanyan's Aunt Li Hanyan off the ground and asked if she and her daughter were okay. Her aunt thanked him for saving her, said she knew he wouldn't put her in trouble and would come after her. Her daughter, on the other hand, asked Liu Feng why he had only come now and where was his younger sister Shintang, to which he replied that she was alive too. When the time came, they could continue a peaceful life together. The aunt's daughter told Liu Feng that her mom was sick. She was very weak after the apocalypse started. She only got worse. After the military captured them, they gave her mom some unknown medicine. Before she could finish her story, more military men showed up. The military, after seeing their dead comrades, decided to open fire on Liu Feng and his aunt and sister. As he was running away, he received a warning from the warning system that a mutated species fluctuation was detected nearby. Just as suddenly, he saw a glare on the roof of a building. It was a sniper who hit him in the leg with a precise shot, thus bringing him to the ground along with his aunt. This sniper was still the same woman he thought he had destroyed thanks to his enhanced glove. But he was wrong, and she wasn't dead. But this time she came to kill him for sure, and took a control shot. But she was unable to kill Liu Feng because Liu Feng's aunt Li Hantan put her body under the shot, throwing Liu Feng aside to save him because she realized that she could not survive anyway. There was black blood on Liu Wen's hands, the same as what was contained inside his sister. Auntie had only asked him for one thing before she died. She asked him to take care of her daughter and keep her safe. Liu Feng couldn't understand why he could never save his loved ones. At this moment, the military began to surround him along with his sister and aunt. But he then only thought that he was to blame for everything that happened because he was too weak. Meanwhile, the sniper reported to the headquarters that Minister Cheng's object was accidentally killed. She was already dead. Liu Feng was very angry, and he realized that in this harsh apocalypse world, only humans were actually evil. The military pointed their weapons at them and ordered them not to move, raising their hands up. At the same moment, the system turned red and warned Liu Feng that powerful fluctuation energy of a mutated species had been detected, the level of which was unknown. The system also warned that a new mutated species had appeared at their back and asked the host to duck immediately. Turning around, Liu Feng saw a huge tentacle flying towards him. There was nothing left for him to do but grab his sister and take cover, falling down onto the pavement. When the monster grabbed almost all the soldiers in the area and put on its tentacles, Liu Feng looked up and saw that the monster was his Aunt Li. The system began to warn him that the mutant was evolving and asked him to leave the area as soon as possible. Well, as much as they wanted to get out, they wouldn't be able to do so anymore because they began to be surrounded by mobs of zombies on all sides. The system said that it seemed to lack the nutrients to evolve all the way through, and so it was actively attracting large numbers of zombies. The system began to determine which level it would determine according to the mutant's energy fluctuations. Her mutations surpassed all other infected. Her energy even surpassed the elite level and lord level. The system made an update and recalculated the energy level seen, and failed to determine the first time to which level Liu Feng's aunt belonged. After rebooting and 1 minute of calculation, the system determined that Liu Feng's aunt belonged to the disaster level. There was a whole system of vein tentacles coming off of Auntie Li, but Liu Feng, it was unclear why they didn't touch him and his sister. Even though the tentacles didn't touch them, they were so scared that they couldn't even move after all. "What energy level is this?" asked Liu Feng's system as it looked too terrifying. The system replied that the evolution of normal zombies is probably at the infection level. Mutant zombies are at the mutation level, and this mutated species with many abnormalities has a disaster-level energy level. Perhaps this is the world's first disaster-level mutant. Suddenly, I saw something start to come out of this heart in the middle. The system started going crazy, saying that a mutated species with large abnormalities has been detected. There are errors in the calculations, there is no way to determine her energy level, and the chance of survival is 0. The system warned Liu Feng that the target's energy level was too high. Liu Feng might have wanted to run away, but he stood there terrified, staring into her eyes, unable to move, feeling as if he had been caught by a predator from the top of the food chain. The reason the system realized that it didn't destroy them was because it seemed to have reacted to Li Xuan's blood, her daughter's blood. Liu Feng realized why the veins then also didn't pierce them. It was all because they are one blood with Yuxuan. Sima said that she lost her emotions and memories. She is now a whole new species. She can instantly suck the blood of the living beings of an entire neighborhood and destroy all existence. She is worthy of her name. Li Hanyan is now the Scarlet Queen. The level is a natural disaster. From special abilities of blood control and decomposition of all things into molecules. The sniper immediately decided to report to Minister Chen that what she saw was that a supernova mutant had appeared. All the blood was sucked out of her the second she saw it. Health Minister Chen was getting very worried about what was going on. Liu Feng asked the system if it was still possible to save Aunt Li. The system replied that if he upgraded the asylum to level 5 and followed the vaccine, or found a new one similar to the one he had administered to his sister, then he would have a chance to return his aunt to human form. System notified that the Scarlet Queen was going to leave and was heading downtown to build her nest there and would continue to evolve. 1 day later, after filling up on supplies, the trucks all began to return to the shelter. Upon arrival, the newcomers were shocked. Everyone was amazed and delighted to see Liu Feng's hideout. Sarah greeted everyone and introduced herself as his personal secretary. Kelly's thoughts were that underneath the hospital she had invested in, there was suddenly such an interesting shelter. While Li Xin was showing Kelly the bunker, Liu Feng was thinking about the fact that finally Hooked went to the center of the city, and without the vaccine, he would have no way to save her, so it seems like the best option would be to go back and think it over carefully. Meanwhile, Sarah was introducing the newcomers to their sanctuary. Telling them that the shelter is controlled by artificial intelligence. "This is the state of the place at the time of the last update," she said. Now, to the previously available 5C main building, after the upgrade to level 2, rooms such as the clothing workshop, teleporter, medical room, and greenhouse have also been added. Clothing workshop use materials or points to make gear. Currently can produce clothing, shoes, gloves, lightweight body armor, and gas masks with helmets. A level 1 medicine cabinet uses materials or glasses to make simple medicines, alcohol, anti-inflammatories, antibiotics. Basic surgical care may be provided. A room with a teleporter, which is a rudimentary teleporter that uses teleportation points to move things around. The prerequisite being a transmitting device on the other side. Can only be used once per day at this level. Can move up to 2 tons at a time. Sarah then showed the newcomers a level 2 greenhouse that can grow seeds with an improved system. They grow fast and mature quickly. There are already enough vegetables in this shelter to provide for 10 people. The bedrooms, kitchen, and pump room at the other end of the shelter. Please do whatever you want, Sarah said, and let the newcomers go. While Li Xin was telling Liu Feng that she had only been gone for 2 days, the shelter had changed beyond recognition. Just as suddenly, Kelly suddenly appeared in a shelter outfit and said she had a suggestion that a command center should be built for general planning. Seeing that the blueprints hidden in the base and simply could not be found, Liu Feng immediately ordered the system to immediately build a command center. Later that evening in the bathroom, he couldn't believe that he could have any hidden blueprints. After upgrading to the second level, the bathroom upgraded to a public bath, a shelter. Liu Feng decided that in his free time, he would have to question each person. This trip was very useful, not counting the loss, Aunt Li Hanyan. Tomorrow, he would find out what was hidden behind the secret blueprints there, and had the blueprints brought back. Li Xin? Before he could dive into his thoughts, his younger sister Shintang suddenly appeared in the public bath along with Yuxuan. He was dumbfounded by their presence. Liu Feng asked Yuxuan why they had come. She replied that Shintang woke up as she ate the mutant. Her memory recovered a little, and she remembered Yuxuan. So if you are Liu Feng's brother, she will gladly take a bath with him. Liu Feng was shocked and asked them to stop. But Yuxuan told him not to be shy. Recall that when they were kids, they didn't swim all the time with the 3 of them? He realized that he couldn't just get rid of them, so he decided to find a way to distract them. After thinking for a while, he told Yuxuan that he apologized for Aunt Li because he had failed to save her. Yuxuan slapped him, telling him to calm down and listen to her. She said that if it wasn't for him, she would have died long ago. The fact that her mom turned into a monster was the mistake of the war freaks. In response, Liu Feng took her head and said that he thanked her very strongly for comforting him and promised that he would definitely save her mom. The next morning, Liu Feng, walking along one of the corridors of his hideout, came across a command center that he didn't expect to see so soon. The girls welcomed Liu Feng to the command center. Then Kelly said that she didn't expect him to actually build a command center. Then she told him that in addition to the command center, this building also had a dormitory where she and a few girls would live temporarily, and the headroom was his personal room. Kelly also said that she used the command center to capture a satellite that the government had lost contact with. After the collapse of the government, that satellite lost contact with the Earth. The command center's artificial intelligence decrypted the password and captured it. She also said that the satellite would allow them to communicate with the squad at any point in the mission, as well as provide remote monitoring and support. Li Xin agreed with Kelly, saying that she was right because the teams performing special operations had a very effective satellite support. It not only tells the way, but also with not yet and easier to hide from the crowd of zombies. Moreover, Kelly continued, the command center displays various data. There are points called resources. Making various items spends resources, which can be obtained by collecting iron, wood, oil, and other energy resources. These are like gold coins in the game. Every time you want to produce something, you only need to send a request and the asylum will automatically deduct the required amount of resources. Kelly also told Liu Feng that she wanted to discuss the regime in the asylum with him. Is the asylum currently a democracy or a dictatorship? At this moment, Liu Feng realized that his idea to create grief had failed before it even began. Liu Feng thought about it, realizing that it was the end of the world and his dictatorship was even good for survival. And if there was a democracy, they would just waste all the resources. But he was afraid that Li Xin as well as Kelly would not agree to live under such conditions. Before he could think and give an answer to the question, Li Xin said that there was no need to complicate things, because if Liu Feng was an authoritarian leader, it would be much better. She then asked that in their apocalypse world, wouldn't democracy lead to death? And even more so, the base belongs to him. Kelly said that she agrees with Li Xin because at the end of the world, centralized power and dictatorship is much more effective. She also said that everyone agrees to make him their leader. At this moment, Liu Feng mentally imagined that his dream of saving humanity and creating his harem was about to come true. After that, he said that since everyone agreed, he would be the leader, and now he wanted to distribute the cadres. He appointed Kelly as the head manager of the asylum, Li Xin as the head of security, and Sarah as the head secretary. Then he asked the girls to work hard together to revitalize humanity. Kelly told Liu Feng that he had given her the high position of general manager and asked him if he was afraid that her ambition would swell and she would push him off the throne. Liu Feng replied that if you work with someone, you should not doubt them. He believed in Kelly's human qualities. Liu Feng understood that as long as Kelly's green-colored mood, she would definitely not betray him. By then, she would no longer be such a seductress and would behave calmly. Kelly liked the technique of assigning duties that Liu Feng used, so she began to assign duties to the rest of the shelter. She appointed Ta Qiang and Xiaosun under Li Xin, said not to be responsible for the safety of the shelter. Along with his friend, were appointed as chief electricians, who were responsible for the maintenance and repair of the energy supply room. After Kelly had assigned and handed out duties to all available members of the shelter, she went back to the management center and said she could later design a regimen of each person who would have to work to get food. With the help of the satellite, they would be able to recruit more people to form resource retrieval squads. Liu Feng asked how many beds were still available in the shelter, to which Sarah replied that there were still plenty of beds available. In the morning, she had already sent information to the people in the vicinity by satellite. All survivors who had radio equipment would receive it. No sooner had she finished than the system signaled that there were new people at the gate of the shelter. 3 people, 2 girls, and 1 guy. The 3 survivors said hello to the shelter guards and said they were the survivors of the area and asked who they were waiting for. To which one of the guards replied that there was no need to ask if they were not asked, their leader would be here soon. Liu Feng, Li Xin, and Kelly came out of the shelter to look at the 3 survivors and evaluate them to see if they were worthy of being in the shelter or not. Seeing them, one of the survivors immediately started praising the leader, saying that he was incredible, a real leader, and they were survivors and had come here when they heard the news on the radio. Liu Feng was pleasantly surprised, thinking that his overbearing spirit made ordinary people bow down to him. After which, he extended his hand to greet the survivor. But all those words the survivor spoke were not to him, but to Kelly. Thinking she was the leader, Kelly apologized for leading them astray with her authoritative appearance, but immediately said that the head of Liu Feng's shelter. The survivor was shocked and immediately said all the same things that Kelly had said before, but Liu Feng was no longer interested in that. He asked the survivors if they were sure if they wanted to join the shelter since they didn't need bums. Liu Feng used the system to see what talents these survivors had. One of them had a talent for growing vegetables, which was very good. The second was also good, but the third was very hostile to the refuge. Liu Feng suspected that he was a spy. Liu Feng took all the survivors into his hideout, even a spy, to see what kind of idiot decided to lash out at him. The next morning, Liu Feng woke up in his bed, but not alone, not understanding what had happened, and not understanding what Shintang's sister was doing in his bed. Was she really sleeping with him? He realized that it was most likely habit, since his little sister had been clinging to him since he was a child. But he also realized that he had to wake her up right away, because if other people saw it, it would be very bad. As the head of security, Li Xin suddenly rushed into the room to wake up the head of the asylum, opening the door with the words, "Good morning." She was dumbfounded by what she saw. Literally in a second, her smile changed to sadness, and the thought that Liu Feng was a pervert came into her mind. But without saying a word, she simply closed the door and left. When he came out of his room, he saw Li Xin and Kara whispering to each other that he was a real magnet for girls. At that moment, the guards came up to him saying that they were going on duty. The shelter's resources provided them with body armor, first stage, engineer suits, and police shields. They thanked Liu Feng for the outfit, saying that he was the real leader, and that with this outfit, they guaranteed that the headquarters would be safe. Liu Feng proudly agreed with their words and said that it was a pity there were no guns, but they could use his modified electric rollers. He was called back to headquarters before he could speak. Sarah reported that the 3 survivors who had recently come to them had told her that the government had built camps for the survivors in the northern part of the city and that everyone was going there now. Kelly added that Zheng Tianshun was there too. Liu Feng said he would go and look for him. After that, he immediately asked Kelly to plan his route. He also asked her to help him come up with the perfect name for their hideout. Kelly mapped out the route, saying that the main goal was to make sure there was a survivors' camp in the northern part of the city and find the Minister of Health, Zheng Tianshun. But first, she had to get weapons. There is a prison down the road that she once invested in. There should be a whole arsenal there. Kelly suggested we try our luck since the asylum needs weapons now. The system updated, the tasks offered 3 options. The first was to get to the survivors' camp. The second option is to go to the prison to get the firearms. And the third option is to rescue Li Hanyan's aunt. Liu Feng said that they would call the L Asylum, and he would personally lead the squad to the prison. Kelly said that she would form 2 more squads with Ta Chiang and Xiao Sun and personally lead it to clear the area around the gas station shopping center and hospital, because it would save their base's resources. Liu Feng asked her if she wanted him to leave Li Xin to her, but Kelly replied that his task was to find weapons. That was more important. With those weapons, they could get to the steel mill in the northern part of the city and the gasoline depot before winter came to grab more resources. Otherwise, they won't survive this winter. She's not some pampered girl. Sarah will be more than enough to hand over command of the base. Liu Feng to say that in order for him not to worry, he would still leave Li Xin at the base. After which he said that he has an assignment for Kelly. There is a spy among the 3 survivors. Her task will be to find him. In the meantime, he'll grab the weapon and return through the portal, and then they'll figure out who's behind the spy and destroy them in one fell swoop. Kelly realized that with her technique, she would need at least a week to discern if there was a problem with this man, especially since Liu Feng's hideout was so huge. After the meeting, sitting on the couch in his room of the head of the asylum, Liu Feng realized that this time he had to raise the levels of not only strength but also skill levels nicely. Liu Feng realized that he had to become stronger to avoid that situation again. This time, he raised all his characteristics by 3 levels. He knew he had quite a few points, and decided to trade them for 2 vaccines for Li Xin and Kelly, since that way he wouldn't have to worry about them when they came out of the shelter. After that, he decided to pump up his abilities by increasing his strength to the 9th level and pumping up the gift of a scientist. After that, a lot of information began to appear in his mind, which was related to the talents of the Kung Fu master and the scientist. The cyber-military arts of war became available to him, and with it, techniques such as nuclear fist, palm, flamethrower, mantis knife, infinite attack, hot knife, laser, mechanical palm full strike, the lightning knife art of radiation, knife, plasma blast, and jet cloud. Liu Feng directly felt that these skills were very cool. But he realized that although the martial arts were very cool, most of them would not be very practical in close combat. After 1 minute of thought, Liu Feng decided to modify the gloves so that it would increase their range and add 1 special combat element. This time it's the little brother and sister on the attack. The target is the prison and the survivors' camp in the northern part of the city. The prison was located almost in the very center of the city of N. The prison guards were running away from something in a hurry. One of the guards asked Warden Zixuan what they were doing. And why are they still being chased? She told him to keep moving. The prisoners had revolted and they should get weapons. They were being chased by mutated police dogs, pushing police zombies, mutants. Not expecting an invitation, mutant police dogs decided to attack them to eat their flesh. She ordered her subordinates to open fire on the dogs. But the dogs were very fast and immediately started attacking the officers who fired at them. Well, zombies, dogs weren't their only danger, as behind them on the wall was a zombie, a mutant that had its tentacles impaled on Li Fan's head. The zombie mutant on the ceiling let out its tongue to eat Zixuan, but it failed, as it was attacked by metal arrows that cut off its tongue and tore its head. It was Liu Feng who came with his younger sister to the prison to get weapons. When he saw that Zixuan was in danger, Liu Feng told his younger sister that he would take 1 dog each, and the rest he would take care of. Upon seeing them, the zombie dogs immediately rushed towards them in order to attack them first. But Sun Tong's younger sister didn't fear them in the slightest and ran towards them, grabbing one of the dogs with her hands over her mouth. After she grabbed his stock, she slammed him against the wall with all her might. After that, she took him by the muzzle again. Without even using her full strength, little sister Lufana easily tore the mutant police dog into 2 halves. Liu Feng, on the other hand, used a bursting crossbow arrow to destroy his dog, the mutant zombie. Explosive throwing knives were not very practical, so he converted them into explosive crossbow arrows. After he killed the zombie dog, he thought he was done, but a new mutant zombie was about to pounce on him from above. Liu Feng was not confused and decided to use his military cyber arts and technique, the detonating palm. He took the zombie's head with his mechanical glove and simply blew it up. Meanwhile, inside the prison, the prisoners revolted and hung one of the guards from a chain, intending to burn him. He begged them to let him go, but they didn't care. They said that now he was begging for mercy, even though he had forgotten that only a few days before he had beaten them. so they set him on fire. At the end of the prison room, the head of the prisoners, Johnson, nicknamed Iron Tongs, sat on a throne and watched everything. He ordered his henchmen to divide the meat of the murdered man among his subordinates, for he knew that the food was about to run out, and there were plenty of these pigs, so if there was not enough, they must kill 2 more. Just a minute later, one of the cons came to him with a report that something irreparable had happened. Zixuan had escaped. He was very angry because she had the keys to the weapons storehouse. Iron Tongs told them that if they didn't find Zixuan within 1 day, he would fry and eat them. Afterward, he immediately turned to the purple eagle named Longshuan, which he kept locked in a cage. Iron Tongs offered him to submit, and then he would let him go. But the sniper of a small unit of the government army, Major Purple Eagle Longshuan, didn't want to submit. On the other side of the prison, the survivor Zixuan couldn't understand how 3 people couldn't deal with these zombies. They only took a few blows, and even this little girl tore apart the police dog, zombie, with her hands. Meanwhile, Liu Feng was wiping his little sister Shintang's hands, telling her that one could not tear apart enemies so harshly with their own hands. Shintang saw Zixuan's gorgeous breasts and said she wanted milk. Her brother asked her where would he find her milk now. She then pointed at Zixuan's breasts with her hand. She was thinking at this moment, did she mean normal milk or the milk that children also drink? Seeing the misunderstanding in Zixuan's eyes, Liu Feng extended his hand to her, asking if she was all right. In response, she cuffed his hand, saying that the end of the world is no reason to become an animal. In their country, there are a number of criminal articles for seducing minors. Liu Feng was shocked at what was happening. He told the officer that it was his little sister and they had saved her, but instead of thanking her, she decided to handcuff him. "This is out of order." Officer Zixuan immediately released him, saying that she apologized. This was the cost of her profession making itself felt, after which she asked, what was going on outside now? After all, she hadn't been out since the end of the world started and the prisoners revolted. Liu Feng replied that there was devastation everywhere, and he had come to the prison to find weapons, and asked her if she knew where the weapons room was in the prison. When she found out that he had also come for weapons, she decided to offer him a deal, saying that she has the key to the gun room and he is very powerful, and if he agrees to help her stop criminals and hurt her co-workers, she will immediately give him the guns and he can take as many as he wants. Liu Feng agreed with Zixuan's suggestion, said that she would have to fulfill the promise she had just made. She said that she was willing to answer for her words, and he could take as many weapons as he himself could carry. Zixuan said that these prisoners have driven her to the point where she has to whip them all the time. In fact, 5 days ago, one of the prisoners partially cut off the electricity in the prison, and the prisoner Johnson Iron Tongs escaped from the cell and illegally released all the prisoners from the prison, which is about 100 people, who seized the warden's office on the 8th floor and the armory on the 4th floor. They went up to the 4th floor and were already not far from the weapons room, when suddenly Liu Feng heard that there was someone in the corridor. They were prisoners guarding a cell with guns while perverting some girl guard, filming the whole thing on their phones. One of the prisoners filmed everything that was happening on his phone, drooling, while the other one tore her clothes, telling her to make him feel good. Otherwise, they threatened to boil her in a cauldron like her comrade. They were laughing and giggling, thinking they were about to fuck this pretty girl, when suddenly, one of them was hit in the neck by a crossbow arrow. It was Liu Feng who, seeing what was going on, couldn't stand by. And he attacked these freaks, saying that he was a cannibal who had killed 10 people and had come to eat them. Used the explosive fist technique, disciples take the fight, Liu Feng dealt him a fatal blow, after which, he activated the Kung Fu Master and destroyed another enemy cons with a lightning-fast leg kick. There was still one left who begged for mercy so that he wouldn't be killed. After all, he was only a butcher. But Liu Feng knew that they didn't deserve mercy, as there was nothing sacred about them. At this moment, the guard Chen, who was about to be raped, said that she wanted to kill him herself. She walked over to the prisoner, picked up the knife that was lying beside him, and started cutting him into pieces. Officer Zixuan wanted to stop Chen, but Liu Feng prevented her from doing so, saying that she should let off steam. She chopped up this convict with extreme cruelty, all because her boyfriend was killed, boiled, and eaten right in front of her eyes. After avenging her boyfriend, she slit her throat, saying that she wanted to be with him forever, and died. Meanwhile, one of the prisoners who managed to escape reported to his boss, Johnson Iron Tongs, that the 2 cannibals who were guarding the weapons chamber had been killed. Thanks to his tongs, Johnson ripped the snitch in half in sheer desperation. Afterward, he told his second-in-command that they had gotten to the weapons and ordered him to go to the control room and open the fifth-floor door. "Let the zombies come inside," he said. Just a couple seconds later, another prisoner burst into the room with a denunciation that there's a girl from the Unanimous wanted to see the boss and they couldn't stop her. No sooner had he reported than a woman and her two servants entered the room right behind him. She told them not to worry because she just wanted to talk. The leader of the bandits was very angry, for he could not understand what right she had to make a disturbance in his territory, and in fact, who she was, he asked her. She replied that her name was Cetria, and she was a priest of the faith of monotheism, who had come to invite them to join them. She then opened the box and invited them to eat what was in it, saying that they would gain even more power from it. The bandit leader, as well as his subordinates, did not understand what this nonsense was in the box. Meanwhile, the purple halo realized that there was something unclean here. Therefore, he prepared himself and hid a self-defense spoon behind his back. Meanwhile, after Liu Feng buried a female police officer named Chen, who had committed suicide, he entered the weapons warehouse and saw a great deal of guns and ammunition. Meanwhile, as the boss was standing there thinking about whether to eat this nonsense that was offered to him or not realizing what it even was, another of his assistants came running over to him saying that Zi Ying had escaped. Running up to his cell, Tai Chen saw that he had dug a tunnel and escaped. Da didn't immediately realize that he was sporting to cover the hole in the wall, and realized that this fugitive was very dangerous because he alone could outnumber all of his men. Cetria once again offered him to eat it and gain an incredible strength. Tai Chen was about to agree, but he wondered what price he would pay for having great strength. Meanwhile, in the armory, Liu Feng's eyes were just running wild from such a huge amount of weapons. Zai Xuan told him that was it. He could take whatever he wanted, and in whatever quantity he wanted. At that moment, Zi Xuan was sad thinking about Chen committing suicide. She asked Liu Feng, "Are they going to die here too?" But he told her not to take it personally, as he too was going through this, and also watched his loved ones die too, and unfortunately could not do anything about it. After which he said that his only desire now was to protect his little sister. With a hand on his shoulder, he invited Zixuan to join them, because together they could survive the end of the world. This was very unexpected for her, as they had only known each other for a short while. While the guys were chatting nicely, Shintang's younger sister heard some strange voice nearby, calling to save him, so she decided to take a walk to check it out. Zixuan had told Liu Feng that his sister was very strong. She wondered if all of his men were that strong. He replied that not all of them were, but he had one very cool friend in middle school. Then he was recruited into the troops. Before he could finish his story, he suddenly saw a suspicious glare in the air duct and immediately pulled Zixuan towards him, saving her from a bullet. He immediately fired 3 retaliatory shots at the air duct net. As a result, Zi Ying's purple eye jumped out of the air duct. Upon seeing Liu Feng, he immediately rushed to attack him. Thanks to just one jump and a twirler, he was nearly knocked off his feet. Liu Feng realized that his opponent was a skilled fighter and immediately activated the skills of a kung fu master. Liu Feng realized that the fight could also drag on for a very long time, as the two of them were very good at kung fu techniques. Therefore, Liu Feng asked his opponent who he was. Liu Feng realized that the duel could drag on for a very long time because the two of them were very good at kung fu techniques. Liu Feng asked Lun Xuan if he remembered him, saying that they went to high school together and that he didn't expect to meet him in prison. Liu Feng said that when Lun Xuan was taken into the army, he became a role model in their school and an idol for Liu Feng himself. Liu Feng, in order not to waste time, said that he had shelter, food, and water, and that he would like them to join him. Zi Xuan said that if he helped her save her colleague, she would definitely join. Liu Xuan, on the other hand, leaving in a hurry, said that he refused. Liu Xuan turned around and said that since Liu Feng was his former classmate, he would give him advice to stay away from him, since he was now a demon who had stained his hands in blood. Liu Feng couldn't understand what had happened to his classmate over the years that he hadn't seen him. 10 minutes later, in the weapons warehouse, Liu Feng and Zi Xuan had built a very simple transmitting device together, in order for Liu Feng to transfer the weapons and ammunition to the shelter. In just 1 minute, thanks to teleportation, all the weapons and ammunition from the armory were teleported directly to the shelter. Zi Xuan held her head with both hands and couldn't understand what had happened, because all the weapons and ammunition had disappeared in just 1 minute. She shouted and started to ask Liu Feng where he had gone, all the weapons because there were so many of them. He replied that she had told him that he could take whatever he wanted. Li Xin suddenly teleported into their room, saying that they hadn't seen each other for a few days and Liu Feng already had a new lover. He immediately said that she had misunderstood and asked her what she was doing here. Li Xin said that she had almost finished her tasks in the main area, got the weapons, and came to help them. Liu Feng introduced Officer Zixuan, saying that she helped find the weapons. After Li Xin listened to him, she asked him where his sister Po. Shintang? Liu Feng was terrified because up until now he thought she was behind his back. But before he could panic, he suddenly heard someone laughing from the speakers. This was followed by information for Officer Zixuan. Someone said that he already knew that they had found the weapon, and that it was not the end, because he had already opened the front door, and soon a crowd of zombies would come to them. Hearing this, Liu Feng realized that they should leave the fourth floor as soon as possible, in order to escape and avoid facing the zombies. But no sooner had they left the armory than Liu Feng received a warning from the system that a new type of zombie mutation had been discovered. Meanwhile, on the other side of the fourth floor, Liu Xuan thought about the words said by Liu Feng and saw a little girl who held out her hand to give him a golden rose. He realized that it was again, most likely one of his hallucinations that wanted to lure him into the zombie crowd. And he decided not to fall for it. He was about to leave when suddenly his head ached very badly and blood came out of his nose. Lifting his head, he saw a girl dead against the wall and dripping blood in his hands, which was once a broken flower. He knew it was just a hallucination, and he didn't want to believe it. He stood up and rushed toward the exit as suddenly a living person walked past him, a girl with a flower in her hair. He realized that this was not a hallucination. Holding onto the wall with one hand, he watched this girl. And seeing that she went to the zombie, he realized that trouble could be coming. If he did nothing, she would die. He talked himself out of it, saying that he shouldn't get involved. After all, he was a renowned sniper and wouldn't put himself in danger. But just 1 second later, his good side overcame his evil side, which was hesitant, and he fired a shot that scattered most of the zombies in the area. He then tossed aside his sniper rifle and pulled out his pistol to scatter the remaining zombies in close combat. He used not only his gun to blow the heads off hungry zombies, but also his skill in kung fu to keep them from getting very close to him. Finished with all the zombies, the last 3 Liu Xuan killed with just 1 shot from his sniper rifle. Liu Xuan grabbed Shintang's hand and said that they should run as the sounds of gunshots easily attract zombies. But it was already too late as a very large number of zombies surrounded them from all sides. The crowd of zombies grabbed him. He resisted as best he could, but realized that again he had killed a little girl, and at the same time he killed himself. Isn't that his fate? He thought. Then he accepted what was happening, thinking that this way he would pay for his sins. Suddenly, he saw Shintang begin to simply tear apart one after another zombie, leaving them no hope of being able to eat her or him. Red laser threads emanated from her toes, which she used to easily chop zombies into pieces. Liu Xuan seeing this, he was simply speechless and froze in horror. Meanwhile, on the other side of the fourth floor, Liu Feng, dodging the zombie monster, jumped on the girls to save them from being hit. Falling to the ground, he grabbed Li Xin's breasts and Zi Xuan's butt. Feeling very awkward, he immediately apologized to them for the misunderstanding. After standing up and shaking off the dust, Liu Feng ordered Li Xin to attack the mutant zombie together. But something went wrong, and the zombie mutant attacked Liu Feng, knocking him to the ground. Li Xin rushed to Liu Feng's aid as she loaded the new style burst ammunition she had left from the last battle. But thanks to his newly learned cyber battle technique, Liu Feng killed the zombie with just 1 blow, saying that cyber combat technique was the best he had learned recently. After that, Li Xin shouted that he shouldn't take any more risks like that and asked if he understood her. Liu Feng thought it was as if she was worried about him. Li Xin, on the other hand, said that she just didn't want her partner to die too quickly and leave her alone, to which Liu Feng told her not to worry, because he would definitely not die. They will live on. No sooner had they exchanged pleasantries than Cetria contacted them on the radio, complimenting them on being in great shape, after which she offered to join the teachings of the monotheism, saying that if they joined, she would absolve them of all their sins, and they would also receive such marvelous power as she had bestowed on Teiqian. But they asked her to tell Teiqian that they had already taken up arms and he could surrender, otherwise they would come and kill him. In response, Cetria laughed, telling them not to even think that she had sent weak opponents to them. At this moment, the mutant zombie that Liu Feng had torn in half miraculously came back to life and approached them. The mutant zombie released 3 intestinal tentacles from its remaining half of its belly. Seeing this, Liu Feng took the shotgun from Zixun. Li Xin chopped those tentacles into small pieces thanks to her sharp hand blade that had never failed her yet. Li Xin said that if anyone wanted to touch her partner, they had to go through her first. Liu Feng thanked Li Xin for his excellent work and fired a shotgun blast directly into the head of the mutant zombie. Meanwhile, just as Liu Feng was discharging the entire clip of his shotgun at the mutant zombie, another one appeared behind his back. Zixin, seeing the threat, groaned as she took out her service pistol and discharged a clip into this mutant zombie. Seeing that Zixun was a little hesitant to shoot, Liu Feng told her to shoot without hesitation. After all, it's the end of the world. They haven't been human for a long time. Just as suddenly, the system said that it had detected a mutation of newly converted zombies in huge numbers that were approaching. Zombies and zombies. Mutants began to climb out of all corners, from ventilation shafts, from all passages that had previously been open, and even began to break into those doors that are closed. They were just unprecedentedly large. Liu Feng realized that they should run away as soon as possible. As he ran, he thought, where could so many mutants come from? Could it be that these sectarians had the ability to create new zombies? On the 4th floor in the direction they were running, even before the apocalypse, technical work was being done to replace the floor. Without noticing the warning sign, they fell through. Falling down, Liu Feng asked the girls to group themselves together as best as possible in order not to break anything. Upon landing, Liu Feng immediately asked Li Xin and Zixuan if they were okay. Li Xin replied that she was fine, but it seemed like they were now on the 3rd floor. Likewise, Li Xin told Liu Feng that she didn't expect him to cushion her fall with his body, calling him very resilient. Liu Feng replied to her that she may not thank him since they are the same team, then asked where Zixuan was. She fainted, said Li Xin, pointing at her with his finger, after which Li Xin pounced on Liu Feng, saying that now it was just the two of them. She asked him how she could thank him for saving her. Liu Feng asked her to stop, saying, did she really want to do it right here? Li Xin replied that there was nothing to be afraid of. After all, she had checked. These zombies did not have much intelligence compared to the others. After losing their target, they will disperse, and Zixuan is unconscious. Li Xin asked him that he doesn't feel anything. Liu Feng replied that he has feelings for her, but he doesn't understand why she chose him. She replied that it's pretty simple. One is that he saved her several times, and 2 is that he's her only partner, a guy who didn't die. She got tired of listening to him talk and told this virgin to shut up by giving him a kiss in return. Then she unzipped her pants. Pulling his belt out of his pants, she told him to calm down and leave everything to her. Liu Feng immediately transferred everything mentally to Jinshan Temple, the temple of his dreams. He saw himself as the monk Fahai and Li Xin as his opponent Amitabha. She grabbed him with her green snake ring technique. Afterwards, she asked him how he liked her hold. He replied that it was very narrow. She just curbed him. Afterward, we used a technique called water washing the Golden Mountain, and Fahai felt how wet it got. At that very moment, Fahai realized that he had lost the first round by just 2 punches. Then, he gathered his strength and told her to underestimate him, for he had already become much stronger. He had had an epiphany. He knew it was all nothing, and some little snake wouldn't just break him. Amitabha realized that she couldn't take much more. One more blow and she would die. In the end, barely breathing, Li Xin said that Liu Feng was great and she gave up. Meanwhile, Setria was asking her assistants if they were them, to which they replied that they seemed to have fallen into the blind spot of the chamber, so they hadn't found them yet. Setria ordered them not to stop searching until they found them. A little later, she noticed that the transformations would soon be over, and the tentacle arms would soon become a full-fledged mutant zombie. So she ordered to gather as many people as possible, find and bring them to the arena. Then she asked how the situation was with the assignment she had given back in the beginning. The assistant asked the high priestess not to worry because that thing had already been imported and placed on the 5th floor. Meanwhile, Shintang and his sniper had reached the 5th floor and found themselves in front of some incomprehensible living wall of many veins. The sniper cautiously regarded this wall, as suddenly Shintang simply took and with one of her hands cut a passage through those bloody veins. Looking at her, he realized that it was the girl who saved him, but he couldn't figure out who she was. The whole zombie thing, she didn't look like a zombie, but it looked very strange. Just as suddenly, he got another headache. He couldn't understand why he was always having these hallucinations. He was always dreaming of some girl holding a flower in her hand and saying, wasn't he ashamed when he killed her? Meanwhile, behind his back, a zombie in headphones was trying to bite him. He turned around abruptly and saw a zombie sticking out of a lot of bloody in the day. He couldn't figure out what it really was. But Shintang didn't think for long, and when she saw this zombie, she immediately decapitated it with her laser-sharp threads coming from her fingers. Looking around and assessing the situation, Sniper realized that there were people in those bloody dollops on the wall. Suddenly he had another headache. Seeing this poo, Shintang picked up the zombie's head from the floor, took off his headphones and gave them to the sniper. He put the headphones on his head and the headache disappeared. He then realized that some sounds were causing his headaches and hallucinations. Then they saw a door with a bright red light coming from it, and they decided that the answer to their question was in that room. As they entered the room, they saw a huge bloody vessel under the name of monotheism, the Virgin Mary, which had bloody veins on all sides. 8 hours later, Zixuan still woke up and heard Liu Feng talking to Li Xin. She was asking him to do something even stronger and that she felt really cool. And he was saying that he was already almost doing it with all his might. And why wasn't she still feeling good? When Zixuan heard this, she jumped up and said, "Wait a minute," saying that they are shameless. How could they do such a thing in front of other people? But when she came closer, she apologized when she saw that Liu Feng was just massaging Li Xin's legs. But still, she couldn't understand why her face was wet. Liu Feng wanted to say that this slime belonged to Li Xin, but she told him to keep quiet about it. In order to calm Zixuan down, Li Xin took out some canned food from her backpack. Zixuan was very happy about the canned food because she hadn't eaten meat for a long time. Li Xin said that after a good battle, one should have a good meal. With tears in her eyes, she pounced on the canned food and began to greedily eat it all. Liu Feng told her not to hurry because no one would take away her food. Meanwhile, the system notified him that he had been given a new title, Suddenly Women. It was because he, like an idiot, had mistakenly awakened strange fascinations in women. The system also told him that he had a new terrain opened up, due to the fact that Li Xin likes to do daring deeds in arousing places. The system also warned him and advised him to be careful because he is very successful with women. It's a good way to die. After he learned all about Li Xin, he asked the system to show him Kelly's card. It said that Kelly's mood towards Liu Feng was friendly and her hobby was sexual fetishism. Since she had been traumatized psychologically, one critical moment calms down. Now she only wears perverted clothes. At this moment, Li Xin walked up to Liu Feng and whispered in his ear that even though she couldn't show that she was a virgin, her first man was definitely only him, and slapped his hand on his bells. Zixuan heard Liu Feng squeak and asked what they were doing, but they said nothing. Everything was fine. They could move on to the 5th floor. When they reached the 5th floor, being in the middle of it, they saw a shadow on the balcony that said it had finally waited for their arrival. She said she welcomed them into the arena and asked if they had defeated her followers. Liu Feng asked her who she was. She replied that she was a high priestess of the 8th teaching of the monotheism, and it was very nice to meet them. The high priestess said that she had a welcome gift for them. Then she put both hands on her head and started emitting kinetic waves. Suddenly, many zombies appeared around in all the cages, and it was hard not to notice them. Liu Feng realized that the priestess could control them. Liu Feng couldn't figure out if she was really stamping zombies. After all, the system told him that it was a pseudo-zombie. There was something fishy going on. Li Xin noticed that the zombies were starting to come out. No sooner had Li Xin told Liu Feng that the zombies had started to move than a bunch of zombies started to come out of all the cells and run straight at them. When Li Xin saw this, she immediately started shooting at the zombies, killing them in batches. Liu Feng used his kung fu hand to tear out a metal cage and threw it at the zombies, killing a huge number of them. Liu Feng realized that there were a lot of zombies, and no matter how many they destroyed, there were more and more of them. So he ordered the girls to move back and seek shelter. He then realized that it was time to apply the teachings of cyber warfare, to use a new weapon, the bipolar cannon. Taking out a new weapon, Liu Feng chopped all the zombies attacking him into small pieces, chopping off each one's arms, legs, and blowing their heads off. Seeing Liu Feng mercilessly chopping her mutant zombies into small pieces, the high priestess even wept. She felt sorry for her zombies for dying like this, so she ordered her loyal zombie servants, the mutant it had created itself, to attack Liu Feng to teach him a lesson. Liu Feng was a little shocked to see her two minions were zombie mutants that he had never met before. He was no longer the boy who knew nothing and was afraid of everything. So he drew his weapon with all his might and thrust it into the ground in front of him. This he did in order to utilize the super new technique of the bipolar cannon, Zeus's electric discharge. After seeing Liu Feng fight, Li Xin and Zi Xian realized how strong he was, and that he was getting stronger and stronger every time. Thanks to his technique, he destroyed one of the zombies. A no-nonsense battle broke out between Liu Feng and the zombies. No matter how much he beat the zombies, he couldn't be bothered. Realizing that even a new gun couldn't pierce the skin of this zombie, Liu Feng decided to use his Kung Fu glove. Liu Feng used the cyber warfare drill, the explosive fist technique to test how tough this zombie's skin was. Thanks to his mega cool glove, he was also able to defeat the High Priestess's second assistant. She realized that Liu Feng was a strong opponent. She was also saddened by the losses. But no matter what, she said that she still had followers. Immediately after her words, Taiqian, the head of the prisoners nicknamed the Tongs Hands, appeared in the battle arena. But not in his usual appearance, but in a mutated zombie form. Compared to an ordinary zombie, Taiqian was simply a giant. He belonged to the chosen class. But he was still immature as his cultivation had not fully completed. Looking at this overgrown mutant zombie, Liu Feng realized that his bipolar cannon would definitely not be able to handle it. The High Priestess didn't want to wait, so thanks to her telepathic zombie control ability, she ordered him to attack everyone. After receiving the zombie mutant signal, it obeyed and immediately attacked Liu Feng. But he easily dodged its attack and regrouped, charging his mechanical fist to retaliate. He used the explosive fist technique to counter. Attack the zombies. Well, the zombies, mutants. It didn't hurt at all. It didn't even leave a scratch. Meanwhile, the High Priestess cried out to the Lord with words to see what kind of power he had bestowed upon her creature. At this moment, Li Xin flew over Zhao, firing her automatic rifle at the mutant zombie. As she got a little closer, she showed him her martial arts skills, deadly leg kicks. Then she jumped aside with the realization that it would not be easy to defeat him. She then replaced the magazine of her assault rifle with an upgraded one with bursting bullets, as she realized that such a monster could only be fought with bursting bullets. After the giant zombie mutant fought off all the attacks, it counterattacked, and if not for Liu Feng's reaction, it would have managed to injure Li Xin with its huge clawed hand. Seeing that Liu Feng, even with Li Xin's help, couldn't handle the giant mutant zombie, the High Priestess started shouting that everyone should see this as it was a miracle. After all, in this world, they would be able to evolve anew. She called for everyone to lay down their weapons and suggested that everyone become one. But Liu Feng didn't think so, and realized that she controls all the zombies in this building. He decided to destroy her. Using in his cyber arm, he shot her. The High Priestess realized that Liu Feng realized that she was the one controlling that big guy and the rest of the zombies on the floor, so she set one of the zombies to hit him with a flying death fist, then said he was a fool to think he could get rid of her so easily. After all, she's the only one who can control zombies in this world. It's a gift given to her by God himself. Liu Feng was upset that he couldn't kill her, but he found out that while they were fighting, she had summoned a zombie for protection. Meanwhile, she continued to praise herself, saying that she was the will of the heavens, after which she once again ordered her enormous zombie mutant with pincers instead of an arm to attack Liu Feng. At that moment, Liu Feng realized that he only had one last strike left, and a technique that he hadn't used yet. He realized that he couldn't give up, because somewhere in this prison was also his sister Shintang, who was also fighting somewhere. Meanwhile, on the other side of the prison, Shintang and his sniper were in the room that was the heart of all those bloody veins. It was a monster that looked like a heart, but had a head and a mouth, which it used to emit sound signals. It transmitted hallucinations into people's heads. After which, this thing enveloped Shintang with its long tongue. Seeing that this thing had enveloped Shintang with its long tongue and was trying to eat her, the sniper did not think twice and shot off its tongue. To save Liu Feng's little sister, after freeing herself from that monster's tongue, Shintang was very upset, since she was covered in the monster's slime. Literally a moment after that, she became enraged. Shaking off the slime of that monster, she ran to tear it to shreds in fury. Shintang mercilessly vomited and cut off a vein of Cherished, making his way to this monster. Realizing that he was about to be finished, the monster decided to drop its bloody eggs. Smoothly the ground, the eggs broke, and small jellyfish with teeth began to emerge from them. These bloody things crawled over to the zombies hanging in cocoons on the walls, crawling up their backs and waking them up. It seemed that Shintang was about to destroy this heart monster and everything would stop. Because of this monster's defense reaction, the room was filled with dozens of zombies, making it difficult to eliminate the heart monster. The sniper couldn't understand what was happening or where Shintang had gone, as the number of zombies was increasing every moment, and he didn't even have time to kill them. Before starting this ill-fated mission 3 days ago in L's hideout, Liu Feng decided to remake and upgrade his weapon, making it a bipolar cannon. Class B bipolar cannon. Its first function was the ability to convert force into a lightning discharge. The second function was that the tip was covered in flames and gave a +1 to the ability to slice through living creatures, and more. There was also a third function. It was the forceful mode of lightning fusing with fire. The High Priestess did not believe in Liu Feng's victory, so she asked him not to resist since no human had the power to oppose a god. Liu Feng ignited his weapon and with all the strength he had, jumped into the air to fly as high as possible for his final strike. He stuck his bipolar cannon right between the ribs of the zombie giant. The zombie giant counterattacked and hit Liu Feng with all his might, causing him to fly backwards. The girls were worried about him, asking if he was okay, and he smiled and said that his plan had succeeded. His plan actually worked thanks to the fact that he had set himself up to be hit. He was able to stick his weapon into the body of the mutant zombie. Then, from a distance, he activated a forceful strike. Thanks to this technique, the mutant zombie was torn into small pieces. The High Priestess was very saddened by what had happened because she had not expected it, being fully confident that her zombie mutant was unbeatable. While the High Priestess was in a state of panic and terror, Li Xin and Zixuan shot all the zombie guards and pointed their barrels directly at her face, ordering her to raise her hands and kneel down. Kneeling down with tears in her eyes, the High Priestess accused them of being mere blasphemers, since they dare not insult the High Priestess of the monotheism. Liu Feng saw her in such a state and said that she is what she is, this sectarian. Whether she believes him or not, he will kill her right now. The High Priestess got angry, saying that she had a vicious goddess 7 that was the strongest source of contamination, and it was right outside the wall. Just a little more and the entire area would be infected with it. After that, in a couple minutes, the entire building will be filled with zombies. And soon they will be fodder for her zombies. As suddenly after what she told me, the wall behind her shoulders began to crumble. The wall collapsed because of the creature that breached the wall with its body. This creature was the vicious goddess 7 that the High Priestess was telling about. Suddenly, after a moment, Shintang Liu Feng's younger sister Liu Feng appeared in this passage holding in his hand the bloody head of Vicious Goddess 7. After the High Priestess saw Shintang, she immediately mistook her for a goddess. Shintang, on the other hand, was worried about baking into the blood-stained dress her brother had given her. But after she saw her brother, she immediately rushed to him, pouncing on him with a hug. After 1 minute of caressing and hugging, Liu Feng turned to the High Priestess, saying that it was now her turn. Shintang had something on her mind at this moment. Her eyes lit up bright red, and with the speed of light she leaped at the High Priestess with thoughts of how she would kill her. At least, that was how it seemed at first glance. But Shintang saddled the High Priestess, saying that she was bad and should quickly apologize, after which she would be her horse. The High Priestess immediately apologized and said that she agreed to be the goddess's horse. Liu Feng was shocked to see his little sister taming the High Priestess. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was Kelly. She called him, informing him that the rats he had tasked her with catching were trapped. Liu Feng asked who she had found. Kelly said she found the spies and dug up the faction behind them. It was a community in the subway. They are already in the hospital and will soon descend to the underground city, she said. She also had a powerful strike prepared for them. Liu Feng told Kelly not to do anything until he gets back. Meanwhile, Shintang was chastising the High Priestess for everything she had done and the trouble she had brought upon her brother. Liu Feng decided to look up the High Priestess's file through the system, and found out that her name is Cetria. Thanks to a mutation, she can control zombies. So far, she's the only one found with brainwashing ability. Liu Feng realized that she had excellent skills, but he didn't dare to trust her yet. While his younger sister was having fun with Cetria, Liu Feng absorbed Takang's tentacles, thus gaining a new technique called the Cyborg Robot Combination Punch. While Liu Feng was considering the possibilities of his new technique of a combined robot-cyborg kick, a sniper came out of the destroyed wall, and upon seeing Liu Feng, was as surprised as Liu Feng. Li Xin was amazed when she saw him, for he was the Purple Falcon, Lun Xuan. And Shintang said that he was the one who helped her defeat the goddess. Lun Xuan also recognized Li Xin, the goddess of death, asking her if she had joined them or was she still working for the government. Li Xin said he killed 10 civilians in Yasui, and his nickname was Yasui the Executioner. He didn't even spare children. Then he was court-martialed, so he ended up in this prison. Lun Xuan turned around and was about to leave when Liu Feng suddenly called out to him. No matter what Li Xin said, Liu Feng remembered Lun Xuan saying that he was joining the warriors for only one reason: because a man must fall on the battlefield and give his life for the motherland. Lun Xuan was leaving with thoughts that he must find out what happened back then. What was driving him in that village? Suddenly, Liu Feng said that he trusted him and asked him to join his hideout. Even though Li Xin said he couldn't be trusted, Liu Feng was willing to bet that if he agreed to join, he would find out the whole truth. Because Liu Feng didn't believe that the person who had said that phrase at school back then could have done something bad. Lun Xuan agreed to join, but only for a while. Then he asked them to follow him to show him where the partially surviving police were, after which Liu Feng requested the system to give Lun Xuan an evaluation. After analyzing all the data, the system replied that he was a silent fighter of the highest class, a victim of a trumped-up case, living in remorse every day. Li Xin was not happy with Liu Feng's decision, but he asked her to believe him since he guessed that Lun Xuan had some circumstances. After which, they set out to rescue Zixuan's colleagues. Meanwhile, the metro community, the small military community of Azure Bay, had reached the gates of the El Sanctuary their spy had spoken of. After they were able to open the main entrance with ease and saw that there were no guards there, they decided not to wait and think, but just go in and kill everyone in the bunker. And get all the food and weapons supplies. No sooner had they taken one step beyond the gate than suddenly one of them had his head split open with just one accurate shot. It was an accurate sniper shot. And all thanks to Liu Feng returning to the base and immediately surrounding the people of the subway community. In response, the subway community squad opened fire with all their guns. Liu Feng immediately offered to surrender, as there were also his men around and everywhere. But, as one of the raiders said with a grin on her face, that metro community doesn't give up. But just a couple minutes later, they said they were surrendering and asked for a ceasefire. Liu Feng asked them why would they do that, and why were they not going to surrender before. After which he asked if their community even knew that they had decided to act alone, to which they replied that they are on their own, an acting unit. The main headquarters doesn't know about it. Liu Feng thought and decided to first capture them and question them for information, generalization, and afterward make them work for the asylum as atonement for their guilt. Meanwhile, Zixuan pointed her gun at the High Priestess with words that this bitch along with her monstrous ones had ruined so many of her colleagues. She directly longed to kill her. Speaking of which, her entrusted High Priestess alone had eaten more than 10 guards. Only 4 were left alive. Crying, the High Priestess said that it was all in order of the teachings of monotheism, and she was just carrying it out. If she had not obeyed the orders, she would have been killed just like the others. But Zixuan didn't care anymore. She wanted to kill her. But Liu Feng grabbed her hand saying that he understood that she wanted to kill her and why, but they should now let her live, in order to find out all the information and find their main headquarters, and then finish off all those man-eating, human-eating things. Then again, he offered her to join his hideout, saying that then the priestesses would be under her control. Zixuan agreed to join, but asked him to promise that they would destroy this sect. Also that they would build a prison in the hideout for the likes of the High Priestess. Thanks to Zixuan entering the asylum, Liu Feng had obtained the blueprints to build the prison. He could now take prisoners of war, with the probability that 20% of them would become residents of the underground city. The system rated Zixuan as a very reliable jailer with excellent interrogation skills and attracting opponents to his side. No sooner had Liu Feng studied Zixuan's personnel file than one of the asylum guards approached him with a suggestion to create a guard room, and better yet, build a very strong door. That way, they would be able to prevent the invasion of the shelter. Li Xin also suggested building a shooting range to increase the accuracy of the shots. Liu Feng realized that all the buildings had to be upgraded to the second level before the prison and guard room could be built. The system, having studied all the subtleties and nuances, answered that the time required to build a prison, shooting range and guard room is 4 days. The next day, Liu Feng returned to the prison again, but already with Kelly and Lun Xuan. He couldn't even think of Kelly coming to see him tonight. She'd come in saying the base was fine now and she wasn't needed there yet. And she asked him to bring her with him tomorrow. After all, she wanted to interrogate Zheng Tianxun on her own. He realized that Kelly was very worried about his possessions. He also realized that Li Xin needed to rest, and the underground cities needed control. Little sister needs to sleep after taking the quintessence, and Zi Xuan needs to watch the priests. Therefore, he could only take Lun Xuan and Kelly with him to the northern camp. The high priestess said that her apostle number 6 was on his way to the north camp. This meant that the boys had a new mission to go to the north camp to prevent contamination. Liu Feng realized that even though his camp didn't improve much, we still went up a level higher, and also now he had an excellent first-class sniper Lun Xuan in his hideout. He also obtained a combination strike and firearm. They can move out on the mission with peace of mind. Then he went down to the prison garage and saw there 3 gorgeous post-apocalyptic cars protected on all sides from zombies. Meanwhile, on the other side of town, the military was fighting off a mob of zombies. Chu Shanhei, the commander of the rescue team of the refugee camp in the northern part of SAZ, ordered all his subordinates to protect the civilians who were trying to get into a truck to evacuate from the dangerous area at the cost of their own lives. But no matter how hard they tried to defend themselves from the zombies and save the civilians, the zombies still managed to break through their blockade. Even though the squad had them in packs, there were a lot of them. The commander of the rescue squad was ready to accept the inevitable death of his squad and the failure of the mission. But suddenly, a savior appeared out of nowhere. The soldiers with horror in their eyes relayed to the commander that the front line had been broken through. At this very moment, Liu Feng appeared with his team. Liu Feng was glad that there were a lot of zombies in the area. After all, he had transformed a new electromagnetic sword last night, and it was time to test it out. Thanks to his new electric sword, Liu Feng easily overpowered the crowd of zombies with practically one motion of his sword. The soldiers didn't understand how he was able to kill a whole bunch of zombies with one swing of his sword. One of the soldiers assumed that he was a master of the sword art since he had a red robe. After Liu Feng and his team finished dealing with the pile of zombies, the captain of the military squad immediately thanked him for his help and called them heroes. Then he asked, what were their names? Liu Feng replied by saying that there is no need for gratitude because he just doesn't want to watch zombies eating ordinary people. Li Xin told Liu Feng that he hates government troops, but the ones who hurt his sister and Auntie Li are a special operations unit. They have nothing to do with real government troops. Even though it was true, subconsciously he still didn't like the government troops, and there was nothing he could do about it at the moment. Meanwhile, there was panic in the crowd of civilians, for each of them wanted to get into the truck as soon as possible. Seeing this, the commander of the military ordered him to immediately shut up and get in line to be loaded into the vehicle. Big Breasts, the girl in the green dress, upon seeing Liu Feng, recognized him and shouted out his name. Meanwhile, sitting in the other car, Kelly thought back to last night with Liu Feng. Although he had agreed to take her along, Kelly began to suspect that he didn't seem to know how to refuse women at all. So she asked him if he had a girlfriend before. Liu Feng replied that of course he had a girlfriend, but he had never touched her. Although, on the other hand, his business had been booming lately. The girl in the green dress with gorgeous breasts was Liu Feng's ex-girlfriend, seeing whom he just froze and was speechless. Seeing this situation, Kelly realized that she should train Liu Feng because he shouldn't freeze like this whenever he met a woman. When Liu Feng saw Liu Feng, his ex Shenqing immediately began to insult him, saying that her ex was weak and a loser. She didn't understand how she could date him. After which he began to praise his new boyfriend, saying that he was strong and sturdy, and 100 times more handsome than Liu Feng. At this moment, Kelly came up to Liu Feng and asked him what he was doing. All the men were immediately speechless when they saw such a gorgeous, lush-breasted, attractive Kelly. Shenqing said that her former fat friend turned into a zombie and almost killed her, so she had to give herself to Wang Jian to survive. Seeing a girl near Liu Feng, she asked who it was. Kelly replied that it didn't matter because she had to thank Shenqing. Looking into Liu Feng's eyes, she said that he tortures her until dawn every day, because he is so indomitable. She thanked her for leaving such a wonderful and strong man for her. Liu Feng got embarrassed and wanted to say that it was all untrue, when suddenly Kelly pinched his back and told him to shut up as she was building his authority. saying that sooner or later he will know her power. Seeing this, the sniper realized that Kelly has a talent for leadership. She would be able to bring even the most arrogant people together as a team. Tired of being mocked by his ex-girlfriend's current boyfriend, grabbed his chest and wanted to hit Liu Feng. I said he dare not mock them. But Liu Feng was no longer that weak little boy, so he grabbed that bull by the face and told him to watch his tongue. Seeing the strength and ferocity in Liu Feng's eyes, Shenqing immediately apologized for her boyfriend. At this moment, she couldn't believe that this was the one she knew. It was outrageous. She wanted to be by his side. Seeing Liu Feng's gaze, the sniper realized that he had experienced something interesting. At that moment, our dialogue was interrupted by the commander of the military unit, saying that they should stop their infighting because the forward wave of zombies was coming and they had to hurry. Everyone was well aware that facing a wave of zombies was the worst thing about the end of the world. After all, a wave of zombies in the city can break even the defenses of an army. For the average person, it's 100% death, because it is almost impossible to fight off the wave of zombies, let alone escape. The commander of the military unit thanked Liu Feng for saving them. But now, since there was a wave of zombies coming, he decided to postpone their conversation for another time. Asking him and his team to proceed to the vehicle behind, he and the military unit would clear the way for them. The commander then ordered his military and civilians to get in the vehicle quickly, if they did not want to die here. Upon hearing this, the civilians panicked and started piling into the bus. Everyone was pushing and shoving, trying to get on the bus. But unfortunately, there were so many people that it was physically impossible to fit everyone on the bus. In the end, 3 civilians were simply thrown off the bus because there was no more room. Seeing this sad picture, Liu Feng could not leave these people to be eaten by zombies, so he quickly climbed his car. After which he told Li Xin to keep up with the military. The column moved, and the military commander radioed to tell the cars behind them to stay behind, closer to them. They would use 3 machine guns to open up the road. He also warned everyone to be careful as some zombies would try to jump in. To prevent that, they should watch the windows and doors and keep up with the convoy. After which he said the government would not abandon a single civilian. Their target is a refugee camp north of the city. After he voiced the important information, he ordered his subordinates to open full fire on the zombies and start moving the convoy. Thanks to the 2 military vehicles at the beginning of the convoy and the machine gunner who was on the roof mercilessly destroying packs of zombies, they were able to slowly move through this wave of zombies. Although the car that Liu Feng and his team were in was very sturdy, but he realized that if it continued like this sooner or later, this crowd of zombies would overturn the car. Looking into Liu Feng's eyes, Kelly said that from the look on his face, he wanted to use his transformation ability again. He asked her how she realized that, to which she replied that she was not stupid like his ex. Liu Feng grasped the fender of the car with his hand, said that he had almost managed to forget about this ability of his own. But now was the right time to remember it. Due to his strength and education, Liu Feng created cars. The blade that stuck out of the car was 2 meters long, due to which prevented the zombies from getting very close to the car. Seeing him use the transformation ability, the sniper thought that he was a legendary mutant, since only they possessed such abilities. Although Liu Feng had secured the car from all sides with the blades, he still didn't take care of the roof where the zombies could climb up. So he decided to go to the roof himself to destroy them. Seeing a man on the roof of a car, people started saying he was an idiot because he was trying to show off because he was sure to die. Meanwhile, while on the roof, he remembered what Kelly had told him. In order to earn his reputation, simply put, he just needed to show off. So he decided to do it right now and triggered the Kung Fu Master skill. Standing on the roof of the car like a surfboard, he destroyed one zombie after another, doing it with such ease and precision as if he was born to do it. All those who watched him were shocked, because he alone, being on the roof of the car, was able to defeat a whole crowd of zombies. Suddenly they heard someone walking on the roof of the bus. Realizing that they couldn't capture Liu Feng's vehicle, the zombies shifted all their forces to the bus with the civilians. A real meat grinder started in the bus. Zombies were not only on the roof but also penetrated through the windows. The military tried to shoot back, protecting the civilians, but they failed. In the end, they were eaten by zombies. Liu Feng realized that he couldn't leave the common people in trouble. Therefore, he activated the claw mode. The robotic arm transformed into a claw. He fired his claw at the bus in order to latch onto it and enter it in this manner. He flew into the bus through the window, immediately destroying one of the zombies in his way with his sword. The civilian girls and guys were very happy to see Liu Feng because they considered him their savior, and the female half was also handsome. Only the guy Shen Qing was not happy to see Liu Feng. Meanwhile, while Beacon was massacring the zombies on the other end of the bus, Shen Qing and her boyfriend were surrounded by zombies. In order to escape and survive, her boyfriend pushed her towards the zombies. Finding herself on the edge of life, Shen Qing couldn't understand why everyone was giving her a hard time. After all, she just wanted a better life. She just wanted to live. She couldn't understand why she had gotten such a bad man, and why she had been so wrong in choosing the men in her life. It would seem that her life has come to an end. But it is at the very last second that Liu Feng appears and cuts the heads of the zombies attacking her with his sword. After climbing onto the roof of the vehicle, the sniper decided to help overpower all these zombies that were on the bus. Liu Feng destroyed one after another zombie, when suddenly the commander reported over the radio that the third car was attacked and out of service, and ordered the entire convoy to leave the vehicles as quickly as possible. Behind the Shenqing guy's back, at this moment, some strange zombie with unusual eyes appeared. The convoy came to an abrupt halt, and the commander of the military group gave the order for everyone to leave the vehicles immediately. Liu Feng accomplished the task of protecting the civilians on the bus by killing all the zombies, and received 1,100 points from the system for this. Liu Feng fell to the floor due to the sudden braking of the bus. He was immediately surrounded by girls who said that if it wasn't for him, they would have died. They asked him to gladly accept their gratitude, while thinking about that mysterious zombie he saw on the bus, for he had very unusual eyes, not like all the other infected. They still managed to break through this wave of zombies, and by nightfall they were in the forest celebrating their victory. The commander of the military unit said that they would reach the refugee camp tomorrow, and if not for Liu Feng's help, this time the consequences could be unpredictable. He introduced himself, saying that his name was Chu Shanhe, and it was heroes like Liu Feng that he admired the most. Chu Shanhe told Liu Feng that, unfortunately, they didn't have enough food, so they would only have to eat the leftovers tonight. It was good that they would already be able to return to base tomorrow. Hearing this, Kelly said that if there was a chance, they could sell the army canned food made in their shelter. After which, Liu Feng gave a dozen of his canned food and asked him to heat up food for everyone. Tasting the canned food from the shelter, Liu Feng, the commander said with a twinkle in his eyes, that it was the currency of the future. The girls, on the other hand, could not contain their emotions at how delicious it was to them. Midnight, and decided to see, thanks to the satellite system, what other institutes her ex-fiancé had appropriated. Seeing that she had lost contact with all 4 research institutes, as well as Li Tian's 14 research institutes, Kelly suspected that he was looking for the same thing she was. A little later, she remembered telling Liu Feng to establish a relationship with the army. She thought that with his temperament, it would probably be very awkward for him to make new acquaintances. Meanwhile, at the campfire, Liu Feng was spending time in the pleasant company of 2 gorgeous ladies, and also the commander, who praised him and raised his glass to the master in the red robe. Uncle Fu ate the canned food that Liu Feng had nobly given them and noticed that it had a too pleasant smell. So he told Liu Feng not to sell too many of these canned goods in the city, otherwise something bad would happen. Liu Feng asked him why he thought so. Uncle Fu answered him, telling him that there was no need to look for brotherhood and wealth. He heard that they have a lot of money. If people found out about it, the asylum would most likely become a target. The old man only suggested that the asylum would be better off making an exchange deal with the military. Jia Shueli took Liu Feng under her arm and decided to take him to her tent, saying that if he drank another cup, he would get drunk. She took him to her tent, saying that she would show him something interesting. She laid him on the bed and climbed on top of him, asking him if he understood what she wanted to do. Liu Feng didn't understand what she wanted to do to him. Jia Shueli told him to be quiet and just seduce her. Liu Feng said that she didn't have to do that and pushed her away. Jia Shueli took her face and said that she had been starving and exhausted for so many days, and she had also almost been killed by a zombie. He not only saved her but also fed her. She just wanted to thank him. Liu Feng couldn't watch the tears rolling down in her eyes. So he asked her to forgive him and said that she could thank him however she wanted. Suddenly, at this moment, 2 other girls entered the tent and said that they too wanted to thank him for saving their lives. They asked him to close his eyes and feel their concern. At this moment, it seemed to Liu Feng as if he was a teenager again, and the 3 women had left him for special extra tasks. The hum, the cicadas, the sweltering summer math equations of English speech and readings of ancient poetry. All of this put so much pressure on his young body and mind. For he was saddled with 3 gorgeous girls. Sometimes even he would fall down from fatigue. 3 beautiful ladies gave him 60 marks in the exam, which is a bad score. And they asked him how he was going to become a good student. But Liu Feng wasn't about to give up. The foundation of success is repetition, and his greatest asset was his youth. He satisfied one of the ladies with his answers and performance, passing the exam with 100 points. After that, he took up the English language and spoke it so positively with his tongue that the English teacher could not resist and gave him 100 points too. He then set about solving math problems, and so good was he at solving them that he also got 100 points in math. He loved this kind of study, and the girls were trying so hard for him to finally become educated. He had to study well because he didn't want to be like that Manhwa cow. Meanwhile, elsewhere, on a tree branch, a sniper decided to commit suicide. After loading a revolver clip and taking 1 bullet out of it, he decided to play Russian roulette. After spinning the revolver drum a few times, he pulled the trigger. But the shot was a blank, and he realized that heaven didn't seem to want him to die that way. At this moment, he thought of Liu Feng again. I think this guy has top-notch skills and has conquered so many masters. He is indeed full of mysteries. Just as suddenly, he heard a branch on the ground breaking. So he decided to see who was there through the scope of his sniper rifle. In the crosshairs of his sniper rifle, he saw the guy from the bus. But he couldn't figure out why he was staring at the car. It was Shen Qing's ex-boyfriend who had turned into a zombie. It was unclear how, but he was able to track them down. The sniper was ready to shoot him, but he vanished like the wind. He was very fast. 1 hour after everyone had rested, the military commander ordered everyone to line up. Everyone was extremely unhappy about it because they thought that waking people up in the middle of the night was not good. But Chu Shanhe said that they had just found out that there was an infected person among them. Liu Feng then pointed his sword at Wang Jian and ordered him to step forward. Liu Feng's ex-girlfriend said that it was a joke and asked the soldiers not to let him do whatever he wanted. The military raised their machine guns and ordered no one to move or else they would open fire. Chu Shanhe said that they certainly believed Liu Feng, but hoped that he had proof. Otherwise, he would be court-martialed. The sniper Xiao Lu said that there was definitely something wrong with this Wang Jian, and if he hadn't noticed him, he would have killed Kelly. Shen Qing couldn't believe it and asked her to stop because she thought it was a mistake. Xiao Lu had already pointed his revolver at her and told her to shut her mouth. After which he told Liu Feng but not to worry about her and just kill Wang Jian already. Wang Jian walked out of the crowd, laughing and saying that Liu Feng thought he could kill him. After all, he is a murderer himself. Liu Feng, without thinking for a long time, took his sword and cut his head in half, saying that this was the apocalypse and he would kill whoever he wanted. After which, he added that anyone who dares to go against him will die. Shen Qing tearfully started shouting that he was a bloody murderer. And Liu Feng realized that he was very blind that he loved her once. After which, her lover Wang Jian attacked her from behind. And she tasted the fruits of her actions. The military opened fire on him in an attempt to save the girl. But Liu Feng turned around and put his sword behind his back, thinking that now he had definitely said goodbye to his past. Standing next to him, Kelly told him that his momentum was pretty good. He replied that if she thought he was trying to clear his reputation, that she was wrong. It's just that no one dares threaten him. Kelly noticed something blue in the pocket of the departing Liu Feng and asked what it was. These items were the panties of Jia Zueli, a mathematician. Liu Feng couldn't understand when she had put them in his pocket. Sniper couldn't understand how else they were even together after something like this. After all, this wasn't Liu Feng's first prank. The next morning, they were on the road again to the Northern Survivors camp. The atmosphere was calm, and Liu Feng sat on the roof of his own car with a blade of grass in his teeth, thinking about why they were going to the Northern camp. He wondered why the survivors had refused to seek asylum. Though, of course, if one had to choose between the Northern refugee camp and finding another shelter with unknown prospects, anyone would choose the camp. Uncle Fu and his granddaughter, who wanted to play with Liu Feng, came up to his roof. He thought that Uncle Fu was good at many things, so he asked what he had done before. Uncle Fu said he was a researcher from a government program, forestry project. The project specialized in studying the profound effect of male hormones on the cerebral cortex. Liu Feng didn't expect Uncle Fu to be such an expert in science. Well, his granddaughter interrupted him and said that Grandpa was being very high-minded because he was just the lead expert of a project on hair growth in bald men. as suddenly the grandfather along with his granddaughter jumped up and in one voice said they were almost there, pointing their finger at the north campground. Seeing the northern base that was in the process of being built, Liu Feng opened his mouth, his eyes rounded. This was the northern refugee camp. Meanwhile, the same strange zombie that Liu Feng saw on the bus came to the parking lot in the forest. His head split in two, and a worm came out of his head and entered the body of Liu Feng's ex-girlfriend. Shen Qing had risen from the dead, becoming a mutant zombie. It was under the control of this worm that appeared to be the apostles who had come to faith number 6 that the high priestess had told them about. Meanwhile, the survivors were already passing through the northern gate of the base. Liu Feng paid attention to the walls, which were truly grandiose. Chu Shunhei turned to Liu Feng, saying that he and his team should first go through the formalities to enter the city. In the meantime, he would take care of the refugee resettlement. Uncle Fu and his granddaughter waved goodbye to Liu Feng and said that if he had a chance, they should come over for tea. Liu Feng said goodbye to them and decided to go on to explore the camp, when suddenly he was stopped by a man in a suit. He introduced himself as the refugee quarantine director Huang, and said that their car and weapons had been requisitioned as compensation. They would give them 10 kilograms of grain. After which he said that they would be going to quarantine soon. Liu Feng and his team didn't like it, and he greeted the director, saying that he was a friend of Commander Chu. And since they don't need the grain, he asked for their vehicle back. Huan responded by calling him a son of a bitch. He said he was from a research institute, so he didn't answer to the military. Liu Feng immediately realized that if there was a scientific research institute and the military was present in this city, it meant that it was not so peaceful. At the same moment, a disgruntled survivor attacked Huang and said that he would not trade his car and asked him to call his superior. With a smile on his face, holding a cigarette in his teeth, Huang ordered the man to be shot, which the military did in front of everyone else. Liu Feng immediately took up his sword when he noticed that these people's equipment was the same as the ones who took his sister. At this time, Huang said that he suspected this person was infected. And to make sure no one else makes mistakes, he said that the base has military control and obey orders or else they will all be shot. Kelly got out of the car and asked Liu Feng to wait, as he shouldn't be so impulsive. Huang was speechless when he saw Kelly and almost swallowed his cigarette. Kelly apologized to the principal for insulting him and said she had a few packs of cigarettes. Upon hearing about the cigarettes, Huan said that in the post-apocalypse it was the new currency and asked to see them. Afterwards, Huan said she understood the rules, and since she did, she could sleep with him, because he wanted to try out that firm ass. Liu Feng couldn't tolerate such insolent behavior from Huang and chopped off his wrist with one of his ball movements. A nearby kid in rollerblades playing with a coin heard Huan yelling. He realized that someone must have caught his prey. At this point, the military was at a loss and did not know what to do. Liu Feng told Kelly that her beauty in this apocalyptic world would cause some people to think bad thoughts in such cases, so using force was the only way out. She apologized to Liu Feng, saying that she had underestimated the strength of her attraction. She realized that her behavior hadn't changed at all, and luckily Liu Feng was around this time, otherwise there would have been trouble. After recovering a little and coming to his senses, Huan immediately ordered the military to kill them. Everyone panicked and didn't know what to do, while the confident Liu Feng, holding a sword in his hand, told Kelly to go back to the car to secure it and figure it out for himself. Just as suddenly, the same kid on rollerblades from 2 showed up but punched Huan in the face. It was a move he called the ideomotor flying kick. Unfortunately, he then tripped and fell right in front of the military. Huan started screaming for them to kill him. Seeing that the situation was getting heated, Liu Feng couldn't let the boy die. So he used the electromagnetic glove technique and took away the military's weapons, thus knocking him down. Seeing Liu Feng, the boy pointed his finger at him and said that he saw him as a mutant, saying that he couldn't be wrong since he also had telekinesis. When the soldiers heard this, they were horrified. And Huan, maimed, beaten, and armless, asked him who he was. Rising from the ground, the boy replied that he was Huang Bingbing, a member of the F-level Mutant Association of one of the 4 forces of the northern base, and ordered the military to rather let their mutant brother in. After hearing this, Liu Feng realized that this small northern base was truly interesting. After all, there was a military research institute and a mutant association with some other 4. The military couldn't understand what kind of mutant association was and how the boy was a member. Huang Bingbing said that he was here to welcome the new members of the association and asked to be let through again. Huan realized that if he didn't let them pass, he would provoke an association and he still had to heal his arm. So he raised his crippled arm up and ordered the military to let them pass. The military let them pass cheerfully. The boy said he would take them on a tour of the low neighborhood. Meanwhile, the vindictive Huan couldn't let this all go unchallenged, so he radioed a gang of light-bearing dragons and asked them to help teach one mutant a lesson. Liu Feng thanked the boy for helping them out and asked his name again. Laughing, the kid replied that his name was Huang Bingbing, and said that he could just say Huang Bing, since two words sounded too feminine. Then he asked Liu Feng if it was true that his power was telekinesis. Liu Feng replied that no, it was the magnetic gloves that attracted metal, such an ability. Then he asked if the boy's telekinesis was strong. Huang Bing replied that he can only move small objects, which is why he has an F level. After a moment, they arrived at the northern base itself. Huang Bin Po said that this northern refugee base, which was under construction, was based on the Northern Military Industrial Zone. With the newly built city wall, the base has become equipped with the appropriate military-industrial capacity. The population is 1,340,000 people. He further explained that the base is divided into 3 neighborhoods. The industrial district is the central one, where military personnel live, as well as workers and their families. It could be entered by ordinary people with a regular pass. Elite officials, generals, and foreign friends live in this neighborhood. Ordinary people are not allowed to enter here. And the outer neighborhood is where the refugees live. Everyone who just came to the city and didn't contribute anything is stationed here to observe if they are infected. Huang Bing told Liu Feng after his story that if he joined their association, he would get a lot of perks. Liu Feng replied that he would come by tomorrow. Huang Bing asked him to write that he was the one who invited him. Thanks to this, he would be given a stew as a reward. He then invited Liu Feng to get into the vehicle so that he could drive him and the team to their residence. Liu Feng decided to introduce Huang Bing to his team, said that his girlfriend Kelly was sitting on his right, and his sniper Lan Xuan was driving. After seeing Kelly's gorgeous breasts, Huang Bing said that he wasn't surprised why Liu Feng was always fixated on her breasts. Passing by a settlement, Liu Feng saw poor people, beggars, and hungry, who had nothing to eat and even somewhere to live. He also noticed that food prostitution was rampant in the settlement, as a woman standing outside a club offered him entertainment for just 1 bun. One man sold his wife to another man for just 1 sausage, saying that he did it because he had not eaten for 4 days. It was a terrible sight. Liu Feng realized that Uncle Fu had warned him not to bring food here for a reason, because if he did, there would definitely be a robbery here. Kelly put her arm around his shoulder and whispered in his ear that he'd already done a lot of good. After all, if he hadn't saved her back then, her end would have been the same as those standing on the street now. Liu Feng's imagination ran wild. Liu Feng asked Huang Bing with special worry. The government wouldn't give him such a bad house. Huang Bing replied that no, of course not, and asked him to look through another window. Liu Feng was shocked when he saw from the window the tent city for the survivors, who looked even worse than the ones he had seen before. Liu Feng couldn't contain his emotions, saying that how people lived here, even the shack he passed by before, was better. Huang Bing said that this plot is the center of the outer district and it is still not bad here. After which he said that if he wanted good conditions and a quality house, he just had to join the Mutant Association and get a level higher than B. Liu Feng thanked Huang Bing for his help. He, however, said that he was not to be thanked as it was his duties. But Liu Feng was very grateful to him as he had helped them a lot at the border. So he handed him 1 tin can, saying that it would be his payment for his help. Before Huang Bing could leave, Shuju, the second leader of the light-bearing dragon gang, appeared in front of Liu Feng. He told Liu Feng that they had something to talk about. Liu Feng asked him what he wanted from him. Shuju replied that they were here to teach him a lesson since he had insulted an important person. Lan Xuan immediately insisted him his sniper rifle. But Shuju waved his finger in front of him and said that it was not allowed to shoot inside the city. If he started shooting, he would immediately be shot by the military. Seeing what was happening, Huang Bing returned and said that the light-bearing dragons had no right to touch the mutants from the association. Shuju said that he was not afraid of the association and hit the boy with his hand, and after he fell to the ground, placed his foot on his head, saying that others should be afraid and not him. Huang Bing used the power of his telekinesis and threw the wheel from his rollers towards him. This made Shuju even more angry. He chopped that wheel with his sword, saying that Huang Bing was scum and shouldn't be called a mutant with such a worthless level F power. He also said that other people are afraid of Huang Bin because they don't know what his level really is. After that, Shuju said that he was the 247th in the list of mutants of level D. Mechanical body. His body is completely unresponsive to mechanical transformation, and according to the rules of the base of communication between mutants, uncontrollable to the base, so he is not afraid of anyone. After that, he turned around and was about to leave when Liu Feng suddenly called out to him and told him to take out his axe and show him a couple tricks. Shuju heard this and turned around and said that he knew that Liu Feng had armor and speed that were very good and strong, so he was offering him a bet. Shuju also said that if he lost, he would have to give him his armor and mechanical arm. Liu Feng had said that if he won, he would take his left arm from him. Shuju agreed to the terms of the deal and accepted the bet. Liu Feng extended his hand to him in response, saying that they had to shake hands to make a bet. Through this handshake, Liu Feng was able to scan Shuju's body and realized that it was almost completely mechanical, upgraded, and he could change the control. He could transform it. By that time, a crowd of onlookers had gathered around them and started shouting for the old man to finish him off with one punch. Kelly was worried about Liu Feng, but he told her he had everything under control. And Shuju struck the first blow with his axe, and for the first time in his life he missed his opponent. Liu Feng didn't even move. The crowd cheered, saying that Shuju was already a little old, so it was forgivable for him. Shuju said that he would yield the first punch to Liu Feng. Suddenly, he realizes that he has a very bad stomachache. He couldn't believe it, as it was impossible. After all, his entire body had modernized, he couldn't just have a stomachache. It felt like he had a man or even two wrestlers fisting inside his stomach. Seeing that the old man was just badly twisted, the jubilant fans couldn't believe that they were about to see the secret technique of the second head, called the ferocious tiger coming down the mountain. Meanwhile, Yuju realized that it was Liu Feng's doing. He had never thought that the boy would be able to transform his mechanical body. Liu Feng, knowing that he was paralyzed, simply punched him in the face with his fist. Shuju became furious at such insolence and took out his mantis blade to show Liu Feng his strength and fury. Liu Feng easily repelled his attack. Shuju shrank even more, and with big eyes looked at Liu Feng and trembled. After which, he farted very loudly. Well, fans believed that Shuju would win, saying that it was the secret family martial art of the second chapter, called Ferocious Tiger Descending from the Mountain. The legend said that when the art was released, the muscles of the entire body would make a sound like a fart. This is the manifestation of the ultimate power of this martial art. He had killed several sea-level mutants with this technique, but Juju realized that he couldn't take it anymore. His eyes began to darken. He realized that his fecal container was already overflowing. He could no longer tolerate the onslaught on his rear flap, so he jumped aside. Jumping aside, he fell to the ground. Tears were pouring from his eyes and his mouth was foaming. He couldn't take this hellish pain that was in his stomach anymore. His fans were horrified. Even Huang Bin didn't expect the old man to be so embarrassed. Liu Feng, on the other hand, walked over to him and took his trophy in the form of his left arm. Late at night, after Huang Bing left Liu Feng and his team decided to discuss the following tasks. Kelly said that they had accomplished their first task by infiltrating the northern base. Now their main goal is to find Zheng Tianshun. An additional goal is to take refugees to increase the population of the asylum. But looking for him openly is definitely not allowed. Also, all the gates were guarded by his men, which confirms the strength of the research institute. They realized that they simply couldn't break in because their mascara would be grabbed. Kelly finds out that Zheng Tianshun is looking for her institute, and she thinks he's looking for what she's looking for too. Liu Feng immediately asked what she was looking for. Kelly replied that it was nanotechnology, micro-robots with artificial intelligence. It's a flagship research project developed with the New Rome Alliance. This technology can be used in military, medical energy, and space applications. Before the end of the world, its manager was promoting this project, and only he knows where the samples of this technology are. Therefore, they must get ahead of Zheng Tianshun and get the samples first. The next day, somewhere in the suburban black market, Kelly took Liu Feng under her arm, saying that she would pretend and eat forbidden fruit. Otherwise, they would attract unnecessary attention. Smiling, Liu Feng said to her, "Could they not attract attention with her charm power?" Kelly told Liu Feng that her family has a secret code, usually located in inconspicuous places, so they came here to find it. While they were looking for the key, Liu Feng was accosted by a one-eyed devil who offered him a tin can to play with Kelly, which caused Liu Feng to hit him in defense of his pretty partner. After walking a few more meters through the market, Kelly noticed a bar called the Mare and said that was where they should go. It seemed to Liu Feng that this bar was quite abnormal. Suddenly, a person came out of the shadows behind them. It was Grandpa calling Kelly by name and saying he was very glad he had finally found her. Kelly recognized him immediately, for it was Grandpa Kane. She was glad he was okay. Grandpa Kane got down on one knee and started kissing Kelly's hands, saying that he had been wandering for so long, and now that she had found him, he could die in peace. Kelly then introduced Liu Feng to Grandpa Kane, saying that he had saved her and she was now working for him. Grandpa tearfully bowed his head to her again and apologized to her for being useless to her and having to bend over for such an oaf. Afterward, they sat down at the table, and Kelly asked Kane's grandfather what had happened to her father. Had the transference been successful? Kane replied that he had lost contact with his master when the apocalypse had started, and he had gone to the family retreat. Kelly next asked him which institute he took the nano-robot samples to, saying that she should find them before Zhen Tianshun did. Grandpa Kane asked her, wasn't she and Zhen Tianshun's fiancé? To which Kelly replied that he probably betrayed them. Grandpa Kane said that when the world ended, he took the experimental samples to the K3 Research Institute and then went to the North Base to wait for Ms. Kelly. Liu Feng asked him where this K3 Institute was located. At this moment, Grandpa remembered that he had a photo of its location and held out the photo card to Liu Feng. Liu Feng was shocked because the photo card showed a rabbit-shaped light girl with very revealing forms working in the same bar. Looking at Liu Feng's face, Grandpa Kane realized that he had given the wrong photo card. So after rummaging through his jacket, he found the right one that showed a bell tower with a tower and gave it to Liu Feng. After which, Grandpa Kane said that the K3 Science and Research Institute was hidden in the basement floors of the bell tower, in the small city of Shinong 10 kilometers away from here. Suddenly, Liu Feng's side vision saw two men trying to lead a woman in a white coat out of the bar under their arms. She was begging to be let go, saying that she still needed a drink. The bald guy with the long beard licking his lips said it was okay. He wanted to take her for a drink at his place. Hearing this, she slapped him with her hand, and she kicked his partner right in the groin. She said they had just bet her on whether she could drink 3 shots in one go and lost, but never gave her the money either. The bald guy got mad saying she was a stupid bitch, after which he swung his right hand to hit her and teach her a lesson. But he was stopped in time by Liu Feng. Grabbing his hand, he said that you can't raise your hand on a woman. Seeing Liu Feng, bald guy and his friend told him not to be so bold and decided to beat him up, feeling that they were outnumbered. But Liu Feng took one of them by the arm and elbowed him in the head, killing him. Then, after a moment's hesitation, he did the second. He swung his right foot straight at the red-haired guy's chest, and then he did the second one. The blow was so strong that he flew out of the bar through the window. Liu Feng didn't want to kill them, so he offered to leave in peace. At this moment, Kelly noticed that Liu Feng had changed a lot since their first meeting. Meanwhile, the girl he was so fiercely protecting had fallen to the floor and passed out. He couldn't leave her lying unconscious on the floor of the bar, so he decided to take her back to his tent. Sitting in his tent, after thinking over everything Grandpa Kane Liu Feng had told him, he realized that it was time to head to the K3 Underground Institute. The system said that this mission belongs to the Orange Task level. When you get nanotech, the asylum will get a new technology tree. On top of that, Liu Feng will get 2,000 points. Suddenly and unexpectedly, Liu Feng was attacked by the girl he took from the bar because she was drunk and unconscious. She then piled Lucian on the floor and climbed on top of him, saying that she wanted to thank him for saving her. She said that he was a very handsome young man, and she would gladly thank him. Suddenly, Kelly and Grandpa Kane heard screams coming from the tent. You don't want to do that. They immediately went into the tent to see what was going on, and they saw the same girl they had rescued throwing up right on top of Liu Feng. A few hours later, the girl sobered up and decided to drink some hot tea to warm herself up. She thanked Liu Feng and the others for taking her drunk to their tent instead of leaving her in the bar. After which she introduced herself, saying that her name was Qin Mu and she was a doctor at the clinic. The clinic of the Outer District. She's a professor of medicine. Upon learning that she was a doctor, Kelly asked, should they have enough funds? Qin Mu tasted the hot drink, surprised because she didn't think there would be actual coffee since only rich people can afford coffee. She said that most people living in the outer area are very poor, so earning anything is out of the question. She said afterwards that, besides, the central neighborhood doesn't care at all about the rest of the neighborhoods. Crime multiplies here, leading to the formation of new banthas and the oppression of ordinary people. Yet people from the outer neighborhood don't want to leave it because of the zombies. How ironic. The elite and bureaucrats have an aimless existence. The workers are exploited in the central district, and the outer district is hell on earth. Outside the city, zombies are everywhere, and this is a sin city in the middle of a storm. All who live here are unworthy of salvation. Liu Feng had realized before that this city was not simple, but now his understanding of this city was even clearer. Kelly whispered that this woman doctor had value. Chinmu finished her coffee and said that she had to go, walking over to Liu Feng. She said that he had recently spent a lot of energy. Since when she fell on him, she noticed that he was devastated, and told him to remember to recover his strength. When she left, she took one canned food with her, saying that it would be the fee for the appointment. Chinmu also left her business card, saying that if they needed it, they could find it at the clinic. Taking her business card, Beacon saw that she was indeed Chinmu's doctor at the clinic. Her profile was treating bruises and wounds, as well as the rampage of a mutated gene. In the evening, Liu Feng went out for a walk in the neighborhood. He saw girls who offered him a whole night for just one bun, saying that they had once been stars, and children who were always running around begging for something to eat. Liu Feng would like to help them, but he realized that this moment he couldn't afford to give some of the food to others. It was disgusting and cruel to him. He was sending this post-apocalypse world to hell. This world was too vile. He also saw people who wore robes with crosses on their shoulders, arms, and other parts of their clothes, who gave out food to those who asked for it, saying that God had said, and God loves people. They said that one must believe in the light. But one of the beggars urged the others not to believe them, because those who had gone with them had not returned. Liu Feng realized that it was all unimportant. He needed to focus on the task at hand. First, he should go to the Mutant Association and then go to the slave market and buy loot. But he remembered what Kelly had said about how, if they bought loot, their food supply wouldn't last long and they'd have to find more supplies. With each new mission, Liu Feng realized that being in charge was not easy. Suddenly, Huang Bing noticed him and called him over. Huang Bing took Liu Feng to the Mutant Association, saying that there was a vice president here today and she would be his checker. After entering the building, Liu Feng saw a huge map on the wall, which showed the locations of zombie infestations and zombie leaders. There were many people with weapons in the building, and they all possessed some kind of power. Huang Bin said that the vice president was waiting for them on the second floor. Passing by the tables, Liu Feng sensed the danger when he saw one of the men burn the table in half with just a touch of his hand. Liu Feng was shocked to see that kid turn into a red, angry mutant. Huang Bing was scared because he knew it was trouble because it was a mutant with a rampaging gene. To their mutual delight, a girl in a samurai hat appeared, and with just one blow, she knocked the red mutant to the ground and disarmed him. When Liu Feng saw her, he realized that this woman was not simple. She asked Liu Feng who he was and what he was doing in the Mutant Association. This girl's name was Kawase Suena, and she was the vice president of the Mutant Association. She was level S, the secret level of mutation. She ordered Liu Feng to take his sword and asked who he was once again. Huang Bing ran out from behind Liu Feng and told the vice president that it was him. Didn't she recognize him? Then he said that he had brought the new mutant he had told her about and pointed at Liu Feng. Upon recognizing Huang Bingbing, Kawase Suena told them to go up to the second floor for testing and follow her. Going to the test, Liu Feng asked Huang Bing what had just happened to that person. After all, it was as if he had gone mad. Huang Bin replied that some mutants have poor control over their own powers. They can easily go on a rampage. In such a state, they become emotionless, driven only by the lust for destruction. In severe cases, they can even mutate completely. This is why the association needs a high-level mutant to be in control. Liu Feng realized that these symptoms were similar to the ones his sister was showing. Kawase Suen said that they had already arrived. After arriving at the test hall, Kawase Sueng asked Liu Feng to demonstrate his abilities. He agreed, but decided to show only a part of his abilities, hiding the main power. Walking over to the weapons table, he picked up the sword and said that his power was mainly focused on the weapon. He could repair it or strengthen it. After that, he decided to show by example what he could do and started transforming the sword. After the transformation, he said that there were some changes to the form, and also added ignition. The sharpness has also increased. The fire will make it easier to cut flesh. It can be said to be a special bloody attack. Huang Bing couldn't contain his emotions and said that it was very cool. Kawase Suin was also very surprised because she hadn't seen someone who could put buffs on weapons in a long time. Kawase Suin said that it's an amazing ability to improve weapons, because it's very rare and highly sought after everywhere. Rumor has it that the Military and Research Institutes has a few people with this ability, after which it kneeled down and took out his sword, asked Liu Feng to recover it, saying it was her favorite sword named Juelenwan. It was her family's sword. It had been with her since she was a child. But unfortunately, it broke when she was chopping up a mutant zombie. She would be very grateful if he could subdue it for her. Liu Feng asked the vice president to get off his knees and said that he was also a ball lover, and said that he would gladly do this small favor, after which he started transforming her sword. In just a moment, he had restored her sword. He also sharpened it a bit. This made the sword capable of cutting through gold and crushing steel. Kawase Suin bowed before Liu Feng, saying that he was the best armorer, for she could now hear the joyful sound of her sword, Suilunwan. Kawase Suin also said that his rating is an A-level mutant, and he can become a full member of the association if he completes one more task. After he completes the task, she will give him a gift. Huang Bing said that Liu Feng was very cool, strong, he had just started, and he was already level A. He also said that Liu Feng had also won the vice president's favor, and now no one would dare to lay a finger on him, and asked him to take him under his wing. Huang Bin also said that there were only 3 SS-level mutants in this city, the president and 1 each from the military and the research institute. In addition, including the vice president of the academy, there were 2 S-level mutants. He then told Liu Feng that he had just joined and had already obtained the A-level. He would have unlimited opportunities in the future. Liu Feng realized that by using only a fraction of the strength he was able to obtain a level, the forging ability would bring him even more points. It seemed like his strength was actually close to the SS level. Meanwhile, the vice president brought Liu Feng to the reception desk and asked him to go through a couple of formalities here to receive his assignment. The people in the room at that moment couldn't believe their eyes and wondered who he was and why the vice president herself was accompanying him. Liu Feng was greeted by the girl at the reception desk saying that he had passed the tests, and now he had 1 task left to complete and he would become a full member of the association. He picked up a clipboard that had 3 assignments written on it. The first assignment was level A, to search for Dr. Li. The reward was a house in the central district. The second assignment was level D, to explore Sinanshan. The reward for completing this task was 2 magazines, 10 canned goods, and 5 kilograms of rice. Liu Feng said he would choose the second option, but he chose this option not for the reward, but for the fact that it was in Shinong that the K3 Institute that Kane was talking about was located, and Liu Feng wanted to find it. Huang Bing started to discourage him, asking him to choose his other task, saying that he was in the rear, and why even go out of the city and put himself in such danger? Meanwhile, the vice president asked the girl at the front desk, why not still here? To which she replied that Dr. Chin was running a little late. Just a couple of minutes later, Dr. Chin appeared in the doorway and asked in a rush where the patient was now. After listening to the heartbeat and taking a pulse, she picked up the medication and injected it directly into the vein of the unstable patient. Literally a couple of seconds after that, the patient fell asleep and the doctor knew he was stabilized. Seeing such a quick effect, Liu Feng realized that Dr. Chin had a serum that suppressed the mutated gene. Seeing the vice president, Dr. Chin immediately billed her for life-saving, medicine, travel, work, overtime, and mental anguish. It seemed very expensive to Liu Feng, and he didn't care about that right now. After all, he wanted to know about the serum. Liu Feng approached Dr. Chin and told her that his sister had similar symptoms. Would the serum be able to help her? She replied to him that if he was talking about raging mutant fever, he should come to her clinic and there they would talk about it. Of course, he would have to pay for the appointment. First, they went to the market. Dr. Chin decided to shop for groceries. She even got into an argument with the vendor, saying that his canned food was like gold. After walking a few blocks, they still came to the hospital, even though it looked like a strip club. Dr. Chin made herself comfortable in her favorite chair and told Liu Feng to tell him what was bothering him. Liu Feng began to say that his sister had a special situation. Her process of becoming a mutant zombie had been interrupted, and now she was not in a good condition. Would your vaccine be effective for her? He asked Dr. Chin. Hearing about the interrupted transformation process, Dr. Chin asked him to show his sister sooner. But Liu Feng said that his sister was out of town right now and he would bring her next time. Dr. Qin said that her serum is probably useless for his sister. She can develop inhibitors for her. But that's what it would take to see his sister. Liu Feng said that he had an assignment from the Mutant Association. He has to go explore Xinanjin tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow he would take her to his sister's place. Hearing about this city, Dr. Qin said that they might see each other even sooner. Dr. Qin also told him that if he gave her 5 canned goods, she would go with him. Liu Feng thought that she was a very greedy woman. Suddenly, hungry and homeless children came into the room with empty plates to eat. When they saw Liu Feng, they apologized to Dr. Qin and said that they were very hungry so they couldn't wait. Dr. Qin said that it was no big deal and began to distribute the food to the children, giving each one a server and a loaf for now, saying that she had earned enough food today. After that, she sent the children home with the words that they should eat on their own and share with their parents. Liu Feng couldn't believe it, nor could he understand why she was so greedy for the sake of the orphans. Dr. Qin saw the question in Liu Feng's eyes and decided to tell him why she was doing this. She said that shortly after the construction of the northern base, she betrayed a man and was brutally beaten. Her body was dumped in the dump of the outer neighborhood. Ordinary people would have taken her clothes and sold her body to a black market butcher shop, but these kids saved her. They had very little food, but they gave it to her so that she could survive. At that moment, Dr. Qin realized that for their sake, she would continue to live and would not give up so easily. As she finished her story, she said that these children are a ray of light in this gloomy city. Meanwhile, outside the clinic, the children were having fun and cheering thanks to Dr. Qin for having food today. Suddenly, someone bad appeared and trampled on their canned food. It was the brigands who came who wanted to beat Dr. Qin out of his debts. She looked out the window and realized that things were bad. Apparently, one of their pawns had seen her buying groceries. Liu Feng asked Dr. Qin if he could help her. Answered that no, even if he can't help him with these, and she doesn't want to hurt him after all. They are the biggest of the local gangs. She said that they were being controlled by the second leader of the light-bearing dragon gang, an invincible D-level mutant, Shuju, who, if she doesn't return the favor, will kill these children one by one. Hearing about Shuju, Liu Feng was amused. And amused after all, he had just defeated him a day ago and took his hand away from him. The ferocious tiger. Martial arts school had many high-level masters even before the end of the world. All the men of this school are as brave as tigers. About the real match, they always encounter setbacks along the way. By then, Shuju had already recovered from that damn break. Of course, there were many who recalled the moment when he crapped his pants during the fight. But Shuju shut everyone's mouths, saying that it was just a mistake. He was very angry because Liu Feng had not only made him look like a fool, but he had also stolen his hand. Shuju made a promise to himself that if he met him again, he would stick his head up his own ass. Liu Feng walked out of the hospital and approached Shuju saying that here they were, meeting again. Shuju, seeing Liu Feng across from him, was simply shocked. Immediately he fell to his knees and began to apologize in a trembling voice. But just a second later he realized he was doing something wrong. After which, he jumped up and swung his mechanical hammer over Liu Feng's head with a shout that this was outrageous, and no one had any right to mock him. Seeing this picture, Dr. Qin ran out of the hospital shouting for him to stop, for she was out. But Liu Feng was expecting an attack from Shu Jue, and counterattacked, hitting him powerfully in the chest, thus breaking his mechanical defense. Holding Shu Juya above his head with one hand, Liu Feng told his henchmen to go back and tell the chief that there was a level A mutant named Liu Feng, and that if anyone dared to cause trouble for Dr. Qin, he would kill everyone. Dr. Qin saw that Liu Feng was very strong, and thought that maybe he could help her get revenge. Liu Feng had never thought that he would stay with Dr. Qin for so long. The slave market was already closed as night had fallen. He realized that he would have to come again, for he did not know that the slave market closes at 5 o'clock in the evening. Dr. Qin said that the head of the market was grateful to her for saving his life, and she could introduce him to him next time. Thinking about tomorrow's task, Liu Feng realized that he, Kelly, and Li Xin would be in charge of the task, while Long Xuan would guard the house. Their main objective was to search for samples of nano technology. But before that, he decided to log in and pump himself up. Lately, he had accumulated a lot of points, quality and skill points, so he decided to pump up the skill of a Kung Fu master, which increased long-range combat intuition and could avoid the use of weapons. So he decided to increase it by 8 levels at once to the 16th level of strength and go to the bank. He immediately gained a new ability called Two Things at Once. He could now use two melee weapons with both hands at the same time. This doubled the damage he dealt to his opponents. Liu Feng immediately remembered that he had a mechanical left hand, Suzhu, and it could be used thanks to this new ability. He immediately started to transform it. After finishing his education, he discovered a new kung fu technique, a level 3 technique called combination strikes. He also obtained a mantis sword, two things at once, the art of wielding two swords, and the sword of the praying mantis to top it off. His evening was a success. Liu Feng still had 3,000 points left, so he decided to buy a weapon for Li Xin since her old one was no longer suitable. So he bought her an MHI assault rifle for 1,500 points. Just as suddenly, Li Xin entered the room. Liu Feng told her that she had come on time and asked her to look at the weapon he had made for her. Li Xin was pleasantly surprised, saying that she had just arrived, already receiving such a beautiful gift. As a thank you, she sandwiched his head between her breasts. But Liu Feng asked her to stop because Kelly was outside. Li Xin said that if not now, she would definitely thank him tonight. Liu Feng realized that he couldn't get away with provoking her wild nature. Suddenly, Kelly entered the tent. Hearing that Liu Feng was chatting with someone, she decided to check and find out who. The next day, an assembly point was located 1 kilometer away from Xinanjin City. The soldiers reported to Commander Chu Shanhei that the assembly had been successfully completed. Heading to Xinanjin City with his team, Liu Feng met Commander Chu Shanhei on the way and asked him what he was doing here. Commander Chu was happy to see Liu Feng, but he didn't think that the Mutant Association would send him to help. How suddenly unexpected for Liu Feng, but someone called out to him. When he turned around, he saw Dr. Qin and asked her what she was doing here. The doctor replied that she was accompanying the military as a doctor and would also look for pharmacies in the city. As she got closer to Liu Feng, she said that, judging from his facial expression, his body was devastated again, and she didn't like it. Li Xin walked up to Liu Feng and said that they hadn't seen each other for only a few days, and he had already managed to get a new girlfriend. She then walked over to Dr. Qin and said that her name was Li Xin, and she was Liu Feng's partner first. Dr. Qin said that she was pleased to meet her, and apparently she realized that Li Xin was the reason why Liu Feng's body was so often exhausted, and told her to control herself. Kelly noticed that Li Xin was wearing yesterday's latex clothes, but she didn't have time to say anything because Commander Chu appeared and asked everyone to go to the tent, because it was time for the pre-military meeting. At that moment, the tent was very noisy because everyone was discussing the future offensive. But Commander Chu stepped to the microphone and asked for silence in order to briefly describe their combat mission. He said their mission is to investigate the city as the garrison in the city suddenly stopped communicating 2 days ago. Their goal is to investigate the cause of the sudden loss of communication with the garrison. Liu Feng, on the other hand, remembered that the K3 Science Research Institute was under the bell tower and decided that he should also get supplies if possible. Commander Chu asked all of the bounty hunters to participate in their mission, saying that the military would allocate 3 of their soldiers as support. Then he said that they could perform. Upon arrival in the city, Commander Chu stopped the convoy and ordered everyone out of the vehicles. The town was too quiet and there weren't any zombies, which was very strange. There were traces of blood on the ground, but there were no traces of zombies. Liu Feng and his team decided that they should check everything first. They walked carefully into the nearest building and saw a mug of coffee on the table. The coffee was cold. Following them, a gang of thugs came into the building and shoved in a shoulder or blue. One of them said to keep the mutants out of the way under their feet. Liu Feng and his team could wait outside. The mercenaries quickly explored the room, not realizing where all the people had fled to. Suddenly, a fused zombie mutant came around the corner to meet them. He immediately grabbed one of the mercenaries and started eating her. The cowboy hat mercenary, without thinking for long, opened fire on him with a double-barreled shotgun in order to save his partner Li Ping. Well, there was nothing the zombie mutants could do. The mutants ate his partner completely, and her head became part of the monster's body. Li Xin said that they had met a similar monster before, but Liu Feng didn't think so. The cowboy got close to the zombie monster and put his shotgun to his friend's head to kill Li Ping once and for all and prevent the zombie monster from getting a piece of her, but was immediately grabbed by the zombie's tentacles and was on the verge of death. The cowboy was lucky that Liu Feng was nearby and came to his rescue. After Liu Feng cut off the mutant zombie's head, he thought it was over. The zombie mutant did not die after losing its head. Seeing such a large number of heads on the body of this mutant zombie, Liu Feng realized that they had eaten all the people in the city. So, as many heads as he had, that's how many he had killed. While Liu Feng was standing and pondering over the zombie heads, Li Xin intervened in the duel. And thanks to her new machine gun, she simply tore that mutant zombie to shreds. After firing on the mutant zombie with all the guns and blowing off all its limbs and heads, they thought they had tackled it. But not so. That all turned out, and just torn in half the body of a zombie, Mutant attacked one of the thugs and ate him. Hearing Dr. Chin's shout, Liu Feng looked outside and saw 5 more of the exact same but much larger in size zombies, and realized that they were surrounded. Commander Chu said that ordinary weapons were useless and ordered everyone to go towards the barracks. Since there were heavy weapons there, Liu Feng couldn't understand what had happened in this city and why were all the zombies so strange. Liu Feng said that they shouldn't linger in this place and ordered Li Xin to use her cloak, invisibility, to protect Dr. Chin. Also said that if she finds supplies, have her send him a message as he and Kelly are heading to the K3 shelter. Seeing these monsters, Kelly started to worry that they would eat her. But Liu Feng told her not to worry because he wouldn't let those monsters touch her. He began to chop the heads of the monster that stood in their way with his sword. Using the Kung Fu fire glove technique, Liu Feng gave a powerful kick to the monster, thus tearing it into small pieces. Seeing this strength, the mercenaries decided to walk beside Liu Feng. Meanwhile, while Liu Feng was dealing with the huge mutant zombie, Kelly was kidnapped by a 2-headed flying zombie. Liu Feng couldn't believe his eyes because he had never met such flying mutant zombies before. The mercenaries were also shocked at the sight of flying mutant zombies. One of the pilots chopped off one mercenary's head and flew away with it. To their general disappointment, the flying zombies were numerous and ready to tear the humans apart. The cowboy ordered his men to open fire on these flyers. But flying zombies were not easy to kill because it was very difficult to hit them in the head, so the mercenaries had to flee. Liu Feng rushed after the zombie who stole Kelly on the way, killing all the flying zombies in his way. Liu Feng realized that he couldn't catch up to the flying zombie with his legs, so he decided to shoot the crossbow straight at its head, hoping that it would die. The flying zombie didn't die because it had 2 heads. It survived, and even more angry, flew faster. Kelly realized that her business was bad, as she thought the flying zombie was carrying her into a nest of walking zombies. She remembered that she had a revolver stashed in her bra. She pulled it out and shot the second head of the flying zombie, thus killing it. Seeing that Kelly was falling from a great height, Liu Feng took the mechanical claws and shot a tether to catch her. Kelly was falling from a great height, and she realized that it looked like this was her end. But she considered it not bad, knowing that she wouldn't die from a zombie bite. And she also realized that without her, Liu Feng would be free and could do whatever he wanted without worrying about her safety. But Liu Feng still managed to catch her in time. Afterwards, he asked her why she had acted so recklessly. They looked into each other's eyes, and it seemed to be the most romantic and sweetest moment of their lives. As suddenly, with great speed, they broke through the wall in the clock tower and were inside. Seconds after the dust fluttered, Liu Feng saw that Kelly had attacked him and was holding his arm so that he couldn't resist. No sooner had Liu Feng asked Kelly to get off him than he noticed that something fishy was going on with the bell above them. Swinging a little to the right and left, suddenly the bell collapsed and covered Liu Feng and Kelly. He immediately realized that they were stuck under the bell and asked Kelly to wait a bit because he would get it up. Kelly asked him if he knew what she was thinking when the zombie grabbed her, and replied that she thought she was going to die. But he saved her life again. Liu Feng asked her if she could be afraid too. Kelly replied that she was also a human being, but at night, she could only sleep peacefully if she covered herself with clothes soaked in Liu Feng's scent. No matter how strong she may seem, she can't face death calmly, and in fact she fears death more than anyone. And that's because she hasn't gotten her revenge yet, and this end of the world has taken everything from her. Liu Feng realized that he had to comfort her, so he told her to calm down because he was by her side. Kelly responded by telling him that he was so gentle, she thought they could discuss some other things. Kelly pulled off her dress, exposing her breasts, and said she wanted to talk to him about what he was afraid of. Liu Feng was terrified because he was afraid he wouldn't make it. In his fantasies, he was the perfect military pilot. But seeing Kelly, he was afraid, for he knew she was an enemy pilot AC, and she spotted him. He realized that the enemy had noticed him, so he tried to call Mei Dai. Mei Dai, the enemy is coming! Liu Feng said he had to evacuate. The enemy pilot warned that he was about to shoot down his ship and asked him to eject. But Liu Feng looking at his brother's photo, realized that men only brave forward, and he could not give up. Pilot Kelly didn't even notice when suddenly Liu Feng suddenly took a dominant position, applying a kick from the rear. After such a hard and unpredictable dominating blow from the rear, Kelly realized she had lost and gladly accepted defeat. Meanwhile, Li Xin decided to ask Dr. Qin, "Who does she think is ringing the bell? It's been ringing for hours. Aren't they afraid of attracting zombies?" Dr. Qin rummaged through her things and found two green hats, saying that one of them was Li Xin's, so she put it on her head and the other one on hers. Li Xin was getting a little worried about Liu Feng and Kelly, because they didn't even know where they were. In reality, Liu Feng and Kelly were quite nearby and had been ringing the bell all night. The next day, Liu Feng woke up quite tired. Since they had been ringing the bell all night, Kelly was more difficult than Li Xin. By the feel of it, he knew it was 100% worth it. After defeating Kelly the first time in an aerial battle using a rear attack, Liu Feng never thought that he wouldn't make it back home in time. As suddenly, on the way back, his hold was smashed and his ship was infiltrated by Kelly, saying that did he really want to get rid of her so quickly, he would definitely fail. Seeing that Liu Feng got up before her, she said that he seemed to be filled with power today, and immediately stole his fighter jet, pulling the handles at an incredible speed. After such a morning discharge, Liu Feng made breakfast for Kelly, after which he approached her and asked her why she chose him. Why did she like him? I told him he shouldn't belittle himself. After all, he had saved so many people and so many women were crazy about him. Even though he stole her electricity, but he also traveled several kilometers of swarming zombies to save her. For this reason alone, her ex-fiancé Zheng Tianxiong is not worth one finger of Liu Feng. Looking at Kelly, Liu Feng realized that this was the first woman other than his sister that he wanted to protect day and night. He realized that he had to make a protective suit for her because the apocalypse world was too dangerous. At that moment, he received a call from Li Xin reporting that she had found the granary and had completed a side mission. He thanked Li Xin for a good job and sent her the coordinates of the bell tower, asking her to find him. At that moment, Kelly asked him who he was with last night in the tent. Not with Li Xin by any chance? Liu Feng asked Kelly to wait, as he was ready to explain everything to her. Kelly realized that men, even before the end of the world, would remain the same. So she pinched his back with all her might, causing him unreal pain. 10 minutes later, on the first floor of the bell tower, Liu Feng was already fighting zombies and mutants at full strength. Luckily for them, the zombies here haven't had time to merge with humans and become super mutant human-eating mutants. Meanwhile, searched the entire first floor and found a secret retina reader in the statue. The statue scanned Kelly's retina and recognized her as the head of the Fox family, Kelly Fox, and granted her access to the K3 lab. Meanwhile, the cowboy was shooting back at the zombie mutants, but realizing there were too many of them, he decided to run away from them. As he was running away, he saw a door, a back room, and decided to go in there to hide from the mutant zombies. Once inside, he saw a nondescript hottie with drab pantyhose who asked him if he wanted to have some fun. The cowboy jabbed his face into her lush, gorgeous breasts, not believing that such a thing could really happen, because she was very beautiful. And unfortunately for him, he was right. The pretty girl was actually a zombie, a mutant that used a woman's body to attract living people and eat them. Meanwhile, inside the granary, Li Xin was shooting back at the crowd of zombies protecting Dr. Qin. Li Xin blamed Dr. Qin for attracting too much attention from the zombies because she was looking for the first aid kit. To which Dr. Qin replied that the children needed antibiotics and she couldn't leave without them. Li Xin asked the doctor to hurry up, as she could no longer hold back the flood of zombies. Dr. Qin was on the verge of death and still managed to get the first aid kit, realizing that they couldn't defend themselves anymore, as the zombies were getting very many. Ellie Blue, together with the doctor, decided to run away. Seeing a narrow gap between two walls on the way, they decided to jump in. While in the gap, Dr. Qin asked Li Xin what she was and what made her breasts grow so big. Meanwhile, Liu Feng had gone down to K3's underground laboratory with Kelly. They found a very large number of mutant zombies in the lab, and of many different specimens. Liu Feng realized that there were a lot of zombies and they couldn't just walk past them. After that, he saw a fire extinguisher and a generator standing nearby and decided to transform them into something else, thanks to his ability to make useful military gadgets out of things. Liu Feng assembled a lightning-fast fire extinguisher. Thanks to his lightning-fast fire extinguisher, he destroyed part of the zombies, and the rest of the zombies were doused with foam from the extinguisher, preventing them from orienting themselves in space. Realizing they didn't have much time, they immediately ran to the inner lab to pick up the nanotechnology. But when they went inside, they suddenly came across a three-headed, one-eyed mutant zombie that should not have been there in the first place. Kelly and Liu Feng couldn't understand how this monster could be in the inner lab of nanotechnology. It was an elite-level, one-eyed fused zombie. As a reward for killing it, the system offered Liu Feng 1,000 points. Seeing Kelly and Liu Feng in front of him, the one-eyed zombie immediately began to attack them, slamming its two mighty arms into the ground, thus splitting the floor in front of them. Liu Feng took Kelly in his arms to save her from the one-eyed zombie's attack. At the same moment, he realized that it seemed like the zombie's strength was somewhere at the A to S level. He asked to stand aside and hide without interfering with him to straighten out this one-eyed zombie, as he realized that this was the first time he had met such an elite zombie, and he needed to be careful with him. The one-eyed zombie, thanks to its huge eye, did something to Liu Feng that he dropped his sword from his hands. Liu Feng didn't realize what was happening because his hands were not obeying him at all. The system alerted him that an elite-level zombie had temporarily paralyzed his hands. The elite mutant zombie didn't think twice and decided to attack again. Thanks to the fact that Fen's legs were fortunately not paralyzed, he was able to dodge the blow by just ducking down. Things were bad because Liu Feng didn't expect the elite zombie to have special abilities at all. In the blink of an eye, he stripped him of his melee ability. Liu Feng couldn't understand what his abilities were controlled by, the three heads or the huge eye. Suddenly, the mutant zombie spit acid spit at the dog's head that was on his body. At the same time, next to the grain storehouse, Li Xin, along with Dr. Qin, were still in this narrow passage in which they were very cramped. Li Xin asked Dr. Qin to shrink down a bit so that she could reach her hand from behind her back and grab her weapon, as suddenly one of the zombies grabbed them with its long tongue, enveloping their bodies with its tongue all over their bodies. The zombie mutant grabbed them by their bodies with its tongue and tried to pull them out of this passage to eat them. But Li Xin regrouped and took the mutant zombie by its tongues with one hand. With her other hand, she pulled out her automatic rifle. She first fired a machine gun round at the mutant zombie's head, and then gave it a crushing blow with her right foot. After dealing with those long-tongued mutant zombies, Li Xin told Dr. Qin that everything is fine and they need to get out of here. They finished off another mutant zombie that Li Xin had forgotten about, after which they successfully escaped. Dr. Qin thanked Li Xin for the rescue, saying that she had used the terrain to kill the zombies and it was really beautiful and professional. Hearing such praise from Qin, Li Xin said that she could give her a little kiss for it, pointing her hand to her cheek. At this moment, Dr. Qin noticed the wound on Li Xin's arm and said that she needed an emergency amputation. Otherwise, she would be infected. But Li Xin hurriedly reassured the doctor and said that it was fine because she was vaccinated. Li Xin told the doctor that not only did they have a bunch of food in their safe haven, but also a vaccine. Dr. Qin couldn't understand how they managed to develop the vaccine. After all, she had heard that the Research Institute of the Northern Base was still in the process of developing it. Furthermore, she couldn't believe that Liu Feng was the manager of the shelter, because from the looks of it, she couldn't say that he was capable of such a thing. Dr. Qin realized at this moment that if she joined them, she would be able to help a lot of children. Suddenly, at that moment, a girl came out from behind the wheat sacks. Appearing in front, the girl offered them to have fun together, unbuttoning her blouse and exposing her breasts. Li Xin immediately pointed her machine gun at her and told her to stand still and not move. Dr. Qin asked Li Xin to lower the machine gun, thinking that there was a living person in front of them. But Li Xin didn't listen to Dr. Qin and shot this girl with her assault rifle right in the forehead. Seeing this, the doctor was shocked, because she couldn't understand why Li Xin had just killed a person. Dr. Qin was standing with her back to the seemingly dead girl, when suddenly a zombie, the mutant that had previously consumed the cowboy, emerged from her body and grabbed her arms. Kelly was very worried about Liu Feng. But thanks to the Kung Fu chip, Liu Feng was able to activate his mechanical arm and protect himself from the acid spit. Kelly was pleasantly surprised to see that Liu Feng was able to use his mechanical arm. He told her that while he couldn't raise his hands with, well, a kung fu glove, he could control with a chip and give instructions through the system. He then commanded the system to prepare a steel fist strike and capture the target. As soon as the system did so, he fired a shot and destroyed one of the mutant zombie heads with his mechanical fist. After that, Liu Feng immediately rushed to attack using his crossbow. He decided to attack the central head. But the mutant zombie was protecting it with his hands, and Liu Feng realized that if he was protecting the central head, then it was the main head. and in order to use his hands again, he needed to destroy it. The mutant zombie launched another attack on Liu Feng using his huge arm, but Liu Feng was able to dodge it this time, and then he used his Fist of Rage to counterattack. He punched the zombie mutant in its left arm, thus tearing it off at the elbow. Feeling threatened, the one-eyed mutant zombie decided to attack Liu Feng with his tongue. It was a lousy move, and Liu Feng had to retreat, especially since he realized that his glove would soon run out of power. Kelly called out to Liu Feng, saying that she could move her arms. After that, she attracted the attention of the huge eye and was unable to move her arms again. Kelly asked him if he could kill the mutant zombie if he moved both hands. Liu Feng replied that if he used a two-handed sword, he would probably be able to kill the mutant zombie. She then told him that he should trust her, because she could deal with the loss of control of his hands, and asked him to wait for her signal by the sword. Liu Feng rushed into the fray, diverting all the attention of the zombie mutants onto himself in order to give Kelly a chance to resolve the loss of control of his arms. The zombie mutant grabbed his mechanical arm with his tongue, but Liu Feng was not going to give up use the mantis sword to cut off the zombie monster's tongue, after which he sprinted around and with all his might, he punched the one-eyed mutant monster right in its big eye. How suddenly after that, Kelly was immediately able to move her arms, and she realized that she really just needed to avert his eyes. She pulled her favorite revolver from her chest and aimed at the mutant zombie's eye. Realizing that its eye was only capable of tracking a small area, she realized that an animal is an animal. Saying that this mutant zombie had an IQ like bread, she fired a precision shot right into his huge eye. Liu Feng immediately felt that he could move his hands again, and realized that the source of the problem was still the eye. Picking up his second sword from the ground, he jumped at the mutant zombie, using the double strike technique with his swords to deliver a crushing blow. Meanwhile, in the granary, Dr. Qin recognized one of the zombie heads, seeing that it was the bounty hunter who went with his team to get Liu Feng. But this was no longer the cowboy she knew before. This was a hideous zombie, a mutant who just wanted to eat her. Li Xin couldn't let Dr. Qin die, so she grabbed her chest with one hand, and with her other hand, she took the automatic rifle and started shooting at the zombie mutant. With her professional training and accurate shooting, Li Xin had destroyed all two heads that the mutant zombie had, but it was still alive. Li Xin immediately realized that there was another head somewhere inside her body, as they suddenly heard a crying sound from her abdomen, and a moment later, a small baby fell out. It was a disgusting, abominable, even premature, already a zombie baby. Dr. Qin could barely hold back the tears in her eyes as she realized that he was not even born yet, but had already become a horrible monster. Li Xin, unlike the doctor, didn't feel sorry for this little guy, as she realized that if she didn't kill him, he would kill them, because this was the world of the apocalypse. After which, outside the warehouse, Dr. Qin buried this baby, wishing it to be reborn as an ordinary child in the next life. She realized that such a fate awaited all children in the post-apocalypse. Seeing her sad look, Li Xin said that she was very sentimental. Turning around, Dr. Qin said that she wanted to go to Liu Feng's hideout. But Li Xin replied to her that you can't just take her to join their hideout like that. The doctor asked her to take her to Liu Feng, saying that he would definitely agree. Only Li Xin decided to call and find out where Liu Feng was, when suddenly she saw something scary on the roof of the building, so she immediately grabbed Dr. Qin and ordered her to immediately lie down on the ground. As soon as they fell to the ground, Li Xin immediately covered them with her invisibility battle cloak, saying that it looked like that person on the roof was the one Liu Feng had told her about. So if they wanted to survive, they needed to be quieter than water and lower than grass. They were shocked, for this woman came very unexpectedly. Meanwhile, in the secret laboratory of K3, Liu Feng was able to chop two mutant zombie heads in half with one blow, thanks to the use of his two swords at the same time. Kelly couldn't believe her eyes, but he really did manage to cut off two heads with just one blow. Well, that wasn't the end of it, as a worm emerged from the body of what Kelly and Liu Feng thought was a dead mutant zombie, and it had the same huge eye on its head that Kelly had shot at. Suddenly, the system warned Liu Feng that a disaster-level energy was detected nearby, and asked him to evacuate urgently because it was a red-level danger. That threat was Empress Li Hanyang, also known as the Scarlet Empress, whose ability to control blood and decompose all living things. The system once again warned Liu Feng the red level of danger. Saying that the disaster-level mutant had gotten stronger, the system estimated that she had just woken up, looking for food. Seeing her, Kelly immediately knew that she was the same neighbor of Liu Feng Li Hanyang. Her gaze alone made one feel like a bubble rising in the water. It felt as if she was being looked at by God himself. She grabbed the one-eyed zombie mutant by its tentacle with one hand, and with her other hand she turned her other hand into sharp claws and pierced its huge eye all the way through. After she pierced it with her hand, she immediately started sucking all the life juices out of it. Liu Feng was very amazed when he saw this, because in one fell swoop, she had defeated an elite-level zombie that was so difficult for him. Kelly was very scared and asked Liu Feng what should they do. He realized that they couldn't escape and they couldn't move. They could only hope that the bloody Empress still remembered Liu Feng. They stood frozen in one place, hoping that Empress Li Hanyang would recognize Liu Feng and let them go. But something went wrong, and the Empress grabbed Liu Feng and dragged him to her. At this moment, Liu Feng realized that his matters were not good at all. He prayed that his aunt would remember him. Suddenly, Empress Li Hanyang turned her gaze to Kelly and decided to kill her by releasing her sharp vein towards her. Liu Feng couldn't understand what was happening and asked the system to analyze what was happening. The system replied that the Empress remembered him a little, but Kelly didn't know and decided to kill her. He couldn't think of anything better to do than to kiss his beloved Aunt Li on the mouth. To save Kelly because he couldn't lose her, Empress Li Hanyang was dumbfounded by Liu Feng's act and left Kelly alone. Then after thinking for a bit, she scratched his cheek with her sharp fingernails, after which she licked his blood with her long tongue from his cheek. The system immediately warned Liu Feng that his blood had been absorbed by the Scarlet Empress, and she would now remember his scent forever and would be able to track his location in the future. Kelly suddenly had a sudden desire to win, for there was no way she wanted to let Liu Feng go. Kelly before the apocalypse was a know-nothing capitalist elite. Therefore, she could not allow other women to take her man away from her. Empress Li Hanyang looked into Liu Feng's eyes as she left. When he saw this meaningful look, he realized that it seemed that Aunt Li had not forgotten him, and she still had a chance to be cured. Meanwhile, at the Northern Base Research Institute, Director Zheng was told that there was a complication, saying that a huge amount of energy had appeared in Xinanzheng and they had started analyzing it. The director asked his subordinates if it was the founders of the religion. But it wasn't them. Running a full scan, he was answered that it was Mutant Number 1 Scarlet Empress. She had awakened and come to the city. The director was disappointed because their Scarlet Empress had wiped out the zombies in the entire area immediately after awakening, and had also exterminated their institute's troops. And the worst part was that she was created by a scientific research institute and yet fiercely hates them. Zheng Tianxiang, Minister of Health, Director of the Northern Base Research Institute, thought it was all unimportant, for he felt that someone was sabotaging their affairs. After realizing this, he immediately ordered his assistant T1 to continue sending people to find the Kelly Research Institute, because it was necessary to find it and the nanotechnology that was in it. With all that said, he also ordered to avoid the nest of the Blood Empress and take supplies with him, and ask the Subway clan for help. He then turned to his assistant Wu Mian and asked her to find the one who was constantly obstructing him. She confidently replied that the task would be accomplished. One of the assistants asked the professor if they would interfere with the situation in Xinancheng City, to which he replied that they would not. Because there is a Scarlet Empress there, she herself will tear everyone apart. After all, according to his information, samples of nanotechnology had been successfully removed from this city. Meanwhile, at the secret K3 research lab, Kelly is very angry when she learns that the nanotech project was emergency moved downtown 3 days ago. Kelly realized that things were bad, because 3 days ago, the nanotechnology had been taken by subway to the research institute in the center of the city. Liu Feng didn't understand which subway the nanotechnology had taken. Kelly told him that all of her research institutes are linked by an underground system. And as soon as there was a problem with one of the institutes, the system immediately transported the secret projects to the nearest safe institute. Then, looking at the map, she said, the map showed that the nanotechnology had been moved to the Freyer Institute. Lufa was very upset because he realized that they had come all this way for nothing, risking their lives. Suddenly, Kelly found a leak of the fusion virus that had been eliminated from the lab. At this very moment, Li Xin and Dr. Qin appeared in the lab, who immediately noticed that this virus was what caused the city to have a bunch of different zombies. She was interested in this virus. Liu Feng was very happy to see Li Xin and Dr. Qin saying that he was worried about them. Dr. Qin thanked him for sending Li Xin, who had saved her, with her. Then Dr. Qin suggested we talk about the virus. She had no idea that there was such a lab in this city and that they were still studying the virus. so she decided to take a closer look at it. Then she learned that a byproduct of nanotechnology research allows you to combine nanorobots and a virus. It's a powerful technology. The Fox family was the initiator of the project. Upon seeing this, Dr. Chin turned around to Kelly and said that she was the famous Kelly, and this underground institute was under her direction. She also said that she believed that she wouldn't do something like this since she had always been a white knight in this field. Kelly, on the other hand, replied that she knows nothing about the initiation of this project. Dr. Chin believed Kelly, but asked her what would happen if someone in her family colluded with outsiders, for example, Zhen Tianxun. Dr. Chin then added that Fox Corporation has nothing but money. They invested in quality assets around the world. After that, they act like white knights, or better said, they are a science and technology firm, not an investment corporation. The doctor said she used to work at a research institute that Kelly's company had invested in, and there she saw a man appointed by her family collude with Zhen Tianxun. Li Xin hugged Kelly with a grin on her face, saying that she didn't think she would ever see a fox like Kelly being humiliated in public. Dr. Chin noticed that the fusion virus was still active, and she thought that she might be able to use it to restart the development of a serum that removed the mutation virus, telling Liu Feng that it could probably alleviate his little sister's symptoms. Hearing this, Liu Feng immediately suggested that Dr. Chin join his hideout, saying that now his little sister and Aunt Li would have a hope of escape. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, Captain Chu and his subordinates were fighting a wave of zombies. He gave orders to his military to hold their positions as they needed to chase these zombies away to keep them from going to the northern encampment. One by one, his soldiers were killed by zombie bites. He realized that the zombies here were not like the ones he had met before. These ones, no matter how many times you shot them, they would not die. In order to hold back the onslaught of zombies, waves of Captain Chu along with his soldiers used all the weapons available to him, even grenades. But even grenades couldn't save them, as they were blocked by a bone shield that couldn't be penetrated not by bullets, not even by a grenade. Captain Chu couldn't believe his eyes, because it was really bad. In a couple of months, they had evolved to impenetrable bone shields. The military's defenses had been breached. Lying on the ground, Captain Chu thought about the fact that humanity would most likely no longer be able to defeat them. Before he could even think about what Liu Feng would do in his place, a red cloak of salvation appeared out of nowhere and pierced the head of the zombie who wanted to kill Commander Chu with his sword, after which he immediately asked old Chu if he was all right. In response, the commander thanked him for saving his life again. Before they could talk, the bone shield zombie decided to attack them again, at which point Liu Feng pushed Commander Chu aside and dealt a crushing blow to the bone shield zombie. But he didn't destroy it, and on top of that, he broke his sword against the bone shield. Seeing his broken sword, Liu Feng was not upset. After all, 10 minutes ago, back when he was still in the grain store, he had prepared for such an occasion. While in the granary, he contacted his assistant Sarah and asked her to send all that grain to their base. He then said that tomorrow he would bring more people to the base. Dr. Chin was very surprised to see such technology, and she asked Liu Feng what kind of technology was this that could teleport things. He replied that it was just a small equipment from his hideout. Meanwhile, Li Xin came over to them and said that they had cooler things in their hideout. She then pressed Liu Feng's head against her chest and led him to another room, saying that she had said this to interest Dr. Chin in their hideout. At this moment, Kelly called Liu Feng over to her place, saying that she had found another byproduct of nanotechnology development at the institute and asked him to take a look at it in case he could use it. Opening the suitcase inside it, Liu Feng discovered a nano-level, a level striking glove. After his sword broke with this very gauntlet, Liu Feng delivered the next crushing blow to the bone-shielded mutant zombie. Through the use of the nano-striking glove, Liu Feng had destroyed the bone-shielded mutant zombie with his first strike, tearing it to pieces. Captain Chu and his soldiers could not believe what they had seen, only realizing that Liu Feng was very strong. Now in the eyes of the military, Liu Feng was no longer like a sword master, and he had become a demonic fist in people's hearts. After half an hour, they arrived at the gate of the northern base. Commander Chu reported their return, saying that thanks to Liu Feng, they had delivered 2 truckloads of supplies and scouted the situation in Shinong. Liu Feng listened to Kelly's advice, who said that they should leave 2 truckloads of food to the military to win their favor, and in this way, they would make it easier to do business in the future. While driving one of the trucks, Liu Feng looked sideways at the pass of people and saw his ex there. He couldn't believe his eyes. Therefore, he blamed it on the fact that he was too tired and he was dreaming of his former Shen Qian. The next day, together with Dr. Qin, Liu Feng went to the slave market, where she introduced him to the owner of the largest slave market in the northern base, Boss Zhang Li. He, on the other hand, was happy to see the famous demonic fist Mr. Liu. He said that he had wanted to meet him for a long time. Zhang Li asked Liu Feng not to worry, saying that for Dr. Qin's sake, he would provide him with the best goods. He gave him the best beauties of the old world, Shu Qianqian and Hua Meimei. Liu Feng couldn't believe his eyes. After all, Shu Qianqian was a movie actress who played the role of Yang Guifei, and Hua Meimei is an international star who played the role of Ida Wang in the movie Cruelty Crisis. Movie star right and left. At this moment, Hua Meimei was blaming Shu Qianqian for getting them caught because of her, and it was completely her fault. Liu Feng wanted his harem very badly, but he also knew that this fatty was seducing him on purpose so that he wouldn't ask for something else. Seeing that Liu Feng was hesitating, the merchant said that this celebrity couple was not cheap, and added that the head of the light-bearing dragon gang wanted both of them, but he refused him. But Liu Feng told him that if he thought he could lead him astray just by showing him a beauty, he was very wrong. The merchant was shocked, for he didn't think that there really was a man in this world who could hold his own at the sight of such beauties. Unable to bear the seller's stupidity, Liu Feng shouted at him that, oh, he didn't come to him to buy beauties from him. The intense pressure even made his nose bleed. At this moment, Kelly entered the room saying that the last thing they need in this era is beauties, telling Boss Zhang that they only need talented people. Boss Zhang immediately recognized Kelly as the only woman in the top 10 rich people according to Forbes magazine. Now he was not surprised that with such a beauty, Mr. Liu was not interested in movie stars. The girl also recognized Kelly, thinking that she was a legendary woman who was the trophy of this young guy. Kelly, on the other hand, told Liu Feng that he was worthy of being the director. However, he should invite these stars to his hideout since they were quite not useless. Liu Feng obeyed Kelly and approached the girls and invited them to join his hideout. The girls gladly agreed. But Liu Feng said that first, he had to look at their characteristics thanks to his system. Liu Feng was shocked to see what talents these two girls had. He didn't understand how some two actresses had such rare talents. He even asked the system to check them again, to which the system said he was a fool and it was working properly. Without thinking for a long time, he asked the merchant to bring all the people he had so that he could choose them himself. Realizing that this was a big deal, the merchant literally brought him all the remaining 300 men in 5 minutes. Half an hour ago, the tired Liu Feng was a bit angry. After all, he thought that talents would be everywhere. And in the end, out of 300 people, only a few people had any good skills. He found a security guard, a storekeeper, a farmer, a hacker, a turner, a cook, and a gunpowder researcher. He also had 2 more of these beauties, but he needed to increase the population, so he needed to pick another 100 people. After 3 hours, only 120 people who were not hostile to Liu Feng and had the appropriate qualifications were selected. After the selection, Liu Feng asked Boss Zhang how much he wanted for all these people. Boss Zhang replied that since they were acquaintances, he would give him a discount, and said that he would charge him 200 canned goods or 30 to both of them, his choice. Liu Feng didn't bargain and said that Kelly would give him the payment. After acquiring the right number of people, Liu Feng realized that they needed to be brought to the shelter, and then he would be able to unlock the blueprints of the firearms. So he did so, loaded all the people into the trucks and drove back to his hideout. When he reached the place, he stopped the convoy and asked all the people to get out and form a line. Everyone was scared. Seeing the desert, they thought they were brought to be killed and sold as meat on the black market. Liu Feng noticed that the people were nervous, so he climbed up higher. Taking a loudspeaker, he said that his name was Liu Feng. He was now their commander. Later, he would take them to the shelter. He also said that he guaranteed each of them that they would eat enough and never be slaves again. Then he asked them to line up and go through the transportation door so he could teleport everyone to the shelter. When he came down from the podium, he was called by Kawase Swana, the vice president of the Mutant Association, who said that she had something to give him. Liu Feng was even slightly startled, as he had not noticed her presence before. She told him that she heard about him breaking his sword and decided to give him her family's sword, Suilai's demonic sword. She handed him the sword, telling him to let it be his welcome gift in honor of completing his first mission and joining the Mutant Association. Taking out the sword from Liu Feng's sheath, Liu Feng saw that it was very sharp. This weapon was capable of slicing through steel. It was a level A weapon. She then handed him his ID card, telling him that he should visit the association a little later because the president wanted to see him. He told the vice president that he would definitely stop by the association and thanked her for the sword, then told everyone to get ready to return to the shelter. All safe and sound, everyone managed to be transported back to the shelter. Upon seeing Liu Feng, Sarah immediately ran to hug him, saying that she missed him very much. Following Liu Feng and his team, the rest of the 120 people he had acquired from the slave market also teleported into the shelter. The population of Shelter L exceeded 100 people. The level increased to the third level of the shelter. The system notified Liu Feng that he could build a firearms workshop. People were pleasantly surprised to see the cool technology in the shelter. They were also notified that the shelter had 24-hour hot water and plenty of beds. As long as everyone worked hard, everyone would have delicious food. The system notified Liu Feng that the weapons production would be completed tomorrow. He dismissed his team, saying that they could rest today and they would deal with the rest tomorrow. At night, Liu Feng lay in his room and thought about how much had happened recently. And he was very glad that they had been able to return to the shelter, because he could finally get a good night's rest. Since he had to think carefully about his plans for tomorrow, he went straight to bed. Suddenly, Sarah came into his room and lay in bed with him. Liu Feng thought that she was sleepwalking again, and decided that she could stay in his bed until dawn. Suddenly, she whispered in his ear that she was awake. When she got up a little, she told him that he had fallen asleep too early. That's when he realized it wasn't sleepwalking. The whole thing was like a movie about a secretary invading the principal's office. A beautiful secretary and an angry director in the office. Climbing onto his lap, the secretary said she wanted to report to him. The boss tried to stop her by saying that it was past office hours, but she wasn't interested. She began to tell him that their stock prices had dropped a lot this month, and they needed to think about how to raise their prices. Liu Feng asked why she was doing that. To which Sarah replied that ever since he saved her, she has admired him every day. But she is not like Li Xin and Kelly, for they can go out, while Sarah can only express her love to Liu Feng when he comes home. After which, she cried. Liu Feng took her hand and said that he was willing to accept her pleasures, but only if she stopped crying. The secretary told her boss that if he didn't start performing better, the shareholders would replace him. At that moment, he realized that he was about to lose. The secretary, riding on top of him, asked him to admit his defeat. After a few minutes, the secretary told the boss that he should quit because he was no longer available for serious problem-solving. The boss got angry, saying she was underestimating her boss and he would show her what a real job was. Then he took the secretary lightly by the chin and whispered in her ear that she was very brave. He then loaded her up with overtime and at his desk showed her how to enter overtime. While watching the stock chart, the secretary reported to her boss that the stock was going up too much and she couldn't contain her admiration for it. Just a few minutes later, the stock price peaked. And the secretary realized that it was too early to write the boss off if he was capable of such an explosion in the stock market. After all these reports, Sarah fell asleep. On the contrary, Liu Feng was energized and even energized, thanks to the rise in the company's stock price. So Liu Feng decided to go to the sauna. After all, nothing relaxes like a swim after sports. No sooner had he dipped into the pool and relaxed than Li Xin appeared behind him with a bucket in his hand. No sooner had she pounced than he grabbed her and pulled her to the ground. Liu Feng asked Li Xin why she decided to sneak up on him and attack him. She got very angry and started beating him with her hands, saying he was a fool if he still didn't understand anything. After which she said in a rage that she knew that he was having an affair with another woman behind her back. Liu Feng's case was bad, but he didn't realize who she had found out about, Sarah or Kelly. And what should he do next? She also added that he was very disappointing. Liu Feng at this moment realized that he had now been burned by Li Xin, and what would happen if Kelly and Sarah also found out about each other? He realized that if everyone found out about each other, he would lose everyone and it would be over. So he urgently needed to think of something. At this moment, Liu Feng remembered that Li Xin has a thrill fetish and she likes variety. Therefore, he asked her if she was angry because he didn't call her out. Seeing the subdued reaction to his words, he said that it was okay, because next time he would definitely invite her for a threesome, that she wouldn't be shy. No sooner had he figured things out than suddenly his younger sister and Auntie Li's daughter walked into the sauna. Since he didn't want Shintang and Li to find out about his connection with Li Xin, he pushed her under the water, telling her that she should hide and then quietly leave afterward. But since Li Xin had a fetish for sharp sensations, she wasn't going anywhere. It all began to resemble the underwater adventures, Mira and Aquaman, Liu Feng. Liu Feng asked her to behave herself since she was in Atlantis, but Mira said that today she would punish the king of the sea. Mira used deep sea magic to restrain the Sea King's movements. It was mean of her to use that kind of magic in the water. Mira was shocked to see that the Sea King could withstand her sea magic, and she realized that he was the ruler of the seas for a reason if he could do that. At this moment, Shintang, along with Sister Li, rushed over to Liu Feng to help him wash, rubbing his body with brushes and soap. Aquaman couldn't hold back any longer, and so he made a haul, saying that he didn't want to be underestimated. Mira was shocked to see the jet was really strong and she couldn't resist it. The jet was so strong that even the mug that was on Kelly's desk fell over. Meanwhile, Sister Shintang and Sister Li were busily trying to help Liu Feng wash not only his body but also his head. At this moment, Wu Feng felt dizzy and his eyes darkened. He even thought that he had gone to heaven, because just now, he had done it right into Li Xin. At the moment when the sisters were washing their brother's head out of the water, Li Xin appeared. Liu Feng was puzzled because he didn't think Li Xin could last so long underwater, and she also seemed to have something in her mouth. Just a moment later, the sisters also noticed that Li Xin had something in her mouth. So Sister Li asked her, did she also help brother Liu Feng wash? Li Xin realized that she urgently needed to answer something, so she decided to spit out Liu Feng's thingy, but she accidentally swallowed it. Liu Feng and his sisters were shocked when they saw this. The next morning, Liu Feng decided to show Dr. Qin the medical section. She couldn't believe that his shelter was so big. After arriving at the infirmary, Liu Feng said that it consisted of 2 rooms, an outer room and an inner room. The outer room was a ward with beds, and the inner room was a laboratory. Both rooms were now completely vacant. They proceeded to the laboratory. The system said that the equipment was working fine and that they could do various tests on it. Dr. Price immediately realized that there was artificial intelligence in the lab. After looking at the lab, Dr. Qin said that it was even better equipped than the one at the northern base. The space, although not much, was enough for one person. Then he told her that she could bring those children of hers directly to the shelter, for here they could learn. Since many children had come to the shelter this time, he was going to find teachers and start a school. After the head electrician left them, Dr. Qin kissed Liu Feng gently on the cheek. From surprise, he fell to the ground and she along with him. At this point, the chief electrician decided to go back because he had forgotten something, and he saw a very interesting picture. Seeing Liu Feng and Dr. Qin kissing behind the curtain, he couldn't believe his eyes. But they were actually kissing, and the shadows were just distorting their actions. Liu Feng asked Dr. Qin to sit down on the couch to rest and recover from the fall. The electrician was shocked because he didn't understand how they could do it in broad daylight. So he decided to watch them a little longer. Liu Feng asked Dr. Qin to take her time and move more slowly so that she could fully recover. After settling down, Dr. Qin said that since he had a microscope, they could take a closer look at the fusion virus and see how they could help his sister. The chief electrician was a lone wolf, so he just couldn't put up with something like this. Vedum, he knew that Liu Feng had Li Xin, and he just didn't dare to pull something like this on Dr. Qin. So he decided to barge in and prevent the cheating. But the video, increasingly passionate shadows, he just fell to the floor. Dr. Qin said that by taking the genome of the fusion virus as a basis and using Liu Feng's equipment, she might be able to create an inhibitory vaccine. Seeing all this picture, the chief power engineer was horrified because it was disgusting to him, and he promised that as soon as he became the head, he would punish such dogs. After all, cheaters are the worst thing in this world. It's like the cancer of society. Cancer. Suddenly, a very beautiful girl with gorgeous forms came up to him and asked him if he was okay. When he saw her, he was immediately dazzled by her beauty. The girl told him that something was broken in their enclosure and asked him to look at it and fix it. The chief electrician gladly agreed and said that of course he could help. After that, he immediately realized that he had fallen for her tenderness. At this moment, Dr. Qin explained everything about how she would be able to reverse research and help Liu Feng's sister. She then proposed a pact. She said that he would help her get the children from the base and take them to the underground city, and in return, she would help him create an inhibitory serum. At this moment, Liu Feng's people realized that Dr. Qin and did not want to join the shelter. She immediately apologized to him, saying that she couldn't join for now, since there is not one matter that she cannot leave behind. Hearing this, he offered to help her. No sooner had they spoken than suddenly, the system alerted Liu Feng that the construction of the weapons factory was complete, saying that the shelter could be upgraded to level 3. Upon hearing this news, he immediately ran to see the brand new gun factory. Everyone was amazed at the amazing build quality of this weapon factory. But Li Xin and the sniper already wanted to test this weapon for quality. After a few minutes, taking a couple samples of the finished weapon, Li Xin conducted an inspection. At the end of the inspection, she said that it was an excellent weapon. Kelly, on the other hand, said that the plant can currently produce entry-level firearms and ammunition, such as the AK-47, M1911A1, Browning M37 shotgun, Dragunov sniper rifle, fragmentation grenades, ammunition, and more. Li Xin told Liu Feng that since they now had such opportunities, they should build a shooting range to train the guards. He agreed, saying that he was entrusting this task to her and Long Xuan. They would have to choose the future guards, with Li Xin in charge. He then ordered the system to fully upgrade the shelter to level 3, and to start building a firing range. The system replied that the shelter would be ready in 2 days. Liu Feng decided to take a walk in the center of his hideout and met 2 beautiful actresses in a bar, who saw him, invited him to the bar, and offered to have a drink with them. Seeing the actresses, Liu Feng realized that he couldn't hide from them. Also remembered that when he was a teenager, they were his sexual fantasy, and back then he only had pictures of them. And now they were right in front of him, and as they looked into his eyes, they realized how majestic he was after all. But he was so nervous that he couldn't control his facial expression. How suddenly, a moment later, his reputation increased by 1 point. He realized that when the actresses saw him, they were immediately frightened. And because of this, his reputation increased by 1 point. Seeing that his reputation was growing, he decided to join the girls and be tougher on them, thanks to which he could check if the reputation really grows when he is cruel. At that moment, one of the girls was talking to the other about what she had heard, that the stars could only survive this apocalypse by trading themselves. And she asked her friend if they should make those sacrifices. Xu Tianqian was naturally charming and also had high communication skills. She could definitely figure out Liu Feng's true intentions. The girls asked Liu Feng if he wanted to drink something stronger, to which he replied that he would drink milk. The girls were shocked that he didn't fall for their flirting. They were also surprised that he was able to resist them, because it was the first time in many years that they had failed to charm someone. They could believe that the leader of the underground city, such an intimidating and serious man, drank milk instead of whiskey. But Sis Li told the story that Liu Feng's little brother has loved to drink the milk her mom sent him since he was little. No sooner had she finished her story than Liu Feng noticed that his reputation had increased by 233 points again, even though he didn't seem to have done anything for it. He thought he should say something to the girls. They might be friends after all, but instead he coughed 3 times. Hearing him cough 3 times, the girls thought they would have to come to his bedroom at 3 in the morning, and realized there was no way they could avoid that fate. They stood up, turned around and left, saying that they understood. At this moment, Liu Feng was very upset because he thought he had offended the stars. After this incident, Liu Feng decided to go up to the command center. Seeing Liu Feng, Kelly stood up and slapped her heel on the ground, saying that everyone should stand up and greet the principal. Liu Feng said hello and said that greeting him so formally was unnecessary. But Kelly told him that the director should live up to his status, after which she asked him to take his place of honor as principal. The meeting had begun. Sitting in the center of the table, Liu Feng pondered, did he need to pretend to be strict now? Kelly stood up from the table, saying that since everyone was present, they could proceed with their first question. Saying that now that the problem with creating the weapon was solved, she suggested that they create a 30-man security detail. Because lately 2 groups have gathered around the base. The first is the Salvation Army, and the second is the co-religionists, who are a direct threat to the refuge. Liu Feng asked Kelly to tell more about these groups. Kelly said that one of the groups is this One God Church. They have recently intensified their activities in the south of the city. The rate of spread is very high. Their slogan is that belief in the Day of Judgment will save you from the bonds of worldliness. The other group near the shelter is the Salvation Army. This gang created by thugs, they had already gathered about 200 people. Li Xin laughed, saying that the Salvation Army sounds like a gathering of collective farmers. Lun Xun asked Liu Feng, didn't they capture the high priest of the co-religionists? Liu Feng replied that she was captured and asked his little sister to bring her in. After a couple of seconds, Shintang brought in the high priest of the One God Church dressed in a prison short tunic with a black leather collar around her neck, holding her by her leash. Li Xin immediately asked her to tell what she knew about the development of the One God Church and its emergence. The captive told them that the Church of the One God had been founded before the apocalypse to save all living things. Now it had tens of thousands of believers, and a branch must have sprung up near the asylum. Liu Feng was shocked when he heard the number of tens of thousands, and asked which sect next to them is small or big. The hostage continued the story, saying that the ordinary sect is ruled by several bishops. 8 of them are the highest ranking. They are named by numbers from the 1st to the 8th. She was the 8th, and the 7th was killed by Liu Feng said. Liu Feng realized that all those zombies were created by the founders of their religion. The hostage said that all the mutant zombie eggs were given to them by the founder. Shintang couldn't stand the long story and bent her over and started whipping her butt with the leash so that she would quickly tell her who their founder was. After which she immediately said that although she hadn't seen him in person, she felt like he probably wasn't human. Li Feng, along with Li Xin, were very upset with her answer and asked her what about the apostle she mentioned. Would she be able to recognize him? The hostage replied that of course she could, and that he was probably already in the city. Liu Feng then said that next time he would take her on a mission with him. After summarizing the meeting, Liu Feng said that they currently had no need to confront these gangs. They should first train their guard squad before dealing with the gangs. Kelly agreed with him, saying that they should first strengthen the strongholds around the shelter. After that, he said that lately he was short on points and needed to prepare for a foray into the city center. Therefore, it is necessary to perform 4 combat missions. First at the oil storage facility, second at the hypermarket, third at the sewage treatment plant, and fourth at the harbor dock. Liu Feng said that everyone would lead a team. Li Xin was to take over the hypermarket, Lun Xuan was to take over the purification station, Da Qiang was to take over the wharf, and Liu Feng was to take over the oil storage tanks. After assigning missions, Liu Feng realized that he lacked talent on his team. Kelly said that there was still one outstanding issue, and said that and needed to go to the research institute in the center of the city to find nanotechnology and uncover Zhen Tiansheng. However, in the center of the city, the number of zombies reaches millions on their own. They will not be able to get there, so you need to take advantage of this opportunity. Li Xin suggested going for broke, to which Kelly replied that not everyone in this office was as crazy as her, saying that Principal Liu had already thought of a way. Suddenly, Grandpa Kane came on the video link to them saying that while he was waiting for Kelly to call him, he heard that the military wanted to explore downtown. Kelly said that although they didn't know what the army's goals were, they had already started recruiting mutants and bounty hunters. So she advised the director to establish a relationship with the military while they were still at the northern base. He had saved their Commander Chu's life twice, helped them with their mission, and handed them a supply of food. The director has even exceeded the goal and prepared the ground for the team. So now it would be quite easy to join the martial artist. Liu Feng expected that Kelly understood his plan, which only meant that he was not hiding well. At this moment, Lun Xuan realized why Liu Feng had become the leader who personally created the hideout. After all, he always prepares for everything in advance without leaving any traces. Grandpa Kane also understood why Liu Feng was attracted to Miss Kelly. Liu Feng stood up from the table, turned around, and said that tomorrow they would clear the strongholds around the shelter, and the next time they went to the city center, he would contact the military, and declared the meeting over. It was evident on his face that he was greatly frightened and excited because his comrades were very clever, for he had not even had time to say anything and the strategy was already ready. 3 hours later, in his room on the big screen, he was excitedly watching the 9th last part of the movie, a hard-hitting crisis involving one of the actresses he had bought out. Seeing the canned goods in front of him, the table with rice, rolls, and all sorts of snacks, he realized that this was no apocalypse because he didn't have such a fancy life before the end of the world. Suddenly, the system notified him that Shu Qiangqian and Hua Meimi were asking for permission to enter his room. He thought they wanted to watch a movie with him, so he let them in. 3 o'clock in the morning, the appearance of 2 little Playboy bunnies in Liu Feng's room. Taking a seat on the sofa next to Liu Feng, they immediately started pleasuring him, showing that they were willing to do anything for him. Liu Feng was confused because he didn't understand what was going on. Shu Qiangqian said that they understood his coughing and came to him as he asked. Liu Feng immediately realized that they had misunderstood, but it was too late, after which, They both looked at him with their adorable sparkling eyes and asked to be their patron, swooping down on him from both sides. Suddenly, he found himself in a forest thicket with a sword in his hand, seeing before him two evil spirits that suck out people's souls. Without thinking for a long time, he rushed into battle, trying to cut down these two beautiful but evil spirits with his Clayton sword alone. But the spirits only laughed, saying that he couldn't hurt them with a normal attack after all, they were spirits and could split the damage. Then they attacked him with powerful combinations. And he realized that he was doing badly because at this rate he might lose. They did not spare him, beating him again and again. He knew they were very strong, but he couldn't figure out how he could handle two spirits alone. Suddenly he saw the well of rebirth from which these dangerous spirits emerged. The spirits were telling him that his and the Taka's had no effect on them. But Liu Feng realized at this moment that he didn't need to attack the spirits, but to stick his sword into their well of rebirth. When he had seized their weakness, he knew that their lives were now like candles in the wind. If he had filled the well, the source of their strength would have been gone. They were asking him to stop and not move. But Liu Feng realized that their weaknesses were now under his control. He felt his superiority. The evil spirits realized how strong and ruthless he could be, and in just a minute, they were already asking him to stop and not move anymore, because they couldn't take it anymore. But Liu Feng realized that he couldn't stop because if he did, he would lose. Therefore, he decided to use the rotating vortex technique and enter the well completely. In the end, thanks to his crowning trick, he was still able to deal with the two spirits, showing them how powerful he was. After this incredible and crazy fight with two charming beauties, he felt amazing and not even a bit tired. And all because he had fulfilled his childhood dream. He knew for sure that tomorrow he would be able to roll mountains. The next morning, Liu Feng and his team advanced to the oil storage facility to clear it of zombies and grab useful resources. For this mission, Kelly trimmed a gorgeous red shirt with a huge cutout on her chest, a mini skirt, and took a crossbow with her for her safety. She was very hot. Before the sortie, Kelly reported that according to satellite calculations, there should be several dozen zombies in this factory. Once captured, they would receive at least 300 resource units. One day ago, in the evening at the underground city's firing range, Kelly had practiced her firearms marksmanship without rest. Liu Feng was very curious as to why she was training so much and not even resting. Kelly replied that this apocalyptic world was too dangerous, with angry people, terrifying zombies, hunger, and mutations. So just hiding in the base is not an option for her. After her words, Liu Feng realized that a strong woman is a strong woman. At any time, she would not humble herself and would never back down. The next morning, Kelly asked Liu Feng to let her join the zombie sweep operation at the oil depot. Liu Feng agreed, saying that their task was to clear the area of zombies, but no firearms could be used to avoid an explosion. From the satellites, they saw that there weren't many zombies inside. Also, most likely the zombies are not mutants among them at all. So this task should be pretty easy for them. All they had to do was bait the zombies. Of course, the bait was the chief power engineer. He was running away from the zombies, chasing him so fast that he didn't notice the stone under his foot and tripped over it. As he fell, he rolled over onto his back and saw that the zombies he had been running away from so quickly were about to attack him and tear him into small pieces. But luckily for him, Liu Feng was nearby and chopped the head of the zombie, attacking him in half, saying that he had done a great job in his role as a decoy. Kelly was also not left out. Thanks to her crossbow, she pierced the head of several zombies at once. Her shooting lessons were not in vain. Suddenly, she noticed a zombie approaching her from behind. She turned around and kicked it in the groin with all her might, immobilizing it even without arrows. Seeing such a harsh reception, together with the electrician felt the pain on themselves. Meanwhile, Kelly finished off the zombie with an accurate headshot. Meanwhile, Kelly told herself that she had to become strong, because she wasn't just a piece of jewelry, especially since she was able to build a business empire all by herself before the end of the world. She was sure that even after the apocalypse, she would also cope and become strong and independent, creating her opposite copy that is not afraid of anything and easily able to use any weapon. Looking at Liu Feng and Kelly standing back to back, the electrician thought that they were very suitable for each other as he thought they were almost a zombie extermination couple. Zombies were everywhere. No matter how many they killed, they kept coming and coming. It was an intense struggle for survival. Standing on the front line shoulder to shoulder beside Liu Feng, Kelly couldn't understand how this gorgeous and strong man, all this time you carried such tension, being on the verge of life and death. Kelly also realized that Liu Feng was a very strong man, so she gave herself the word that she wouldn't lose either, and decided to use the bursting bolts that Liu Feng had made for her. It would seem that all the zombies had already been destroyed, as suddenly a new mutant zombie appeared on the horizon that they had never met before. It was a mutated poison gland zombie. Upon seeing him, Liu Feng immediately made an immediate decision to give him the strongest sword strike, causing him to cut his belly, from which acid began to spray out. Seeing that he couldn't destroy the mutant zombie with this, he decided to use a secret technique called the Devil's Desert Sword and strike the zombie again. Thanks to this fire technique, he chopped the mutant zombie in half and burned it. After seeing the power of his sword, Liu Feng immediately realized that it was not for nothing. The sword was a Class A weapon. Seeing the Lu Fen calmly dealt with everything. At that moment, Kelly felt that no matter how hard she tried, she still wouldn't be able to keep up with him. 10 minutes later, they were already at the gate, in the oil tank, and the electrician was trying to open the security system in order to open the gate and get in. Literally 5 minutes later, the electrician still managed to open the gate. Seeing this, Liu Feng said that they had cleared the courtyard area. Now what was left was to clear the building and the task would be completed, so he would go first. But Kelly didn't lag behind him a single step. Liu Feng asked her how it felt to kill zombies, to which Kelly replied that it was harder than she thought. Well, Kelly told him not to worry about her because gradually, but she will get stronger. Hearing this, Liu Feng was once again convinced that she was a very strong woman, the likes of which he had never met before, and he suggested that she should try together to improve her skills. No sooner had they entered the building than suddenly over the loudspeaker, a mysterious voice began asking for help, saying that the three of them should quickly go to the main control room and rescue him. The mysterious voice repeatedly asks for help, saying that there are zombies outside. And he is in the main control room and asked with tears in his eyes to save him, calling Liu Feng's team heroes. Liu Feng asked the system to show him the floor plan of the building. The system showed him the floor plan of the building, telling him that there were only 5 floors and that there was a working service elevator on the first floor. But Liu Feng was not going to rush to the rescue as there was something wrong with the voice. In addition, there was a noise but no zombies appeared on the floor. Something was definitely wrong here. After looking around the rooms near the elevator, Liu Feng noticed corpses whose brains had been eaten. It didn't look much like ordinary zombies. He realized that it seemed to be a type of mutant zombie that had never been seen before. Just as suddenly, the system alerted Liu Feng to what it detected was zombie mutant energy. Upon recognizing this, he immediately warned his team to be careful as there was probably a mutant that had appeared here. No sooner had they gotten into the elevator than a voice came out of the radio, telling them that they had finally arrived. Then the mysterious voice warned them of the danger on the 5th floor, saying that there would be a couple of zombies waiting for them there. Then it said that Liu Feng was staring at Kelly's breasts. Liu Feng immediately told him to immediately stop lying, but the mysterious voice said that he definitely saw it, and he didn't even imagine it, even that Liu Feng was staring at her butt right now. After a few minutes, they arrived at the 5th floor. Liu Feng drew his sword and told his partners to stay behind him. Kelly realized it would be safe behind his back. She even felt like hiding. Thinking about the battle just now, she realized that she had trained for so long, but it was worth it when a couple of zombies appeared and she was on edge. But it was a momentary weakness. For gathering her thoughts, she said no. She would not give up. For in this world of apocalypse, only the strong can survive. She then told Liu Feng that she wouldn't hide behind his back. He was happy to hear her say that, realizing that she was very determined. And despite the danger, she can handle everything. A moment later, the elevator doors swung open, and they saw the dark and half-empty hall of the 5th floor. You see, something is amiss here. He asked his partners to be very careful. But the electrician only got angry because he was jealous of Liu Feng, saying he's not like him and doesn't have a woman behind him. How suddenly after that, the electrician started to parody Liu Feng, showing him looking at Kelly. As suddenly at that moment, some drooling tentacle touched him. Thinking it was Liu Feng, he asked him not to parody or touch him. Seeing Liu Feng standing aside, the electrician realized something was wrong, and then a second later, a huge slimy tentacle appeared in front of his face, and a huge mutant zombie that they had never seen before hovered over him. Seeing in front of him such a terrible and so huge zombie, mutant, the electrician from fear, just froze in place. Kelly decided to kill this mutant zombie and fired a crossbow shot at it, asking the electrician to duck. But to their mutual disappointment, This mutant zombie's skin was very hard and the arrow couldn't penetrate it. Sitting on a metal partition, the intimidating zombie was a mutant zombie, Red Claws, a new kind of mutated zombie. Immediately after the shot, a mutant zombie grabbed the electrician with his tentacle, and another mutant zombie grabbed Kelly around the waist with his tentacle. So it's time to choose: save Kelly first or save the electrician. Liu Feng realized that these zombies were like jackals, grabbing two people at the same time to force him to choose. But there were more mutant zombies in the room. Feeling threatened from behind, Liu Feng turned around and struck a powerful blow with his sword at the mutant zombie that wanted to attack him as well, then immediately attacked this mutant zombie with his nanoglove to inflict more damage. When he saw that his blade and glove were able to wound a mutant zombie, he realized that it wasn't all bad. Suddenly, the remaining mutant zombies began to pull Kelly and the electrician towards them. Liu Feng was shocked as he realized that they were dragging both of them away at the same time, and he could only choose one to save his life: save the electrician or save Kelly. While Liu Feng was weighing the pros and cons, Kelly saw the picture from the outside and realized that it was so similar to 4 years ago. A year ago, a secretary came to her office to tell her that her company's financial resources were limited, and they had already set conditions for the acquisition. If not accepted, the company would not be able to avoid bankruptcy. After which, just a couple minutes later, the owner of the Ninth Sky Corporation, Director Luo, walked into her office, mocking her by saying that she was weak. But Kelly didn't understand why Director Luo had come to see her. When he saw her eyes not understanding, he asked her not to be so cold and told her that he had come to show her the way out of her situation. He offered her to be his mistress, and then he would be able to lend her a considerable sum of money. The look on the face, that pig's face, was the same as that mutant zombie's. They both thought they had managed to get Kelly. Thanks to Kelly remembering this passage in her life that happened to her 4 years ago, she decided to not give up in any way and shut their dog mouths. Meanwhile, the lion did not choose one and decided to save both, throwing his sword at one of the zombie mutants, and the other shot from a hand crossbow right in the tongue. She also shot the mutant zombie straight in the mouth with her crossbow, ripping off its tongue. After that, she immediately remembered that just like that time, she immediately kicked it away. After winning that trade war, she built her business empire. Kelly was falling down, but Liu Feng immediately caught her with his hands and said that he didn't even think she had such an explosive side as well. But before he could even think that Kelly was safe, suddenly the monster decided to attack her again by jumping from the ceiling. Liu Feng manages to keep things idyllic by using a mantis claw to pierce the head of this mutant zombie, and saving Kelly by telling her at the end not to be afraid since he's around. After saving Kelly from this mutant zombie, Liu Feng asked her to be his girlfriend, after which he kissed her in French. After the blood rushed back to Liu Feng's brain, he realized that not only did he not hold back and say this, but he also kissed her. Kelly said that whoever wants to be her boyfriend has to be powerful and brave, so he has to try harder. No sooner had he heard Kelly respond to his suggestion than a giant Red Claw leader, an elite zombie, suddenly appeared in front of them. Just seconds before this ferocious elite zombie appeared, a mysterious voice on the walkie-talkie warned them and told them to be careful, as the type who was scratching at his door was coming to look for them. After which he said that this herd of zombies had a special characteristic: they were like jackals. The leader of the Red Claws saw that his brothers were dead. He was very upset and decided to immediately destroy these people. Liu Feng decided not to wait for the weather to clear and attack the Red Claw leader first. But the Red Claw leader gave Liu Feng a powerful strike, forcing him to dodge. The strike was very fast. Liu Feng didn't expect this from him. After dodging the mutant zombie's quick strike, Liu Feng decided that it would be rude not to retaliate, so he used the Kung Fu Master's technique, the Chaos Flower, striking dozens of zombies in an instant. Seeing that his punches slightly hurt the elite mutant zombie, Liu Feng told Kelly and the electrician to look for the main control room. While he is dealing with this monster, Liu Feng used his nanoglove to deliver a devastatingly powerful blow to the Red Claw leader. After seeing such a powerful punch, Kelly and the electrician were convinced that Liu Feng could do it without them and ran to find the control room. Literally a few minutes later, they found the head console room. The electrician said it would take about 5 minutes to open the gate. The mysterious voice was overjoyed. He couldn't believe the door was about to open. Realizing that the electrician did not meet the 5 minutes, the mysterious voice told him that he could be faster considering that he had no girlfriend and he was a 30-year-old man, so his hands should be faster by 20% than the others. Suddenly, turning around, Kelly noticed that Liu Feng had been thrown backwards by the blast wave. At this point, Kelly was very worried about Liu Feng, so she asked if he was okay, to which he replied that he was fine. Liu Feng also said that something incredible had happened. Because his punching glove couldn't break the arm of this elite mutant zombie, seeing the paw of the ringleader, Liu Feng realized that the ringleader is a special defensive elite zombie. Its skeleton and flesh are tightly connected, the muscles form flavoring punches, the outer skeleton, and it can't be broken in one go. Meanwhile, the electrician needed another 3 minutes to crack the door. Liu Feng had just hit the zombie mutant directly in the forehead, but the armor on its skull was peerlessly hard. Furthermore, Liu Feng realized that in close combat, the leader of the Red Claws had a very strong sense of smell, and the skills of a kung fu master would not give a meaningful advantage. It was moments like this that he realized that he missed his brother Lun Xuan very much, who could aim for the soft spot under his ribs and destroy this elite mutant zombie with just one shot. The Red Claw leader, meanwhile, decided to retaliate. Seeing that he could hit Kelly and hurt her, Liu Feng pushed her aside and took the full force of this crushing blow on himself. The impact was indeed very powerful as Liu Feng broke through the gate to the central room with his body. Liu Feng turned his head to see a robot wearing a construction helmet, thanking him for them coming to save him. Seeing the robot in front of him, Liu Feng was shocked, but still asked him what he even was. The robot said that he was an artificial intelligence for oil drilling named Xiaopuff. Hearing this, he immediately sent the robot far away, saying that he was a small toy that tricked them into coming here. In response, Xiaopuff said that he was not a small toy, but the most innovative robot, the driller. Meanwhile, the elite mutant zombie once again decided to attack Liu Feng. When the robot saw the attack, it warned Liu Feng, thus saving both himself and Liu Feng. Liu Feng realized that this zombie leader was not only strong, but also armor at maximum strength. Xiaopuff realized that he wouldn't survive like the others if they couldn't break through the armor of this horrible elite mutant zombie. He had the brilliant idea to merge with Liu Feng in order to give him strength and add new tricks. Xiaopuff decided to switch his mode from peaceful civilian driller to the weapon of the final Asian D-59 battle, the fighter driller mode. He merged with Liu Feng, giving him an exoskeleton and a modified mechanical arm. Thanks to the auxiliary device that Xiaopuff made of himself, Liu Feng could now increase his skill power, and thanks to the skeleton exo, increase his skill damage. Liu Feng immediately decided to use the mechanical nano hand technique and strike another blow at the leader of the Red Claws. But this time, thanks to Xiaopuff, he increased the damage several times and dealt a devastating blow to the elite-level mutant zombie. Liu Feng had never thrown such a powerful punch before, nor had he ever seen anyone hit so hard. Liu Feng was happy that he had such powerful equipment. But the robot didn't like being called equipment, so he said his name was Xiaopuff and asked to be called by his first name. Seeing that the leader of the Red Claws was still alive, Xiaopuff decided to finish him off himself. He fired a powerful volley from the weapon of the final Asian Battle D9 Go laser. Thanks to that, he completely destroyed an elite-level mutant zombie. Liu Feng saw that Xiaopuff could not only improve his abilities, but also had an excellent laser cannon himself. However, this cannon consumed 60% of Xiaopuff's charge, so he automatically shut down after firing it. After killing this elite-level monster, the system notified Liu Feng that the task of clearing the oil storage tank had been completed, and he would receive 2,000 points and 100 reputation points for it. Since it was his first completed task at the beginning of the new week, he received an additional reward of 1 attempt at the lottery. This time, the rewards in the lottery were quite good, and the most needed and good one was the Energy Shield Blueprint, which was a great reward in general. There were such rewards as a Ghost Carbine, full body armor, a virus vaccine, and an ability awakening reagent. Liu Feng pressed start, and the wheel started spinning. At this time, he prayed that the blueprint of the energy shield would fall out to him. But unfortunately, he fell a little short of his intended goal this time. Liu Feng won the reagent. The system said that it could only be produced at advanced bases, and it could also awaken superpowers in ordinary people with some probability. The system then added that there would be no side effects in case of failure. Liu Feng immediately realized that it was a very good thing, but decided not to use it on himself. He decided to inject it into Kelly and asked her to give her his hand so that he could guide her with the vaccine. Kelly was very careful about vaccines, so she asked Liu Feng if it was safe. He replied that it was an injection with a unique drug that awakens unusual abilities without any side effects, and injected it into her. He also added that she could get the power she's been dreaming of if everything works out and the vaccine works. As soon as Kelly heard that this drug awakened superpowers, she became furious, asking Liu Feng why he didn't use this drug on himself. After all, it was pointless to waste it on her. Liu Feng replied that it was fine because he already had superpowers. Besides, there was a chance that the drug wouldn't work. Using it on him would be pointless. Suddenly, Kelly said in a frightened voice that she couldn't move and couldn't feel her arms and legs. Liu Feng was very scared for Kelly, because he realized that it was probably the effects of the drug, and ordered the technician to open the teleporter so that they could return to the base as soon as possible. By the time they got back to base, Kelly was already unconscious. Liu Feng immediately asked where Dr. Chin was now, to which Sarah told him that she was in the lab. When he found out where Dr. Chin was, he immediately ran to her, holding Kelly on his shoulders. At that moment, he could very clearly feel her scent and the softness of her body, and realized that he couldn't lose her. He burst into Dr. Chin's lab screaming that Kelly had fainted on a mission. His eyes were filled with fear and worry for her life. The doctor said, "Put Kelly on the couch," and asked what really happened. Liu Feng told her how he had injected Kelly with a drug that was supposed to awaken her strength, and she suddenly blacked out. Dr. Chin examined Kelly, and after 10 minutes said that her condition was relatively stable. Nothing serious is happening to her at the moment. She then told Liu Feng that this was the first time she had seen someone's powers awaken, and he had already had them, and could say that he had experience in it. So she advised him to take Kelly to his room so he could keep an eye on her throughout the night. Liu Feng heeded Dr. Chin's recommendation and brought Kelly to his room and laid her on his bed. Liu Feng remembered that Dr. Chin had said that he had experience in this matter because he had superpowers. But he knew that he had no experience at all, because his system was responsible for everything. Looking at Kelly's gorgeous breasts, he realized that she had a gorgeous figure, top-notch, and her breasts were probably the biggest in the whole asylum. He drooled at the mere thought that he could take the opportunity to do something with her. Suddenly, his system alerted him that the subject was in the process of mutating and there was a chance of failure. He was very scared, so he warned the system that if she showed up again so suddenly, he would die of fright. The system replied that it had a way to make Kelly's mutation a success. The system told him to massage acupuncture points on her body to speed up blood flow and make it easier to accept the mutation. Seeing the points the system offered to massage him, Liu Feng realized that it was too dangerous and didn't want to do it. The system warned him that if he didn't start massaging, Kelly's evolution might end in failure. Liu Feng had nothing left to do but to start massaging the places the system pointed out to him. He massaged her both above and below, trying to do everything he could to get her to relax and her blood flow to stabilize. At that moment, he remembered how good they had been that night spent under the bell. After he had already massaged all over her body, he decided that he absolutely had to save her and started rubbing her lotus flower until it was shiny. Literally seconds after Liu Feng touched her lotus flower, Kelly woke up and threw him off the bed. Liu Feng couldn't understand what was happening to her. He was in shock. The system told him that all the blood in Kelly's body had been activated, and now once she calmed down, she would be able to mutate successfully. At that moment, he realized that the system had set him up. But no sooner had he gotten properly angry with the system than he was suddenly seized by the sensation of being in Castlevania. He was a knight of light in silver gold armor with a purple cloak. She was more like a devil who asked him if he was the brave man who had freed her. The knight asked her who she was. With a grin on her lips, she replied that she was the one he had unleashed. She is the demoness of the 6th Doomsday, Queen of Demons, Queen of Lust Kelly. After that, she grabbed Liu Feng, enveloping him with her wings. After she grabbed him, she told him that he should feel her heat and set him on fire. At this moment, Liu Feng realized that he was about to lose. She then bid him farewell, whispering in his ear that he would die in the flames of her passion, and left. But Liu Feng was not so easy to defeat. He told her that she shouldn't even think that she could defeat someone called Brave so easily. Kelly couldn't understand why he wasn't hurt by her fervor. Liu Feng had told her by that, if one had faith in his heart, that fire could not scorch. Therefore, faith would become his sacred sword. He made the most enormous lightsaber possible and told her that she should accept the justice of God's light. And he pointed his lightsaber straight at the devil woman. She realized that her body would not be able to withstand such a powerful blow and asked him to stay away from her. But Liu Feng said that his credo is that brave men are not afraid of hardship. There's nothing difficult about it. After he finished his speech, He stuck the sword of justice right into her body. The next morning, when Liu Feng woke up, the system reported that the mutation had been successfully completed. Kelly had a new ability. It could be seen in the character data. Liu Feng was even in a good mood because everything had ended well. When he saw a half-naked Kelly in his bed, he decided that this was also a good day. No sooner had he dreamed than suddenly another Kelly appeared in front of him, looking just like the one in the bed. Liu Feng immediately realized that he was in a dream, and since he was in a dream, he didn't act like a gentleman and immediately pounced on the two Kellys. Just as suddenly, another Kelly, the third in line, came into the room and said that if he was already awake, he could go to breakfast. While drinking a mug of coffee at breakfast, Kelly thanked Liu Feng for awakening her abilities. That's why she made breakfast especially for him. As Liu Feng ate, he realized that she had no memory of their coitus last night, so he relaxed. Kelly said that while cooking breakfast, she realized her ability a little bit. Liu Feng immediately thought that her ability was doppelgangers, but with just a flick of her hand, Kelly made her doppelgangers dissolve, saying it was just one method of using her new ability. Kelly also said that she made these two clones from the metal in his room, because her ability is transformation. She went on to say that she can reshape almost anything, but metals take new shapes more easily. Hearing this, Liu Feng immediately thought that she had turned into Magneto, or rather his female version. Before he could think about it, Kelly said she'd spent the whole morning studying her ability and realized that she probably didn't have offensive power like a Magneto, at least not until she found one. Afterwards, she said she could transform objects but could barely move them, but she could apply them to her body. Liu Feng suddenly didn't understand. How did her clones move then? She replied that it had to do with the research she had done this morning. Having said that she could split her consciousness and control the clones, and perceive the environment through them as through cameras. Of course, the more objects there are, the more you have to split consciousness, and if abused, she could go insane. She also said that right now her maximum limit was to control 2 columns in a short period of time. But she realized that after training she could easily split into even more bodies. It made Liu Feng's head spin, knowing that he now had not 1 but 4 Kellys. Then she said that her mutation was 100% compatible with Liu Feng's. Before they could finish their dialogue, the system suddenly notified Liu Feng that the shelter had been upgraded to level 3, saying that the construction would begin soon. The system then notified all residents of the shelter that construction of the level 3 shelter had begun, and asked everyone to hold tightly to the railing and be careful while shaking the upgrade would begin in 5 minutes. The modernization of the shelter was completed successfully in just 5 minutes. Everyone noticed how huge the shelter had become, even though it didn't change a bit in appearance. At this very moment, Li Xin and Lun Luan returned back to the base. They had completed their mission successfully and without any casualties. They also noticed that the others had not wasted any time and had improved the shelter again. After which, raising her eyes upwards, she saw Liu Feng and Kelly standing with him. Li Xin couldn't understand why Kelly was standing next to him and piquing her with his gaze. It was as if he purposely wanted to provoke her. Li Xin was indignant after all. She was putting Liu Feng up for one day, and this fox had already managed to seduce him. Even the actresses have noticed that this base is a marvel. They had never seen such an automated place before. They realized that Liu Feng was a very skillful leader. Meanwhile, Liu Feng asked the system to show what changes appeared with the 3rd level. The system opened the map of the asylum, showing that the 2nd floor of the underground city had opened. The system also told him that he could now build a Level 1 Science and Technology Institute, a Level 1 sewer circulation system, an entertainment room, and a Level 1 mechanical mining equipment. Realizing that the 1st floor was completely full, Liu Feng decided to build the mining equipment on the 2nd floor, spending 600 points to build it. After Liu Feng resolved all the issues with the base, he decided that they would go to the northern camp tomorrow to contact the military. As early as midnight, Liu Feng was already having a wonderful time over a mug of milk with his sisters, declaring this night as the night of brother and sisters. Liu's older sister told him that he was so busy every day that he didn't care about his younger sister Shintang. Said that he was lucky that she was spending time with her, so Shintang wouldn't be so lonely. Liu Feng realized that he was indeed at fault, but Shintang was now sleeping 18 hours a night. After all, Dr. Qian had said that this method should slow down the mutation. And when Shintang was awake, Liu Feng was busy with his duties. Sister Lu was lying down and playing a console on the bed. Meanwhile, Liu Feng saw her gorgeous heel and couldn't take his eyes off her. He realized that she was no longer the little girl she used to be. Suddenly, his sister noticed his vulgar gaze. Realizing that he had been spotted, Liu Feng immediately apologized. But his sister said it was okay for him to watch after all. When they were little, they had promised that they would become husband and wife once they grew up. Liu Feng was shocked at what he heard and asked his sister to forget it. After all, these were childish jokes that couldn't be taken seriously. His sister became furious and began pounding his chest with her fists, telling him that he could not now renege on his promises that he had promised to fulfill as a child. Then she threw him on the bed and sat on his face as punishment for daring to betray the promises he made as a child. She asked him not to move and to talk more, using her skillful tongue. Shintang's younger sister was drinking milk at this moment and didn't understand what was happening. An hour later, Liu Feng was left alone with his younger sister Shintang to play the console, as brother and sister's private time began. Liu Feng had never thought that they would all be alive by this day. After all, it wasn't very easy for them. Shintang told Liu Feng that when she grew up, she would marry him too. He laughed and said he felt better, and she comforted him. He realized that even though Shintang had lost her memory, she was still the same gentle and caring angel. Liu Feng remembered the first time he was brought to Shintang's family as a 10-year-old. He was told not to worry, because today was his home, and they were the parents who had adopted him. Her mom was telling Shintang not to worry because she now had an older brother, and she asked to greet him. At that moment, his sister's angelic smile won him over and melted his cold heart. Meanwhile, the two sisters fell asleep sweetly in his lap. Liu Feng promised them to protect them at all costs until the last drop of his blood. Just as suddenly, Xiao Poof suddenly came up to him and wished him good morning, startling him. For energizing the owner with Poof, he offered to give him a massage or make him breakfast. Liu Feng was shocked, not understanding why he was the one who became the master for him. Meanwhile, Xiao Poof noticed that there were two adorable girls lying on Liu Feng's lap. He immediately thought that his master was a lollipop man and decided to activate the Master Presence program. After activating this program, Xiao Puffy asked Liu Feng if he had any dirty thoughts. But Liu Feng asked Xiao Puffy to stay away from him. But Xiao Poof didn't listen to him, which caused his master to behave aggressively. Liu Feng said that if he didn't want to do it the right way, he would do it the wrong way, and he would teach him. Then he attacked Xiao Poof. Their fighting woke up the sisters as it was very loud. Rubbing their sleepy eyes, they saw their brother along with a robot in a not quite normal pose. The sisters were immediately outraged, saying that their brother was a pervert. He wanted to explain, saying it wasn't what they thought it was. But the robot interrupted him and told him he was a lousy person, because that's not what he had just told him. Liu Feng clutched his head with his hands, realizing that it was all over. After all, he would definitely not be able to wash it off now. In the evening of the same day, Liu Feng made the decision to move out with his team to the northern base. The next day, at the North Base checkpoint, there were a lot of people crowded at the checkpoint who just revolted because they were being allowed into the city very slowly. But the military told everyone to line up for inspection or they would open fire on them. After arriving at the pass gate, Liu Feng realized that there seemed to be some kind of conflict ahead and didn't move closer. Suddenly, a man got off the bus and asked his assistant Xiaozhang to speed them through the border as he was feeling very unwell and urgently needed to see a doctor. Well, seeing that his aides were not getting anywhere, he got out of the car and told the military that he knew the mayor of their town and asked them to let him in sooner rather than later. But the military wasn't going to let him in because they saw that he was probably bitten by a zombie, so they told him not to move, because otherwise they would open fire. In just a couple of minutes, he turned into a zombie and attacked his subordinate as the power of hunger overpowered him, and his subordinate, in his opinion, was very flavorful and delicious. Upon seeing this, the military immediately opened fire on him, alerting the rest of his comrades to the threat. Seeing the people scattering in different directions, Liu Feng realized that it seemed like it was time to intervene. The military tried to stop the zombie by shooting it with a machine gun, but they were unsuccessful. It would always get up and keep walking towards them. Unlike the military for Liu Feng, this was a common occurrence. After all, with just one swing of his sword, he had cut the head of a zombie off its shoulders. The military men were shocked, not only because they saw Liu Feng, but also because he threw one of them the head of the very same zombie. After that, one of the soldiers called Liu Feng a demonic fist. Liu Feng was dumbfounded by this statement because he couldn't understand how everyone knew about it. Liu Feng told the military that he was looking for the commander, Chu Shanhei, and asked them if they knew where he was. One of the soldiers replied that squad leader Chu had been promoted and was now a platoon leader. Liu Feng then asked Liu Feng to wait until he informed Commander Chu of his arrival. The second martial artist thanked Liu Feng for his help, saying that he was a big star. Then he added that Liu Feng didn't know that a list of mutant masters had been compiled for all the surviving cities. He also said there are only 100 people on the list. It is compiled by the military in conjunction with the Mutant Association. The ranking of the participants does not take into account level, but only ability, and consists of the strongest mutants in the country. Liu Feng was surprised to hear that he was on the list because he had only completed one city exploration mission, and that was at the D level. The soldier told him that the D-level assignments were later converted into S-level assignments. The Institute studied the zombie corpses that the military brought back last time, and the scientists said that if these zombies were allowed to continue to merge, it would end in disaster. Fortunately, thanks to Liu Feng, this problem was solved. Normally, S-level quests could only be solved by a team of several S-class mutants. The martial artist also said that if this wasn't Liu Feng's trial mission, he might have advanced to the A+ mutant level. Liu Feng wasn't surprised by this news because he realized even back then that that fused zombie was very strong. Just a moment later, Chu Shanhe, the commander of an entire platoon, already appeared. He told Liu Feng that he was very happy to see him. After all, he had finally come to see him. They hugged each other while clapping each other's shoulders. Commander Chu thanked Liu Feng for saving him again on the last mission. After all, he was promoted thanks to him, saying that Liu Feng was his guardian angel. Liu Feng congratulated Captain Chu on his promotion to platoon leader. Afterward, Commander Chu asked Brother Liu why he was looking for him. He invited him to walk and talk, inviting him to have lunch with him later. Liu Feng replied that he really had something to do with him. Liu Feng reminded him that he had once talked about having a shipment of goods, but he didn't want to put them on the market for fear it wasn't safe. So he wondered if he could trade with the military. Captain Chu brought up a shipment of canned goods, saying that he thought the military would welcome it. Commander Chu offered Liu Feng something to eat, after which he will introduce him to his battalion commander, Guo. Meanwhile, in the central district of the northern base, Liu Feng's ex-girlfriend Shen Qing, whose body had been taken over by a zombie, was pleasuring some bigwig. He wanted to get his pleasure as soon as possible because he spent 2 cans of canned food on her, which was a lot by the standards of the post-apocalypse. He thought he was going to have a great night with the hottie, but was devoured by her. Meanwhile, all the men of the northern base almost fainted at the sight of such beautiful girls who came with Liu Feng. Commander Chu understood that these were Liu Feng's teammates, but knew that they were not as simple as they appeared at first glance. Suddenly, some fat man with a scar on his eye poked Li Xin, saying that he wanted to have fun with her, offering her 2 canned goods in one night. Li Xin toppled him over her shoulder, laying him on the ground before placing her foot on his face and jabbing her gun into his forehead. She then told him that she was in a nasty mood today, and if he made any noise, she would shoot him. After shaking off the sand, the fat man shouted at her that she would regret what she had done, because the gang of light-bearing dragons would not forgive her. But Li Xin was thinking that she couldn't let that damn Kelly win and take Liu Feng away from her. Just as suddenly, Liu Feng saw a peddler who was shouting that he was selling Liu Feng's demonic fist merchandise and was asking everyone to pre-order as soon as possible. All the women in the neighborhood immediately ran to the shop, as each of them wanted to buy Liu Feng's stick for just 1 conserve. Liu Feng was shocked to see that the vendor was selling a dildo with his pictures on the handle. Captain Chu calmed him down by saying that he's a celebrity now. There are only a few people in this city who are on the list, and he is number 97 there. Liu Feng asked him, how many total people from the city are on the list? Commander Chu said that the first S-level person among his military, his name is Iron Man Li Jiangguo, he is ranked 38th on the list. He has solved 2 S-level tasks and 11 A-level tasks, and those who can handle S-level tasks alone can basically enter the top 100 strongest. A total of 7 soldiers, 3 members of the Research Institute, the president of the Mutant Association, and 2 vice presidents made the list. He also said that S-level tasks were terrifying missions that could destroy an entire city, and most often only teams of several S-level mutants could accomplish them. After listening to him, Liu Feng said that he had a feeling that the mutants were like some kind of super special forces. Commander Chu laughed and offered him a beer. Liu Feng and Commander Chu sat and drank beer, while exchanging thanks to each other for finally meeting and having a good time. Li Xin saw this and said that he thought that they were not talking about anything important. Kelly interrupted her, saying she didn't understand because a lot of important information can only be obtained at the table. That is the etiquette of this country. Li Xin asked her how she could be sure that they would be able to get information this way. In response, Kelly asked her not to underestimate their head, thinking that he was just having lunch, and suggested that she just watch Liu Feng to see for herself. Meanwhile, Liu Feng was telling Brother Chu that if he needed help, he could ask Liu Feng, as he would always be able to help in any way he could. Commander Chu remembered that he really had something he wanted to ask Liu Feng to help him with, and said that the military would soon have a mission to search for items in the city center. Commander Chu hoped to hire Liu Feng to guard him. He said that they could agree on a price and suggested that he accept the offer. When Li Xin heard this, she was shocked. Meanwhile, Kelly finished her drink and told her that Liu Feng had been doing everything to get closer to the army from the beginning. To do so, he invested in a newcomer in the army, that is, Chu Shanhei. And today, he finally benefited. This is called an investment. Then she called Li Xin an orangutan and said that in the future she should think a little bit. Liu Feng agreed to Brother Chu's proposal. The commander said that the mission would start in 3 days, so he could send someone to exchange materials. Liu Feng called Kelly over to the table and introduced her to Commander Chu as the person in charge of the exchange deals in his team. Meanwhile, realizing that he had 3 days, he decided to research the nanotechnology task. To complete it, he needed to go to a research institute in the center of the city to find nano-nuclear technology. Suddenly, he was called out by what girl? This girl turned out to be one of the 3 beauties he saved at night in the woods from a zombie mutant in a car lot. So she invited him to her house. She decided to offer him a glass of pure water, saying that she didn't have much food in the house. But Liu Feng refused, saying he didn't need anything. At this moment, he realized that he had done the right thing by escorting his 4 goddesses outside. Otherwise, at the sight of the new women, 100% they would have made a scandal. After which he asked Yingqian, where are the other 2 beauties of her girlfriend that he had rescued? She replied that he saved the 3 of them, and now they are teaching the children of the northern base. Their lives are pretty good now, and it's all because he saved them. Liu Feng asked her how low their wages are if they have almost no food. She replied that the city now controls all the food. The situation is very dangerous. Sometimes they have to go out and look for wild edible plants to satisfy their hunger. After hearing this, Liu Feng said that he had a very interesting proposal for them. He told her he wanted to hire 3 educated girls to teach in his shelter, offering them 3 meals a day, meat, rice every day, and 10 more cans of canned food as a salary. He then added by saying that if they were not happy with the salary, he would definitely give them a raise. With a twinkle in her eyes, she answered for all of them that they agreed, since it had been so long since they had eaten meat. The last time they had eaten meat with Liu Feng was at dinner in the forest, after which she immediately pounced on Liu Feng, asking how could she repay him for this generous offer. As suddenly someone from her friends came back, and she decided to hide with Liu Feng in the closet, covering his face with her gorgeous breasts. Suddenly, a returning friend was passing by the closet and heard some sound there, so she decided to check who was there. Meanwhile, Liu Feng breathlessly thought only that if they were discovered and told about it to Kelly, it would be just awful, because he wouldn't be able to explain anything to her. She did change her mind about opening the cupboard, though. As she was very hungry, she wanted to find the grocery cart quickly. After that, she saw a grocery basket on the table with a dildo with Liu Feng's face in it. She couldn't believe her eyes. When she saw the dildo, she picked it up and said that she didn't think a person like her friend Yingqian was capable of buying such a wonderful item. At this point, she was glad no one was home, so she took him 2 hands to keep him warm. After which, she began pleasuring herself in every possible way and position. Liu Feng was reminded of the picture of the brave entering the monster's lair. And this was only the beginning of the brave man's journey. No sooner had she satisfied herself than suddenly a 3rd girlfriend walked in. Hearing the creak of the door, the blue-haired maiden thought of nothing better than to hide in the closet as well. When she entered it, she found her friend and Liu Feng in it. She was very surprised. Their 3rd friend realized upon returning home that none of her friends were home, so she would have to cook dinner on her own. But she couldn't figure out what the strange smell was in their house. At this moment, the brave man realized that he wouldn't be able to resist the 2 hell devils. This was a huge stress for him. but the girls realized that now was the perfect time to attack a brave man. The brave man felt as if two hellish devils had attacked him, and he couldn't defeat them no matter how much he wanted to. Suddenly, the closet doors couldn't withstand the tension and flew open. The two girls on top of Liu Feng rolled out of the closet. The third girlfriend was shocked to see her friends on Liu Feng. Then she got really angry and said that she was very upset that they were doing it in secret from her. Liu Feng asked her to wait because he wanted to explain everything to her, but she didn't want to listen to him. She said that he would regret not calling her. Liu Feng wanted to run away, but the girls surrounded him, saying that they would not let their savior leave without thanking him again. No sooner had they pounced on their savior to thank him than they suddenly heard a knock on the door. It was unexpected, because the time was earlier. When she opened the door, she saw her neighbor, Old Man Li. But it wasn't really him anymore, for the sixth apostle had taken possession of him. Unsuspecting, she turned to her girlfriends and said that it was the old man neighbor Li had come. Suddenly, his face split into 4 pieces and he wanted to eat her. Liu Feng immediately used his nanomechanical arm without thinking for a long time and punched him right in the face, saying that he had no right to attack his girls. Because of such a powerful blow, the mutant zombie flew several meters away. Liu Feng thought he could fry it with one punch, as suddenly the head separated from his body and several more mutant zombies entered the room. Seeing this, the girls couldn't understand where the crowd of zombies came from in the center of the city. Liu Feng, on the other hand, ordered them to stay behind him. Then he asked them not to worry because he would solve everything himself and save their lives again. They couldn't take their eyes off him, thinking he was very handsome. Although Liu Feng had lent Xiaopuff to Kelly and the others, he had no doubt that he could defeat these mutant zombies by himself. He couldn't figure out if the zombies had taken over the entire downtown area or if it was only happening in this neighborhood. After thinking for 5 seconds, Liu Feng turned his attention to the fatty he had just hit with his glove. But he stood up as if nothing had happened. It looked like he had some special mutation. Liu Feng decided that he needed to find out what was to be dealt with, and once again delivered a crushing blow with his mechanized gauntlet. It would seem that after such a powerful blow to survive unrealistic, but from the body of the fat man crawled out, centipede with his head at the beginning. The thing rushed to attack, but I tried to bite him right on the face. At that moment, he decided to use his favorite sword. With his sword, he chopped the centipede in half, killing it. But it was too early to rejoice because another mutant zombie was already attacking him from behind. But thanks to his reaction, Liu Feng was able to dodge his attack and counter-kick him in the head. Then he stabbed it through its body with his sword. But a centipede also came out of its body and jumped towards the girls. So Liu Feng decided to use a crossbow to deal with this unkillable type of zombie. Realizing that it was an unusual species, Liu Feng decided to use bursting bolts at once. The centipede was shattered into small pieces after the first explosion. But this was only the second zombie, so Liu Feng realized that he had to use a more powerful and massive technique on them. He decided to use the Dragon Flame Blade technique. The fire enveloping Liu Feng's sword increases its attack by several times and allows it to cut through even the strongest metal. He delivered a crushing blow at the zombies, cutting them in half. After he had dealt with all the zombies and mutants, he called Captain Chu and told him that zombies had appeared in the central area, then asked him to bring his sister and that high priestess to him. No sooner had he finished talking than he suddenly saw his ex-girlfriend in the window. Liu Feng immediately realized that it wasn't his ex-girlfriend, or rather, it was her. But she was possessed by the sixth apostle. Therefore, he jumped out the window with sword in hand, trying to kill him. He jumped out of the window and landed on a flower bed, and found no sixth apostle, but only people who were scared to death and could not understand why he had jumped out of the window with a sword. At this moment, Liu Feng realized that the sixth apostle was extremely good at hiding. Liu Feng wanted to find him as soon as possible. After all, he was still in the body of his ex-girlfriend Shen Qian. At the same time, on the other side of the dormitory, Xu Zhong's assistant told him that it was here that he had last seen 3 very beautiful female teachers. Xu Zhu wanted to catch these 3 teachers, because by doing so, he could placate his boss and redeem himself in front of the gang of light-bearing dragons. Literally half an hour later, Commander Chu and his squad appeared in the central zone and blocked off the area. The residents asked to be let out. They didn't understand why they were blocked. Captain Chu replied that there was an infection in the area, so everyone would stay in the zone and no one would leave it. Not even a bird would pass through. Captain Chu thanked Liu Feng, saying that he didn't even know what would have happened if the infestation had entered the city. Liu Feng told him that what he needed to do now was to find and eliminate the infected as well as the source of the contamination. He also added saying that as far as he knows, this zombie is the one who followed them into the city, and is very likely the sixth apostle of the monotheists. He's good at hiding his tracks. Commander Chu was shocked to hear this because he thought that they had killed him long ago in the forest. But his disappointment was interrupted by Jilan from the Research Institute, who wanted to report her arrival. Commander Chu decided to introduce Brother Liu, saying that she was a mutant perception expert from the Research Institute whom he had personally invited. Liu Feng greeted her, and she immediately asked him, was it true that he was that demonic fist Liu Feng from the 100 list? Liu Feng replied that he was. But Ji Lan grinned and said that he was not like the legends, because everyone said that he was huge and strong like an ox. Seeing the incomprehension in Liu Feng's eyes, Captain Chu told him that she didn't look like an ordinary scholar at all. Ji Lan gaped and said that she wanted to get to work, since she doesn't want to work overtime because she still needs to sleep. After that, she immediately started searching for zombies using her telekinesis. But after a couple minutes, she stopped, saying that it was all very strange, since she doesn't feel any zombie presence in the central area. Usually when she uses her telekinesis, she feels them. Meanwhile, Liu Feng was visited by his younger sister Shintang, along with her captive high priestess, who immediately said that no one would be able to sense this zombie. After all, the sixth apostle was an elite zombie that specialized in concealment and containment. She also said that he was a monster created by the founder of the monotheist religion specifically to attack the asylum. A monster that specializes in infecting and taking over a sanctuary from the inside. And she added that countless human cities would disappear under the onslaught of the monotheists, for only they would survive in this world of apocalypse. This is the horror of faith. Noticing that the captive was getting out of control, Shintang immediately told her to shut up and kneel down. The high priestess immediately fell to her knees, not even realizing what had happened to her. But after she looked at Shintang, she immediately remembered that she was the goddess she worshipped and served. She began to call Shintang her goddess and mistress, asking her to punish her slave girl's disobedience as hard and as often as possible. Liu Feng was shocked to see this from the outside, just like everyone else. But Jilan noticed that there was still something appealing about Liu Feng's little sister. At this moment, Shintang ordered her high priestess to start working and find this zombie. The high priestess immediately went to work, and to find the sixth apostle, she used a technique called the Wrath of the High Priest. Seeing this technique, Jilan immediately realized that her spiritual power was very strange and not at all like hers. With her power, the high priestess scanned everyone in the central region, then said that she had found as many as 46 converts. Liu Feng immediately told her to take them to these infected. Hearing this from Liu Feng, she said that he couldn't order her and wanted her to give up her former partners. At that moment, he remembered that she was their enemy and their prisoner. Seeing her disobedience, Shintang in an angry voice ordered her to take them away, or else she would be in trouble. Hearing such an order from her goddess, the high priestess could not resist and said that she was more than willing to take them to all these infected. Liu Feng told Commander Chu that they were ready to go in search of the infected and asked him to take his men with him, for they were going to go to the central area. They gathered a team and advanced to the fence of the central district to identify the mutant zombies in the crowd of people. At this point, the zombies realized that there was nothing left for them to do but infect all the remaining civilians behind the fence in order to survive. So they started attacking people. But Liu Feng knew his business very well, and in the same second, he chopped the mutant zombie's head in half with his sword, thus saving this beautiful girl from his bite. People were in a panic. They were scattering. One person shouted that there were about 30 zombies in the crowd and asked the military to save him and the others. Seeing this madness, the military immediately opened fire on the mutant zombies, taking care not to hit civilians. Then they ordered the living people to lie on the ground so that they could easily destroy all the mutant zombies without hurting a single person. The sixth apostle saw the high priestess and said she was a traitor to her faith. Not only was she serving the wrong god, but she had helped to destroy his plan to take over the city. At that moment, Shintang appeared behind the sixth apostle's back, saying that she had found him to kill him. The sixth apostle mocked her by saying that she looked so intimidating that he wasn't the least bit scared. Shintang asked him not to play dumb, saying that his body stench was spilling everywhere and stinking very badly. At this moment, the sixth apostle noticed that her body was captured and said that he would then infect her as well and released his nasty tentacles towards Shintang. Shintang stood still and didn't move anywhere. Liu Feng heard a very strong explosion on the roof of the building. Shintang grabbed the sixth apostle by his long tentacles and began to siphon life force out of him. The sixth apostle couldn't understand how this could have happened. He was the one attacked, not him. Then he realized he was about to be devoured. Shintang said that he was a hateful bug who had reappeared next to her brother and had made a huge mistake doing so. Later, she said she would kill anyone who wanted to harm her brother and sent deadly fire pulses toward the sixth apostle. Meanwhile, Liu Feng noticed that there was someone on the roof and asked a couple of soldiers to go with him and check who was up there. Shintang, with red demonic eyes, descended into the hole that the sixth apostle had made to escape from her, saying that this insect can't escape from her. The sixth apostle ran away without even turning back. Because he realized that he could not defeat this girl, he was very frightened because he had never met such power before. It was just a little bit away from the exit, but suddenly it caught on some threads and immediately stopped. When he looked at his hand more closely, he realized that it was not just threads, but it was a spider's web, which in addition, with every movement he made, began to cut his body. The sixth apostle looked up and saw Shintang, who kept repeating that her little brother belonged to her, and she would not let anyone hurt him. Meanwhile, Suijun couldn't understand why there were so many zombies outside. His assistants didn't know what to do and started to panic. He immediately ordered them to shut up and keep quiet, because they still had a chance since he had already notified the boss. He was sure the boss would come to rescue them since he had grabbed a few beauties for him. One of the beauties blamed herself for what was happening, recalling that Liu Feng had told her to leave the neighborhood immediately. But she had wasted her time packing, and those thugs had grabbed her along with her friends. One of the thugs grabbed the blue-haired beauty by the chin, with the words that the boss couldn't come right now, so he would take care of her personally. Before he could even begin to do something with this beauty, Liu Feng suddenly flew into the room from the window and gave a direct kick directly to the bandit's head, thus immobilizing him and securing the girls. Suijun, seeing that one of his guys was beaten up, immediately said that the one who challenged their gang, the light-bearing dragons and undead. But as soon as the dust cleared and he saw that it was Liu Feng, he immediately became numb with fear, for he remembered how he'd done him in the last time they'd met. Unlike Suiju, Liu Feng didn't recognize him. He just tied him and all his associates up. The offended Suiju tearfully said that his boss would avenge him. The girls thanked Liu Feng once again for saving them. He said it was not necessary to thank him. After all, he had seen something on the roof and noticed that they had not come out. So he thought that they had some problem on the way. After rescuing his future teachers, Liu Feng took Suiju and his gang to the military asked to follow them, while he himself went to the roof. He was in a big hurry, running up and down floor by floor, and after a couple minutes he finally reached the last floor and opened the door to enter the floor. Opening the door, he saw his little sister Shintang standing next to the sixth apostle's body torn in half, holding his essence in her hands. When she saw her beloved brother, Shintang immediately rushed into his arms and said that she missed him very much. Seeing such a thing, Liu Feng realized that his little sister had already grown up. After getting out, he immediately asked her not to do that again and not to run away. Just as suddenly, Jilan walked up to them. She said she was going back to the research institute, but she promised that they would see each other in 3 days. Liu Feng immediately realized that she was also participating in the mission in the city center. Meanwhile, in the shelter dormitory, the guards were playing cards. One of them mused about how life in the shelter is so joyful and not having to confront zombies every day. Hearing this, one of the jocks said it was worth protecting this hard-won life because there will never be another, telling the boys that they can't be so careless because it could lead to trouble. So they could rely on the leader to take care of things. They should take care of the defense of the base themselves, said the jock. No sooner had the jock finished his homily than suddenly the system notified all the guards that an emergency had occurred and ordered everyone to return to their posts immediately. On receiving a signal of an unforeseen situation, all personnel had to return to their posts. Even if they had a day off or a day off, Da Qiang and Shaosun's guards ran to the headquarters where all the commanders were already in. Da Qiang's guard turned to Secretary Sarah and asked her what was wrong. She replied that Lun Xuan was in charge this time, pointing at him with her hand. Da Qian asked the commander Lun Xuan the same question. Lun Xuan showed him a CCTV camera showing that there was currently a 30-man reconnaissance team near their hideout and approaching their base. Meanwhile, 3 days later, the people in their group were off to their destination point, downtown. Near the center of town, the military built a front base to pull forces together. Captain Chu had instructed the mutant vehicles to stop near the front base without entering it. as they were to settle into their own camp nearby. Steel Fist, a level C mutant who wasn't on the 100 list. I didn't understand why those stupid military people asked them to help so they could put them in some camp. Of the 6 banthas operating in the city, 4 arrived, and the Mutant Association also sent vice presidents. The man in the Cyclops mask was the vice president of the Sacred Fist Gang. His name is Li Hong. This is a serious woman holding a machine gun in her skillful hands, the head of the Rose Gang, Huang Li. And this gray-haired handsome man is the head of the Death Creation Gang, Zhang Che. When they met, Li Hong immediately suggested that Zhang Che and Huang Li should help each other this time, instead of the other way around. Huang Li had heard that the head of the Light-Bearing Dragon Gang would personally participate in this mission. Suddenly, Captain Chu ordered his soldiers to raise the barrier because his motorcade had arrived. The bandit clan leaders couldn't understand who was so coolly blowing dust in their eyes. After getting out of the car, Liu Feng was surprised to see such a large number of people. He asked his younger sister Shintang to stay in the car with the priestess, saying that he would take care of things and come back. No sooner had Liu Feng stepped out of the car than a steel fist came up to him and put his hand on his shoulder and offered to buy his car and Liu Feng's girls in addition. Liu Feng immediately asked him who he was. Suddenly, this bully's assistant appeared and said that his master's name was Steel Fist Mutant Level C, and he was the head of the Hyena Gang. After hearing that this Steel Fist was a Level C mutant, Liu Feng decided not to offend him. Well, after Liu Feng heard Iron Fist saying lewd things to Kelly about how he'd like her on both weekdays and weekends, Liu Feng couldn't help himself and said that he was going to kick Iron Fist's ass. Liu Feng grabbed his fist and stopped the attack. It would seem that the battle cannot be avoided, but suddenly appeared between them Huang Li, head of the Gang of Roses, and said that they do not need to fight because they can both be hers. When Iron Fist saw her, he and his henchmen were horrified because they knew that the head of the Rose Gang, a Level A mutant, Diamond Barbie Huan Li, was standing in front of them. She, in turn, told Iron Fist that if he had any problems, he could turn to her. After which, pointing her finger at Liu Feng, she said that he was the rookie on the master list who had the same level as her. Next, she asked the Iron Fist if he wanted to mess with him. Iron Fist was even more shocked after learning that Liu Feng was the same demonic fist from the list of mutant masters. The conflict with the Iron Fist was resolved without a fight. Meanwhile, Captain Chu called Liu Feng to a meeting. Sister Li warned Liu Feng to be careful because the head of the Light Dragon Gang would also be at the meeting. Kelly took Liu Feng under her arm and led him into the tent, saying she wanted to see him show everyone his greatness. Right after Liu Feng, the head of the Light-Bearing Dragon Gang, a Level A mutant, Zhao Feng, entered the tent. He immediately sat down next to Liu Feng, saying that he was happy to meet the very demonic fist that was constantly disturbing his gang. Captain Chu asked Zhao Feng not to provoke Liu Feng. Zhao Feng turned to Liu Feng and said that it was a pity that he would die so young and promising. After that, the green-haired hooded mutant attacked Liu Feng, trying to kill him with his sword. But Liu Feng was not so easy to kill, because he had a very well-developed reaction to the threat from outside. So he not only fought back, but also killed the Light-Bearing Dragon Gang member who was attacking him with a retaliatory strike. After that, Li Feng pointed his bloody sword towards Zhao Feng and said to him, "One more move, and his entire gang of light-bearing dragons will be annihilated." The atmosphere at the meeting became very heated. It looked like a real fight was about to break out. But fortunately, Captain Chu showed up and calmed everyone down. And after that, he told Liu Feng to ignore Zhao Feng because he was a mercenary of the Scientific Research Institute. After that, Captain Chu returned to the podium. He said that the purpose of the mission was to cover the Science and Research Institute while searching the city center for a target. The military will send 2 platoons to cover it. During the mission, everything is under the control of the Mutant Association. After that, he invited the vice president of the association to the podium. The vice president came to the podium and introduced herself, saying her name was Kawase, and she would explain the purpose of the mission. She said that the Mutant Association would provide material and technical support for the military. After that, they would all go to the center of the city together with a military convoy. She then said that she was aware that some of the people here had a contradiction and asked them to put aside all their grudges and misunderstandings until the mission was accomplished. Those who do not heed the request will face the wrath of the Mutant Association. She then announced the start of the mission, saying that everyone should go to the Farega Institute downtown to find nanotechnology. The reward for finding it was 8,000 points. Half an hour later, Huang Bin appeared in front of Liu Feng's car, saying that he was happy to see Liu Feng and would go with him in his car. Liu Feng asked him why he didn't drive the association's vehicle. Huang Bing answered him that the vice president had asked him to come here to be in charge of communication with Liu Feng, as his telekinesis performs the function of communication. Meanwhile, Company Commander Guo arrived at the front base to pull troops together and greeted Commander Chu. Gathering all the military, he said they might be wondering why on earth they were wasting a lot of effort in the north of the city to get to the dangerous center of the city. Wouldn't it be nice to live peacefully on base? For that reason, he told them, they simply could not retreat. After all, soldiers' calling is to defend the motherland and protect the nation, so they must take responsibility. You can't sit in safety. Clenching his fist, he shouted that they must end the apocalypse. After all, downtown had what they needed to end house. After hearing him speak, Liu Feng realized that he was a good commander. Captain Gu ordered the soldiers to get into their cars and leave for the mission. Meanwhile, the commander of the Salvation Army Squad, a level C mutant, fireman Wang Zhen, was laughingly nightmarishing the civilians of the city near Liu Feng's hideout. He asked them not to worry, for the purpose of his Salvation Army was to eliminate suffering and treat everyone equally well. She suggested that everyone go back with them, to own, because there was water and food there. But looking at them with a wry smile, thought that it looked like there would certainly be no shortage of food in the near future. At this moment, Wu Man appeared behind his back. He greeted her and said that he hadn't seen her for a long time. Wang Zhen's comrades didn't know the girl and had never seen her before. But realizing that she was a good acquaintance of the boss, they also greeted her. After looking at Wu Man again, one of the bandits recognized her and said he had seen her before. Then he took one innocent girl by the chin and said that she should repay him with intimacy for taking care of her. Before he could do anything bad to the girl, he lost his head as Lun Xuan announced the start of the operation and authorized the attack to begin. Wang Zhen was at a loss as he didn't understand where the gunfire was coming from. But after a minute, he saw that there was a sniper on the roof and ordered his goons to return counterfire. They returned fire, but it was too late because Lun Xuan's marksmen shot all the bandits in just a few seconds, leaving them no chance to win. And those who voluntarily surrendered with their hands up and guns down, they certainly didn't kill. Seeing that his gang had been destroyed and most of its members killed, Wang Zhen simply went mad and was overcome with blind rage. His hands became fiery at the same second, after which he immediately began to attack Lun Xuan's team with fiery strikes from his flaming hands. Then laughing, he said that they had woken the beast in him for nothing. For now, he would send them straight to hell. But Lun Xuan was not afraid. He took out his sniper rifle and took good aim. Then he said that times have changed and not everything and everywhere is decided by physical strength, and then he fired a shot. Just a few minutes later, one of his fighters approached Lun Xuan and reported that they had completely destroyed the enemy Salvation Army. As suddenly at that moment a woman appeared in front of them and said that if they were completely finished here, it was time to go back to base. When he saw this strange girl, Lun Xuan immediately asked Kong to give him the staff list. When he looked at it, he realized that it was strange because there was one less person on the list than there really was. She immediately realized that Lun Xuan was very vigilant. After all, she had erased all of her memories with her ability, but he still found inconsistencies. She then replied that she had traveled after they had left the base, and added that she was their friend. But Lun Xuan still didn't believe her, realizing that there was something wrong. He ordered Da Qiang to write it down and report it to the base, then gather everyone at the gathering place. At the same time, on the road in the center of the city, the military, thanks to tanks and heavy equipment, were clearing the passage to the center of the city for the Mutant Association. They were killing zombies in droves, driving right through them with their huge convoy of military vehicles. After waiting a bit, seeing that everything is working out, Commander Go ordered his gunners to open fire on the zombies so that they would feel the power and strength of modern technology. It was too calm and simple. Liu Feng analyzed the situation and realized that now there were mostly ordinary zombies, no evolved zombies or mutant zombies, which were the biggest threat. And he thought it was very strange. No sooner had he thought about it than he suddenly heard the military shouting over the radio, saying that there were mutant zombies moving towards them from the right. The military reported that things were bad, as a large group of zombies appeared on the right flank. They were evolved zombies. Liu Feng asked Huang Bing to drive the car instead so that he could get out of it and climb onto the crash to protect the convoy. As he climbed out onto the roof of the car, he saw that the vice president of the Mutant Association had done the same. He thought they were thinking alike. She told him he was on the left and she was on the right. Kawase Suena was just shushing these zombie mutants with her sword. Suddenly she heard someone in the front of the car calling for help, and she immediately sped off, chopping all the zombies and zombie mutants into small pieces along the way. Seeing her fearlessly fighting the mutant zombies, Liu Feng realized that she was very tough, and it was probably not the first time she had killed these things. Seeing Liu Feng on the roof of the car, the members of the Light Dragon Gang immediately reported to their leader that Liu Feng was going to single-handedly stop the crowd of zombies, to which Zhao Feng replied that he must be looking for death, as even the leader of the light-bearing dragons himself couldn't dare to face such a large crowd of evolved zombies. After which Zhao Feng added that Liu Feng would definitely not survive this mission if he thought that he alone could defeat a horde of mutant zombies. But just a few seconds later, everyone clutched their hands over their mouths because they could not contain their surprise, seeing that Liu Feng had killed a whole bunch of mutant zombies with just one blow. Zhao Feng saw this and realized that Liu Feng was a very serious opponent, and realized that he should not let him leave this mission alive. Therefore, he ordered his right-hand Zhang Hu to find an opportunity and finish him off, saying that he didn't have to worry about the consequences because Liu Feng was a rearguard. After chopping up all the mutant zombies that got in his way with his sword, he thought it was too easy. And he was right, because just 1 minute later, a huge boulder flew into their transport convoy. To their mutual disappointment, they were new, mutated zombies, redcoats with incredible strength. It was a very strong mob of evolved zombies that turned the tank over and split the column in two. But the worst awaited them ahead, for dangers follow one another. Seeing the huge boulder above his head, Liu Feng immediately ordered everyone to jump out of the car and jumped away from the car with all his might. Not only the car exploded, but also the fuel drums that were on it, causing the roadway to be surrounded by flames and separating Liu Feng and Kelly from Shintang and Li Xin. Liu Feng asked if they were okay and if they could get through the fire to him. Li Xin replied that they were fine, but they wouldn't be able to get through that wall of fire, so she suggested everyone meet in the center of the city. Liao Feng agreed with her but asked her and her sister to be careful. Then he turned around and found that he and Kelly were surrounded by mutant zombies. They were mostly mutant zombies with impenetrable bone shields. They were not easy to chop with even the sharpest sword, let alone destroy them. But Liu Feng was very confident that he would deal with them. So he told Kelly not to worry, because he would deal with them soon. He attacked and struck the mutant zombies with his sword. Seeing that his sword was broken, he was very upset. Even Xiao Puff was upset, but not because the sword broke, but because he was expecting an epic battle and it didn't work out in the end. Seeing that Liu Feng was a little upset, Kelly asked him what kind of weapon he wanted. He replied that he would need something like a hammer or a shield-piercing axe. Suddenly, in just a second, Kelly produced a weapon for him. But he was quite surprised at that, for it wasn't an axe or a hammer. But what a club it was. Kelly, however, rushed to reassure him, telling him that her ability could change the shape of objects, but they were only dummies, so he could change them at the very end. At this moment, Liu Feng realized that with Kelly with him, he could have any weapon he wanted, after which he began his integral transformation. Through integral transformation, he had created a sea-level mechanical hammer for himself. Thanks to this super powerful hammer, he began to crush zombie mutants left and right, despite even their strong bone shields. In literally 10 minutes, he had destroyed all the mutant zombies that surrounded them, after which he asked Kelly what they would do next and where would they go. Liu Feng looked around and said that if they went through the university, they would go through the subway tunnel, the center of the city. He had never thought that he would ever return to the N University he had left. At the same time, in the auditorium of N Jin Yangshu University, a stunning beauty ordered her admirers to find her food. Meanwhile, on the other side of the shelter, Commander Moon and his squad had returned. Zara immediately reported to him that she had read his report and replied that there was no problem with the size of the squad. This mysterious woman was very surprised to find herself in such a hole. She saw a very high-tech shelter. Captain Loon immediately asked his subordinates if there was any problem with the report he sent to headquarters. He was told that everything was fine, and the monitor had not detected any extra people. The woman who had tricked her way into the shelter decided that as soon as she finished her reconnaissance, she would immediately blow up the shelter. Sniper Moon couldn't understand where the misalignment was because it seemed to him that there was one more person. Then he began to think that the sensation he felt then was maybe just a hallucination. Had the hallucination come back again, he thought. Suddenly, he remembered that he used to have a habit of writing reports to combat hallucinations. So he asked Da Qian to let him see the hiking report, and again, taken in hand, he read that 13 people went out and 14 people in returned. He couldn't believe his eyes that this report was written by himself. After all, he couldn't have made such a big mistake and returned to the base. Unless a mutant with powers had snuck in, he could have confused them and the computer. Upon realizing this, Commander Moon immediately ordered Sarah to issue an alert at the base, as there is a problem with the report, and he suspects that a mutant has followed their squad and infiltrated the base. Sarah immediately questioned Commander Moon if he was sure of his order, since the shelter's computer and none of the people had noticed any anomalies. Moon replied that because of personal problems, he records everything. During the training camp, he had clearly recorded 14 people with one more, which means only one thing: someone has the ability to make the world forget about him. This ability makes everyone feel like everything makes sense the moment they see him. He can contaminate computer data, but he can't change reality. Even though Moon couldn't memorize him, the numbers he wrote down on paper are still there. Moon said that now that the impact on him had lessened, the mutant must have moved away from them and entered the base. So he again ordered Sarah to sound the alarm faster, saying that if there were any problems, he would be responsible. Once the alarm was activated, the system alerted all residents of the shelter that a mutant had infiltrated the shelter. All combat teams to go to the past designated location, all to follow the message and redeploy. The mysterious woman was very much surprised by the alarm. She couldn't believe that there was a mutant with heightened perception here, since it was normally impossible for a mutant to notice her. Just as suddenly, Commander Lun Xuan came on the loudspeaker and declared martial law in the shelter, ordering all civilians to return to the restrooms and all military personnel to act in an emergency scenario. He ordered defenses to be organized at the entrance to the command post, power sources, restrooms, rooms, water supply, and other important facilities to be taken under guard. Then said that since the enemy has the ability to distort cognitive perception, as soon as any unknown person is in sight, whether they know it or not, shoot to kill. The stranger heard Lun Xuan's speech and realized that he was the one who had declassified her, but she didn't know how. Afterwards, she mentally thanked him for using a way to solve the problem that was available to an ordinary person, after which she used the faceless activation technique. This is the power of facelessness. It's not easy to deal with, even for a high-level mutant. After applying this technique, the guards immediately forgot who they were and what they were now doing and should be doing. Lun Xuan had also forgotten what he was doing, and what he was doing at the moment he felt as if his memories had been erased. Meanwhile, in the city of N, University of N, two students were running away from the zombies chasing them. Suddenly, a boy named Yu Wen fell to the floor and shouted for help to his friend Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu couldn't leave Yu Wen to the zombies, so he went back for him, and thanks to his flying technique, he was able to escape from the zombies' clutches. They ran to classroom 54 where their classmates were waiting for them, and it was safer than the corridors of the university. After they had just run into the classroom, the students had bolted the door. Classmates and classmates immediately surrounded them, asking if they were okay, and if they had been accidentally bitten by a zombie. The boys replied that they were fine, after which a classmate immediately asked Zhang Yu Princess if he princess her what po? Food? He apologized to her, saying that he only took a bag and threw one backpack to save Yu Wen. Classmates pounced on the guy and saying that they brought very little food. Suddenly, a very sexy girl in a leopard blouse stood up for them and said that no one dared to treat the saviors so disrespectfully, because they were risking their lives to get food for everyone. It was Jin Yanshui, the Black Gold Witch, the president of Hanyuhan Corporation. One of the guys immediately went up to Sister Jin and said, "Here is the water and food she asked for." She thanked him, said that he not only saved her life but also brought food. Helping students is a no-brainer. In this world, there are still people who offend a super ability holder who brings them food. They are definitely looking for death. Jin asked Zhang Yu if he wanted her sister to reward him with a night out as a token of gratitude. The prettiest girl of the university didn't like this fox that Zhang Yu saved when he went out to look for food that day because she had charmed all the guys. And now, she also wants to take her last backup, Zhang Yu. She also realized that he was her last backup, and after all, in her first year, her backup was Liu Feng, Inga, who was soon stolen away by Shen Qian. Zhang Yu drooled looking at Jin Yanshu. He saw her as a gentle, intelligent, kind, understanding woman. For himself, he determined that she was better than the most beautiful girl in the university. Jin Yangshu realized that the girls from the university were no match for her. They were easy to defeat. She even started to miss her old fox opponent. Just as suddenly, one of the students shouted out that he could see people outside, and they were walking through the campus. Jing Yanshu didn't believe the student, as he knew that it was suicide to walk down the street at such a time, because the sounds would attract zombies. But there really were people there, and they were surrounded by zombies. Jiang Yu saw that the two people were surrounded by a crowd of zombies. He climbed up on the window and said that this would not do, because he could not watch good people die in vain. So he decided to use his ability to fly to save them. But after seeing Liu Feng destroy a whole bunch of zombies with just one strike, Zhang Yu stopped and froze for a moment, realizing that the person below was very cool and strong. Suddenly, some slimy and unusual tongue appeared in front of Yue Wen's eyes. He looked up. He saw not the usual two-headed bloody zombie with long tongues. After that, the mutant zombie pierced Yue Wen's head with its tongue. When Zhang Yu and the others saw this, they were horrified. After that, the mutant zombie decided to climb into the classroom through the window to eat the rest of the university students. At this moment, Kelly noticed this mutant monster and informed Liu Feng that there were definitely people on the second floor of the university, because there's a very large mutant zombie trying to get in through the window. Jin Yanshu, seeing that the mutant zombie had started killing one student after another, remembered that that damn day of the apocalypse, her corporation and all her wealth had turned to ashes, and now she had to rely on the students to survive. She was really pissed off. Realizing that her life is on the line, she decides she must get a firm grip on this boy with superpowers, for he is her key to survival. But the most beautiful girl in the university had another plan. She asked Zhang Yuya to distract the mutant zombie, otherwise they would all die, and he agreed. Jin Yanshu realized that these students are very cruel because they sent the boy to his death. Zhang Yu went out to meet the zombie mutant and started waving his hands to attract the attention of the zombie mutant and get him away from his friends. As suddenly, quite unexpectedly, Liu Feng appeared out of nowhere and with 2 feet in the head hit the mutant zombie. Everyone was shocked to see Liu Feng mercilessly fighting this mutant zombie, striking it one blow after another, crushing it with his sledgehammer. In the end, Liu Feng gave him a final blow with his sledgehammer, thus smashing his head on the floor of the University of N University's foyer. When they saw Liu Feng, all the girls were immediately in love with him because he seemed so strong and sexy. And the boys were a little shocked because he destroyed a huge mutant zombie without anyone's help. Suddenly, Zhang Yu saw Liu Feng as the same Liu Feng who had dropped out of their university during his freshman year. He pointed his finger at him and said that it was him. Zhang Yu told him that he didn't think he would see him at the university. After all, it had been almost 3 years since he had purified himself. Liu Feng said hello to Zhang Yu and said that it had indeed been 3 years. The prettiest girl in the university couldn't believe her eyes when she realized that this was her backup who had been stolen during her freshman year. After Liu Feng dealt with the mutant zombie, Kelly entered the lobby of University N. She was immediately recognized by Jin Yanshui, after which they went to the dining hall of the university to a safer place. Liu Feng said that the world outside had fallen. Each city was fighting separately and couldn't take care of itself, let alone the others. After which he said that the army had already refused to rescue the survivors in the center of the city. This time, he has a mission to accompany the military. But after the surprise attack on the road, they split up, and he came to the university. The prettiest girl in the university ran up to Liu Feng and, making her beautiful, huge eyes at him, asked him if he could escort them to the northern base, telling him that he was very cool. Liu Feng replied to her that he couldn't do that because he had to go to the city center and couldn't go back. She couldn't believe what she was hearing, for not so long ago he had been hers and her doggy, and now this nasty loser dared to neglect her and refuse her request. Jin Yangsu thought for a bit and said that on the 3rd, 7th, and 11th day after the apocalypse began, there were sounds of shelling in the area. But the military didn't enter the campus. Did they fail to recapture the city? Also the explosion this morning. Was it the military, she asked Kelly and Liu Feng? Afterwards, she walked over and told Kelly, calling her by name, that she was right. Kelly answered her that she didn't think the black gold witch Jin Yanshu was still alive. At this moment, all the students realized that she is the president of Hengyuan Corporation, and that it used to be said that her corporation was comparable to the Lilian Corporation that Kelly owned, and they were competing with each other. They are both outstanding women, but they don't get along with each other. Zhang Yu remembered that they had no food again, so he asked Liu Feng to go with him to find food for everyone else. That way, everyone would be able to survive and not starve. Liu Feng was surprised to hear about the food search and asked him if he was sacrificing himself to find food for everyone. Zhang Yu replied that he finds most of it by himself, but sometimes he goes out to search with his friend Yu Wen, who was killed by a mutant zombie. Because of the lack of food, everyone hasn't had enough to eat for days, he said, after finishing his story. After listening to Zhang Yu's heartwarming story about sacrificing himself to find food for everyone, Liu Feng said that he was refusing his offer. After hearing Liu Feng's reply, everyone couldn't believe that a great and strong guy like him was refusing to help. They started to rebuke him, saying that they were former classmates after all and that he had no conscience at all. But Liu Feng said that he still wasn't interested because he didn't want to be Mother Teresa. After all, there are so many of them, and if they want to eat, they should look for food themselves. They started saying that there are a lot of zombies outside and they don't know how to get out. They also said that he was emotionless and didn't seem to be human anymore. Liu Feng was very angry, so he took his hammer and smashed it on the floor in front of him. Then he said that this was the last time he would say he refused to help look for food. He said that if they wanted food, they could try to change his mind by force. If not, they should organize themselves to kill zombies and get food on their own, since the supermarket was nearby. He then sent them all away saying that they have so many men, but they all count on one mutant Zhang Yu. Seeing that Liu Feng was about to explode, Kelly decided to cool him down and keep him out of trouble. She said it's not because they're stingy. There are zombies roaming around the world now, and there are those who can't find food and those who can eat easily, she said. Kelly said that today they are resting here at the University of N, and tomorrow they will go to the supermarket to get food. And she suggested that the students should go with them to kill zombies to get to the supermarket. Seeing Kelly and Liu Feng standing next to each other, Jin Yanshu realized that they were very close and decided to use trickery. A couple hours later, the break room in the neighboring auditorium. Liu Feng asked Kelly if Jin Yangshui was her close friend. Kelly said she couldn't be called a close friend. Kelly told him that their families are longtime friends. She has known her since childhood, as she has always been in competition with Kelly in everything. Moreover, she likes to use various tricks to achieve her goals. She has an excessively dark character. That's why she is called the Witch of Black Gold. Kelly warned Liu Feng to be careful with her because she had been taking away Kelly's toys since she was a little girl. Liu Feng calmed her down by saying that, with such a bad temper, all the toys would leave Jin Yanshu. Kelly was happy to hear such words from Liu Feng and thanked him for it. Liu Feng, however, told her to lie down to rest early while he would keep watch outside. He also said that their bag of supplies was lost, so they would need to find food tomorrow. Sitting outside on the corridor near the fire barrel, Liu Feng thought about the fact that he did not expect to meet the object of his hidden love and Zhang Yu here. What a coincidence, he thought. Suddenly, he heard someone approaching him. That someone was Jin Yangshui. She approached Liu Feng and offered to chat with him to pass the night. She thanked him for saving her life and said it was midnight and he was still watching. It must be hard to be Kelly's protector because she's not an easy character. At that moment, she thought she could use a few tricks to get that toy away from Kelly. She almost choked up when she heard Liu Feng say that Kelly had a great character and he was glad he met her. She realized that Kelly liked losers like that, and it was obvious to her that she just needed to take the bait and put more effort into it. Using all her charm and sexuality, she leaned over Liu Feng and asked him to help her find food tomorrow. But her ploy didn't work and Liu Feng firmly refused her. She lashed out at him again, saying that she didn't believe that Kelly herself would go looking for food with him, calling him a hypocrite. Liu Feng asked her to shut her mouth and don't dare to defame Kelly. After all, Kelly could find food by relying on her abilities. She couldn't believe that the Kelly she knew was suddenly so brave. Jin Yangshui realized at this moment that she would have to try very hard to take away this toy. So she decided to take Liu Feng with heavy artillery and opened her blouse in front of him, showing that she was ready to give herself to him. But at this moment, Liu Feng was not looking at her, but at the zombie that was coming out of the corner. Liu Feng immediately plopped her on the floor and ordered her to cover her mouth because he saw someone coming out from around the corner. It was definitely not a person. But she didn't listen to him and started shouting that he was an impertinent and snappish boy who had no right to even touch her. At that moment, the mutant zombie was already reaching for her. Liu Feng had no other choice, so he used his mechanical arm and delivered a crushing blow to the zombie mutant that wanted to attack Jin Yanshui. Liu Feng then asked her to behave more carefully from now on and obey him if he ever asked her for anything. This man had repeatedly exceeded expectations. It was obvious that this loser she wanted to subjugate had suddenly subjugated her. After all, that feeling of security in his arms, she realized that this man had to be hers no matter what. At that moment, the most beautiful girl, a student from the University N. She was biting her nails, realizing that she had been outdone again. Jin Yanshu said goodbye to Liu Feng and said that she would go to her guys because she had enough adventures for today. Just a couple minutes later, Kelly came out of the room and asked Liu Feng why it was so noisy. He answered her that President Jin had come to talk and a zombie had shown up. Kelly couldn't understand what Jin Yangshui had come for, but she didn't ask Liu Feng about it and told him to go rest because she still needed to find food tomorrow. Suddenly, Sarah contacted Liu Feng and told him that there was an accident at the base. She said someone broke into the base and now they're trying to find her. Lun Xuan reported that relying on the military records, he assumed that it was capable of contaminating memory and cognitive ability, making people forget it. Liu Feng, hearing this, immediately realized that it was a mutant ability. After all, even a computer could be contaminated, and he immediately decided to return to the base. Lun Sun asked him not to hurry because he had thought of one way to find her. But Liu Feng was already on his way to the base. As a friend stopped him, Kelly told him not to hurry and listen to Lun Xuan, because he himself appointed him commander. Then, she told him that he didn't want to become the second Zhang Yu, right? At this moment, Liu Feng realized for the shelter could not rely only on him, otherwise he would be just like Zhang Yu, and everything would depend only on him. He contacted Lun Xuan again and asked the commander to tell him his plan. Commander Lun Xuan said that his plan is that Liu Feng and Kelly should not return. After all, this thing could contaminate the data of its description. That was why he was describing her, so her capabilities shouldn't be huge and wouldn't be able to affect reality. Lun Xuan said that Liu Feng had the highest access to the base. Therefore, he asked Liu Feng to turn on the radio broadcast every 5 minutes. The contents of the broadcast should not be about this stuff. We need to make people remember the goals and objectives every 5 minutes. That way, they can set the traps. The hunting plan is starting. But that's not all it takes for Kelly to activate Emergency Backup Plan F. Lun Xuan said that he had a way to memorize this mutant. First, you need to determine where it is, and then in combination with Plan F, finish it off. Wu Man heard the alerts again, stating that all military personnel should immediately open fire if a stranger came into sight. A curfew was declared for all civilians. She realized that the broadcast was repeated every 5 seconds. Its content did not concern Wu Man. It could not affect their minds. They seemed to have found a way to resist her power. But that didn't stop her in any way, for she realized that she was already close to the command post. But suddenly, someone threw a smoke bomb in her direction. It was Lun Xuan using the surprise factor. He attacked her. But Wu Man was able to repel his attack. She used her munitic powers on him again. Afterward, she said it had been reckless of her to come to her like that. She said that as long as he saw her, his memory of her would be erased every 2 seconds. That was the impersonality. Then she attacked him with a knife, but Lun Xuan was able to repel her attack. Wu Man was shocked to see that he was not affected by her ability. Lun Xuan told her that he had written down the words on his hand, and now every time he raised his hand, he could see them. Afterward, he said he wrote down a reminder to himself that the mutant had infiltrated the base not only on his right hand, but also on his left hand. Wu Man appreciated his cunning technique, recognizing him as a Purple Hawk, one of the army's top snipers. Meanwhile, Liu Feng gathered all the students and told them that if they wanted to eat, they should go to the supermarket with him. And if they encounter zombies, they should kill them themselves. The students panicked, saying that it was terrible that they would be mauled because there were so many zombies outside. Liu Feng recognized one of them as a member of the Physical Education Committee and told him that he had a strong body, arms, legs, and head in place, so he could kill some zombies to find food and survive. After which he said that if they didn't save themselves, he didn't care about their lives. After opening the door, Liu Feng said that if they wanted to eat, they should go with him and kill zombies together to find food. At this moment, Jin Yanshui realized that the students were really scum and very unreliable. Gathering all the daredevils and those who just wanted to squeeze, Liu Feng advanced to hunt for sustenance. Jin Yangshu couldn't believe her eyes that she was following Liu Feng of her own free will. She didn't look like she was following him at all. Her legs and body trembled, but she took step after step forward behind him. She asked Liu Feng if he had any plan or something like that. Liu Feng told her not to panic and just follow him. At this moment, she felt completely safe and calm again. Walking outside from University N, Liu Feng immediately asked Kelly to make a crossbow for him to transform. Kelly created a crossbow from a metal pole, and Liu Feng transformed it. This crossbow he made for Kelly so that she could protect herself by using it. Seeing that Kelly also had strength, Jin Yangshui realized that the two of them were very strong. Only Miss Jin and Zhang Yu went with them to hunt, so the rest don't want to live, Liu Feng thought, and decided to bang his sledgehammer on the trash can to attract the attention of the zombies. Hearing the loud ringing sound, the zombies immediately pounced on Liu Feng, and he began to destroy them, swinging his sledgehammer left and right. He was destroying zombies in packs, swinging his sledgehammer, and using his hand crossbow on top of it. Kelly was also not standing idly by thanks to the crossbow Liu Feng had made for her. She was shooting off all the zombies approaching her. Jin Yanshu had never used any kind of weapon, so she stuck the baton into the zombie's mouth, thinking that it would die from it, and with a trembling voice called out for help to Zhang Yuya, who immediately split the head of the zombie that was attacking Miss Jin with a single blow. But to his great disappointment, his club got stuck in the head of that very zombie, as suddenly at that moment another zombie also attacked him from the other side. Seeing this, Liu Feng threw his hammer directly at the head of that zombie that was attacking Zhang Yuya. Kelly fired her arrow at the head of the zombie who wanted to eat Jin Yanshu, thus saving her life. Jin Yanshu sat on her knees and looking at her bloody hands realized that the apocalypse is when you can die at any moment. Seeing her helplessness and the fear in her eyes, Kelly brought her her handkerchief and told her she could wipe the blood from the zombies on her body with it. Jin Yangsu took the handkerchief with the realization that even Kelly was no longer that rich bimbo who was afraid to soil her blouse. She had changed and had become much braver and stronger. As they entered the supermarket, they saw many racks of all kinds of food. Zhang Yu immediately began to fill his briefcase with a variety of food, saying that now everyone would have food and survive. Liu Feng looked at him and realized that he was really Mother Teresa. Jin Yanshu decided to talk to Kelly, telling her that she had changed a lot. Kelly replied that times have changed and she just found someone to rely on, that's all. Ms. Jin was shocked to hear this from the cold, arrogant bitch that Kelly used to be. Kelly asked Jin if she was having fun playing with the kids. Jin replied that she didn't have time to argue and had something to talk to Kelly about. After half an hour, they returned back to the university, and in the dining hall, Zhang Yu proudly said that they had found food and now everyone would be fed. Zhang Yu got the prettiest cookie girl she wanted. Seeing this, Jin Yanshu realized what idiots they are. Are they asking for specific foods at such a time after all? If there is food, it is already good. She remembered what Kelly had told her at the store. After they went back to school and rested, she and Liu Feng would leave the school and head downtown, so given that they already knew each other, she could join their team. Therefore, she suggested that she should think about it and make a decision before they leave. Jin Yangsu realized that living with these students would be very hard for her, but she couldn't figure out if she could trust Kelly. Suddenly, Liu Feng said that he would soon leave the university, after which he said that, given that they were his classmates, if anyone wanted to leave the university, they could go with him, but he would not accept bums. Meanwhile, at Wu Man's hideout, after learning that her opponent was a purple hawk, she said she wouldn't give in to him, after which she threw her knife in his direction. Lun Xuan responded in kind, and they fought to the death. All kung fu techniques were coming in, as well as masterful wielding of sharp objects. She attacked him without sparing any of her strength. She used a variety of tactics and techniques, both close and long range. But Lun Xuan was also a great fighter, so he not only repelled her attacks but also attacked back. She slashed his hands that had inscriptions on them. At this moment, Lun Xuan realized that her technique was very familiar to him, and Wu Man said that he guessed correctly because she was the fifth queen of Lan Ying's soldiers. Then she ordered him to call her mistress, because that was the only way he could keep his life. At this moment, Lun Xuan's mind was once again blurred. Taking advantage of his weakness, she stabbed at him again with her knife. He hadn't anticipated the attack, and all he could do was block his hands in front of him, exposing them to the knives. He realized that he couldn't handle her, so he decided to hide behind the wall of the passage. Wu Man didn't chase after him, knowing that he was already in her trap. Standing behind the wall, Lun Xuan looked at his bloody hands and didn't understand what was going on here, and who was chasing him. Wu Man was very cunning, and each of her blows was such as to hurt the inscriptions on his hands so that the blood would smear them. Approaching him from behind, she stuck her knife into his shoulder, saying that he couldn't handle the memory pollution that would erase his memory every 2 seconds without a reminder. Lun Xuan rushed to run away because he didn't know what to do. Running away, Lun Xuan became more and more entangled in her web of lies. Wu Man was very pleased to watch the Soldier King go to hell step by step. After 5 minutes, the bleeding Lun Xuan realized that he couldn't escape or hide from her anywhere. Wu Man gloated, saying that he had driven himself into a dead end. After which, she said that he would be the fourth Soldier King she would kill. She also said that kings were easier to kill than common soldiers, and that the second Soldier King also died by her hand. After which, she swung her sharp knife to the side to deliver a precise stab to the heart and kill Lun Xuan. At the same time at the university, Liu Feng said that they were leaving because they were done with repairing everything, and if anyone wants to go with him, now is the time to decide. The students all went off the chain, saying that he had no sense of responsibility. He was the one running away, not them. The prettiest girl told him if he leaves and doesn't protect her, he should leave her food. But Liu Feng told her that he wouldn't leave anything behind. When she heard this, she was furious and said that he was a cheeky and no good loser. She said that her family was very rich, and a loser like him wasn't exactly the right fit for her, especially since she'd chosen him as a backup during her freshman year, out of pity. Laughing Liu Feng in the eyes, she said that even his ex-girlfriend Shen Qing didn't treat him like a dog. Then she said that he would be lonely and unneeded for the rest of his life, because no one needed such a loser. The students supported her, saying that Liu Feng was just a dumb loser and threatened him to stay away from the most beautiful girl in the university. Suddenly, Kelly stood up for Liu Feng by slapping the most beautiful girl in the university. The girl was shocked at what those students who defended her with their shouts, for no one had ever dared to raise a hand against her in her life. Hugging his arm, Kelly said that insolent girl to shut her mouth, since she has no idea how beautiful, strong, gentle, and charming this man is. Then she told him that because of one call from her, he had come a long way and saved her, and still protects her from all kinds of troubles and inclement weather. He gave her a position and supernatural abilities. He is strong, skillful, resilient, and the best a woman can be. Kelly complimented Liu Feng a lot more, and at the end she said that men are not born like that. They become like that, and she was glad that Liu Feng became like that with her. But the students didn't care, and decided to forcefully take the food away from Liu Feng. One of the students went around behind him and wanted to steal the food from his briefcase. But Liu Feng saw this and crushed his head with his sledgehammer. Then he said that if anyone dares to move on him, he'll die immediately. No sooner had they started fighting than mutant zombies started coming out of the windows again. They immediately ate the girl student who was standing by the window. The students panicked and started to run away. They had forgotten not only about food, but also about their comrades. The system alerted Liu Feng that there was a new task: to save the students in University H. The reward for saving 100 points. Liu Feng realized that the task was not easy because there were 3 mutant zombies and 1 elite zombie mutant. Meanwhile, Kelly asked Jin Yanshu to finally make her choice since they were about to leave. Jin Yanshu realized that if she decided to leave, it would mean giving up a comfortable life where someone was looking for her food. Seeing her hesitation, Kelly remembered her old self. Zhang Yu and the most beautiful girl in the university named Shui Wei were surrounded by mutant zombies. At that moment, he told her that they should join Liu Feng, but Sui Wei didn't want to leave, so she couldn't make the right decision. Zhang Yu shouted at her, saying that there was no more time to hesitate and she could no longer stay at the university. The mutant zombies came closer and closer to them. Seeing that there was little chance of survival, Shui Wei pushed Zhang Yue in the back to meet the monsters to buy herself time and escape, because she did not want to die. The girl he loved and constantly protected did such a treacherous thing to him. He couldn't understand what kind of world this was, where there was no love, no longing, and no pity. So he got angry and created a strong airflow that enveloped his arms and body. Thanks to it, he chopped to pieces all the zombies that attacked him. Seeing this power and strength, Liu Feng realized that his abilities were air subjugation and flight. After Zhang Yu dealt with the crowd of zombies, he immediately said that he wanted to leave with Liu Feng. He wants to become as strong as him. Jin Yangshu saw this betrayal and realized that if she stayed with these students, one day they could betray her as well. So she raised the baseball bat above her head and said that she was going along with them, and no hardship could defeat them. After gathering all comers under their wing, Liu Feng and Kelly decided to leave the walls of the university after all. Meanwhile, in Wu Man's hideout, Wu Man still failed to kill Lun Xuan because his mutation had awakened at that moment. She realized that the mutation had awakened at the most inopportune moment because she was just a little bit away from killing him. But most importantly, she couldn't tell if he could see her or not. Seeing how Lun Xuan by the multitude found himself behind her head, She realized that her ability was working, and it looked like he had just accidentally grabbed her blade. Before she could think about it, Lun Xuan launched a blade at her, which almost hit her head. She was at a loss as she didn't understand whether he remembered her or not, and what ability had he awakened. Lun Xuan saw Wu Man but couldn't understand who she was, and also didn't understand why the person standing next to her was pointing at her. He couldn't understand why this little girl looked very strange, also why she was still pointing at the woman and what was wrong with this woman. Wu Man pulled out her gun, saying she didn't want to use the weapon but her patience ran out. Pointing her weapon at Lun Xuan, she said that although she didn't find out what kind of mutation he had, but for the sake of the mission, she would shoot him right now. Lun Xuan raised his head at this moment and said that although he didn't know who she was, but his plan had succeeded. Seeing the words on his palms, she realized that he had clenched his fist, and the blood had failed to smear the words. Meanwhile, someone appeared behind her and grabbed her arms. It was Kelly who said that to catch someone like her, someone impossible to memorize, the only thing left to do is set a trap. Wu Man realized that another person with immunity to her ability had appeared in this hideout, and that was too bad. But she thought that they were being too careless. Thanks to her military smarts, she was able to put her gun to Kelly's head and shoot her. She then said she didn't know why Kelly was immune to the memory loss ability, but she dared to approach the Queen of Soldiers, which is pure suicide. But this Kelly was bulletproof, and these things couldn't kill her because she was just a metal clone of the real Kelly. Plan F was to awaken the metal clone of Kelly, who was still on the base. Wu Man was shocked and didn't understand why her powers didn't work on Kelly's clone. She didn't know that the clone was an inanimate object. Clone Kelly told Commander Moon that after she sealed Wu Man, the clone's body would dissolve. She then proceeded to envelope Wu Man's metal with her cells, making her a metal-wrapped mummy. It was a frightening superpower, even for Commander Moon. At this moment, he wondered if the girl he saw was not a hallucination, but some kind of superpower. Although he realized that the early ones had said that superpowers could only awaken in black blood patients. Meanwhile, Liu Feng and his team were at the entrance of the subway station that led to the city center. Liu Feng was able to find out through the system that Jin Yangshui was a weaker and more evil version of Kelly. But just for someone like her, there are dark matters in the underground city that she can deal with in a hurry, he thought. After studying Zhang Yu's data, Liu Feng realized that he didn't just have the power to fly, but he had turned zombies into powder with gravity. This is a future warrior. Liu Feng was happy because he had made a fortune since Zhang Yu had the strongest ability he had ever seen, apart from Liu Feng's aunt, who controlled blood. Liu Feng couldn't be happy to realize that Zhang Yu wasn't that simple. He realized that he had obtained a treasure. Liu Feng called Zhang Yuya over to his place and suggested that he use his abilities to open the subway doors. When Zhai Yu came to the door, he grabbed the lock with his hands and said that he didn't understand how he could open it with his flight. But Liu Feng told him that he was underestimating himself and decided to teach him a trick. Jin Yanshu asked Kelly what is it that the boys are doing. And Liu Feng at this moment asked Zhai Yuya to imagine that this castle was the most hated person. "What are your regrets?" Kelly asked her, and told her not to think that Liu Feng was just a backup, because he always acts for sure and his techniques are fierce. Kelly also told her not to question what he was doing and to just watch, because he is a man who can work miracles. Zhai Yu concentrated on the castle, but he couldn't do anything. Liu Feng said that he should further focus his thoughts only on the most hated person. As soon as Zhai Yu turned off all his thoughts and focused only on the memories of the most po person, which for him was the most beautiful girl in the university, because of whom he almost died. The metal bar doors simply began to twist and break, dissolving into his air power. After that, his rage overwhelmed him, and he simply tore apart all the gates. Liu Feng was happy about it because he realized that he wasn't wrong about him. And Zhai Yu couldn't believe what he had done. Kelly told Jin Yan Shui to look at them because Liu Feng had just performed another miracle by unlocking Zhai Yuya's ability. Jin Yan Shui was shocked because she and the students had been with this kid for so long and didn't notice anything. But Liu Feng just took a look and noticed his real ability. Zhang Yu thanked Liu Feng for helping him discover his inner strength. Liu Feng replied that this was the apocalypse, and if he had the strength, he no longer needed to look back at anyone because the past was already in the past. Afterwards, he said that on the contrary, now that he had lost the one and only love, he would meet someone much better, just like Liu Feng did. After all, a talented person will always prove himself. They shook hands, and Zhang Yu said that he would make Liu Feng his idol and find a shapely woman to marry. At that moment, after all the words Liu Feng had said, Zhang Yu realized that Brother Liu was right, because if a person died, it was just one tree, but there was still a whole forest. It was at this moment that his role model was Liu Feng, who was able to get a very gorgeous woman. After a little more rest, they decided to go down to the subway and go to their goal, the city center. Xiao Poof said on the way that he hated the dark because it was like going down a mine. Following them on their heels was Shadow, a level B Wang Ping mutant from the light-bearing dragon gang. When they got down to the subway, Liu Feng asked Kelly which subway line they should take to get to the city center. Kelly opened the map and looked at it and said that they should take the blue subway line and go straight to the right place. They went down the tracks into the subway tunnel and turned on their flashlights and walked straight down it. After walking a few meters down the tunnel, Liu Feng said that something was wrong here, since after they came down here from the surface, they still hadn't seen any zombies along the way. Meanwhile, on the other side of the subway, the Azure Bay Subway Station Clan's battle group didn't want to go on patrol thinking it was a waste. One of the deputy commanders remembered that a soldier had his eye on their boss, but was denied and was now obstructing them. Before he could finish his story, he was kicked in the head. It was the commander of the Metro Station Clan's battle squad, Azure Bay, Bingdu, nicknamed Virus. She told her subordinates that they should focus on the mission. She then asked what the situation was in this metro area and why her squad had been sent to patrol the area. One of her deputies said that it was rumored that people often went missing from the clan in this area, but no zombies were found. The clan sent out a 12th squad to reconnoiter, and eventually the entire squad disappeared. Virus liked the story of his deputy, and she became curious because it seems that there is something hidden here. At this point, her leg was jumped on by her one deputy, saying that he wouldn't want her to let that pig who said he loved her into the gang, and said that in a pinch, that horse-headed type wasn't bad. He was just like her, and very strong, any better than that pig. She slapped him, telling him to shut up, since she wasn't interested in Liu Feng at all. No sooner had she said this than suddenly blood spurted from her nose from sheer overexcitement. She took her deputy by the hair and ordered him to shut his mouth and go on patrol with her. Then she told him that the next time she saw a guy with a horse's head, she would kill him without a second thought. A moment later, she saw Liu Feng running towards her shouting to run away. At this time, inside the scientific research base, Zhuang Tzu said, once he saw himself in a dream as a butterfly, a happy butterfly who fluttered among the flowers in his pleasure, and did not know at all that she was him. Suddenly, he woke up and saw that he was Zhuangzhou, who dreamed that he was a butterfly who dreamed that she was Zhuangzhou. There is definitely a difference between Zhuangzhou and a butterfly. That's what the transformation of things is all about. The robot standing next to Director Zheng asked him what dreams were. He replied that dreams are a place where anyone can do whatever they want. Director Zheng asked the robot named Zero if he wanted to become human. Zero replied that he didn't want to, he was just curious about it. Director Zheng asked his adjutant, the artificial intelligence Zero, what did he think about Faceless One stopping communicating? Zero replied that they couldn't see more behind the little, and said that thanks to her latest report, they knew who their enemy was, a certain L Asylum. So Zero also said that according to this information, they were the ones who stole their operation that the director had assigned to the underground clan to retrieve Kelly, as well as the operation to find the Scarlet Empress patient with the black blood disease. And when they entered the base, they chopped off the hands of their institute director Juan, made a big food deal with the military, and bought a group of slaves. In addition, their leader also took Kelly with him on a trip to the city center. According to the intelligence, their leader Liu Feng is looking for the same thing as Director Zheng. Director Zheng said that Zero had amazingly clearly analyzed all the cause and effect from the report. Sacrificing Faceless for such information was not such a big loss. After that, he asked Zero what he proposed to do. Zero decided to notify the Subway Clan and the Salvation Army that they should unite to take over L Asylum. Next, he contacted the gang of light-bearing dragons and the deputy commander of the Subway Clan, and after finalizing the matter with the co-religionists, ordered them to unite to eliminate the leader Liu Feng. He also requested cooperation with 4 of the 5 combat units. The probability of accomplishing the mission increased to 92%. Director Zheng told Zero that there is an expression that even a lion rushing at a hare must exert all his strength. Therefore, told him to activate the internal security of the Research Institute, and also authorized him to send a Valkyrie to find and kill Liu Feng. Zero warned Director Zheng, so the probability of success would be 100%, but the Valkyrie is a prototype and should not be recklessly used. But Director Zheng didn't care about the result, not the consequences. He thought that this would bring back his fiancée Kelly, because he thought that she had had enough and it was time for her to go home. Meanwhile, not far from the Azure Bay metro station, a squad of ghost sharks were calling a motorcade. The SWAT team called for reinforcements, saying they were being chased by a monster that was not afraid of bullets or grenades. It would seem that this is it. The life of the soldier is numbered because in his face and body is a huge mechanical paw, resembling a claw. Suddenly, this killing machine whose purpose was to destroy the Special Forces squad had an updated target. The new target was to kill Liu Feng, the leader of the L Asylum, and Valkyrie accepted the task. Liu Feng and his team couldn't understand the tunnel for more than an hour, because they had been walking for a long time. But they hadn't met a single threat in the form of zombies, let alone humans. Jin Yanshu grabbed Liu Feng's hand under the pretext that she was very scared because she was afraid of the dark. Using little tricks like this, she figured she could get this wonderful man and wrestle him away from Kelly. As suddenly a mutant zombie tongue appeared from above and licked her cheek. But she thought it was Liu Feng who did it and said that he was very brave since Kelly was still around watching them. But Liu Feng said it was definitely not him. Hearing that it wasn't Liu Feng, Jin Yangshui raised her head up and saw a huge mutant zombie above her that wanted to eat her. Liu Feng realized that she couldn't defend herself and to avoid being eaten, he grabbed her shoulder and pulled her aside to save her from the zombie attack. They were elite zombies, mutants, water zombies, worms, a very dangerous and complex kind of zombie mutation. The system notified Liu Feng that no matter whether he would fight them or run away, he would receive a reward of 3,000 points for doing so. Liu Feng along with Kelly decided to try to fight them first, using all their weapons and abilities. But after just a couple of beats, he realized that the tunnel was too dark to see anything. He decided that first he had to lure these mutant zombies into the light and then destroy them. Then they immediately began to run, and after 500 meters began to see a light at the end of the tunnel. They thought it was the entrance to the next station. As a sudden surprise to himself, Liu Feng saw Lady Virus along with her gang of thugs. Without thinking for long, in order not to embarrass herself in front of her fighters, she immediately decided to attack Liu Feng using her whip. But Liu Feng couldn't stop to deal with her. So he dodged her whip and picked her up and started to run away with her in his arms. Seeing this, everyone was shocked, and Kelly and her friend and Lady Virus's minions opened their mouths. But Liu Feng tripped on a rock and fell, dodging the mutant zombie's tongue. They fell on the floor, or Liu Feng immediately grabbed Lady Virus by the neck and started squeezing her. She couldn't breathe, but she liked the feeling. She asked him to squeeze harder because it was amazing. Hearing this, Liu Feng immediately let go of her and apologized. Seeing that the mutant zombies were coming closer and closer, Lady Virus ordered her fighters not to touch Liu Feng and his team, but to open fire on the zombies. A squad of Lady Virus people riddled the zombie mutants, but they still did not die and continued to move forward. Suddenly, one of Lady Virus's men was stabbed from the back with his sword by a light-bearing dragon mercenary who had been sent to kill Liu Feng. Seeing this treacherous attack from the back, Liu Feng immediately rushed to fight this scum. Meanwhile, mutant zombies have killed 2 more people from the Lady Virus team. The masked man holding a sword said that this place would be the grave for Liu Feng. Liu Feng remembered that his opponent's nickname was Shadow, and he was from the light-bearing dragon gang. It seemed like his ability was quite sophisticated. He could penetrate the shadows. He really could merge with the darkness 100%. Liu Feng's team wanted to help him, but he told them to go and help fight the zombies because he was joined by a lady, a virus that wanted revenge for killing her man. A bandit from a gang of light-bearing dragons warned them to be careful of their shadows. Before he could say that, a Valkyrie suddenly appeared out of nowhere and took him by the head with her claw. Valkyrie scanned everyone in the room, and finding Liu Feng confirmed his annihilation. As soon as she discovered Liu Feng, she immediately crushed the head of her claw, the mercenary called Shadow. After which, she immediately began the task of destroying Liu Feng. Valkyrie struck Liu Feng with her lightning-fast fist, throwing him into the wall of the subway tunnel. Liu Feng was shocked because even his Kung Fu master system was unable to react to the threat. I immediately realized that there was something wrong, as something had affected the Kung Fu master's anticipation. This had never happened before. Valkyrie struck again, and the Kung Fu master and she didn't react at all. After all, it was once again a very fast and powerful strike. The Lady Virus standing behind her grabbed the Valkyrie's arm with her whip, and told Liu Feng to pay attention to his back tentacles, for they were not ordinary at all. She said that they could reactively accelerate, so he had to be careful, because the Valkyrie could suddenly accelerate, which was why Kung Fu Master Liu Feng Na couldn't catch his strikes. Feeling threatened by the lady, the Valkyrie virus also began to attack her with its rear tentacles. Seeing that they were struggling, Kelly decided to help by shooting 4 crossbow arrows at the Valkyrie. She then asked Zhang Yuya to use her strength to immobilize the Valkyrie's tentacles. Zhang Yu took the bat with nails from Jin Yanshu without thinking for a long time, and used his strength to pull them out of the bat and launch them at the Valkyrie. But he didn't just launch the nails at the Valkyrie. Thanks to them, he was able to immobilize her tentacles that were on her back. Seeing that the Valkyrie's claws were no longer functioning, Liu Feng immediately called Xiaopuff to him and ordered him to reunite with him, entering extermination mode. Connecting with Xiaopuff, Liu Feng used the nano-striking glove and dealt a crushing blow to the Valkyrie. The Valkyrie's armor began to creak and seemed about to burst at the seams, but it didn't happen. Seeing this, Liu Feng was shocked. After all, it was the same strike he used to blast elite zombies, and the Valkyrie was only able to break its arm. What level is this monster? After which, he asked for cover and changed his tactics. Chang Yu asked Liu Feng to hurry up, for he could barely contain those tentacles and realized that in just a few seconds, they would be able to overcome his gravitational force. Liu Feng pounced on the Valkyrie from behind to try to detach its tentacles, but suddenly the system said that it had detected a nanotechnological weapon and suggested Liu Feng to adopt the technology. Without thinking for a long time, Liu Feng agreed to the system and decided to adopt the new nanotechnology from the Valkyrie. The new nano technology was Nana, mechanical tentacles, octopus, who mastered all martial arts at a level of strength. Because of the intense tension, Zhai Yuya's nose was bleeding and he let go of the tentacles because there were zombies coming from behind and he just needed to attack them to survive. Turning to Liu Feng, Zhang Yu said that they wouldn't last much longer and asked him to hurry up. Realizing that he had no time to think about his actions, Liu Feng immediately pounced on the Valkyrie and with his tentacles grabbed his head, trying to tear it off. While Liu Feng was trying to deal with the Valkyrie, everyone else was unsuccessfully trying to destroy the mutant zombies that still couldn't die. Jin Yanshu was once again on the verge of life and death, so she decided to ask Kelly what it was like to be with a man, since she was still a virgin. Kelly replied that it felt really good. Jin said that if she had known it would be like this, she would have found a man. For example, Liu Feng would be perfect for her. No sooner had she said that than suddenly, the Valkyrie, because the hairdryer was blocking her view, elbowed the mutant zombie who wanted to eat Jin Yanshu in the head. But Jin Yanshu didn't see the Valkyrie, she saw Liu Feng, who had once again saved her from the deadly zombie attack. Due to Liu Feng blocking Valkyrie's view, he was able to piss him off and slam his head against the wall, causing Valkyrie's head to get stuck in the wall. Realizing that this was possibly the first and last chance to defeat the Valkyrie, Liu Feng immediately asked Kelly to have her construct a spear for him. After Kelly constructed a metal spear from the rails, Zhang Yu, using his strength, air control, sent this spear precisely into Liu Feng's hand. Liu Feng, on the other hand, with all her might, stabbed this Valkyrie spear right into the back where the claw control unit was located. Valkyrie couldn't be killed so easily, and she was still moving her arms, which was very not good, because she could grab Liu Feng and throw him off herself. But Lady Virus came to Lu Fu's rescue and stuck her dagger into the Valkyrie's palm, thus chaining his hand to the wall. Liu Feng gave another powerful blow to the Valkyrie with his spear from behind. After that, the system notified him that he had defeated a robot Valkyrie developed by a research institute for the first time and was rewarded with 10,000 points. Everyone was shocked to realize that they were still able to kill such a powerful enemy in the form of a robotic Valkyrie. Everyone was worried about Liu Feng and asked if he was fine, but he was fine, and only Lady Virus looked at him and realized that he was showing off again. Suddenly, one of her subordinates reported to her that he had received a notification from headquarters. The deputy commander was here. A deputy commander of the subway clan named Hua Bin came to them. He first looked suspiciously at Lady Virus before saying in a loving voice that he had come to save her. But Bingdu aka Lady Virus sent him away, pointing her hand at Liu Feng. She said that she had already been saved by this beautiful man. Hua Bin frowned her eyebrows and asked her who this guy was. She leaned Liu Feng against her chest and said that he was her boyfriend. Bingdu had transferred Liu Feng and his entire team to the Subway Clan branch. This was where her squad was stationed. She also asked Liu Feng and his team to be careful, as that deputy would put obstacles in their way. Hua Bin could not believe the words of Lady Virus and asked again who Liu Feng was to her, to which she confidently said again that he was her boyfriend. At this point, Kelly could see that she was not very happy with this moment. Hua Bin, angry at what he heard, gritted his teeth and asked her again what she had said. Just as suddenly, Lady Virus gave him an incredibly powerful slap and ordered him to shut up. Hua Bin held his hand to his cheek and told her that she dare not even lay a finger on him unless she wanted to start a fight between the factions. The situation became heated. But Lady Virus said she hit him because he thinks that since he's the commander's younger brother, he's allowed to harass her. Bastard. Realizing that things were bad, the deputy commander turned around and walked away, saying that she would soon kneel before him and beg him to spare her. After touring the deployment of the Azure Bay Battle Squad, Lady Virus, seated on her red throne, asked Liu Feng and his team what they needed and why they had come to the subway. Liu Feng replied without thinking for a long time that he and his team urgently needed to get to the city center. Lady Virus said she didn't care and asked why she should help him. Liu Feng told her that if she helped him get to the city center, he would help her kill that deputy commander. Upon hearing this, she became very angry, telling him that he didn't even know how many people this deputy commander had under his command. Liu Feng replied that it didn't matter how many people he had there. He asked her to say if she would cooperate with him here and now, and he asked the deputy commander to leave it to him, saying that after he defeats him, she would be able to accept and reform his troops, thus increasing her influence. The girls heard this proposal and realized that Liu Feng had come up with a very cunning plan to destroy the enemy from within. Two birds with one stone, a mutually beneficial plan. Liu Feng was a genius. Lady Virus thought for less than 1 minute and said that she was very interested, then ordered her warriors to take Liu Feng and his team to rest and prepare for tomorrow's march to the city center. One of the fighters took them to the rest area, telling them that they could stay here for now, 1 room per person, so that they could get a good rest, because tomorrow they would go with the boss to the center of the city. Liu Feng walked into his room and finally breathed out a sigh of relief. He was glad that it was finally over. But suddenly Jin Yanshu knocked on his door saying she wanted to talk to him. She jumped on top of Liu Feng, pinning him against the wall, and said that she wanted to thank him for his care and warmth. She asked him to be gentle with her, saying she would have him first. Just as suddenly they heard a knock on the door, it was Kelly. When Kelly went into Liu Feng's room, she said she wanted to talk to him about his relationship with Bindu, but she didn't find Liu Feng in the room. After looking around the entire room and not finding him, Kelly thought that he had just gone out to wash his face and decided to wait for him while sitting on the bed. At this moment, Liu Feng and Jin Yanshui were under that very bed. Liu Feng realized that if Kelly noticed him, she would definitely finish him off. There was no way he could not move or speak so that she could not notice him. President Jin realized that if she didn't take advantage of the situation now, there might not be another chance. Liu Feng asked her to stop, but she didn't care anymore. At that moment, he was a little rooster who was trying to escape from an eagle, but tripped over a rock and fell to the ground. Seeing her victim in a helpless state, the sister eagle said that the rooster could not escape because she would eat him. Picking a good chance, she decided to attack and kill the rooster. She grabbed the rooster with her strong claws and started squeezing him very hard, not letting him go anywhere. The cockerel realized that it was not good. Liu Feng realized that in such a tight space, everything was going according to her plan. He realized that if he moved at all, he would attract Kelly's attention, which was not good for him. And at the same time, he felt like prey in the hands of a hunter. Rooster couldn't believe he had lost to such an inexperienced eagle. He covered her mouth with his hand and told her that she should not underestimate the purgatory-born descendant of Genghis Khan's lineage. He began chiseling the eagle, striking it with direct blows, then making duplicate blows. In the end, he applied the technique, beating the eagle, thanks to which he battered the eagle to death. After Liu Feng defeated the eagle, Jin Yangshui fell sound asleep on his shoulder. Liu Feng decided to go out to reconnoiter and see what was going on with Kelly. Seeing that she had fallen asleep, he realized that it was no wonder then that she hadn't heard him with the eagle under the bed. He immediately decided that he had to find something, anything, to get Jin Yanshu out of the room. But at that moment, Kelly woke up. Kelly took his hand and told him that he had to explain how well he knew Bindu, and if they were lovers. Liu Feng said he was ready to explain right now, to which Kelly said she wanted him to explain it to her in bed all night. Under the bed, Jin Yanshu tearfully realized that she was only the first of the night, but not the first and not the last. 4 hours later in the subway clan morgue, The pathologist decided to examine the corpse of a Valkyrie. They detached his high-tech tentacles and went to prepare to dissect the Valkyrie. As suddenly, quite unexpectedly for the doctors, the Valkyrie came to life and stabbed one through and through, while the other had his clawed hand pierced through his head. Valkyrie is an elite-level enemy. His talent is immortality because he has a super regeneration ability. Each time he dies, he evolves and becomes stronger. A peerless hunter who didn't forget that his mission was to kill Liu Feng. The next morning, Lady Virus came to the Subway Clan's general headquarters, along with Liu Feng and his team. When she arrived at the general headquarters, she asked Hua Dabian why he had called her, since her patrol task had been perfectly accomplished. Gathering his thoughts a little, he replied that this time he had called her because an appointment order had come in. A reward for capture. Pointing his finger at Liu Feng and his team, he said that there was a reward of 3 tons of food and 100 weapons and ammunition for their capture. Then he suggested that Bindu join forces and capture them together, whereupon she would fall into his arms and he would share the reward with her equally. But Lady Virus didn't like his plan because he wanted to offend his man. So she grabbed him with her whip and threw him to the floor. She then put her heel on his face and asked him if he still wanted to grab her boyfriend or if the urge was already gone. The mercenaries couldn't tolerate such treatment of the deputy commander, so they took out their guns and pointed them at Lady Virus along with Liu Feng's team, saying that they wouldn't allow her to riot. Meanwhile, Jin Yanshu, standing behind Liu Feng, told him in his ear that his girlfriend was a real tigress. She then asked him how he dared to ring the bell yesterday, with Kelly until dawn, and she had to spend the whole night under the bed. She also asked him how she could now be called a black gold witch if she didn't teach him a lesson. At that moment, her son was not in the mood for jokes and told her that if she continued to annoy him, he would hit her with a stick. Hearing that he would hit her brought back flashbacks from the previous night of him hitting her hard with his stick. At this moment, Liu Feng and the team were already surrounded on all sides by Deputy Commander Hua's men. Realizing that the matter was a mess, Liu Feng ordered him and Zhang Yu to create a bulletproof shield. Zhang Yu threw back his cloak and on his body were metal ingots that Kelly could create anything. The mercenaries immediately fired a volley at them from every gun they had available. Once the smoke cleared, the mercenaries saw that all their shots were hitting in vain because Kelly had created a shield of metal. After they repelled the mercenaries' volley of fire, Zhang Yu, thanks to his air control power, shattered the metal shield and destroyed the surrounding bandits with shards. The mercenaries didn't expect this turn of events and started shooting at Liu Feng and his team. But it was already too late. Because thanks to his nanotechnical tentacles, Liu Feng jumped out of the encirclement and began to destroy the mercenaries with his new weapon. Liu Feng waved his tentacles and destroyed the mercenaries one by one, not sparing any of them. Then he grabbed Deputy Commander Hua with his tentacle and offered him to surrender, saying that he had lost all his subordinates and was alone. But Huaban didn't want to give up and said that a soldier prefers death to humiliation. Gritting his teeth, he said that their subway clan also has ideals and strength. So there is Liu Feng wants him to surrender no matter what he does, he will not succeed. Suddenly, Lady Virus appeared and with all the power she had, she whipped Hua Ban in the face with her whip. Seeing this again, Liu Feng asked Bindu not to do it again. Since Hua was a man anyway, doing this to him was low. 3 hours later in the subway tunnel, Liu Feng along with Bindu were rushing towards the city center. Liu Feng had no idea that they had a working train. After that, he said that he wasn't surprised that they were called the Subway Clan. Bindu told him that they occupied the subway center when the disaster broke out, and used it to spread their influence to all parts of the city. And owning the train is the symbol of the leader of the Subway Clan branch. Now this train will take them to the center of the city. Liu Feng understood why the deputy commander of the Huaban clan had handed over the train key of their Metro Clan branch, Azure Bindu Bay. In general, Liu Feng didn't care where the train came from or whose train it was. The most important thing was that it would get them to the city center. He was more concerned about whether the Subway Clan would persecute them later on for what they had done. Lady Virus told Liu Feng that the strongest in the Subway Clan is in charge. As long as they have a lot of weapons and a lot of people, they can possess their own clan. As long as you recognize the power of the Subway Clan, then, the headquarters won't care what you've done. Liu Feng realized that for the sake of his goals, she was taking risks, so he told her not to worry, because he would double the promised reward. But Lady Virus replied that she didn't need his stinking handouts. At that moment, Li Xin requested to contact Liu Feng. He stepped onto the subway car and opened a connection with Li Xin, asking how her situation was. Li Xin reported the situation to him, saying that they were blocked by a wave of zombies 3 kilometers away from the center. The zombies are sticking to the order. She feels like they are being controlled by someone. Something is wrong here. Suddenly there was a huge explosion. It was very sudden, and Li Xin realized that something bad had happened. And she was right, for this huge explosion was set off by a Lord-level zombie, a mutant zombie overlord. Upon seeing him, Li Xin immediately realized that this was the huge zombie that was commanded by the zombie during the attack on the convoy. She developed a very frightening premonition of danger. The commander-in-chief of the military immediately radioed that it was one of the 5 Lord-level zombies in N City, the mutant zombie overlord, after which he ordered to focus all fire on him and stop him. Liu Feng still didn't understand what was going on there, and Li Xin only had time to tell him that she would meet them at the next subway station, and their connection was cut off. As a friend, Liu Feng heard some strange scraping on the ceiling of the subway car. He immediately realized that it was definitely not people, so he ordered his team and T to the head of the train and wait for him there. Bidu came to his rescue immediately. She couldn't leave him and her brand new train, which she had recently successfully obtained. Not even a minute later, the roof of the subway car was opened by something with its sharp clawed paw like a tin can, injuring Lady Virus in the process. Then a Valkyrie appeared in the subway car. She had immortality and super recovery ability. This time, she was more powerful because she had upgraded herself after her last fight with Liu Feng. Seeing that Bindu was injured, Liu Feng realized that he had to give her the virus vaccine as soon as possible to save her life. But unfortunately, he had a bigger problem in the form of a Valkyrie who wanted to destroy him, no matter what this killing machine became. The Valkyrie attacked Liu Feng very quickly and strongly. It wasn't that he couldn't react. He just didn't notice which side the blow came from. The Valkyrie cut the subway car, creating a passage in it, and grabbed Liu Feng's body with her huge tentacles to pull him out of the subway car. At this moment, Kelly came out of the head of the train. Seeing that Liu Feng was not coping, she decided to help him. But Liu Feng ordered her to stay away, for the Valkyrie had become even stronger. He said that she should get to the city center and team up with Li Xin, after which he ordered Xiaopuff to separate the carriages. Kelly was very worried about him, but he told her that once he dealt with the Valkyries, he would definitely find them. At that very moment, he realized that the Valkyrie's purpose was to kill him. Valkyrie was holding Liu Feng by the neck on the edge of the subway car. Suddenly, Liu Feng realized that his hands were free and he could fight back. Using his nano-striking glove, Liu Feng decided to attack the Valkyrie with all the strength he had. This time he didn't hit her arm, but hit her head, realizing that with this blow he was able to deprive the previous Valkyrie of one arm, and if he hit her head, he would be able to take her down with just one blow. But no such thing. The Valkyrie was able to block Liu Feng's punch. He immediately realized that it was Valkyrie who had already fought him. He realized that if he didn't stop Valkyrie here and now, Kelly and the others could be in very serious danger. So using his mechanical claws, he threw Valkyrie off the train with him. Liu Feng sacrificed himself in order to save his dear people. But Lady Virus came to his aid, and thanks to her, Whip was able to catch him and prevent him from falling with the Valkyrie. She jerked her whip with all the strength she had and ripped Liu Feng out of the Valkyrie's hands, as she couldn't let him die because he had hurt her feelings. And she succeeded. She dragged Liu Feng back into the subway car, and the Valkyrie flew into the subway shaft and he couldn't reach them anymore. The system notified that Liu Feng was able to repel the Valkyrie's first attack and was rewarded with 4,000 points. After being rescued, Liu Feng immediately pounced on Bundu, asking her how she was feeling. Realizing that she was not doing well, he realized that he might have to spend his points to buy a vaccine. Suddenly, he saw a purse that had fallen off that Valkyrie. Opening the purse, he found inside it a revolutionary vaccine that had been developed by a scientific research institute and gave the possibility of gaining abilities, namely immunity to viruses. Liu Feng realized that he was lucky to find him and immediately ordered the system to spend points to recover the vaccine. Just as suddenly, their subway car went off the rails. A subway car at great speed flew straight into the wall of the subway tunnel, thereby ramming it. After the dust cleared, Liu Feng, holding Lady Virus in his arms, saw in the rift a gate on which was written, "Welcome to Friar Institute." Liu Feng was shocked. After all, this was pure luck, as the original assignment was to get into the Friar Institute and then find nanotechnology in it. Seeing the staff lounge on the way, he immediately carried Lady Virus there and laid her on the bed, as he realized her condition was not the best right now. Bindu realized that she had been bitten, and she didn't want to have any regrets for never thanking Liu Feng. He tried to explain to her that he had a vaccine, but she wouldn't listen to anything and gagged him with her kiss. She was the queen of the dead who recognized Liu Feng as the monk from Longhushan who had come to subdue her. The monk replied that she would soon surrender to him without a fight. She asked the monk why he was going to fight her, because otherwise she would attack first and defeat him. Monk realized that he couldn't lose to her, so he used the special skill of the deceased's dying amulets to attack her and the zombie mutants she controlled. But she laughed at the monk, saying his little light couldn't kill her. The monk pounced on her with his cross sword, but it was weak to her as well. She said that it was impossible to subdue a dead woman like her, whereupon she delivered a crushing blow to the monk. The monk fell and immediately remembered that he still had a red rope in his arsenal. He threw his red rope of the evil hunter's rope over her. But, she smiled, saying it wouldn't kill her. At most, it could hold her, and not for long. Suddenly, the monk said that he already knew her weak spot, and it was her neck. The deceased was very excited because she didn't think the monk would be able to find her weak spot so quickly. The monk, using his red thread against demons, wrapped it around her neck and began to pull the thread off. Then he told her that she should remember the weakness she had lost to him for. After the monk immobilized her, he used his magical abilities to create an upgraded sword out of gold coins. He stuck his sword into it, saying that Monk Longhushan's true strength was to inject charms and eradicating the corpse core. Seeing that Bindu had withdrawn into the Morpheus realm, Liu Feng understood that she was very assertive, but fortunately he was very good. Although he had already injected her with the vaccine, he decided to inject her as well just in case. In addition, there's the possibility of an ability awakening. After he injected the vaccine, he sat down on the floor next to her bed and was happy that it was finally over, and now he could get some rest. But before he went to bed, he asked the system to show him the interface of himself to see what he could improve and acquire new. He realized that the enemies were getting stronger. What the situation here was also unclear to him, and the techniques of a kung fu master were no longer enough. He had to make several weapons and subdue his armor. He realized that the power of the hand crossbow is low and can only destroy ordinary zombies. The gauntlet has a recharge time. You can't use it as a permanent weapon. Xiao Puff's laser is another disposable weapon, and the nanotentacles he received merged with Xiu Puff. As he suddenly turned around on the table, he saw the police batons. After taking them and playing around a bit, he realized they were of poor quality and decided to take them back and upgrade them later. Next, he asked the system to open the interface of his talents. First, he decided to increase his strength and intelligence to develop the scientist talent. He needed intelligence. He realized that his strength, stamina, and perception could be enhanced through Kung Fu Master and transformation. Therefore, he decided to increase his scholar talent to level 8 and his superhuman talent to level 4, thus increasing his strength. The system upgraded all of his characteristics that he chose and said that he now had a deeper knowledge of artificial intelligence, and he also had new level gloves opened up. Kung Fu Qigong gloves. Liu Feng, realizing that he had a free right hand, although he didn't know what a Qigong glove was, but Kung Fu couldn't let him down, so he asked the system to transform a Kung Fu Qigong glove onto his other free hand. Valkyrie was badly hurt, but she survived and didn't forget that she had to kill Liu Feng no matter what, because that's her #1 mission. Meanwhile, Lady Virus had a terrible dream in which Liu Feng came to her and said that for her sake and her protection, he had contracted the zombie virus and asked her when he became a zombie to use this knife to cut off his head. She cried out in fright and opened her eyes and saw Xiao Puff in front of her, who wished her a good morning. She, frightened, asked who he was, to which Xiao Puff replied that he was charging last night, but he heard everything perfectly. He replayed to her what she had said to Liu Feng yesterday, asking him to squeeze her neck harder and even harder. She immediately asked Xiao Puff to shut up. At that moment, Liu Feng entered the room. He said he was happy to see her awake and that he had prepared a present for her. But Lady Virus immediately asked him to answer her question as to why she didn't become a zombie, because she had never seen an infected person not turn into a zombie before. Liu Feng replied that it was because he had injected her with the vaccine. She was shocked to hear this, because he had given her the vaccine for free. Whereupon, he pulled out the very gift he had told her about before. It was her old pair of swords that he had transformed for her, making them stronger. After giving her the paired swords, he said he could give her much more, so he invited her to join his hideout. Bindu replied that since he had helped her so much, she saw no point in not joining his hideout. but she demanded that they infiltrate the subway clan so that they could act from the outside and the inside at the same time, so that they could take over the subway clan and she could become the queen. Liu Feng expected this from her, so he agreed to her terms. After Bindu joined Liu Feng's hideout, immediately looked at her profile and realized that she was a very good soldier and a great addition to his team. At this moment, the system notified Liu Feng that the construction of the second floor in the base had been successfully completed and offered to spend 2,000 points to build a research institute, a restroom, a sewage system, and a drilling machine. Liu Feng agreed with the system and ordered her to build everything. After that, Liu Feng approached Bindu and told her that this vaccine could awaken new abilities in her and advised her to try them out soon. After a while, they set off again and discovered an underground elevator. They decided to go down in it. Stepping out of the elevator, Xiaopuff said with confidence that they had come to the right place and what they were looking for was right here. Now that all of Liu Feng's equipment had been upgraded, he really wanted to try it out and kill some mutant zombies. But no sooner had they gone 10 meters than the alarms and sirens went off, automatically activating Protocol 321, which meant that an intruder had been detected in the room. Machine guns also came out of the ceiling and walls, and the loudspeaker addressed Liu Feng and his team, telling them to leave the university immediately, as it was private property and territory. Liu Feng immediately asked his team to stay still and wait, for he had figured out a way to bypass the battle and subdue the system. He used his transformation skill, thanks to which he was able to subdue the system. After a while, the university's artificial intelligence reported that the identity had been confirmed and greeted the yin master of the house, asking if he wanted a bath or food or his. After that, the artificial intelligence opened the door to another hall in front of them. Liu Feng was very happy that he had this ability because AI was a direct threat that was not easy to deal with. Stepping through the door, they found themselves in the hall of the Frere Institute. Seeing the very powerful and technologically not ordinary computers, Liu Feng realized that this was where nanocore technology was being created. Since he didn't know what it was, he decided to ask his system, asking it what a nanocore was. The system replied to him that nanonuclear technology is a high-tech nanorobot that can be used in military engineering, materials, and structures. Items created with nanotechnology would be much more powerful. Suddenly, the Frere University system warned Liu Feng that there was currently a nanovirus leak, and the nanonucleus sample storage room was locked down. Warning that Frere Institute will self-destruct in 2 hours. Lady Virus was very excited and called out to Liu Feng because she saw that the nanovirus zombies were coming to meet them. Liu Feng wanted to fight them, but Lady Virus said that she would deal with them herself because she now has a superpower. She transformed her normal whip into a weapon that could wound the enemy's psyche. It's a psychological whip, a whip that digs into the opponent's neck. A very sharp weapon. Even though it looked like an ordinary whip, it could easily be used to decapitate an opponent. Lady Virus skillfully used her whip so she easily chopped zombie monsters into small pieces. Seeing how she mercilessly dealt with those nano-zombies, Liu Feng realized that there was no need to provoke her in the future, considering that her ability was a flogger. It would seem that the nano-zombies were defeated, but suddenly after a few minutes they rose up again by connecting their severed limbs and body parts. The system immediately reported to Liu Feng that these mutant zombies had a piece of nanotechnology that allowed them to regenerate limitlessly. After being destroyed, the transformation skill could be used to absorb this technology. After listening to the system, Liu Feng decided to use his new Kung Fu Qigong mechanical hand. After choosing this mechanical arm, the system asked Liu Feng what command he wanted to perform, to which he replied that he wanted to use 18 dragon palms. 18 palms of the dragon, one of the most prominent martial arts in Jin Yong's martial arts novel. Kung Fu Qigong canon, every time you launch, you need to shout the name of the reception. Different names have different effects. For example, dragon flying in the sky, long-range, large-caliber weapon. Liu Feng realized that the damage of this cannon was quite powerful, but shouting out the name every time seemed a little dire to him. After he had destroyed all those mutant zombies with just one blow, he decided to seize the moment and absorb all the nanoparticles contained in their bodies. After absorbing the nanoparticles, the system said that Liu Feng had only absorbed in 1% of the total mass. Liu Feng asked the system where everything else was, to which she replied that it was in the other room and opened the door in front of them. Entering the next room, Liu Feng saw a huge nanoparticle reactor with many zombies roaming around. When Liu Feng saw this place, he immediately realized that this was the place to store the nanonuclear technology. After he turned around and saw a bunch of mutant zombies in white coats and realized that this is where the virus was leaked, because all these zombies are scientists. Suddenly, out of nowhere, the head of the light-bearing dragons appeared holding Huang Bing and the Iron Lady hostage. He told Liu Feng that he was also looking for nanonuclear technology. Liu Feng immediately took out his hammer from behind his back, but the leader of the light-bearing dragons asked him not to move because he had put bomb collars on his captives, and if Liu Feng dared to move, he would blow their heads up. The light-bearing dragon leader said that in order to deal with Liu Feng, he had invited aides, after which he asked them to come out so that he could introduce them, for it was the purple demon and the long-haired boss. They were the famous authority figures from the Subway clan. Many have heard that they work under the leadership of a powerful female captain. They are among the top 5 strongest in the wasteland. The leader of the light-bearing dragons told Liu Feng Mole it just so happened that the people from the Subway clan were just nearby, and he had spent a lot of resources to call them to his aid. The very dangerous bandits from the Subway clan came out to meet Liu Feng and Bindu to assess their opponents. At this moment, Liu Feng calmly pointed his finger at Bindu. Seeing their leader Lady Virus in Bindu's face, the Subway clan bandits were very frightened and opened their mouths so wide that they almost broke the floor with their jaws. Lady Virus asked her subordinates, did they really want to die so badly? To which they did not reply that she had misunderstood them, for they did not know they were catching them. After that, using secret moves, she asked them to help her get the hostages away in return for the favor. She was willing to forgive them for their transgression. They, of course, agreed to her proposal. And the leader of the light-bearing dragons, Zhao Feng, who was standing to the side, thought that he had already scared Liu Feng and his partner by bringing the thugs of the Subway gang with him. He thought that they would surrender without a fight. Huang Li decided to warn Liu Feng, telling him to be careful because they had come to capture him and Kelly on orders from the Research Institute. Zhao Feng immediately slapped her naked in the face and said that he should only press that red button and the bombs on their necks would explode. Liu Feng realized that things were bad because Huang Bing and Huang Li were in Zhao Feng's hands. He quickly turned to Bindu and asked her if the 2 thugs from her clan were under her control. She replied that she had already made arrangements with them. Suddenly, the leader of the light-bearing dragons, Zhao Feng, ordered his thugs to open fire on Liu Feng and Lady Virus to destroy them. Liu Feng immediately teamed up with Xiaopuff and used the octopus catapult to jump to their floor and prevent the virus lady from firing on them. He used his tentacles to deflect shots towards him and the lady's side, the virus. Zhao Feng raised up the remote control of our hostages' collars and said that there is for Liu Feng, no longer interested in saving the lives of the hostages, then he will blow them up. Suddenly, those Subway gang thugs he hired to kill Liu Feng betrayed him by stabbing him in the back with a bat. With a well-laid-out plan, they were easily able to take away his remote to activate the explosive collars around the hostages' necks. While one of the robbers was taking the remote control from him, the other stole his hostages and fled with them. Zhao Feng was very angry with them and ordered his men to kill them, but Liu Feng covered their retreat with his tentacles, fending off enemy bullets. Zhu Feng and all of his mercenaries were shocked to see that the Lion N had repelled all of their bullets. Liu Feng, on the other hand, was happy to have such tentacles at that moment. Lady Virus's servants delivered the hostages and the remote control to her. Liu Feng turned to Zhao Feng, the head of the light-bearing dragons, saying that he would not be able to detonate them now. But Zhao Feng laughed back at him, saying that even without pressing the button, the bombs on their necks would automatically explode in 2 minutes. Zhao Feng enjoyed the moment, for he thought that they would first regret underestimating him and then explode altogether. Liu Feng, without thinking for a long time, used his skill of transforming things and broke the explosion program. Canceling it, he opened the collars and released his friends. Zhao Feng was shocked when he saw this. While Liu Feng and his team were having fun realizing that they had defeated a gang of light-bearing dragons, Zhao Feng's subordinate told him that they were surrounded by mutant zombies. But Zhao Feng wasn't the least bit afraid because he had the most powerful A-level gusty wind sword. With just one swing of this sword, he was able to destroy the crowd of mutant zombies that surrounded him. After the head of the light-bearing dragon gang dealt with the zombies and mutants that surrounded him, he told Liu Feng that he had made him very angry, and now he would personally deal with him. He lunged at Liu Feng, but he immediately repelled his attack with a stiff punch to his chest with his nanomechanical arm. Zhao Feng's henchmen were horrified to see that their leader had been hammered into the wall like a nail with just one blow. But Zhao Feng couldn't be defeated so easily. He came out of the wall and said that he underestimated Liu Feng. He then decided to use his crowning move, saying that if he used it, he would consider Liu Feng a worthy opponent. The mercenaries of the Light-Bearing Dragon clan knew this technique because their leader used it to defeat an S-level mutant. Zhao Feng rushed at Liu Feng using the Emperor's Assault Strike technique. He believed that even a god would die from his strike. Liu Feng calmly asked Xiao Puf to reinforce the glove. After that, he was able to easily repel Zhao Feng's most powerful punch without even bothering, once again throwing him into the wall. This time everyone was shocked, because no one thought that Liu Feng would be able to repel such a strong and dangerous technique with such ease, as if he was beaten by a child with a stick and not one of the martial artists who killed S-level monsters alone. Zhao Feng was very upset and even more angry, so he yelled at Liu Feng that he wouldn't just get away with it. Suddenly, the wall next to him collapsed. This wall was being broken down by the immortal Valkyrie, who had once again come to take Liu Feng's life, for she was strictly following the orders loaded into her. When she saw Liu Feng, she locked onto her target. When Liu Feng saw the Valkyrie, he only wondered when this Valkyrie would die, after which the Valkyrie immediately took the leader of the Light-Bearing Dragon Gang, Zhao Wen, by the head and flattened it. Everyone was shocked to see the Valkyrie. Seeing how she easily crushed Zhao Feng's head with just one hand, it was immediately clear that a Valkyrie with such overwhelming strength was at the S or Lord level. This time, Liu Feng didn't wait for the Valkyrie to attack him, and decided to attack her first using the Tianshan 6 kinds of Yang Atomic Palm. This time, he was not striking at her arm, but directly at the Valkyrie's head in order to destroy her with a single strike, using the powerful strike of the Tianshan 6 kinds of Yang Atomic Palm, a powerful long-range attack. Liu Feng froze in shock as he watched the Valkyrie's face appear from behind his tubers as the smoke cleared. Liu Feng couldn't destroy her with a single blow, but only took off her helmet. Liu Feng's helmet was removed from her helmet, and he immediately missed her retaliation. Everyone was shocked, for after the Valkyrie's helmet fell off of her, they saw that the Valkyrie was a girl, a giant, and despite her life-saving power, she was quite attractive. Her eyes were glowing bright red, and blood was oozing from her head. It was clear that she was slightly wounded. This cybernetic giantess looked very threatening at its more than 2-meter height. Suddenly, she grabbed her head with her hands, saw her program start to fail. Liu Feng realized that she was in a lot of pain. It seemed to him that the helmet he had hammered off her was controlling her. Looking at her, he realized that she had something in her body that was controlling her. Liu Feng decided to get close to her while she was distracted in order to try and relieve her of this pain and remove the device that was controlling her. But, to his disappointment, the program still took over, and the Valkyrie immediately attacked Liu Feng. Recoiling, he saw her mutated arm. Liu Feng realized that there was no more time to wait. He rushed towards her to try and free her from the device that was controlling her. Climbing on top of her from behind, he saw what was around her neck and realized that he was the one controlling her. So he decided to transform him in order to eliminate his control over her mind. He was beginning to succeed. Her eyes had returned to normal. He realized that soon she would no longer have to obey the Institute's orders and would soon be able to decide for herself whether or not she needed to kill Liu Feng. Suddenly, a wall exploded behind Liu Feng's back. This was something he definitely did not expect. At this moment, Li Xin was fighting with the Mad Owl. He was trying to kill her because he thought she was a traitor. Li Xin flew out of the wall and into Liu Feng's arms, who was very surprised to see Liu Feng. He was also surprised to see her, and asked her what she was doing here. In this whole situation, the worst part was that Liu Feng never finished transforming the chip on the Valkyrie's neck. It was interrupted halfway through. Following Li Xin, the 4th squad leader Mad Owl, an S-level mutant appeared. Seeing that Liu Feng was trying to remake Mr. Zhen's beast, the owl said that he had come at just the right time because he could destroy the traitor Li Xin and this worthless kid in one fell swoop. Liu Feng immediately asked Li Xin where the others were and what was going on. Li Xin revealed that the army was blocked by a monster on the road. After they separated from the army and rescued Kelly, they were ambushed at the entrance of the Institute. She was forced to come here to distract the captain of the 4th squad of Mad Owl, and asked Liu Feng to be more careful since he is Zheng Tianshang's henchman. She also said that he was rumored to have become famous for single-handedly killing dozens of mutants by tearing them into small pieces. Suddenly, the Valkyrie had another new attack, and she grabbed her head. At that moment, Lady Virus realized that there was finally a chance to use her new ability and help the Valkyrie remember who she really was. The moment the opponent's neck is tied, the opponent goes into a state of emotional judgment. Valkyrie immediately remembered who she was as a child, what she did as an adult, and what she dreamed of. Lady Virus realized that she had succeeded in freeing Valkyrie from the influence of the Institute. Upon seeing this, the owl became furious, saying that they had no right to touch the property of the Research Institute. He said that for that he would kill them all without sparing anyone. Suddenly, something very huge appeared behind him. This huge monster was a zombie lord, Lord Level. It immediately pierced Feline's chest with its sharp claws. The danger warning from the system that hadn't appeared for a long time appeared again, but this time it recommended Liu Feng to run away without looking back. Just a month after the apocalypse, zombies quickly occupied the city and pushed government forces back to the northern suburbs. The city was divided into 5 parts. The central part was occupied by a mutant-level disaster, the Blood Empress. In the western part is a nameless forest. In the south, the forces of the Coreligionists, and in the north, the Lord in the east, exactly unknown. They are the main predators of the city. They compete with each other in hunting humans, and any forces of humans have become second class, fighting for survival. The boss of a city of Lord level. He was ruthless and killed anyone who got in his way. Upon seeing him, Li Xin immediately said that he was the one who ordered the zombies to chase them, but couldn't understand how he could catch up with her here. Hanging on the claws of this monster, Mad Owl realized that his days were numbered. But he didn't want to leave, so sad and sorrowful, so he told the Overlord not to dare to underestimate him. After that, he gathered all the energy of his suit into a fist and released it directly at the Overlord. But it didn't do any damage to the Overlord, he just ate the crazy owl. Liu Feng was a bit frightened after all. This was his first time encountering a Lord-level zombie. He took out the plasma electric batons from behind his back and asked Li Xin to cover him while he dealt with this zombie lord. Liu Feng decided that he would use his specially made weapon to restrain the zombies. Then he jumped up with his tentacle catapult technique to reach this giant zombie lord. Liu Feng attacked the zombie lord with his batons, putting all his power and strength into his strike. But the zombie lord was easily able to repel his strike. But Liu Feng was not confused and immediately decided to use another technique called double strike plasma electric batons. And this time, he hit the bullseye. The zombie lord answered him with a lightning strike with his needle-sharp spike that was on his arm. Just a little more and Liu Feng would be cut in two. He realized that he couldn't deal one-on-one with the zombie lord, so he called Li Xin for help. Li Xin, hearing that Liu Feng needed help, immediately picked up a Kalashnikov assault rifle from the ground, which was dropped by one of the mercenaries of the light-bearing dragon clan. She immediately started firing at the zombie lord in order to give Liu Feng at least one more chance to deliver a crushing blow. At this moment, he realized that this was likely his one and only and last chance to deliver a crushing blow to the zombie lord, so he decided to use the plasma reset technique. He made 4 of his 2 plasma batons, making his strength double, and jumped at the zombie lord with his arms crossed. Liu Feng delivered a powerful electric charge strike to the zombie lord, thus frying him. There was a very powerful vapor coming from the zombie lord. Liu Feng thought that he was able to kill him since he looked like a boiled cancer. But it was not to be, and just a couple of seconds later, the zombie lord decided to strike back at Liu Feng. Quite unexpectedly, a Valkyrie stood up for Liu Feng, telling the zombie lord that he had no right to kill Liu Feng since he was her prey. But the zombie lord didn't care who he wanted to kill, because he wanted to kill them all. So he immediately attacked the Valkyrie, to which she responded with a sharp blow to his head. Watching this picture from the side, Liu Feng was terrified, for he felt that the 2 giants were fighting between each other only for one of them to be able to kill him afterward. Liu Feng only realized that if the Valkyrie could still be negotiated with, the zombie lord would not be able to do so. Therefore, he asked Bin Dong what she had done to the Valkyrie, and she said that it seemed that she had used her whip to restore the Valkyrie's spirit. Although the Valkyrie was a brave and skillful fighter, but still a zombie, the Lord surpassed her in height and strength, so quite unexpectedly he grabbed her head with his huge hand. Then with all the strength he had, he slammed her to the ground. There was nothing Valkyrie could do about it, for she was trapped in his merciless trap, and the zombie lord began to strike at her countless times, trampling her into the ground harder and harder each time. Seeing this, realized that with his skills, he couldn't handle him, since the zombie lord is too terrifying a trait. He realized that he had to save Valkyrie, or he and his team would definitely be finished. So he told Xiaopuff to transform the reinforced nanoglove for him and rush towards the zombie lord to strike him and divert his attention away from the Valkyrie. But the zombie lord saw the threat from Liu Feng and grabbed Liu Feng's nanoglove with his huge hand, thus incapacitating it. Then, he wrapped his tongue around Liu Feng's neck and pulled him into the mouth that was in the middle of his body. Seeing that Liu Feng was about to be eaten by a zombie, Lord Valkyrie immediately rushed to his aid, ripping off the tongue that was trying to pull Liu Feng into its mouth and covering Liu Feng with her body. Bin Do also tried to help, but the zombie lord threw her back with a single blow of his hand. After that, the Valkyrie embraced the zombie lord and began to squeeze him with all her might, trying to crush him, preventing him from moving and attacking Liu Feng and his team. The zombie lord, realizing that he was immobilized, decided to crack the Valkyrie's head with his huge clawed hand. Seeing that Valkyrie was in mortal danger, Xiaopuff used his strongest technique called cutting laser to save her. Thanks to his technique, he was able to not only save the Valkyrie, but also from cutting the zombie lord's huge clawed hand off of him, inflicting his first real damage. After using the laser, Poof himself had no charge left and could no longer help. The zombie lord responded to the damage he had done by hitting Liu Feng and Valkyrie with all his might, throwing them back. As Liu Feng flew aside, he accidentally touched the nano-nuclear technology storage system with his hand. The system immediately started absorbing the nano-nuclear technology. Liu Feng couldn't pull his hand away before the absorption ended. At this moment, the zombie lord was already rushing towards Lucian to finish him off once and for all. Li Xin and Bin Du tried to stop him, shouting at Liu Feng to run away, but their attempts were unsuccessful. It would seem that Liu Feng should have died by now, but his body was covered by the Valkyrie, taking the zombie lord's deadly blow on herself. Bleeding, she whispered that Liu Feng was only hers and she would protect her goal at the cost of even her own life, which she actually did. Seeing this, Liu Feng wanted to rip off his arm as soon as possible to save the Valkyrie. But the system had only absorbed 52% of 100% of the nanotechnology by this point. At this moment, the zombie-level lord wanted to bite off Valkyrie's head to end her once and for all. Suddenly, she appeared in the rift in the wall. Even the zombie-level lord froze when he saw her. It was the Scarlet Empress. She was looking down on everything that was happening with an assassin's gaze. Liu Feng didn't understand why Aunt Li had come here. By now, the system had completed absorbing the nanotechnology 100%, saying that Liu Feng had gotten 10,000 points for it. Looking at his Aunt Liu Feng's eyes, he realized that there was something wrong with her, as they were filled with anger and hatred. As she walked down the stairs, a sea of blood flowed out of her. Liu Feng realized with fear in his eyes that she had completely lost her consciousness. Going downstairs, she walked past the zombie lord without even looking at him. The zombie lord was very angry about this, and he decided to strike from the back with his huge hand with mega-sharp spikes on the end. Seeing this, Liu Feng warned his Aunt Li about the attack. But the Scarlet Queen, without even turning around with just one movement of her hand, was able to slice through the zombie lord's chest. She then created a kasa from the blood and stabbed the zombie lord in the head with it, thus destroying him. The team was shocked along with Liu Feng, for they had fought the zombie lord for a very long and hard time trying to defeat him, and the Scarlet Queen had destroyed him with just one blow. The base's artificial intelligence warned everyone that the science lab would explode in 10 minutes. The Scarlet Queen walked up to Liu Feng, took his hand on his shoulder, and stopped. The system immediately warned him that the collision of the disaster-level zombie was deadly. There was zero success for survival. Therefore, it suggested Liu Feng to run away from there as fast as possible. Li Xin and Bin Du, seeing that Liu Feng was in danger, decided to help him and pointed their automatic rifles at the Scarlet Witch. But Liu Feng asked them not to shoot because he knew that if they opened fire, his aunt would kill them. He told them that Aunt Li was not in the same condition now, but she would still recognize him. So he asked the girls to go to the north of the city because this base was about to explode. He said that as soon as he was free, he would use the teleporter and join them. Just as suddenly, the Scarlet Empress wrapped Liu Feng and herself in her own blood, causing her to create a bloody teleport, and they disappeared. Liu Feng found himself in some bloody tent and couldn't understand where he was. How suddenly after a moment, it reached him that he was in the Scarlet Empress's lair, which was located on the tallest building in the center of the city. But no sooner had he thought of all this, than suddenly his Aunt Li pounced on him and rode him on top of her. He was shocked and asked the system to explain what was happening to his aunt. The system replied that when the Empress was in heat, she would take the unconscious marked man into the den, telling Liu Feng that it seems like last time she tagged him for the sake of today's situation. Then the system told him that he had a new task to calm the Empress's mind. No matter how disgusted he had to do it well, or he would lose the title of a real man of 5 seconds. Liu Feng immediately turned into a gurney car that liked to be ridden. A beautiful Aunt Li appeared in front of him who was in a very bad mood, but when she saw Liu Feng's wheelbarrow, she blossomed. She asked him to get ready because she likes to ride hard and long. Then she threw 1 Bitcoin in the coin slot and rode this horse. She had a lot of fun, and he had a lot of trouble. Aunt Li had a lot of fun and amusement riding this horse. Holding him by the hair, she rode him like it was the last time. Meanwhile, the science base exploded and everyone retreated to the northern camp. Liu Feng was already exhausted, but Aunt Li was insatiable and said that he should try a cross-choke hold. Then she grabbed his neck and started bouncing around even more. Just as suddenly, the time she had paid for with 1 Bitcoin ended and Liu Feng exhaled, knowing that he wouldn't be able to endure such a thing anymore. But Aunt Li had a whole handful of these coins, and she prolonged her pleasure another minute by saying that in general, she could ride him 24 hours a day. The next morning, the Scarlet Empress lay beside Liu Feng and could not admire him. For this time, he could not win this unequal battle, after which the Scarlet Empress decided to admire the city center she had captured, as suddenly at this moment, someone appeared in the window near Liu Feng's bed. After waking up just 5 minutes later, Liu Feng was very scared, because he was hanging on the highest floor in the city, feet down, and there was nothing but city structures below him. He was really scared, not only from the fact that he was at a very high altitude, but also from the fact that he had been kidnapped from the clutches of the Scarlet Witch, a Valkyrie. Without thinking for long, grabbing Liu Feng by the scruff of his neck, the Valkyrie decided to escape with him jumping from building to building. After a while, the Valkyrie reached her temporary shelter and threw Liu Feng against the wall after entering it. He didn't want to tolerate such ignorance towards himself, but after seeing the Valkyrie bleeding from her chest, he realized that she was seriously injured but still saved him despite that and calmed down. He then decided to look around and saw that there were about 60 sets of TH-1 type power armor in the room. When he saw this wonderful armor, he immediately realized that he could arm all the troops of his sanctuary with this armor. This type of armor could resist attacks from ordinary small-caliber weapons, but could not withstand damage from heavy weapons such as sniper rifles and plasma rifles. Liu Feng had made a fortune because he knew that once the armor was analyzed by the underground city, it could be upgraded to produce this type of armor. Looking at the Valkyrie, her serious injuries and the holes in her armor, Liu Feng realized that he might be able to help her, and immediately started transforming the armor for the Valkyrie. Valkyrie, being in a half-dead state, remembered that once before all this, she and her brother had been separated by the military. After that, it was handed over to Dr. Zhen for testing. But her mutation had stopped, and she seemed to have a reaction defect. Then Dr. Zhen decided to use her brother as a catalyst. To do this, they brought her brother's head in a glass jar and told her to look at it. Saying that, her brother's body was turned into a serum and injected into her body. From that moment on, the Valkyrie, who was then called Suwen, became such a brutal killing machine. When Suwen woke up, she was shocked because she remembered everything the professor had done to her. She was also shocked at the protective suit Liu Feng had made for her. He said he helped her get rid of the suit holding her back. Thanks to that, she was now free. Hearing this, Suwen even shed a tear. Suwen immediately decided to get out of bed. Seeing this, Liu Feng anxiously asked her not to move. After all, the chip in her body had not been fully transformed yet, and the transformation process was only 50% complete. He said that he could only temporarily suppress Zheng Tianxiang's orders. But she didn't listen to him. Liu Feng tried to stop her from standing up and accidentally grabbed her breasts. When he saw this, he immediately apologized, saying that she was too tall and he didn't take it into account. But Su Wenpo didn't even pay attention to it, stood up, and walked as if she didn't notice him. Liu Feng couldn't let her go so easily, so he asked her to wait. She turned around, hugged him, dipped his head into her huge chest, and thanked him for saving her. She then took him aside and said that she didn't have a reason to leave. She needed revenge, for she remembered who had hurt her a lot and taken her brother away from her. She also said that the chip will help her get into the research institute. Therefore, she doesn't want Liu Feng to completely disarm it. Su Wen said that when it was over, she would come back and thank Liu Feng. After which, she turned around and left. Liu Feng realized that he couldn't stop her, so he resigned himself to the fact that she just left like that. Afterwards, he asked the system to connect him to the base. Sarah came on the line and was very happy to see Liu Feng. He said he had sorted everything out and was ready to go back to the shelter. Sarah replied to him that the others had already returned to the northern base, and now that he was safe too, she could breathe easy. Liu Feng was glad that everything was fine and said that he was making progress here too. After all, he had gotten a lot of new type scolding. Crossing the armor into the shelter, Liu Feng and his team returned back. No sooner had they left the teleport than Sarah and Commander Loon were already waiting for them in the shelter. Sarah immediately asked how their mission had gone, and Liu Feng replied that this time everything had been accomplished perfectly. Lun immediately apologized for his lack of caution, because the enemy had infiltrated them and the shelter was in danger. But Liu Feng did not scold him, saying that everything was fine because this mutant ability could not be countered, and the shelter was still fine. After that, he said that he didn't come empty-handed. This time, he brought 60 sets of power armor to replace the old one. At this moment, Dr. Qin was at the hospital treating the soldiers who had been injured by the faceless woman that Zheng Tianxun had sent to their base. When they heard on the loudspeaker that Liu Feng and his team had arrived, they immediately rushed to meet him. Meanwhile, Liu Feng was already pacing around the base with Loon and the military dressed in new modern armor. This new type of legendary armor was incredibly durable and also very beautiful. Qin saw Liu Feng and the soldiers wearing the new armor and realized that he had become even much stronger. She couldn't stop admiring him, thinking he was an amazing person. The actresses, upon seeing the director and the new gear, immediately realized that the booty was pretty big this time. After noticing the actresses, Liu Feng decided to say hello to them. After all, he was their idol. So he turned around and winked at them with one eye and raised his hand to show them two fingers. Seeing his hand gesture and two fingers, they thought it meant the two of them in suits. For the sake of survival, they were ready for anything. Luckily, Liu Feng was quite handsome. Walking through the hideout, Liu Feng thought about how this trip had been very fruitful. He had pumped up his skills, obtained tentacles, gotten two promising people, Zhang Yu and Jin Yanshu, acquired nanotechnology, defeated Zhen Tianshong's plot, and freed the Valkyrie. After reaching his office, Liu Feng told everyone to rest first, because tomorrow they would have a meeting. He still had some business to take care of today. Kelly supported his suggestion, saying that she had something to discuss with him later. Entering his office, he immediately put Xiaopuff on charge and asked the system how he could raise the level of the nanotechnology he would already absorb. The system replied that it only needed 10,000 points. Liu Feng agreed. The system said the promotion would be over tomorrow morning. Lishan was happy because at last he was home. But no sooner had he relaxed than the system reported that 2 stars were asking to meet him. He, of course, could not refuse them and told the system to let them in. The doors opened, and 2 adorable girls in gorgeous latex costumes appeared in the passage. They were cosplaying Liu Feng's most favorite idols, Sheng Sheng and Bobo. Seeing that Liu Feng was in a bit of shock, the girls said that he himself showed them 2 fingers as a sign for the 2 of them to come together. He also told them to put on their costumes. But Liu Feng realized that Kelly should be coming soon, and they couldn't be allowed to be here at this moment. So he decided that he needed to escort them out. Liu Feng said that they had misunderstood him and that Kelly would be here soon. Before he could say anything, the girls were a little sad at first, realizing that they were not going to be a threesome, but a foursome. But in just a few seconds, they cast aside all doubts and discouragement and said they were ready even for a quartet. They didn't wait for Kelly and immediately pounced on Liu Feng, saying that she could join them anyway. This time, everything resembled an action movie in which Shu Qianqian and Hua Meimei were scouts who had infiltrated a secret territory. Liu Feng was the head of Feng's Black Tiger Company, which the 2 scouts had infiltrated to gather evidence against him. But luckily, he caught them. The scouts realized that there was nowhere to run, so they decided to rush into battle, using a double attack. At this point, the head of the company realized that he wouldn't be able to resist their combined attacks for long, because they were very powerful. After the double attack, they applied a 2-star attack, dealing even more damage to the principal. Then used the 2-star grappling technique to disarm him and lay him face down on the floor, not giving him the slightest chance to win. The director realized that he was losing and that their combined technique was very strong. But he couldn't let his defeat happen, so he used the Raven Flight technique to break free from their double grip. As soon as the headmaster was free, he immediately took out 2 swords from his pocket. After all, he was a master wielder of 2 swords. Seeing the two swords, the spies realized that danger was closing in on them and decided to escape. But it was too late, because the headmaster didn't want to let them go anywhere. Upon catching up with the spies, the director immediately spiked them with stun guns, sending a not insignificant charge of electricity through their bodies. In the finale, the scouts still failed to infiltrate and were captured. Liu Feng decided that he had to get the movie actresses out of his room because Kelly was about to come over. Before he could think about it, he suddenly heard a knock on the door. He was terrified, for he knew that if Kelly spotted him with other women, he was finished. So he decided to hide them as soon as possible by covering them with a sheet. Liu Feng opened the door with his eyes closed and said, "Hello, Kelly." But when he opened his eyes, he was surprised to see Li Xin in front of him. When she heard that, she immediately said that she was surprised that he still couldn't forget about Kelly. Li Xin pushed Liu Feng out of the door, entering the room, saying that she had business with him and wanted to discuss it in the room. When he saw Li Xin sitting on his bed, he was horrified. She had asked him to sit next to her because she had a very serious conversation with him. Li Xin insisted him to sit down beside her and didn't understand what he was really shy about. And Liu Feng at that moment didn't understand how he could sit down beside her when there were two naked women lying under the blanket behind Li Xin. Meanwhile, at the northern base, the artificial intelligence reported to the director that the mission to eliminate Liu Feng had been completely failed. Director Zheng was testing a new serum to fight the black blood disease that turned people into mutant zombies. But just like before, the serum once again failed to work. When Director Zheng saw that the serum didn't work and the man still turned into an ugly monster, he ordered him to kill him. Suddenly, the leader of the third squad came into his lab and said that artificial intelligence was garbage. It would be better if they were assigned the mission to destroy Liu Feng. At the same moment, in Liu Feng's room, Li Xin laid down on the bed with her head resting on top of the models. When Liu Feng saw this, he was completely horrified. He realized that if he got caught with the models and then Kelly showed up, he'd be finished and couldn't get away with it. Li Xin, saying that she was tired, leaned back completely. Seeing this, Liu Feng realized that things were not good. He immediately put his arm around her waist and said that she was very beautiful today. He realized that he had to stop her. Otherwise, he's dead. Li Xin suspected something wrong with this and turned back around and noticed that the sheet was moving slightly as if there was someone underneath it. Liu Feng immediately grabbed her cheeks and turned her around to face him. He knew he had to take her attention away from what she was seeing first and said he had a surprise for her. Li Xin replied that she was looking forward to his surprise. But this time she came to see him because she needed to ask him something. She first asked Liu Feng about her relationship with Kelly, but afterward, she said it was a joke, and she actually cherishes the relationship between her and Liu Feng. Liu Feng just froze in place, not knowing whether what he heard meant a declaration of love or just Li Xin's fetish that pushed her to say such a thing. Seeing that Liu Feng was in a dazed state, Li Xin grabbed his hand and kissed him in French, proving that her words were very true and real. After that, Li Xin immediately waved her finger at Liu Feng, showing him that she wanted to make passionate love to him right here and now. Liu Feng didn't even have time to think about this coitus when suddenly there was a knock on the door, and Liu Feng immediately realized that it must be Kelly. Liu Feng shoved Li Xin under the same sheet as the movie actresses and asked her to sit quietly, then went to open Kelly's door. After seeing this picture, the movie actresses immediately said that he's a bastard if he allows himself to treat girls like that. Li Xin was shocked, because when she turned around she saw that under the sheet was not only her, but also two other movie actresses. When they saw Li Xin, the actresses immediately realized that she was the third person the director had mentioned. Li Xin, on the other hand, thought that this was the surprise Liu Feng had told her about. In order not to fall foul of Kelly, Liu Feng offered to talk to her in the living room, saying that his bedroom was very messy. Kelly agreed to talk in the living room. One of the actresses found out that this red-haired beauty was Ms. Li Xin. The actresses couldn't even think that she was also in a relationship with the director. After that, they suggested her to do some nice things with the three of them. While in the living room, Liu Feng heard some very unusual voices coming from the bedroom of the girls he had left there. Kelly heard them too and asked him what those sounds were. Liu Feng immediately took the joystick from the console and offered Kelly to play, saying that he didn't hear any sounds. Kelly pulled out a CD and said she wanted to play a game called Lesbian Pilots. The pilot called Mayday, saying that enemy planes had gotten into her and were chasing her. She was not only chased by two enemy planes, but also periodically opened fire on her, thus preventing her from making any maneuver. The pilots of those pursuing two aircraft were undoubtedly professional aviators who didn't want to let go for a second of the pursuing aircraft. As the game was playing, Kelly said that she had some advice for Liu Feng. After all, the base invasion crisis served as a warning signal that Zheng Tianshun would not spare them. Meanwhile, the brawny red-haired aircraft commander once again failed to dodge an enemy attack and was hit in the wing. Kelly suggested that the base should always have at least one officer and one mutant from the officers. There are Li Xin and Lun Xuan, and from the mutants, Shi, Zhang Yu, and his sister. You can divide everyone into 3 teams. One team will stay at the base, and the other team will go to search for materials. The main team will be led by Liu Feng. Her task will be to complete the main tasks. After that, Kelly asked Liu Feng what he thought of all this. But at that moment, Liu Feng was thinking whether Kelly was wearing silky tights or perfectly round and smooth tights. At that moment, the enemy pilots attacked the redhead with a double launch of missiles, after which she realized that the plane was definitely crashing. Kelly heard some strange screams coming from the bedroom. She immediately asked Len again if there was someone in his bedroom. He replied in a shaky voice that there was no one there. Kelly realized that he was hiding something, so she decided to see if he was telling the truth herself and went to the bedroom. She opened the door and told him that whoever was in the bedroom had to come out. At this moment, the dining hall was serving curry with pork chop. Zhang Yu saw this and thought that he had gone to heaven because he had not eaten hot food for a month. He immediately, with tears in his eyes, began to take away this delicious dish, even in spite of the beauty who prepared this masterpiece. Sister Li asked Jin Yangshi how the situation outside was. Was it still as bad, or could it be possible to go out for walks already? Jin Yangshi replied, saying that there were zombies running around everywhere now, and they had evolved to the point where they could dodge bullets, and people lacked food and clothes. If Zhang Yu didn't go out on campus to get food for them, they would have starved to death long ago. Sister Li was horrified to find out that it was still so terrible and very dangerous outside. Suddenly, she heard the teachers that Liu Feng had brought with him talking amongst themselves. They were admiring the technology and the cleanliness and order of this shelter, saying that it was much better than the slums of the northern base, and they couldn't even suspect that the owner of this shelter was Liu Feng. Suddenly, the system alerted all the residents of the shelter that the base would be significantly upgraded and in 12 hours, and said that at that time everyone should be quiet and stay in their rooms without leaving them until the modernization was complete. Jin Yangxue, seeing the 3 female teachers as her rivals, still realized that if anyone found out about her relationship with Liu Feng, their relationship would be discovered, and it would be like setting fire to gunpowder. At this moment, while in Liu Feng's room, Kelly discovered a crumpled bed with some kind of incomprehensible liquid on it. When Kelly touched the sheet, she realized that someone was definitely sleeping on it, as it was quite warm. But there was no one in the room, just a warm sheet and something on it, Kelly thought. At this moment, those under the bed and Li Xin along with the movie actresses realized that although it was very exciting for her with the girls, but if the vixen saw her in this state, she would definitely embarrass herself. Realizing that Kelly is not stupid and is about to guess everything, Li Feng said that before she came in, he was resting in bed. At this moment, Or turned to him, showing some kind of liquid on her fingers, and asked what she was doing in his bed. He immediately realized that this liquid belonged to his gorgeous girlfriend Li Xin. She realized at that moment that this was not a good thing and could end up being a lot of fun. Liu Feng realized how much of a heel he might be in right now and decided to quietly leave the room. But Kelly stopped him and asked if it was body fluid. He thought he was done for when suddenly Kelly asked him, was he here polishing his rod? Hearing this, Liu Feng exhaled and said that yes, that was exactly what he was doing. He felt extremely relieved when he realized that this time he was once again able to turn his back on Kelly and not get burned in front of her. Kelly told him that she was the base administrator and the director's wish was also part of her duties. So the next time he thought of rubbing his rod, the first thing he should do was invite her over and offer to fulfill the mission to her rather than do it alone. After which, Kelly collapsed on the bed and started beckoning Liu Feng with just one finger, saying that she had something else to report to him. Kelly, a knight of divine light, has come to punish the Goblin King, saying he cannot escape her sword. The Goblin King mocked her and said that not only was she not backing down, but she had also come into his clutches herself. At the same time, in the vicinity of Shelter L, at the automobile factory, Xiaolan's sister couldn't keep up with her brother who was running ahead and holding her hand. A sniper sat on the roof of the building and took aim at her brother before shooting him right in the kneecap. When she saw that her brother had been shot in the leg, her sister immediately rushed to him asking if he was okay and could walk. Her brother replied that he was fine and ordered her to run as fast as possible and not to turn back, but it was too late, for the men who had shot her brother had already arrived. But suddenly, to everyone's surprise, from nowhere, Liu Feng's younger sister Shintang appeared beside them. Meanwhile, Lun Xuan and his team were patrolling the surroundings of El Asylum and realized that everything around was calm and safe. He was still tormented by the thought that he had really embarrassed himself last time. He couldn't figure out who that girl in yellow was, a hallucination or his ability that he was just afraid to use. Lun Xuan realized that they couldn't make the same mistake this time, so he ordered everyone to look out for each other. Before he could think of all this, he was suddenly informed that Shintang had disappeared. He was furious and ordered everyone to look for her as soon as possible. When they saw Shintang Po, the bandits were not a little afraid and decided to capture her too, saying that they would feed her as they had plenty of food and called her to their hideout. But Zhao Lan's brother, whom they had shot, begged her not to believe them and to run away with his sister, since these people who shot him were members of the Cannibal Salvation Army who eat people. One of these cannibals grabbed Shintang by the shoulder and asked if she knew a place called El Asylum. But without saying anything to him, she simply took her hand and cut off his arm at the elbow with a single swipe. The situation became heated, and the group of cannibals pointed their guns at Shintang. Not waiting for the moment when Shintang would break all of their arms, they decided to kill her and opened fire on her with all barrels. They didn't know that she couldn't be killed so easily with normal assault rifles, even if they were large-caliber ones. She was able to dodge all the bullets with ease thanks to her mutation, and quickly rushed towards the mercenaries, and with her blood thread control abilities she immediately blew two of the mercenaries' heads off. Then she took the chief mercenary by the neck, whose arm she had cut off, and raised him above the ground to strangle him. No sooner had she finished him off than three more cannibals suddenly appeared behind her, pointing guns at her and ordering her to stop killing their people. But Shintang was unstoppable, and she easily dealt with the three Hannibals as well. Xiaolan along with his brother were simply horrified to see what such a small and cute girl was capable of. After a few seconds, Commander Lun Sun appeared with backup, and seeing that Shintang wanted to kill the last enemy, he asked him to leave him untouched. After all, he still needed to interrogate him. At this time in Liu Feng's fantasy, he, the Goblin King, was ridden by the heavenly light knight Kelly. It was said that he had never lost before, and today he was very weak. Hearing such belittling remarks about himself, the Goblin King's eyes lit up and he threw Knight Kelly back with just one sweep of his arms, after which he took out the Goblin King's cudgel, the most powerful and largest weapon in the kingdom. Knight Kelly, seeing such a powerful club, was immediately frightened, but she didn't even allow any thoughts of surrendering to the Goblin King, so she created a divine shield to resist him. The Goblin King, using his mega-huge club, began to strike at this divine shield an infinite number of blows in order to break it and subdue Knight Kelly. Despite the fact that her shield had taken a lot of damage from the huge, strong Goblin Club, Kelly did not give up or break. She used holy healing to continue the battle. The three of them ended up spending the whole night under the bed listening to these two play their very unconventional games. Just games, no big deal. Meanwhile, at the northern base in the office of the Research Institute, they noticed that the Salvation Army's signal had disappeared. 2 kilometers away from the place where the Faceless One's signal disappeared. This meant that the boundaries of the local base were now defined to within a centimeter. The professor was happy about this because now they could easily calculate and track the location of the enemy, the location of Principal Liu Feng. The professor assigned this time the mission to destroy Liu Feng to his grandson, telling him that if he does not complete this task, there is no way back. He ordered Zhang Xiaofeng to destroy L's hideout, finish off Liu Feng, bring back the nanotechnology, and bring back Kelly. Hearing about Kelly, the grandson said he'd make Liu Feng wish he'd never been born. No one dares to even look at Grandpa's woman, let alone touch her. But the professor said it's nothing. Zhang Xiaofeng heard this and said that his grandfather was very partial to women, and it was in his spirit. After which he ordered his partners to move out to destroy the L Asylum. In fact, the professor was very much concerned that Kelly was not with him at the moment, for he had always wanted her to belong only to him. Meanwhile, in the middle of the day, Liu Feng had just woken up after a tumultuous night together with Kelly. Opening his eyes, he immediately saw Kelly, who had woken up before him and was already making breakfast. After just a few seconds, he remembered that there might still be Li Xin with 2 movie actresses under his bed. He immediately decided to look under the bed, but Liu Feng found no one there, so he calmed down and exhaled. At that moment, Kelly brought him breakfast and told him to eat first before doing anything else. That's when Liu Feng realized the girl's point. Liu Feng ate the food, saying it was delicious and telling Kelly that she was a very skillful girl. Kelly wished him a good appetite and reminded him that they had a meeting later today. 15 minutes later, the system announced that the asylum had successfully completed the nanonuclear technology upgrade. The entire dungeon had been modernized. After hearing this information, everyone rushed to see what the asylum had become. The modernization of the nanonuclear technology had been completed. The system also reported that the nanonuclear technology had already appeared in the main hall, and there were also new blueprints that Liu Feng could view in his computer. Everyone admired the renovated shelter and said that this was Liu Feng's strength. The guard room at the main gate was also upgraded. The system reported that this upgrade could lead to an overall scientific and technological rise in the underground city, strengthening the overall defense, and at the same time, the power consumption would also increase. The power plants would also be upgraded, but for this, the system asked Liu Feng to find as many power cores as possible. Kelly was once again pleasantly surprised for such a huge underground city to be upgraded in one night. All the inhabitants were very happy that they joined the Beak and began to live in its shelter. After all, the efficiency of the renewed underground city had increased by 20% and energy consumption by only 10%. There were many who didn't know how Liu Feng had achieved such a magical upgrade, but this in their eyes looked just like a city of wonders. At this moment, everyone was looking at this magician. After all, he was the creator of this miracle. The system notified that Dr. Zheng Tianxiong was watching him. Because of the nanotechnology in his hands, he had prepared some more plans to confront Liu Feng. The system suggested to finish off Dr. Zheng Tianxiong from the Research Institute before he built up his strength and came to the hideout after Liu Feng. Liu Feng remembered that Zheng Tianxiong wanted to capture Kelly. Because of him, Anti-Li mutated. The horrible experiments on the human body he conducted led to the creation of the Valkyrie. What's even worse is that he wants to catch Liu Feng's little sister, so he's just a monster that needs to be done away with. Without thinking for a long time, Liu Feng raised his right hand up and shouted that humanity would win, and they would all survive. To his surprise, all the residents of the shelter fiercely supported Liu Feng's words. They also raised their hands up. After raising morale in the shelter, Liu Feng ordered Kelly to convene a leadership meeting. Kelly said she would do his bidding and added that he already looked like a fine leader. After a while in the command center, Liu Feng said that he had gathered all of them to discuss the impending danger, saying that the shelter was being closely watched by Zheng Tianxiong. But before discussing the topic, he suggested a free report on the current situation in all departments. Liu Feng said that after the upgrade, in addition to improving production efficiency, thanks to the improvement of artificial intelligence to the basic level of the shelter, can also produce new unmanned defensive weapons. This weapon can automatically recognize enemies and fire at them from two sides. This greatly increases the defense capability of the base. Also, the shelter can now hold about 1,000 people, and production can arm and outfit 100 soldiers. Their armor can withstand fire from most light weapons. In addition, nanotechnology has brought new technology. It can absorb a lot of energy from the sea, but now this technology can't be unlocked because the base is far away from the sea, so we need to improve the generator for better and smooth operation of the system. No wonder Liu Feng insisted on finding this technology, Li Xin thought. As soon as Liu Feng stopped, Kelly immediately stood up and said that it was her turn to give her report. She said the current number of people has a huge impact on development, the shelter. Now that food supplies are sufficient, it is time to expand. For this reason, Kelly said that she was nominating a talented candidate for their command staff. This candidate turned out to be the Black Gold Witch Jin Yanshu, who is very good at manipulating people. Everyone was very much surprised. Kelly continued by saying that Jin Yanshu used to be very interested in personnel management, so Kelly discussed it with Director Liu Feng, who approved her appointment as the person in charge of recruitment. Jin Yangsue was very happy, after all. She had made the first step. She was very curious to see if she could gradually capture Liu Feng. What was interesting was that all the people in this dungeon seemed to be unified, but everyone has their own narrow circle. Liu Feng unites everyone by relying on his abilities. Li Xin and Sarah were the first to enter into the underground city. The first narrow circle consists of them. Then there is the controlling military group. Da Qiang was originally Kelly's man, but he may have gone under Lun Xuan's command after being discovered. Jin Yangshu, knowing Kelly, realized that she didn't just want to drag her into this game for a reason. Looking at Liu Feng, she realized that he was not so simple if he could subdue such talents. Next, the chief electrician and engineer of the asylum began his report. He said that the efficiency of the renewed underground city increased by 20%, the power consumption by 10%. That is, now the power source will only last for 6 months. To extend the service, it is necessary to find a new power core. He also said that the third floor has been built, which includes a research institute, a restroom, and a circulating sewer system. The circulating sewer system will help improve the sewer system and water storage. He also reported that there is currently no scientific team in the laboratory and that it is necessary to recruit staff as soon as possible. Next, Lun Xuan gave his report while on patrol. They had rescued 2 children. According to them, the Salvation Army was looking for a shelter on the orders of the Scientific Research Institute. They captured a nearby military base and grabbed a large number of survivors as military food. Hearing that they were eating people, Da Qiang immediately became enraged, pounding his fist on the table. He said that they were monsters and he would kill them. Liu Feng understood that in such situations, one should not let anger control one's mind, so he ordered Da Qian to immediately calm down and cool down. Kelly immediately said that Liu Feng was right because it was a trap, and asked no one to give in to their emotions. She said that Zheng Tianxiong had obviously sent them to scout. They can determine the approximate location based on the disappearance radius of their squad, after which Kelly asked Liu Feng to confirm her words. At this moment, Liu Feng didn't understand how the others could even think of such a thing. In just a second, he answered, "Yes, that's right." The only thing that confused him was that he had to pretend to be someone else because he didn't know what to do if they asked him what they should do next. Before he could think about it, Sarah suddenly stands up from her seat and asks Liu Feng, "What should we do next?" Liu Feng, without thinking for a long time, decided to turn the tables and asked Lun Xuan what he thought about it. At this moment, Lun Xuan realized that Liu Feng still could not forgive him for the past and decided that he needed to show his abilities and strength. Lun Xuan said that they can't wait, they need to attack first, take them down from this position and destroy them. He said that in the near future, they would need to recruit a significant number of soldiers, at least about 60 people. And when the time comes, Lun Xuan will personally lead the team, plus 1 mutant, and they will easily be able to defeat them, said Lun Xuan, finished his report. Liu Feng immediately stood up from the table and said that Commander Lun Xuan said well. Liu Feng said that he would divide the troops into 3 groups. One would guard the house, one would go to mop up the guards, and another one would go with him to carry out tasks. Let the other departments carry out their own tasks. Likewise, Liu Feng said that there was no need to wait for the recruitment of 60 people, because after he and his team returned from scouting the news in the north of the city, he would personally lead the group together with Lun Xuan to destroy the Salvation Army. After the meeting was over, Liu Feng rushed to his own laboratory to refit some items. After refitting, he obtained the newest armor and 4 tentacles. At the same time, the teacher of the case, the children who were rescued from bloodthirsty human flesh-eaters, to the doctor for examination in the lab. After going down to the laboratory, they saw Liu Feng, who had 4 tentacles on his back that protected him from attacks from all sides in a 24/7 mode. After turning around and seeing the children, Liu Feng immediately told Dr. Qin that these were the children he was talking about and asked her to check on them, to see if there were any problems so that they could go to school. Looking at the boy, he said that he was going to build a school in the underground city. Besides, this time when he was returning from the northern base, he would take the children with him. Dr. Qin was very happy that Liu Feng had not forgotten about the children she had forgiven him to take from the northern camp. She also said that she had heard that the refuge needed scientists, and she knew just the right one to find. No sooner had Qin told her companions about her scientist than she was suddenly interrupted by the teacher, saying that the children needed a full checkup and asking when Dr. Qin would have time for it. Suddenly after that, the boy fell to his knees, and with tears in his eyes he started asking Liu Feng to help him avenge his parents. He said that in order to protect him and his sister, his parents had surrendered to those monsters. Liu Feng wiped the boy's tears and asked him to be patient for a couple days, saying that he would personally send all these things to hell. Meanwhile, Lun Xuan was with the faceless woman not far away, and ordered her to look at those children and see what the lackeys of the research institute she was protecting had done. He asked her if her warrior pride was this kind of vandalized human behavior. He realized that imprisonment was having an effect on the faceless one, and she would soon move into their camp, so he offered to serve as an asylum and wash away the shame. Dr. Qin and the teacher took the children to examine them, and Liu Feng was called out by someone at this moment. Those who were Li Xin and Kelly came to Liu Feng because he was looking for them both before. Liu Feng said that he was glad that they had finally come to him because he wanted to reward the two of them for their achievements, so he had something interesting for them. After that, he opened the first drawer and went to get a gift for Li Xin. He pulled an RT-100 kinetic rifle out of a drawer, which had powerful single shots thanks to kinetic technology. Liu Feng immediately began to improve the energy to increase the shot power of the rifle, and also gave her an RX-60 revolver, an extremely powerful 6-round revolver, which could use explosive expansion bullets with increased power. Li Xin was over the moon, but Liu Feng once again reached into the drawer for another gift for her. He gave her a rocket backpack, saying that it had only been built with Kelly's help. "It'll keep you flying for a while." Li Xin was very happy and pounced on Liu Feng, squeezing him, saying that she was very grateful to him for all these gifts, to which he replied that she definitely deserved it. After which, he waved his hand at Kelly and said that it was her turn to receive the gifts. Liu Feng started to tell Kelly that he spent 10,000 points on this gift. Just as suddenly, Sarah reported over the video link that Commander Chu Shan from the northern base wanted to talk to him. Liu Feng asked Sarah to connect him. Commander Chu said he hadn't seen Liu Feng for a long time, but he hadn't changed a bit. He thanked him for his help with the last mission. Liu Feng apologized to Commander Chu, saying that he was sorry that he couldn't help the military find the things they needed. But Commander Chu said that it was no big deal because he had helped them reduce their losses, so it was already good. Then he said that their commander Guo wanted to meet with Liu Feng to talk about Zheng Tianshun. After a while, Northern Base, the location of Regimental Commander Guo. Liu Feng, along with Li Xin and Kelly, arrived to meet Commander Guo. Captain Chu met them at the entrance. As they walked towards the entrance, he said that although the last mission was not successful, but thanks to their help, many soldiers had been saved and once again thanked Liu Feng and his team from the bottom of his heart. After walking a little deeper into the northern base, they came to the entrance of the barracks. After entering, he immediately introduced Liu Feng and his team to the regimental commander. A couple minutes later, the very formidable and scowling commander of the 2nd Regiment of the northern base Guo Wei was already standing in front of Liu Feng. They shook hands, after which Commander Guo Wei asked Liu Feng if he was that demonic fist. Liu Feng replied by nodding his head. Guo Wei said that he had heard about how Liu Feng had put in a lot of effort during the operation in the city center, and even saved Xiao Chu a few times. Guo Wei patted Liu Feng on the shoulder and said with a smile on his face that he liked Liu Feng very much. The soldiers were shocked to see this, as they had already forgotten the times when their commander smiled. Commander Guo Wei looked at his subordinates with a threatening look. They immediately apologized and left. He then asked Liu Feng to go inside. Liu Feng agreed, but before he did, he said that platoon leader Chu had told him that Guo Fei had some business with him. Guo Wei said there was nothing to it, so he suggested he go to the meeting room to talk about it. Before they reached the meeting hall, Liu Feng was suddenly attacked from the corner of the road, kicking him in the head. But Liu Feng was able to repel the blow by blocking it with his right hand. The attacker was Guo Yicheng, the daughter of the Guo Regiment commander. She said Liu Feng's technique was not bad. Her father was furious and immediately ordered her to stop. But Guo Yicheng said she just wanted to see if Director Liu was as good as they say he is and have a training fight with him. Liu Feng didn't hesitate to agree. Liu Feng said that since Miss Guo wanted to see his skills, he wouldn't mind pleasing her, and asked her to teach him everything he can't. Guo Yicheng decided to land one of her strongest kicks on Liu Feng, but by that time, Liu Feng had already managed to not only dodge her kick, but also grab her hands, thus immobilizing him. Liu Feng said that her attack had too many weaknesses and that was why she lost. Guo Yicheng didn't like to lose, so she said that she hadn't lost yet and pushed Liu Feng with all her strength, causing them to fall down, and Liu Feng touched her breast with his hand, which was the size of a watermelon. They even thought for a second that a spark ran between them. But just a second later, Guo Yicheng shouted at Liu Feng to get his filthy hands off her, calling him a slut. When Commander Guo heard this, he told his daughter that if she did anything else like that, he would send her to the brig, after which he apologized to Liu Feng, saying that it was all his fault because he spoiled his daughter too much, she was so capricious, and suggested that they continue their conversation in the meeting room. Upon entering the meeting room, Commander Guo decided to introduce his aides. saying that his daughter was also a staff officer. After that, he introduced two more people. The first to sit at the table was Xiao Li, the infantry commander, and the second, Xiao Chen, the tank battalion commander. Then, Commander Guo turned to Liu Feng and said that this time he wanted to ask for his help. Liu Feng said that he wanted to know what the matter was first, and then he would answer whether he was willing to help them or not. Before telling, Commander Guo decided to show Liu Feng their forces at the northern base and turned on the TV. Everyone was shocked, especially Commander-in-Chief Guo himself, who turned on the TV material of inappropriate male-female copulation. The Commander-in-Chief did not hesitate to dump everything on Xiao Li, saying that he and only he was responsible for the information. Liu Feng thought at that moment that cooperating with Commander Guo would be very dangerous and unreliable if he couldn't even prepare a presentation. But his daughter Guo Yicheng stood up for the old man and said that she had a report ready and would tell the story. She came out to the TV and said that there were 5 main forces at the northern base: the Provisional Government and Research Institute in the center, the Mutant Association in the east, them in the north, the city gangs in the west. They are in a long confrontation with the Mutant Association. In the south, there are 6 large neutral gangs. They monitor all areas of the northern base. Guo Yicheng added that they suspect that Zheng Tianxiang of the Research Institute is conspiring, and they want to instruct Liu Feng to investigate about Director Zheng Tianxun. Meanwhile, in the asylum, Faceless has officially surrendered and joined L City. After listening to Commander Guo's daughter, Liu Feng asked them if he understood correctly that the military's help was needed to investigate the Research Institute. Commander Guo told him that he had gotten it right. After all, they had discovered that the Research Institute had been in trouble during the last mission, and they had been doing something behind the military's back. To understand their goals, a few days ago the military captured their employee. After interrogating him, they found out that Zheng Tianxiang is looking for some institute. It seems like he needs to get something from there. Liu Feng happily agreed to take on this assignment, because this time his main goal is to investigate the affairs of Zheng Tianxun. It is very convenient that it will turn out to be a favor to the military. Commander Guo was happy to hear Liu Feng's agreement and said that the vice president of the Mutant Association had information about Zheng Tianxiang. Perhaps it would be useful to Liu Feng, so his daughter would take them to the association. Their route took them through the poorest neighborhood northern bases. Things were so sad in these areas that parents starved to death as they gave all the food they had to their children. Brothers and husbands sacrificed themselves to feed their sisters and wives. Beautiful girls traded their bodies for food. Liu Feng, seeing this, asked Guo Yingcheng, why couldn't their troops do anything to change the situation? She replied that they had tried, but their supplies were limited and they couldn't take care of everyone. All because of Zheng Tianxun and the officials he conspired with and took most of the supplies, and in addition the slum is divided by some gangsters, so this is the situation. Before she could say anything, their car was blown up. Despite her driving skills, she still couldn't handle the steering, and the car overturned, doing a few somersaults and went straight up onto the roof. Guo Yingcheng was able to get out of the car. She couldn't understand who dared to attack a military vehicle. Suddenly, armed men appeared in front of the car, saying that they were an organization of demonic snakes, and they were ordered to deal with Guo Yingcheng. There were 2 mutants in this gang. One of them was a B-level bomber, Ah Quan. The other was a B-level caster, Ah Feng. When Guo Yingcheng saw them, she immediately realized that they were demonic snake organizations that had escaped from the military prison. Realizing that there was a mutant among them, she immediately rushed to attack to destroy it first. But to her disappointment, she was unable to resist the mutant's attack. She was thrown back by the telepathic wave. Meanwhile, as she lay unconscious, the mercenaries discussed that they had heard that Regimental Commander Guo's daughter was very beautiful, and they had wanted to try her for a long time. And Feng decided not to waste time, especially since he liked bold women. He started to reach out his hands to Guo Yingcheng, but to his disappointment, he didn't even have time to touch her with one finger before he suddenly lost his arm at the elbow. He was in a lot of pain, but he couldn't see who it was. After a few seconds, the smoke cleared and Li Xin and Kelly appeared from behind it. Li Xin was excited to meet the bandits because she really wanted to test the new weapon on them, telling Kelly not to interfere because she was able to deal with the bandits herself. And Feng was furious because he had lost his right arm, so he immediately ordered to kill those girls. But Li Xin and Kelly were very experienced fighters, so they were not intimidated by the number of opponents or their strength. Seeing that his subordinates were failing, Ah Feng rushed at Li Xin with one hand, delivering a very powerful punch. But he missed because Li Xin dodged it skillfully with her flying machine. Meanwhile, Aquan grabbed Kelly sneaking up behind her and pointed his gun at her. But just seconds later, he was brutally killed, as he didn't attack the real Kelly but her clone created by her ability. Seeing this, Liu Feng realized that Kelly possessed a very powerful ability. He remembered how she had easily made tentacles out of nanometal. She had said then that it was just an elemental use of abilities, and she could do anything that was within her knowledge, so lately she had been frantically studying just about everything. At that moment, he thanked her for the tentacles and said that in the future, by combining his transformation ability with her creation ability, they could even make an Iron Man suit. One of the mercenaries realized that he was the only one left, so he immediately decided to run away, because if he didn't run away, he would also die like the others, so he rushed out. But Liu Feng couldn't let him escape, so he shouted at him to stop and held the plasma beam at the ready. But the mercenary is already unlucky because he was left without a head and an arm, all thanks to the vice president, who appeared quite in time. Kawase Suena, the current head of Japan's Kawase family, leader of an organization known for secret assassinations, the Unruly Blade, was famous before the apocalypse. She had once single-handedly killed 124 members of Shimaji's nemesis, her family. When enemies pursued her, she was rescued by the president of the association and joined. After the end of the world, she accidentally acquired a mutant ability, a misty shadow, which made her the queen of the night. Kawase Suena told Liu Feng that the situation was urgent. She had received information that the mercenaries had gone to his base. Liu Feng couldn't believe his ears. Liu Feng asked her if it was true, to which she replied that she suggested going to the Mutant Association to talk in a more relaxed and safe environment. After arriving at the mutant headquarters and going up to the meeting room, Kawase Suena revealed that she had inside connections at the research institute, according to the information sent by the source. The third squad, Zhang Xiaofeng, led his squad to the Salvation Army base. Liu Feng realized that this was the base that Lun Xuan had told him about. The leader of the third squad of the Scientific Research Institute was Zhang Xiaofeng, who was ranked 51st among the mutants in the country, a bloody executioner. His entire squad, including himself, are an enigma and his abilities are unknown. After seeing his picture, Li Xin said she knew the psycho and was surprised that he had also become a mutant. She said that she had worked with his team in previous missions. He's a madman who isn't squeamish about anything. He used to go on mass killing sprees to vent his anger, sparing neither children nor women. Liu Feng couldn't figure out if it was a coincidence or a setup, as he had just arrived and received such a message right away. After thinking for a moment, he asked the vice president if there was any news about the children around the clinic, because he was ready to take them to his sanctuary. She immediately contacted her man. Her man said that the children had recently been taken away by a man from the research institute. Liu Feng was furious because he couldn't believe it. Liu Feng realized that if the children got into the institute, it would be certain death for them, and he had to save them no matter what. Kawase Suena asked him not to worry. After all, Dr. Chin's clinic was also under their patronage, and they were also responsible. She said she'd activate the internal comms tonight to save the kids, and then they'd go in there together. After a while, the Northern Science Research Institute. Uncle Fu tried to escape from the research institute with the children. To his great disappointment, the main gate of the research base was closed, and there was no way for them to escape through it. He remembered that the vice president had told him to wait on the third-floor balcony. The children did not understand where Uncle Fu was going, and kept asking him about it. He told them that one more turn and they would be there. But at that moment he could not believe that he had revealed himself, justifying it by saying that he had no other choice. Suddenly, an old friend of theirs named Xiaoming came out to meet the children. Uncle Fu asked them where they knew him from, to which the girl replied that it was from the street who had disappeared some time ago. They didn't expect to see him in this building. The boy rushed to his friend Xiaoming to ask him to run away with them. But their friend was no longer the same boy they all knew. As soon as the boy approached him, his friend immediately turned into a terrifying mutant zombie. A mutant zombie wanted to attack the boy, but Uncle Fu decided to save him and covered him with his body. Suddenly there was an explosion and destroyed the wall of the research institute. It was Liu Feng who, with his appearance and thanks to his tentacles, saved Uncle Fu and the kid from certain death. Uncle Fu was very surprised to see Liu Feng. The vice president followed him into the rift with Kelly and Li Xin. The vice president said that they found the children so they should leave immediately. Uncle Fu decided to warn Liu Feng, asked him to be careful. Because the zombie he fought was the latest living experiment. It was different from the zombie outside, since he had been injected with the latest D10 solid virus. But while Uncle Fu was talking about the mutant zombie, Liu Feng used a nano-impact glove and smashed this zombie on the wall. Just as they were about to leave, the 5th squad leader, Level S, Divine Light, and her deputy mutant Level S, Giant Rock, suddenly appeared in front of the exit. They were the positive and negative commanders of the 5th squad of some of the most ruthless killers. Uncle Fu immediately told Liu Feng that things were bad and it was better to run as fast as possible. After all, he knew that they are both Zheng Tianxun's Level S commanders. Since he has personally served this ZAM commander and knows that one move from him and everyone in this hall will be dead, and he's never seen the captain at all, so he's afraid she's even scarier. The deputy commander of the 5th squad told Grandpa Fu that he was too valuable an asset to the research institute, so they would not let him go anywhere. Meanwhile, the institute's guards had already arrived and surrounded them all with their weapons. Suddenly, Wang Lei, a member of the 5th squad, a level A sealer, came out of the crowd of military personnel, saying that this was his first meeting with Vice President Kawase. After which he asked her if she liked his gift. Uncle Fu was shocked to see him, because Wang Lei was supposed to be on a mission. He realized that he had been leaked the information on purpose. Liu Feng immediately realized that it was a trap targeted by Kawase. They fell into it because they underestimated the enemy. Kawase also realized that she was the target and decided to cover everyone so that they could evacuate and then engage them. Meanwhile, Steele sharply said that the Research Institute knew how strong she was, so they sent her to confront her. Kawase told everyone to retreat, saying he could hold them off for a while. Divine Light ordered his subordinates to take Kawase alive and finish off the rest of the scum. Wang Lei touching the wall separated Liu Feng's team from him and Kawase, leaving just the two of them. Liu Feng told Li Xin and Kelly not to worry because he would think of something to release them. The girls realized that they were just sealed up. Before Liu Feng could think of how he could save the girls, suddenly a steel wall ran at him, and taking him by the scruff of his neck rammed him into 3 concrete walls. Divine Light told Kawase that they had been instructed that she was too intimidatingly strong, so they should leave her alone with them so she wouldn't have a chance to even escape. Steel Wall told Liu Feng that the captain would quickly deal with the rest of the scum and then join him so that they could kill him long and painfully. He also told Liu Feng that Zhang Xiaofeng should start taking over Liu Feng's hideout any minute now. Meanwhile, not far away from the Salvation Army camp was a group led by Commander Lun Xuan. They had been watching the camp for a long time, and the commander asked his men to cheer up because he knew that if the Salvation Army really knew the location of their base, they would definitely make a move. A moment later, a sentry reported to Commander Moon that there was some movement at the base. Citing the sniper rifle commander, Lun noticed that they had a lot of gear and ammunition. Lun immediately ordered Da Qiang to follow the plan and told him to stay here, to lead while he went west to ambush them there. Da Qiang waited until the car convoy got close enough, and then ordered all of his soldiers to open full fire on the convoy. Since no ambush was detected on the right, asking for fire support, they began to move west. And there was an ambush waiting for them in the west, because by then Captain Moon was already there, mercilessly shooting down these mercenaries. Suddenly, he felt some kind of danger behind him. He managed to react in time and turned around and put his sniper rifle in front of him, thus repelling the attack and preventing himself from being impaled by the sword. The assassin skillfully jumped away from him and fired several of his shurikens at him. But they could not hurt Lun Xuan, because Zhang Yu came to his aid, who thanks to his ability was able to stop the shurikens and break them into small pieces. Lun asked him why he was here, and he replied that Da Qiang was worried that he was here alone, so he sent Zhang Yu to help him. Zhang Yu stopping and breaking all those shurikens in half sent them back towards the assassin. Suddenly, the 3rd squad captain of the S-level mutant squad, Zhang Xiaofeng, appeared in front of the assassin, and thanks to his shield, he repelled Zhai Yuya's attack. Meanwhile, on the front from Da Qiang's side, a full-scale military operation was underway. The mercenaries couldn't understand why they couldn't kill any of the enemy, even though they had already fired several rounds at them. They couldn't understand what kind of armor these people were wearing that couldn't be penetrated by any bullets. Suddenly, Da Qiang loses his first fighter in super armor because of an explosion that came out of nowhere. And it's all because of this huge guy named Giant Mutant Level Gun, A. He came to the aid of the thugs because he saw that this bunch of thugs are just useless people. He's gonna have to do it for them. Xiaofeng repelled the attacks and said that their plan was successful because the research institute was holding back the main forces. Meanwhile, he and his squad are destroying L's hideout. With a smile on his face, he said that after today, L Underground City would no longer exist. At the same time, the Steel Rock told Liu Feng the same thing that Liu Feng does not know, but it is a two-pronged plan for Liu Feng along with his team to die in the Research Institute. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaofeng is now breaking into L's hideout, after which he will kill all the humans and take over the nanotechnology. Also said that it was all Liu Feng's fault since he had insulted their great director Zhang, and pointing his hand at the mutant specimens, said that he would soon become a regular ugly specimen like these children. He also revealed that he and his team had traded all those test children for bread in the slums. Scala also remembered that Liu Feng's younger sister was also involved in a similar injection experiment. After which, he asked if she was still alive. Hearing about his sister, Liu Feng immediately became furious and said that he would destroy them at all costs. Scala grabbed him by the head and slammed him hard against the floor several times, after which he used his most crowning kick called Armor-Killing Kick and stomped Liu Feng straight into the wall. Because of this, Liu Feng became even more furious. The dragon went into overdrive, an outburst of anger. Seeing Liu Feng's gaze, Scala clenched his fists and decided to attack him once more, but in a more serious manner, telling him that since he had withstood one of his most powerful blows, he wasn't such a bad opponent. After that, Scala immediately rushed to beat him up with his huge fists, driving him into the floor harder and further each time. He used a technique called fist explosion, through which he was able to land over 100 punches on Liu Feng in just 1 minute. Liu Feng was tired of putting up with this bullying, so he grabbed the rock by his fist, then took a nano-punching glove. Using it for its intended purpose, he delivered a staggeringly powerful blow to the rock. It was a powerful strike. Liu Feng himself did not expect himself to be able to have such a strong and serious response to the rock. After recovering from the shock of Liu Feng's punch, the rock said that he was very happy that the little guy had shown himself, because now he could start the battle for real. At this moment behind the wall, Wang Lei was very proud of the fact that his obsidian wall was extremely strong, whether they could only die locked in his cage. Wang Lei said that if they didn't surrender in 5 seconds, he would start shooting and started counting down. Kelly said that if the obsidian he made was really as powerful as he said, then she had a plan to save herself and Li Xin. At the same time, on the other side of the battlefield, the leader of the third gang suggested that Lun Xuan and Zhang Yu surrender to the Research Institute, and then they would have a chance to survive. Lun Xuan asked Zhang Yuya to cover him to increase his distance, and told him to be careful. The enemy's ability type was unknown. Zhang Yu began to use his abilities to cover Lun Xuan's retreat, giving him a chance to increase the distance. The commander of the third squad ordered the assassin called Night Shadow to delay Zhang Yu. Suddenly, he noticed the mountain beneath his feet begin to split, and he immediately realized that Zhang Yu didn't just have telekinesis, he had S-level potential abilities. He knew that he had to destroy him before he could evolve. But he was calm because he knew that the Night Shadow ability would be able to hold him back. Zhang Yu thought he had everything under control and everything was going very well, but suddenly, a Night Shadow appeared behind him with a sword in his hands. Zhang Yu turned around and saw that she was already striking at him with her sharp sword in an attempt to kill him. But Zhang Yu was lucky, because thanks to the fact that he had covered Lun Xuan's retreat, he was able to move to a suitable distance, and at the right moment to cover Zhang Yu, with just one shot from his sniper rifle to break the Night Shadow's sword in half. Lun Xuan evaluated the opponents and realized that this assassin did not seek a more dangerous him, but went to Zhang Yu. This proved that her teleportation radius was limited. And this red-haired boy is using a melee weapon, Zhang Yu's gravity, restraining him. After that, Lun Xuan realized that he only needed to take one shot. No sooner had Lun Xuan aimed than he saw the projectile that had been fired by Zhang Xiaofeng flying towards him. He smilingly said that he apologized for misleading everyone that his weapons were knives. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Rock was telling Liu Feng that his armor was already 130% charged. The Rock possessed a god-killing armor that became stronger after every strike from the Rock. Scala said that Liu Feng was good and deserved to attack with all his might. After which he warned him to be more careful, because even his commander was running away from the next strike. Liu Feng replied to him that if so, he would also be serious and applied a special skill, Master of Kung Fu, Nanoswords, taking a sharp sword in each tentacle. The Rock used the biomechanically flying machine to gain the most speed and deliver the final finishing blow to Liu Feng with all his might. Liu Feng, on the other hand, was not afraid to use the flow of the four sword strike of the Steel Dragon, simply shredding the Rock into small pieces. At this time, behind the wall, Wang Lei counted to 5 and ordered the soldiers to open fire on Kelly, Li Xin, and the children with Grandpa Fu. As soon as the soldiers opened fire, Kelly immediately ordered everyone to duck and hide behind the obsidian shield she had made. Wang Lei saw her shield and laughed and said that it wasn't a bad ability, but it was only a support ability, and they have a two-pronged plan, so they captured them here. And Zhang Xiaofeng is currently destroying the L hideout. Hearing this, Kelly immediately decided that she had to tell Liu Feng this information somehow. She didn't know how to save the children and Grandpa Fu. Closing her eyes, she began to say in her head that she needed Liu Feng and asked him to come to her rescue. At this moment, Wang Lei laughed, saying that no matter what gods she prayed to, they would all die here. Suddenly, quite unexpectedly for Wang Lei, a wall collapsed behind his back. Liu Feng came out of the rift holding the Rock by his head, who looked quite bad. Seeing Wang Lei, Liu Feng said that if this was their entire plan, it was very weak. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Zhang Xiaofeng said that after being hit by his energy cannon, Lun Xuan simply had no chance of survival. He also said that his ability was that he could use any kind of weapon without hindrance. The Research Institute has created a multifunctional shooting and cannon device for him. It can transform into different types of weapons combined with his ability. Enemies have no chance of success. After he finished bragging, he immediately attacked Zhang Yu with his super functional cannon. In just one go, he fired more than 10 rounds at Zhang Yu, but due to his strength, Zhang Yu was able to repel this blow. Before he could repel Zhang Xiaofeng's attack, a night shadow tried to attack and strike him from behind, but Zhang Yu was able to repel its attack as well. Zhang Xiaofeng told Zhao Yu that he recognizes that he is very talented and his ability is very cool, and he is sorry to have to finish off Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu was at his limit as he seemed to be at that moment. But after only a few seconds, he made a decision for himself that he would not give up in this life or any other. He would go all the way. Zhang Yu remembered that at the university, he was invisible and no one paid any attention to him. Outside of university, everyone had relationships and the girls didn't like him. And they all wiped their feet on him and threw his love letters right in his face in full view of everyone. After the end of the world, he had a hard time awakening his abilities. I think that finally came spring. But he remained a backup who was almost fed to the zombie mutants. Thinking back on his entire life and how long everyone had been mocking and dismissing him, Zhang Yu realized that his entire life had been one big failure. Meanwhile, Faceless was still 100% determined to join the asylum and had even already tried on a uniform. At this moment, Jia Yu was still holding back the attack of Night Shadow and Zhang Xiaofeng, realizing that his desire to become popular and recognizable was the right path. After all, Liu Feng had told him that he should not be afraid and develop his talent. Zhang Yu was angry as he threw the Night Shadow away from him. He then remembered that he was still holding onto the bullets that had been shot at him by Zhang Xiaofeng with his strength. He turned around and with all his strength threw about 20 rounds at the Night Shadow. Nightshade was shocked because he thought that the boy was cornered and would not be capable of such a thing. But Zhang Yu was unstoppable as his rage knew no bounds, and he naturally gained a second wind when he saw that he was doing well. Because of this unexpected attack, the Night Shadow was injured and could not dodge any of the bullets Zhang Yu launched at it. Zhang Yu realized that he had to finish her off, to eliminate her once and for all, and to be left alone with Zhang Xiaofeng. Therefore, using his ability to control air and gravity, Zhang Yu broke her arm in several places with just one glance at the Night Shadow so that she could not do anything to harm him. Zhang Xiaofeng, seeing that the Night Shadow is not coping with the boy, decided to help her by firing his super dangerous and cool gun. But no sooner had he aimed at the boy and fired, than a bullet flew into his gun and damaged its trigger mechanism. He was shocked because he realized that this shot was made by Lun Xuan, whom he thought was dead, because he thought he had killed him with 100% probability. Lun Xuan really did almost get finished off, but thanks to that girl, he was able to avoid being hit in time. Right now, this girl was pointing at Zhang Xiaofeng with her hand. Lun Xuan did not realize did this mean that he needed to shoot him? Meanwhile, at the research base, Divine Light was telling Kawase that she was resisting for nothing, explaining that she couldn't kill Divine Light and that her team would soon deal with the trash and they would all destroy Kawase together. She also said that at the same time, Commander Zhang Xiaofeng would take advantage of the absence of the main forces to attack El Sanctuary. It's a 100% plan to destroy the forces of El Shelter. All because this win-win tactic was put together by their commander Zero. Kawase realized that she had to figure out how to save everyone, so she decided to attack the obsidian with her superpowered sword. Divine Light said that all her attempts were futile, for her partner's ability to create solid obsidian, such a degree of hardness even she herself could not break through. Kawase still didn't want to give up, as suddenly they saw some kind of powerful laser that cut into the black obsidian like butter, after which Liu Feng walked towards them, who not only cut through the obsidian with his powerful laser that no one had been able to pierce through before, but also held two Divine Light partners in his hands. Liu Feng told her that their plan was as fragile as obsidian. He said that he still had time to finish off the Divine Light and return to the base in time. At this moment, he thought that he was very lucky to have Xiaopuff's laser. Divine Light realized that attacking Kawase and Liu Feng was a mistake. She didn't expect that this Liu Feng would be so strong that he would be able to strike the two deputy captains. But since she had nowhere else to run, she mockingly said that it had been a long time since anyone had forced her to the second level and used the Death Eye technique. Seeing that, Kawase immediately rushed to attack. But Divine Light was 100% sure of herself. So she said that if they didn't surrender, they would die right here. As soon as Divine Light applied the Death Eye technique, Kawase and Liu Feng felt as if their bodies had stopped happening to them. They couldn't move. Her needle-sharp hair was already getting close to Kawase. Divine Light was pleased with herself, saying that once the second stage was launched, it couldn't be reversed. After which, she said that they could be proud to die from this particular reception. Before she could speak, a Valkyrie appeared through the wall. She grabbed the Divine Light by the face so that she couldn't use her Eye of Death technique, and laying her on the ground, began mercilessly delivering blow after blow right to her head. The Valkyrie was ruthless, and despite everything, she tried to break the Divine Light's head for her to black out so she couldn't use the Eye of Death. Liu Feng realized that they had to destroy the Divine Light at all costs, so he decided to help the Valkyrie. But no sooner had Liu Feng approached her than suddenly Divine Light tipped her gaze towards him, thus casting a powerful illusion on him. Suddenly, he was transported to the university auditorium, where Kawase and Valkyrie were standing next to his desk. They were tugging at his ear like a puppy, saying how dare he fall asleep when the senior girls were giving him special counseling. Liu Feng didn't understand at first, as he had just been on the battlefield and was now in the classroom. After a couple of minutes, he still realized that it was an illusion created by Divine Light. But as soon as the high school girls started squeezing his head between their breasts, he immediately thought that this illusion was very realistic. He was very happy that he had such classy and smart high school girls, because thanks to them, he would pass the exam with all 100 points. In reality, Liu Feng had fallen into the dream world that the Divine Light had made for him. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaofeng was firing his cannon at Lun Xuan, who was running away and dodging his bullets. Unable to believe that that shot couldn't destroy his weapon, Lun Xuan realized that he needed to find an opportunity to destroy Zhao Xiaofeng as soon as possible. Zhao Xiaofeng decided to add some more fun to his hunting game and threw a smoke bomb at Lun Xuan. The sniper realized that his opponent wanted the smoke to obstruct his view. But the pony also realized that it was also a hindrance to Zhao Xiaofeng. After climbing out of the cloud of smoke, Lun Xuan saw that the ion cannon was firing at him. It was dangerous, because the shells from this cannon could easily penetrate a small piece of rocky stone, or completely through concrete walls, not to mention the human body. Dodging the bullets, Lun Sun realized that the current situation was as disadvantageous to him as possible. Suddenly, he saw the girl again, who was pointing towards the direction of the fog. Without thinking for a long time, Lun Xuan decided to look where she was pointing. He looked through the scope, but he couldn't see anything because of the heavy smoke. So he decided that the place the girl was pointing at could be Zhang Xiaofeng's location. So he put all his doubts aside and decided to shoot and take a chance. Lun Xuan took a lucky risk, for with this shot, he was able to shoot Zhang Xiaofeng's left palm off. Zhang Xiaofeng lost his arm and couldn't understand how a sniper through such thick smoke could hit him. At this moment, Lun Xuan decided to take a few more shots just in case. The next shot would have hit Zhang Xiaofeng directly in the head, but he dodged it in time. Zhang Xiaofeng hid behind a huge stone, realizing that even if it wasn't a coincidence and he determined his location, he definitely wouldn't be able to pierce through a stone this thick. The girl that Lun Xuan was guided by changed her readings, and Lun didn't think twice and took good aim and fired a shot in the new direction. It pierced through a huge rock and wounded Zhang Xiaofeng in the shoulder. Zhang Xiaofeng realized at this moment that this was definitely not a coincidence, and the sniper could pinpoint his location. Zhang Xiaofeng realized that he was lucky because if the sniper had hit his head, he would have been dead. Meanwhile, Lun's eye began to bleed. Jiang Yu saw that Lun Xuan was in trouble and immediately ran to his aid. He took him under his arm and lifted him off his knee, asking him if he could still continue fighting. Lun replied that he was fine. At this moment, Zhao Xiaofeng came out from behind a rock and said that he thought they were more gifted than he had thought before. He also flattered them by saying that they forced him to take his second form. But if that's all they can do, they'll die imminently. Zhao Xiaofeng raised his finger to the sky and said that if they really thought that they had defeated him, if they destroyed his weapons, then they really didn't understand what a weapon ambassador meant. At that moment, he contacted a military satellite and activated its laser system. Directing the full power of this military satellite at Lun Xuan and Zhao Yu, Zhang Xiaofeng said that the ability of an ambidextrous weapon is the ability to control all weapons. Meanwhile, at the Research Institute, Liu Feng and Valkyrie were captured by a divine light, which cast powerful illusions on them. Kawase, seeing the divine light taking control, Liu Feng and Valkyrie immediately realized that after looking into her eye, one would lose control of their body. Kawase realized that she had to memorize her location and quickly destroy her without looking her in the eye. Divine Light didn't expect Valkyrie to betray them, and then she decided that she would deal with both of them, thus destroying both Valkyrie and Liu Feng in one blow. Divine Light rushed towards Liu Feng and Valkyrie to kill them, but suddenly, Kawase appeared behind her back and swept her head off her shoulders with her sword, using a secret technique, the Killing Arc of Light. After that, Liu Feng and the Valkyrie immediately woke up. The severed head fell right into the Valkyrie's hands. Valkyrie immediately pulled out of her skull a delicious mutant brain filled with a virus that makes them stronger and happily ate it. Seeing this abomination, Kawase remembered Valkyrie and immediately drew her sword. Kawase didn't hesitate long to strike with her sword and said that she's that monster of the Research Institute. She's dangerous. Stepping away from the illusion, Liu Feng saw Kawase in front of him who was trying to kill Valkyrie, instead of those cute high school girls who were trying to help him prepare for the exam. Before Liu Feng could come to his senses and realize that it was an illusion after all, Kelly suddenly came out of the rift and said that the lesson had already brought out the children, and they should also hurry to evacuate. Liu Feng was once again covered by an illusion in which he saw 3 beautiful girls who thanked him for everything he had done for them, and he also said that they had done a great job because they were all his favorite assistants. This time, his another beautiful illusion was shattered. Secretary Sarah called him over the video link. She said that they had received a distress signal from Commander Lun Xuan. He said that their unit was under attack near the Salvation Army base. Hearing this, Liu Feng asked Saru, telling Lun Xuan that he would be coming to his rescue soon, so he should hold out a little longer. Seeing this powerful blue ray, Lun Xuan realized that they couldn't dodge it and couldn't hide anywhere. After the dust settled, it could be seen that Commander Lun and Zhao Yu had just been buried under the ground. But they were not as weak as it seemed at first glance to Zhang Xiaofeng and were able to withstand this satellite strike. After getting out of the earthen coffin that the laser beam from the military satellite had driven them into, Lun Xuan immediately thanked Zhang Yu for saving them. Turning to Lun Xuan, Zhang Yu asked him to forgive him, for he had already reached his limit and the rest was up to Lun Xuan. After saying this, he fell to the ground in an unconscious state. Zhang Xiaofeng was glad that they had survived, but he immediately said that it would be very difficult for them to continue, because the second form was the result of the research conducted by the Scientific Research Institute. He also said that his team's success is in biological armor. It maximizes their maneuverability and combat power. After his story and bragging, Zhang Xiaofeng decided to show in reality what he was capable of, and started shooting at Lun Xuan with his shoulder-mounted firearms. Lun Xuan realized that he needed to take Zhang Xiaofeng to another place as soon as possible. Otherwise, if he started acting here, he might injure Zhang Yu. Dodging his shoulder-mounted machine guns and seeing what kind of armor he had, Lun Xuan understood that his opponent's power had increased dramatically. But that was just the beginning. Zhao Xiaofeng decided to show what else he was capable of and used the mass destruction shoulder howitzer. Meanwhile, Da Qiang was trying to withstand the attacks of a man who had bazooka arms. Da Qiang didn't understand why Zhang Yu hadn't come to their aid yet, since he had sent him a distress signal. Suddenly, he was summoned by Liu Feng via video link and asked to open his portal to him, so that Liu Feng and the others could come to his aid. Da Qiang ordered one of his fighters to open a portal for Director Feng, while Da Qiang diverted all of the enemy's firepower. Da Qiang hid behind a rock in order to guess the right time to attack the man with a gun in the place of his hand. After waiting for the right moment, Da Qiang attacked the man with a gun instead of an arm. But he expected to be attacked from behind a rock and was able to parry Da Qiang's blow. He then put his gun to Da Qian's head and said that he expected to be attacked by the ambush, so he was prepared for it. But no sooner had he fired a shot at Da Qian's head than he received a sudden tentacle strike, causing him to fly backwards a few meters. It was Liu Feng, who had teleported with his entire team and brought Valkyrie with him. Liu Feng immediately asked Da Qiang, "Where are Lun Xuan and Zhang Yu?" Da Qiang told him that they had gone to the east, but he couldn't contact them now. Hearing this, Liu Feng became furious. He immediately said, "Li Xin and Kelly stay here to help Da Qiang confront the rescue army, while he himself would go to rescue Lun Xuan and Zhang Yu." Liu Feng wondered for a second how he could quickly get to Lun Xuan, when suddenly Valkyrie hugged him from behind. With her incredible strength, Valkyrie pushed herself off the ground and made an incredibly powerful jump. Liu Feng held on to her with both hands in terror. This time, Lun Xuan was unable to dodge the blast wave created by the weapon on Zhang Xiaofeng's shoulders. At this moment, he received the happy news that Liu Feng and his team had come to their rescue. Zhang Xiaofeng heard this and realized that it seemed like the 5th squad did not hold back Feng. But he was not upset, realizing that it was too late. After all, it was a long way for them to get here, and there was a heavy cannon to stop them. He told Lun Xuan not to even hope for help from his friends, because by the time they came to rescue him, he would have time to kill him 10 times for sure. Before he could say anything, Liu Feng and Valkyrie suddenly landed behind him. Seeing Liu Feng, Zhang Xiaofeng said that if he had appeared a few minutes later, Lun Xuan would already be dead. But even if he showed up, it wouldn't change the fact that Zhang Xiaofeng would kill him. But Liu Feng wasn't interested in listening to him. He ran through him to Lun Xuan and asked him how he was feeling. Lun Xuan apologized to Liu Feng, saying that they were unable to hold their positions. He then asked if the children they had to rescue with the Mutant Association were all right. Liu Feng told him not to worry because they had done their best. Liu Feng told him not to worry about the children, for they had already been saved, and the vice president of the Mutant Association was in charge of bringing them back. He ordered Lun Xuan to rest because he would take care of this weapon baron himself now. Zhang Xiaofeng told Liu Feng that if he was lucky enough to defeat the 5th squad, that did not mean that they would be able to defeat the 3rd squad. Even though a Valkyrie had joined them, in Zhang Xiaofeng's opinion, they were weak opponents. Valkyrie decided not to listen to all this useless talk and immediately rushed to attack the Night Shadow. She used a technique, the flaming strike of the Celestial Tyrant. But the Night Shadow was able to block this strike, albeit with difficulty. Reflecting the blow, the Night Shadow said that Valkyrie's strength was quite good, but the only pity was that it was useless against her. Liu Feng, along with Valkyrie, saw that the Night Shadow didn't even have a small scratch. They were shocked. They definitely didn't expect this. Zhang Xiaofeng continued his story, saying that although the 2nd generation of the Research Institute's battle armor was still in the testing phase, but compared to the 1st generation, this technology, once used, could not be turned back into a human at the 2nd level, had a much more mature defense power that was not comparable to that of the 1st generation. At this moment, Night Shadow decided to retaliate and rushed to attack Valkyrie. She used the sword dance technique to inflict as many cuts on the Valkyrie as possible. It slashed at Valkyrie from all sides. Valkyrie at this moment realized that she didn't need to fight back, but just grab the Night Shadow and that would be the end of it. Zhang Xiaofeng pointed out to Liu Feng that even a Valkyrie couldn't handle the Night Shadow and offered to help her. But Liu Feng replied that there was no need. Nightshade was very angry at Valkyrie for betraying them and decided to deliver one last crowning blow, to finish her off once and for all. But this was the moment the Valkyrie had been waiting for. She grabbed the Night Shadow and began to pull her very tightly against her. Nightshade realized she was trapped. She was very sick. She knew that if she didn't get out soon, she would run out of oxygen because the Valkyrie had squeezed her lungs. Seeing that his partner was losing and about to die, Zhang Xiaofeng decided to attack Liu Feng to even the score. He used his shoulder-mounted machine guns to riddle Liu Feng. But he was not so easy, and thanks to his tentacles, he was able to dodge this attack by jumping up. After which, in order to repel all the shots, Liu Feng used the Kung Fu Master's technique of flowing 4 nanoswords. And so, Liu Feng was already close to strike at Zhang Xiaofeng as he suddenly opened his chest and pulled out 2 kinetic chest cannons from it. Being in the face of mortal danger, Liu Feng realized that there was no turning back, and one must break this kinetic chest cannon by any means necessary. Zhang Xiaofeng couldn't even imagine that the little guy was really such a good fighter. He had clearly underestimated Liu Feng. At the critical moment, Liu Feng was able to break his kinetic chest cannon with his glove to avoid the fatal blow. But because of this, he broke his glove, and Zhang Xiaofeng knew about it. At this moment, Liu Feng realized that he had to make the right choice. Either take all of his own and escape to the base to heal his wounds and respond with renewed strength, or destroy Zhang Xiaofeng without a glove at all costs. Zhang Xiaofeng said, he can't help but notice that he is starting to fear their potential. After all, first Lun Xuan, then Zhang Yu. The former has a deadly eye, the latter has gravity control. In time, they would be able to reach the SS level. Hearing this, Liu Feng realized that he needed to use a new technique and he only had one chance, so he decided to get close to Zhang Xiaofeng. Seeing Liu Feng approaching, Zhang Xiaofeng said that he had been waiting for the moment to get closer to him. He immediately set about changing the shape of his armored body. He converted his old mechanical armor into his secret suit, codenamed High Precision Cannon. Liu Feng, on the other hand, summoned Xiaopuff and ordered him to enter the nanoparticle supersynthesis with him. Through fusion with Xiaopuff, Liu Feng created a nanoplasma iron fist. Liu Feng then applied all his knowledge of the kung fu art to deliver the most accurate and powerful strike. With his kung fu skill and thunderous deadly fist, Liu Feng delivered a precise and powerful strike at his opponent, thus shattering his armor. After that, the system reported to Liu Feng that he had managed to repel the enemy's attack and received 10,000 points for it. But the system also detected the nanocore that Liu Feng had ripped out of Zhang Xiaofeng's chest and offered to integrate it. Liu Feng realized that this was the secret technology of the Scientific Research Institute, as suddenly someone appeared behind his back. It was Zhang Xiaofeng. He grabbed Liu Feng's hands and pointed at himself and his space cannon, then said that Liu Feng should die with him. Meanwhile, on another hilltop, Kelly and Li Xin were fighting a man with a bazooka arm. His cannon was very strong and accurate. Li Xin couldn't get too close to him to attack him. She had to retreat all the time. Li Xin realized that she definitely couldn't handle them alone, so she turned to Kelly for help. Kelly said the only way to finish him off was to resort to a little trickery. Li Xin asked Kelly what it means to resort to a deceptive maneuver. Kelly replied that it means hiding your true intentions, going behind your back, and using obvious techniques to disorient your opponent, so that he is lost in illusions and does not pay attention to the true intentions, and then he can be taken by surprise and defeated. After which, Kelly pressed the emergency button on Li Xin's flying backpack, thus sending her back to the battlefield. Seeing such an act on Kelly's part, the bazooka hand said that he didn't expect that on death's doorstep she would betray a comrade. He then attacked Li Xin again with his huge gun, saying that they shouldn't quarrel, after all. They would both end up in his collection. After the smoke from his shot cleared, Kelly came out of it and tried to grab him. But the bazooka arm spotted her and said their attempt to pull off a deceptive move was a complete failure. Transforming his bazooka arm into a mountain drill arm, he punched Kelly in the chest, thus killing her. Da Qiang along with his soldiers and Li Xin were just shocked to see that he had killed Kelly. But suddenly the very Kelly he had killed began to sprawl all over him, enveloping him in a metallic web, preventing him from even moving a toe. Kelly appeared behind him and thanked everyone for their attention. He couldn't understand how it had happened because he had killed her. She responded by telling him that he just attacked the wrong body for her, and now it was over for him. Pointing her revolver at him, Kelly shot him. And with a precise shot to the head, she blew his brains out to make sure he was no longer a threat to them. The laser blast from the satellite was so strong that it tore Zhang Xiaofeng into 4 pieces. Liu Feng was lucky, as his back was covered by Valkyrie, who received a huge burn on her back. By saving him and putting herself in harm's way, she had caused herself incredibly intense pain and a deep wound. Taking Liu Feng in her arms, she decided to run away and take refuge somewhere far away from the battlefield in order to recover herself and her strength. The next day, in some apartment building, Liu Feng woke up in the arms of the beautiful Valkyrie. Seeing the Valkyrie, Liu Feng was scared, but after realizing that she was sleeping, he calmed down and asked the system to help him check her physical condition. The system scanned the Valkyrie and replied that because of the last interruption, the transformation progress was now at 56%, and it also detected a control command to kill them all. Liu Feng thought that Zheng would probably use this command to control Valkyrie. Liu Feng was glad that he had discovered this command in time. Otherwise, it could have led to his death and the death of his friends in the future. He ordered the system to change the command inside Valkyrie's body to the new command. Take care of yourself. Xiao Puff told Liu Feng that Li Xin wanted to contact him. Liu Feng happily received the signal and asked if she was okay with Kelly. Li Xin replied that they were fine and asked where he was now. Liu Feng replied that he had been rescued by a Valkyrie, but it was possible that he was far away from them, so he ordered them to return to the base on their own. Li Xin accepted the order, saying that they would go to the base and he should be more careful. Liu Feng asked her not to worry because he could take care of himself. At this moment, the sleeping Valkyrie heard the code word and immediately woke up. Liu Feng laughed at this moment, saying that without Li Xin and Kelly to take care of him, he didn't look like a leader at all because he had to do everything by himself. Valkyrie took Liu Feng by the shoulder and dragged him to bed. Seeing the danger from Valkyrie, Li Xin became very worried after abruptly disconnecting the communication. Liu Feng couldn't understand what was going on. It seemed like he had activated the command mode when he uttered took care of himself over the phone. But he felt as if he was in the storyline of the prison war game, X. The bee turned to the flower and said that today is such a nice sunshine. She wants very much to collect honey from this flower. She said that if the flower was smart, she would take it affectionately. But the flower didn't want to, neither affectionately nor harshly, for he knew where this would all lead. But the bee didn't care and started emptying his pollen. This time, Liu Feng realized that he had definitely lost. Unfortunately, he didn't have time to turn off the video link and Li Xin heard some popping sound, so she asked if he was okay and what was going on. Liu Feng hastily replied to her that he was drinking milk. Li Xin asked him why he was drinking milk and breathing so hard. Liu Feng replied that he had just run, so he was very tired and was breathing so hard. At this moment, Kelly came up to Li Xin and said that she had recently found this flask and thought she might like it, so she grabbed it. Li Xin was delighted and forgot about Liu Feng. Meanwhile, inside the Northern Research Institute, Zero reported to the professor that the 3rd and 5th squad had been defeated. They were unable to destroy L's hideout. In addition, the military and the Mutant Association were also involved. Hearing that the military wanted to confront him, the professor immediately ordered Zero to bring the 4th squad to him, to teach them all a lesson. Zero asked the professor if he was sure he wanted to call the crazy 4th squad. The next day, Liu Feng returned safely to the L shelter. Everyone was happy to see Liu Feng return, but they asked where did Valkyrie go, and why didn't she return with him? Liu Feng realized that the hidden command within Valkyrie was very powerful, and he didn't know if he would be able to control it in the future. But he was sorry to see her go in the end, because he hoped that the next time they meet would be completely different. This, he thought to himself, and told the others that she seemed to have her own business to attend to, so she left first, then suggested that everyone go to the hall first. Going up to the 2nd floor of the asylum hall, Liu Feng raised his hand clenched into a fist upwards and said, regarding the battle with the Scientific Research Institute, they defeated the Scientific Research Institute and successfully prevented them from attacking the asylum. Everyone clapped and admired him, realizing that he was really amazing, because even the Scientific Research Institute that dominated the northern base was defeated. Liu Feng also said that Lun Xuan's squad made a great contribution this time. The enemy outnumbered them, but they withstood and held back their onslaught. In addition, Lun Xuan also awakened his abilities. Zhang Yu's abilities were also further developed, and the strength of our shelter was greatly increased thanks to them. Zhang Yu stood there with tears in his eyes as he realized that someone had finally recognized that he could become stronger. Seeing Liu Feng speak in public, Kelly realized that his leadership skills were becoming more and more intimidating as he easily began to evoke people's emotions. A few hours later, Liu Feng was in his room, decided to pump himself up and asked the system to open his interface. The system displayed his characteristics and said that someone was knocking on the door and asking to meet him. He went to the door and asked who was there. From behind the door, he heard that it was Dr. Qin Mu. She asked if she could come into his room and if she would disturb him. Liu Feng said that of course she wouldn't bother him, and suggested that she go to his room and sit on a chair. Qin Mu thanked Liu Feng, saying that this time she was indeed very grateful to him, because not only did he save those children, but he also brought them to the shelter. She really was very grateful to him. So she decided to officially join his shelter. Liu Feng was happy to hear this, but in return, he asked Dr. Qin to apologize to him for coming too late, and one child could not be saved. Dr. Qin walked up to Liu Feng and put her finger on his mouth, telling him that he shouldn't blame himself for anything. After all, he had already done too much for her, so she wanted to show him something. Liu Feng felt a familiar feeling, and his consciousness was transported to the Golden Mountain Temple where he was a Buddhist monk and recited prayers. He recalled that he had once had to fight a treacherous snake and had almost lost. But fortunately, this monk's skills were above reproach. Suddenly, the white snake Xiaobai appeared in front of him and said that her little sister should have taken care of him last time, but since she failed in her task, she would do kung fu with him this time and punish him. She immediately applied the technique of penetrating water. In response, the monk ordered all his assistants to begin expelling the uncleanness. In order to protect himself from the white snake's attack, the monk employed a secret technique called bronze statues, creating what he thought was an impenetrable protective dome. The white snake was pleasantly surprised that the monk was not as simple as it seemed at first glance, and was even capable of applying the technique of immobile golden statue. But she wasn't easy either and decided to show him a new technique called ice and flame. Seeing this reception, the monk realized that the little white snake dared to take on too much and decided to answer her harshly. He summoned the fire dragon Amatohab to his defense in order to put an end to the naughty white snake once and for all. After waking up, Liu Feng realized that he had won and the skills of a kung fu master were really cool because they could be used even in such a realm. At the same time in the Salvation Army camp, Lun Xuan and his team were freeing the prisoners. As they passed by the captured people, they noticed how empty their eyes were. For the people could not realize whether it was the cannibals who had come again, or whether it was the new troops who had taken over the place and come to liberate them. Seeing all these people, Lun Xuan realized that these mercenaries were guarding the people so that the cannibals could eat them in the future. Suddenly, one of the fighters said that they had caught the commander of the leader of this outpost. When he saw Lun Xuan, the leader of the outpost immediately threw himself into his lap and begged for forgiveness because he was wrong and would not repeat this mistake because he did not know why they were guarding these people and asked him not to kill him. The same bald kid who had been saved from the cannibals by Lun Xuan recently, upon seeing this outpost leader, immediately started shouting that he was the one who had killed his parents. He picked up a huge stone from the ground and with a shout that he would finish him off, rushed towards the outpost leader. But thanks to Lun Xuan, who grabbed him by the scruff of his neck, he was unable to make an irreparable mistake and kill the man. The boy with tears in his eyes turned around and asked why they stopped him and prevented him from committing an act of revenge. Da Qiang answered him that in the L refuge, children do not get their hands dirty with blood, after which, Da Qiang raised his hand up and told all the people that they had come from L's shelter to rescue them. Next, he greeted everyone and said that they were happy to take them into their shelter. All they need to do is work hard, and they will guarantee them food. He also promised that they will try the leader of the cannibals. Da Qiang also said that he didn't want them to fall victim to the cannibals again and wait inexorably for their turn to be eaten. Hearing these words, the people rejoiced, and all of them wanted to join the shelter as they did not want to be eaten. Lun Xuan took the boy's head and said that they couldn't kill the leader of the outpost right now, but after they got information from him about, would not necessarily kill him. After which, he said that the boy should not smear his hands on this animal. He urged the boy not to smear his hands unnecessarily, as he had once done, for if his hands are stained with innocent blood, they cannot be cleaned for the rest of his life. After that, Lun Xuan got in touch with Liu Feng and reported to him that they had released a total of about 400 hostages. Lun Xuan also said that in addition, they have captured a large amount of food, an oil tanker, and 5 vehicles that were not damaged. They had also succeeded in capturing the leader of the Salvation Army and were ready to bring him to the refuge for interrogation. Liu Feng wished them a speedy return and a safe journey. Suddenly, Dr. Qin just rushed into his office screaming that everything was bad. Liu Feng asked her what was wrong. She, barely breathing, told him that his little sister was in trouble. Liu Feng was shocked. They immediately ran to the hospital wing. When Liu Feng saw his sister Shintang and her condition, he realized that things were really bad. Dr. Qin immediately asked to hold her so she could give her an injection. But Qin didn't have time to draw the syringe before Shintang suddenly decided to stand up. Seeing this, Liu Feng immediately hugged her. He immediately said that he couldn't see her and asked her not to be afraid because he was close by. When she felt her brother, Shintang immediately calmed down and fell asleep. After putting his sister back on the hospital bed, Liu Feng immediately called out Sister Qin Mu for her to give her an injection. Qin told him that his sister had an attack of black blood disease. This kind of medicine, developed in the early days of the Research Institute, has a strong ability to transform, but it is very unstable. She said that now her drug would no longer be able to suppress the growth of Shintang's strength. And if this continued, she would slowly lose her mind. Liu Feng didn't want to lose his sister, so he immediately asked Uncle Fu where else he could find the serum, to which he told him that the early serum of this type was no longer produced. After thinking for a while, Uncle Fu remembered that this serum could only be found in laboratory number 4 inside the research institute. But it was closely guarded and it was very difficult to get into this laboratory. Liu Feng was very angry when he heard this. When he came back to his office and immediately asked the system to show his specs, for he wanted to upgrade them. He realized that this time the enemy had taught him a lesson. You can never have enough weapons. His mom, the plasma fist, was very powerful, but he couldn't use it for too long. When facing the enemy, all the vulnerable points would open up. So first of all, he decided to increase his strength by 4 points and intelligence. After facing the special mutant created by Zheng Tianxun and continuing to strengthen his talent as a scientist, he wanted to try one of his own new ideas in order to improve his combat efficiency and be ready for new battles next time. Liu Feng had no sooner finished all his improvements when suddenly his little sister Shintang came to his room saying that she had prepared dinner for him, roast meat with peppers. Shintang said that she knows that her brother likes pepper very much, so she put a lot of pepper. It must be very spicy. Liu Feng thanked his sister for her efforts and offered to eat together. Shintang said that she wanted to take care of her brother, so she took the chopsticks and decided to feed him. After sitting down completely, all Liu Feng thanked his sister, saying that it was delicious and he was glad that she was able to make him such a delicious meal. After a while, his favorite little sister fell asleep and only talked about one thing, that was to wash the dishes. Liu Feng collected the dirty dishes and decided to wash them himself. Washing the dishes, Liu Feng realized that when he was eating, he didn't feel a bit of spice. He thought that either it was bell peppers or he had already stopped feeling pain. Liu Feng was very angry because he realized that Zheng Tianxiong had brought his family to such a helpless state, and he also wanted to kill them all. He became very angry and promised himself that he would destroy Zheng Tianxiong at any cost, even at the cost of his life. Meanwhile, Salvation Army boss Mike Johnson was visited by his spy and reported that the brothers they had sent to the outpost had been completely wiped out. Mike Johnson was furious, for he knew that the outpost had been completely destroyed by the men from the L shelter. At that moment, one of the co-religionists came to him to bow down and said that the L asylum seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. Therefore, he decided to propose cooperation between the co-religionists and the Salvation Army. After all, through this, before the L Asylum's strength fully developed, they together with could destroy them, at the root. At this time in Shelter L, Liu Feng called a meeting and asked Lun Xuan to report on the situation of the Salvation Army camp. Lun Xuan reported that during this raid on the National Salvation Army camp, they managed to rescue more than 400 hostages, collected a large amount of resources, hundreds of different firearms, and captured the leader of the Salvation Army camp. Moreover, they engaged in a firefight with a scientific research institute and successfully killed many of their elite. Liu Feng was glad that they had successfully broken Zheng Tianxiong's spirit this time. He also realized that, in order to avoid another surprise attack, they needed to improve the underground city to the next level. He said he wants to expand the dungeons by 4 floors. Among the hostages rescued this time, there are many children, so he wants to open a school to give them a chance to study and gain knowledge. He also decided to modernize the weapon production system to further increase the combat capabilities of the shelter. Now their weapons were enough to arm 200 more people. At the end, Liu Feng said that in addition to that, he also planned to lead a squad to raid the 4th laboratory of the Research Institute. Lun Xuan immediately contradicted him by saying that their strength was still recovering, and after the last bad luck, Zheng Tianxiong would definitely be on the lookout. Liu Feng replied that he knows this, but Shintang's disease is out of control. The drugs are no longer working, and only the 4th Research and Development Laboratory has a remnant of serum inhibitor. Not only did he want to seize the serum inhibitor, well, it was the vigilantes of the Scientific Research Institute and Zheng Tianxiong himself. Seeing that Liu Feng was very determined, Kelly said that in that case they should discuss a plan of action. But suddenly, the alarm in the shelter went off. Not understanding what was going on and what caused the alarm to go off, Liu Feng immediately ordered Sarah to find out what had happened. Opening the computer and logging into the CCTV, Sarah was horrified and said it was very, very bad. She said there was a very large wave of zombies coming at the shelter from the north side. Meanwhile, inside the 4th laboratory of the Scientific Research Institute, Zero was telling the children that at birth, every person is good, by nature, people are close to each other. The children asked him what it means that every person is good at birth. He answered them that it means that initially every person is born good, but anger is acquired over time. Suddenly, Principal Zheng Tianxun appeared on the lawn. When the children saw him, they immediately ran to him and hugged him. They asked him when their illness would pass, because they were so eager to go out and play. He asked them not to worry because, thanks to him, their sickness would pass very soon. He asked them all to go to the medical room and wait for him while he talked to Xiaoli on the lawn. He took the boy in his arms and brought him to Zero and put him on the ground. He took him by the head and said that he wanted Zero to realize that in fact that evil as well as goodness is present in people from birth. Then he looked into the boy's eyes and said that actually in classic literature, and not always, only the truth, and with one sweep of his hand he cut off the boy's head. Zero was shocked, for he certainly hadn't expected such a display of cruelty from the professor. But the professor, with no sense of pity, ordered Zero to send these children to lab number 3 for experiments, since there was no need to store consumables, saying that humans are inherently evil. Then the professor said that because Zero's plan failed, the death of those children was his punishment. And next time he'll destroy Zero himself? Turning around, the professor said that he had to leave in order to find a safe haven nearby, and would soon assign Zero to protect the research institute. He also said that he had found a worthy opponent in the form of monotheists, who if they were lucky would destroy L's hideout. In the mountains not far from L Unanimous's hideout, he was directing the mutant zombies towards L Unanimous's hideout and rejoiced at this beautiful picture. He was very happy about it because he had never done such a grand performance, which was about to start, in his life. Meanwhile, inside the shelter, the alarm was already in full play, and warned that there was a wave of zombies heading towards the shelter from the north, and they would be coming soon, so asked everyone to prepare for defense, the shelter. Liu Feng announced that the shelter was now under the control of the military and ordered each unit to go to the battlefield for defense. He ordered all civilians to remain calm and go to the restrooms. The military would set up defenses at each entrance, and as soon as the zombies entered the kill zone, destroy them all. There is a road to heaven, but no one goes there, and there is no door to hell, but everyone tries to break in. Gritting his teeth, Liu Feng said that he would show them the full power of the L Asylum. Meanwhile, Unanimity had already realized that L's hideout was under the hospital and very well hidden. The leader of the Salvation Army, Mike, turned to the Son of God and said that a frontal attack was behind him, and he and his men will prepare the encirclement, using his psychic powers and monotheism to direct this army of zombie monsters straight to L's hideout. And the carnage began. The defenders of the asylum, led by Da Chang, were killing one zombie after another. Da Chang not only shot, but also used grenades for massacres. Unigod saw that the shelter L, a very huge combat power because his zombies lay just a pack of zombies, does not have time to even get close to the shelter. Realizing this, he decided to scan the shelters and find any flaw in it to guide his mutant zombies down the easiest and most vulnerable path. But before he could even start scanning the shelter, suddenly with his accurate and powerful sniper rifle shot, Lun Xuan blew off his arm. The unicorn immediately hid behind a huge rocky stone. He had not expected such an accurate and powerful shot from the sniper. He survived, thinking that it was thanks to the prayer he recited to this day that he was able to dodge that fatal shot. He regretted not having the priestess with him, for she could have controlled the zombies and mutants to attack the fortified places. But fortunately, he still had the support of the leader of the National Salvation Army. At this time, Liu Feng was asking the priestess of the Coreligionists about this apostle who had sent a crowd of zombies to their hideout. The priestess said that it was the number 5 apostle of the monotheists, nicknamed the Son of God, his zombie control ability. He could control a large number of ordinary zombies. She also said that he complemented her ability and the two of them often worked together. Hearing this, Liu Feng didn't understand why he had now decided to attack their hideout alone. Suddenly, Liu Feng and his team heard that there was an explosion in the shelter. Immediately, Da Qiang contacted them and said that their business was bad because someone had blown up the wall in the restroom. Liu Feng was shocked at what he heard. Da Qiang repeated to him, telling him that there was a big hole in the wall a few people wide. A few more explosions rang out, and strangers burst into the shelter and began killing civilians. The Army of Freedom, having broken through to L's hideout, destroyed everyone in its path, sparing no one. Salvation Army leader Mike Johnson was pleased that the map the Underground Clan had given him was indeed a good one, whereupon he ordered his boys to grab valuables, food, and women. killing all the men in their path. Seeing the stars of the world trembling on the floor, which were the girls even before the end of the world, the head of the Salvation Army pulled his filthy paws toward them, saying that the two of them were true beauties and he would take them with him. The chief electrician who was nearby at the time could not believe that he was afraid and only watched his comrades being grabbed and the women being taken away. He got up from his knees and started laughing loudly, attracting attention. When the boss of the Salvation Army saw him, he ordered his servants to finish the worm off. At that moment, the electrician held what looked like a grenade in his hand and said loudly that his mission was over. Long live the shelter. He turned around and threw something that looked like a grenade at the enemies. Seeing the flying object that looked very much like a grenade, the leader of the Salvation Army along with his bandits immediately jumped back in different directions. Just a minute later, turning around, they realized it was a sausage. But the electrician, along with the world's movie stars, had already successfully escaped from them. Mike Johnson, realizing that he had been played, immediately ordered his men to kill them and open fire on them. The electrician, hearing the Hall of Fire, told the girls that they should immediately hide around the corner, because the bullets wouldn't get them there. After all, bullets can't turn a corner. Running away, the electrician thought he would have been better off waiting for the doctor to come and save him. At least his life would have been in danger. He couldn't understand why he used to watch his friends die, and he couldn't do anything about it. Then he realized that there was a killer out there who would find and kill them anyway, so it was useless to hide. After all, he was just an ordinary man. So he decided to go out and die. He came out from around the corner, closed his eyes, but after a second he realized that no bullets had touched him. Opening his eyes and turning around, he saw that Liu Feng had appeared, who was able to repel all the attacks thanks to his tentacle. Liu Feng repelled all the mercenary attacks, after which he told the electrician that he was good for not being afraid and saved not only his life, but also the lives of the girls. When he saw Liu Feng, the electrician immediately threw himself at his feet and tearfully said that he was very happy to see him, because he thought he was going to die and no one would save him. He turned to the leader of the Salvation Army and asked him who they were and why they had invaded L's sanctuary. Mike Johnson responded by telling him that it didn't matter who they were, because they would take all the beauties from his hideout to be their playthings. And his acolytes said that when the boss got fed up, he would give these maidens to them, especially the one in red, for she was in the top 10 richest Forbes directors, Kelly. Their leader agreed and said to avoid this, Liu Feng should kneel down and beg for his life. Hearing this, Liu Feng asked him to repeat what he had said, because he didn't understand how this snapping bastard had such courage, not only to attack his hideout, but also to threaten him and his women. Mike Johnson told Liu Feng that his main problem was standing in front of him. After that, he immediately rushed at Liu Feng. He swung his huge axe for just one blow to blow his head off his shoulders and take possession of his hideout. Liu Feng saw this bulky man, did not panic at all, but used his skillful technique of Kung Fu master and what he had strength, hit his nanomechanical glove bulky man directly in the stomach. Mike Johnson's henchmen were horrified to see their boss taken down with just one punch. But Mike Johnson was not as easy to kill as it seemed at first glance. He quickly recovered from the blow and immediately launched a powerful counterattack. Mike Johnson told Liu Feng that he was strong and that if he didn't have that armor, who would have penetrated him with one punch? He then said that Liu Feng's main forces are on the front lines, and he broke through to the hideout, and so Liu Feng but only has to wait to die. With a smile, Liu Feng said that he had already prepared himself long ago, just waiting for someone to attack him unexpectedly, then ordered the system to automatically launch the defense cannons. Mike Johnson saw the automatic defense cannons and was shocked. Meanwhile, Liu Feng ordered to destroy all the intruders who were inside his shelter. Mike Johnson saw his soldier being torn apart, realized that this was a very high-level shelter if it had such deadly defensive guns of enormous caliber. Video of his subordinates dying, he realized that this would not work, and he had to take the bull by the horns. He used his special technique called maximum overload of nuclear armor, after which he immediately rushed towards Liu Feng, for he realized that he only needed to kill the boy to take over the hideout. His armor was specifically designed for use underground before the end of the world. Designed specifically to successfully dig tunnels, it was able to withstand overloads for short periods of time. Mike Johnson was already too close. Liu Feng realized that he wouldn't be able to repel the deadly blow, so he asked Kelly to make a shield for him. Kelly made a shield for Liu Feng and he immediately transformed it, making him able to fend off a deadly attack with Mike Johnson's huge axe. Mike Johnson was shocked to see that Liu Feng was able to easily repel his attack. Liu Feng had created not just a shield, but a 3,000 explosions shield, the front side of which had explosive properties. If you hit it hard enough, it would cause a huge explosion. When Mike Johnson hit him with his huge axe, the shield immediately activated his super ability and sent a massive blast wave at him that enveloped him in fire. He realized that this armor had no cooling system and he began to burn. Michael Johnson's armor could not withstand such superloads, and when heated, an explosion occurred, thus destroying him. Liu Feng was glad thanks to his ingenuity and ability to react quickly to a variety of dangers. He destroyed the enemies and secured the shelter. At that moment, the actresses saw how strong Liu Feng was and realized that their choice was the right one. Kelly realized that Liu Feng was even stronger than before. Meanwhile, the fifth apostle saw his army of zombies just being mercilessly destroyed. He realized they couldn't break through, but he didn't understand what Mike was doing and why he couldn't help him. Da Qiang ordered all his fighters to make every effort to eliminate all the zombies. After all, no one should break through to their hideouts. The unicorn realized that he would not get through. The kind of power this asylum had turned out to be very large. And he also realized that Mike, that scum, had cut off communication with him as soon as he stepped inside the asylum. Suddenly, a servant of this monotheist appeared and said that he had brought what he had been asked for and asked if it should be released now. To which the monotheist replied that they should wait a little while because they did not have high priests to hold this thing now, as it was a disposable nuclear bomb for them. Hearing gunfire, he turned around and saw a Salvation Army convoy approaching. But it wasn't helping to break through to the shelter, instead killing the zombies standing in the way. He was shocked to see that it wasn't his companions, but Liu Feng on a Salvation Army vehicle, who was shouting at him to let that son of a god of the Coreligionists come out and accept his death. The unicorn realized that Mike, this trash, had lost his battle, but he was glad to see what the convoy had dared to drive into the crowd of zombies. The unicorn immediately called all his zombies away from the shelter and ordered them to attack the convoy. Da Qiang saw that the column was surrounded and decided that he and his soldiers should cover their passage, but Lun Juan told him to wait and see what would happen next. Li Xin immediately flew up into the sky thanks to her atomic satchel and began attacking the zombies from the air. Jiang Yu, thanks to his power to control the air masses, attacked the zombies, throwing them away from the convoy. Liu Feng, on the other hand, asked Kelly to make him something hard and metallic to protect the car. Kelly immediately began to create weapons, and Liu Feng transformed them and improved them to equip the car with protective properties and more. They reinforced their car all around with metal sharp spikes, and in the middle was a real killer drill that punched through everything in its path. Liu Feng and his team were simply scattering zombies left and right and advancing. Seeing this, the Coreligionist had no choice but to order his comrade in arms to open the cage and let out what he brought. Opening the cage, they let loose a giant two-headed dog, a zombie, who was ordered by the monotheist to kill them all. It was an enormous two-headed ferocious zombie, a mutant, a dog that was still unrivaled, eating everything in its path. Liu Feng saw this mutant zombie dog and was shocked because he realized that it would be a deadly battle. But suddenly a priestess appeared beside him and said that she would deal with the dog. She self-consciously hooded herself and began to use her telepathic power to take control of this mutant zombie. The unanimous God King saw the High Priestess at Liu Feng's side and stiffened from not understanding what was happening. The dog, a mutant zombie sensing the power of the High Priestess, immediately stopped and turned towards the Coreligionist, after which he attacked the High Priest, tore him into two pieces, and ate him. Liu Feng froze in horror at what he saw. Liu Feng was very frightened because this huge two-headed dog immediately ran at Liu Feng after eating the monotheist. But all was well because it turned out that he just ran to his queen. She petted him and thanked him for his help. Liu Feng calmed down and realized that now that everything was settled here, they should take advantage of the victory and finish off the others. Especially since Zheng Tianxiong definitely did not expect them to win before they started reacting. Liu Feng decided to attack Lab Number 4, after a while in a certain alleyway of the northern base. Everything seemed strange to Liu Feng. After all, Commander Guo had said that he would send people to meet them at the gate, but there was no one here. Suddenly, he was suddenly attacked from behind. Liu Feng sensed the sudden attack and applied a firm grip on the tentacles. Afterwards, he saw that this attacker turned out to be the staff officer of Commander Guo's daughter. Still in suspense, she said that Liu Feng had become even stronger. At least he would have the strength to break into the fourth laboratory. She also said that Zheng Tianxun had recently had a big scandal with the military, so the 4th Squad had already returned to the base for defense. But fortunately, Jensen was away on business, and it was best to attack while he was gone, as then only the 4th Squad would have to be defeated. Liu Feng asked her what that 4th Squad was and why she was so afraid to talk about it. She replied by saying that they are the most unruly squad. Also, they are Zheng Tianxiang's deadliest squad. But no one knows what exactly they are capable of. Everyone who has seen them is long dead. But Liu Feng was not the least bit scared by this, because no matter how strong they are, he must break through. His sister's illness can't wait. He then immediately decided to introduce him to his sister, saying that she was his sister and pointed to her, but after a second he saw that she was gone. He was very frightened when he realized that his sister had disappeared without a trace once again and started shouting all around, calling out for Shintang. Meanwhile, in lab number 4, the girl and the boy were trembling against the wall, afraid of some type of person outside. This type outside was ripping out the swellings from the people in lab number 4 and putting them all in one pile. The girl and the young man realized that they were all black blood patients were just food. The girl wanted to say something, but the young man immediately covered her mouth with his palm, saying that she should not say anything, because if this 4th group heard, they would kill them, because they are bloody monsters. But it was too late, for someone had heard them and had pierced the young man with his sharp hand. The girl, seeing the young man being dragged by the monster, fell on his knees and with tears in his eyes asked God to help him because he did not want to die. After a few minutes, after opening her eyes, she saw Liu Feng's younger sister, Shintang, sitting in front of him with her hands folded in her lap. She said that Shintang smelled just like them, that she was a patient with black blood disease, but couldn't understand why she hadn't seen her before in lab number 4. Hearing a suspicious sound, the girl took Shintang's hand and ran, saying that the demons from the 4th Squad had spotted them. After running a little further down the hallway, they spotted a ventilation shaft in the wall and decided to get into it as soon as possible. Climbing into the ventilation shaft, the girl told Blue that they found this shaft while searching for food. It also runs through several facilities of lab number 4. The corpse processing plant is just a small structure with various rooms, a research lab, sample storage, and so on next to it. After that, the girl said that some survivors were hiding in a room, and she and Shintang should go there too. But as soon as she opened the door to that room, a crowd of the same surviving zombies poured out. Seeing this crowd of zombies, the terrified face of her companion Shintang immediately rushed forward to defend her friend. Realizing that there were so many zombies, Shintang decided to use her mutant powers to kill as many zombies as possible at once. When the girl saw this, she immediately realized that Shintang was a mutant just like the 4th Squad. After destroying all the zombies, Shintang looked at the girl with a demonic look, then calmed down and took her hands on her stomach, which was gurgling very loudly and letting her know that she was hungry. The girl immediately realized that Shintang was hungry and gave her some moldy bread, telling her that she should eat it sooner rather than later, as it had been obtained with a lot of hard work. Looking at this bread that Brother Zhen bought with the price of his life, she realized that maybe she would be next. Taking the moldy bread from the girl, Shintang immediately recalled her brother's words that one should not take other people's things lightly, but if they were accepted, they should express their gratitude. Sintun immediately opened her backpack and took out 2 bottles of milk, sprats, and non-moldy bread, saying that her brother had told her to thank good people and handed the food to the girl. The girl was shocked because she had not seen so much food for a long time, and it was fresh. The girl thanked Shintang for the food and said that they would be friends from now on, since no one had ever saved her before, much less given her so much food. On the other side of the corridor, the monster, smelling the food, realized it had hit their trail. Moving further along the air wire, they reached another gathering place located in lab number 4, where the survivors were gathering. The girl said that she had found another survivor named Shintang, who gave her enough food for them all to eat for a few days. When they saw the food, they were shocked because they had been eating nothing but garbage for months. The guys were enjoying the fresh food when suddenly the wall crumbled into small shards, and a member of the 4th Glutton Squad came out, looking at Shintang and said that he was very happy to have found her. Meanwhile, in the Academy of Sciences near the laboratory number 4, 2 soldiers were walking around saying that given the high status of their research institute, no one would dare to attack them at all, and that the legendary 4th Squad personally guards the laboratory number 4. Suddenly, the wall of the university collapses, and Liu Feng riding a 2-headed mutant dog bursts into the building, saying that those who stand in his way will be dead. The level S mutant Gluttony was happy to have found these kids, after which he said while looking at Shintang that it was her sweet smell that led him straight to them. Having said that it would definitely taste good, the glutton immediately rushed to catch it in order to eat it. Seeing the mutant from the fourth squad, the girl once again grabbed Shintang's hand and said that they urgently needed to run away if they wanted to stay alive. But the glutton did not catch up with them, saying that they could run, for he had already memorized their scent. He also said that the whole of Lab 4 was hunting ground for Unit 4. Meanwhile, the dispatcher reported to the captain of Level S Squad 4, nicknamed Lust, that Mr. Gluttony had located a group of surviving test subjects near the corpse processing plant. Right now, at this very moment, he's chasing them. Just a second later, the dispatcher reported to Madame Lust that according to the detector, the front door had been broken into. It was done by the leader of Asylum L, Liu Feng. Lust laughed, saying that it seems like there was a problem in Leader Zheng's plan, the Coreligionists. That bunch of crazy people didn't stand up to it. After seeing Liu Feng, Lust decided that he was a very handsome man, so she ordered her military to send reinforcements there to capture everyone. As Liu Feng walked down the corridor of the laboratory number 4, he saw only corpses everywhere and realized that this was just hell on earth. After that, he suggested that the priestess split up to find Shintang as he was afraid that she was in danger. They split up, and in the next corridor, a whole army of military personnel led by a cyber colonel came out to meet Liu Feng. Miss Lust also came out to him via video link, saying that she didn't think that the person who had dealt with the head of the Salvation Army and the leader of the Coreligionists was so cute, dared to barge in alone. Liu Feng angrily asked her to give up his sister, or else he would kill everyone here. But Miss Lust was not afraid of him, saying that the glutton was now chasing after his cute little sister, and offered him a pass with her subordinates who would take him to Sis Shintang, after which she said that if he did not surrender, she would only have to be cruel and destroy him and his sister. Realizing that Liu Feng was not going to surrender, the military immediately opened fire on him from all guns. But Liu Feng was not confused, and thanks to his tentacle, began to repel and stop all the bullets. Then, with his tentacle and nano dagger, he cut almost all the soldiers in half. Their leader was shocked to see this. The colonel realized that this guy was too dangerous and decided that it was his duty to deal with him himself and rushed to the attack. But not here. Liu Feng grabbed his fist, transformed his armor, and took away the colonel's control over his own armor and metal fists. After that, he used the double punch of his nano glove and punched the colonel through, thus finishing him off in just a couple blows. He then looked into the CCTV camera and told the lady to Lust wait for him, for he would surely find her and kill her. Meanwhile, in the corridor of lab number 4, Shintang, along with her new friend, were running away from the glutton. The girl said that they should go to the testing area because even those monsters wouldn't be able to enter the place. This was the only way they could get rid of the glutton. She knew there were vents and they would be able to go through it. The girl then asked if she had any relatives and what part of the labs were they in. Shintang replied that she had a brother. The girl immediately said that she was very familiar with the labs, and after they got rid of that monster, she would definitely take her to her brother. The girl said that the teacher had rescued her, fed her, and cared for her as if she were his own daughter. He told her that she looked a lot like his daughter. He was the one who showed her the ventilation shafts they were surviving in. He also told her that his daughter was eaten by his mutated wife. No sooner had she finished her story of how they had run away together and then had fun, than the silhouette of her Uncle Lee suddenly appeared in the draw. Seeing Uncle Lee, the girl immediately stopped and decided to get closer to him, thinking that he had survived and hadn't become a zombie after all. But this time she made a very big mistake in approaching him, because her uncle turned into a horrible zombie mutant who immediately grabbed her arm. This time the symptom couldn't save the girl and just stood aside, shocked, watching what had happened. The zombie mutant grabbed the girl's arm with its razor-sharp teeth and bit her arm. Glutton, who saw what was happening, said that he most enjoys watching this kind of human farce. 1 second it's still a family member, and the next it's zombies lunging at one of their own. A father lunges at his son, and a brother lunges at his sister. The brother turns his little sister's skull around. To what an ironic scene. Fratricide in the flesh. After recovering from the shock of what was happening, Shintang immediately rushed at the mutant zombie and blew its head off with just one blow. After that, she immediately mutated and said that no one has the right to offend her friends and family, and anyone who offends them will be killed. Meanwhile, Liu Feng burst into the hall where Miss Lust was and brought her dead thug to her. But she was not frightened at all, but rather very happy that this handsome man had finally come to her. She said that she had been waiting for him so much that at one point she thought he wouldn't come to her. Suddenly, Liu Feng felt danger approaching from below. Realizing that Liu Feng saw her giant zombie vulva, Miss Lustpo said that it seems like she wasn't serious enough when she said she would kill him. Seeing this zombie vulva, Liu Feng said that he realized that she was trapped. After realizing that Ob Feng knew who she was, she immediately tore off her clothes and turned into an incredibly powerful mutant zombie. She said that since he was so bold, she couldn't resist eating him right now. Realizing that the gangway is very difficult, zombie mutant Liu Feng decided to play a little cat and mouse with him and began to run away. Seeing a red cloak like the one Liu Feng had behind the column, Miss Lust thought she had found it, and with just one blow of her mighty hand, she smashed that column into splinters, saying that she had already imagined eating it. But it turned out to be the corpse of her soldier, who also had a red cloak. Liu Feng was quite shallow, using the soldier as a distraction. Liu Feng, realizing that there might not be another chance, immediately rushed at her and began to chop her up, inflicting dozens of cuts with his nanomarks that he had on his tentacles. Miss Lust didn't even try to stop him, saying that whatever he was doing was useless because she would be resurrected anyway. Taking his chance, Liu Feng jumped back and saw that all the cuts he had inflicted on her literally healed in a matter of seconds. Miss Lust told him that her ability was to heal wounds quickly. No matter how many times Liu Feng cut her, he wouldn't be able to hurt her. Liu Feng was in danger, for he didn't understand how he could handle such super strength. Meanwhile, Gluttony walked up to Shintang and sniffed her and said that she had such a fragrant smell that reminded him of his own, and concluded that he and she were very similar. Putting his hand on his heart, he said that they were sick with black blood, and until the end of the world, they were defenseless. But now, they are the true chosen ones, and the apocalypse is their stage. Gluttony said that lab number 4 was all black blood disease patients, but most of them were misfits worthy of being only their food. He told Shintang that, moreover, given her scent, her characteristics, they should be even higher than his. Gluttony said that she should definitely join their troop, because she would no longer have to suppress her nature, and she would be able to eat as much as she wished, just as they did. Hearing this, Shintang only got more angry and immediately started attacking the glutton. He put up a block and started laughing, saying that he was really hoping that she would refuse. He was glad, because thanks to Shintang's refusal, he could happily eat her. After which, he immediately rushed to attack, trying to give her a powerful blow with his fist. He struck blow after blow, trying to hit Shintang and eat her afterward, saying that once he did so, he would be able to surpass Captain Lust's strength. But it wasn't that easy because Shintang was very agile and nimble. No matter how many times the glutton tried to hit her, he couldn't. Gluttony said that after he ate Shintang, he would eat her brother and eat her sister so they could reunite in his belly. Shintang got tired of running from the glutton and twisted him with her powerful zombie veins and started sucking his blood. The glutton immediately felt him start to lose his strength. Gluttony couldn't believe his eyes. He didn't understand the feeling of oppression that enveloped his mind. Seeing this bloody cocoon, the girl couldn't believe her eyes that it was the real Shintang. She froze in horror. Shintang came out of the cocoon in a completely new form after being fed with the power of a glutton. She immediately said that anyone who dared to speak ill of her brother and her friends would die. Meanwhile, Liu Feng was trying his best to avoid falling into the clutches of Miss Lust, who wanted to eat him. Miss Lust realized that she couldn't catch up to Liu Feng, so she started destroying everything in her path. And thanks to the beam collapsing, she was able to stop him. At this moment, Liu Feng realized that he needed to attack again, because if he didn't, she would grab him, so he once again took out his nano-daggers and began to dissect Miss Lust's flesh. Liu Feng was shocked because Miss Lust had infinite regeneration. He decided to run away from her again and thought of a risky option that could work. But this time he couldn't get away from her and she grabbed him. Miss Lust was very happy because she had finally caught him. She squeezed it tightly and said that it would become a part of her and decided to put it in her mouth. Liu Feng didn't want to be eaten, so he grabbed her teeth with his hands, preventing her from pushing him deeper into her mouth. Miss Lust laughed, saying that his hands were busy and her hands could tear him apart at any moment. Liu Feng hurriedly upset her by saying that he had more than 2 hands and thrust his tentacles into her face and gripped her hands with his tentacles. He used the whirlwind slicing technique, which caused him to slash her arms and mangled her face. Miss Lust couldn't withstand this attack and threw Liu Feng against the wall with all her might. Miss Lust was able to recover and was not critically injured, for she managed to put up her one arm and cover her face and the other two tentacles from that powerful slashing blow. Liu Feng's head hit the wall very hard and realized at this moment that the only way to fight a similar and regenerating monster was to cut it into pieces. He realized that it would take a few more good slashes at Miss Lust to get any results. Then his eyes fell on a new technology he could absorb. It was a level A nanotech mask. Once absorbed, it would be able to add two tentacles as well as breathe underwater for a while. Seeing that Liu Feng had noticed the green flasks, Miss Lust began to regret that he had come here in the first place. After all, this vault contained Leader Zheng's research results, and it wouldn't be good if they were destroyed. At this moment, Liu Feng had already run at Miss Lust to attack her again, thanking her for throwing him into that room. For he was now stronger, and instead of 4 tentacles, he now had 6. With 2 more tentacles, Liu Feng still managed to cut Miss Lust into several pieces. But she was still alive and said that he was not too happy because the member of her team called Gluttony would finish them all off because he was so strong that he could crush Liu Feng's tentacles with just one finger and then him. Meanwhile, the glutton that Miss Lust had praised so much was beaten mercilessly, showing that he wasn't that strong. After that, his body broke through the wall just into the room where Liu Feng was. He was beaten so mercilessly by Liu Feng's sister, Shintang, who appeared before Liu Feng in a new one. Liu Feng was shocked to see his sister like this. Seeing Shintang, Miss Lust didn't understand how she could maintain such a form, for this appearance was like a descending god, and she could only watch her like an ant. Liu Shintang, the queen of the Hell Spiders, an abyss-level mutant. Powers unknown. Upon seeing Ms. Lust, Shintang immediately stuck her sharp spider paws into her head and started sucking the life force out of her. Miss Lust begged her to let her go and not kill her, saying that Director Zheng had long wanted to investigate Shintang. Seeing this with his own eyes, Liu Feng couldn't believe that his sister had suddenly become so strong. And when did she even have time to do all this? The system informed him that Gluttony and Lust had been killed, for which he received 10,000 points, and told him he had a new task: save or kill his mutated sister. The system said he would get 5,000 points for saving his mutated sister, whose future danger level was unknown, or 40,000 points for destroying his mutated sister. Liu Feng said to the system that he would never kill his favorite little sister Shintang. Then, out of the blue, his little sister took him and wrapped her veins around him. He was shocked, for just now he had seen how through her abilities she had killed the one he couldn't, not even a satchel during the long fight. He was truly frightened. She walked over to Liu Feng and took his chin and said that she was very hungry. Liu Feng begged her to wake up, repeating her name Shintang over and over again. She reached out to bite Liu Feng, but suddenly remembered him and began to try to block her strength and instincts. Focusing as hard as she could, she overstimulated her brain activity to shut down. Immediately afterwards, she returned to her former normal state. Liu Feng realized that his sister had suppressed it of her own free will, and it was urgent to find a serum for her, because next time, she might not be able to handle it on her own. Shintang's new girlfriend saw her in Liu Feng's arms and asked him who he was. He replied that he was her brother. Then the girl introduced herself, saying that her name was Ah Ling, and she was Shintang's friend from Lab Number 4. She was also a black blood patient, and Shintang had saved her life. Liu Feng immediately asked her if she knew where the black blood suppression serum was stored in Lab 4. The disease is progressing. The serum is needed. Urgently, he said. Ah Lin? She replied that Director Zheng took them there when they were taken for experiments. The serum is located sample storage in the east. Ah Ling decided to guide Liu Feng and Shintang to that vault. After arriving at the sample vault, Ah Ling said that usually Director Zheng gave them medicine here, but she didn't know how to make medicine. Liu Feng thanked her for bringing them to the storage room and said that he would do it himself. Seeing the computer, Liu Feng thought that there must be information about the serum in it and decided to look for it. But in order to do so, he needed to know the password he asked to hack his system. The system cracked the password in a matter of minutes, and then said that the serum formula, as well as some interesting data, had been found on the computer of Lab Number 4. Liu Feng immediately ordered her to start producing the serum and copy all the available data on that computer. The serum was made in just a couple of minutes and successfully injected into Sister Shintang. Liu Feng was overjoyed, for he realized that it looked like he would be able to save his sister. After that, turning to Ah Ling, saying that if they were really friends with Shintang, then she could go with them to the shelter. But suddenly the system suddenly alerted Liu Feng, saying that Zheng Tianxiang had learned that the lab had been attacked and was returning. His convoy had already arrived at the lab grounds, and in about 5 minutes he would arrive at the entrance. After literally a minute, the system said that if they left the main entrance, they would definitely run into Zheng Tianxiang. Things were getting worse by the second as the principal was already near the entrance and scanning his fingerprints to open the door. Upon entering the lab, Zheng noticed that the lab was destroyed, the patients had escaped, and the data had been stolen. The only thing he didn't understand was how Liu Feng had managed to do it. After leaving the portal, Liu Feng told all the survivors that if they ran forward, they could reach the northern base and they would be safe there. At that moment, Liu Feng was glad that he had made it in time to use the portal. In the future, the portal in the basement of the laboratory could be used to enter again. While Zheng was in shock at what was happening, Zero dug into the system of Lab Number 4 and found something that would interest Zheng, and it was the mutated Shintang. Seeing her, Zheng immediately realized that she was the second perfect mutant besides the Blood Empress, and after all, she was still a child and not that strong. Zheng realized that if he couldn't capture the Blood Empress, then he must definitely get hold of Shintang. Zero asked Zheng if the second group of Pride and Anger, or maybe the other 3 commanders of the 7 deadly sins who had gone on a scouting mission should be recalled. Zheng replied negatively. After all, the second group is looking for nanotechnology. The other 3 are looking for who and eating people in the forest. At the moment, the technology train is much more important. Suddenly, a Valkyrie appeared in Lab Number 4 and ran at Zheng, screaming that she would kill him. Running at Zheng, the Valkyrie killed everyone in her path who tried to stop her from getting to him. The soldiers guarding Zheng immediately opened fire on the Valkyrie. But just a couple of seconds later, they realized that her bullets weren't taking her at all. She was so angry, and her goal was to kill Zheng. So she even used her mutated right hand to finish off those soldiers once and for all. When Zheng saw the Valkyrie, he immediately ordered Zero to tell the leader of the core Legionists to help them catch Shintang. Zero told him that because of the failure of the last operation, the core Legionists had a grudge against them. But Zheng didn't care because he said he would accept their past conditions. Zheng was 100% sure that they would agree to work under the old agreements. Zheng was able to make a huge explosion in the lab with just one look, trying to destroy the Valkyrie, but after the smoke cleared, he discovered that she had managed to escape after all. Zero said to the Lord, which gave them away. So he suggested sending someone to bring her back or destroy her. But Zheng said it was just a failed experiment and asked Zero to just catch Shintang. After all, when they catch her, Zheng will be able to create the perfect monster he's been dreaming of since the end of the world. Valkyrie ran away from Zheng, and after running a few blocks away, she stopped. Her body was trembling, and all she could think about was that he was too scary. Meanwhile, at Commander Guo's brigade commander's camp at the northern base. Personally, Commander Guo himself thanked Liu Feng for his heroism, saying that he had done a very good job and was the first person to infiltrate the number 4 labs and survived. He told Liu Feng that the military had investigated the disappearance of a large number of people in the number 4 laboratory before, but neither the spies nor the military mutants were able to break through the internal guards. The very next day, their corpses were hung on the wall of the city. Commander Guo's daughter told Liu Feng that put a sum in Lab Number 4, and Zheng would not put up with it. Therefore, she asked Liu Feng to be careful, especially with their captains of the 7 deadly sins. She also revealed that the captains of the 7 deadly sins were the strongest mutants in the city. She fought one of them and was defeated with just one blow. Liu Feng also told Commander Guo that behind him were the children who were the survivors of the experiments of Laboratory Number 4. Because he and his sister fought the gluttony and lust and defeated them. Commander Guo, along with his daughter, were shocked, for they realized that it would take great strength to kill gluttony and lust. Commander Guo patted Liu Feng's shoulder and said that he was doing well, after which the commander said that with these survivors as witnesses, the report to the general would definitely make Zheng Tianxun suffer heavy losses. Commander Guo said he was damn sick of seeing them experimenting on humans. If it wasn't Chilo, the northern base wouldn't tolerate them. After which, he once again thanked Liu Feng for his help. Liu Feng at this moment realized that Commander Guo was a fair person and could be trusted. After that, without thinking for a long time, Liu Feng proposed to Commander Guo to enter into a formal alliance with El Asylum, saying that they would fight Zheng Tianxun Institute together. Commander Guo said that he was worried that because of his alliance with the military, Zheng would send the rest of the 7 deadly sins to destroy the El Sanctuary. Liu Feng replied that if he dared to attack the sanctuary, they wouldn't come back alive. Commander Guo's daughter saw Liu Feng's strength and masculinity after hearing what he said. Liu Feng sensed her and immediately turned around. But she turned away to realize that it wasn't enough, after which she said that he shouldn't rejoice before his time because sooner or later she would catch up with him in strength. Commander Guo proudly said that this was his daughter. She was very determined and offered Liu Feng a glass of beer. The next day in the L shelter, Liu Feng woke up to find his sister sleeping next to him. When he saw that she was awake, he immediately stood up and asked her if her body was okay, because he had injected her with the serum quite recently. Suddenly, his sister jumped at him, but after just a second, she suppressed her mutant urges to eat him again. Liu Feng was shocked because he realized that the serum he had injected into her must not have worked. After hugging his sister, Liu Feng told her that if she couldn't help herself, she could bite her. After all, he was vaccinated and he would be fine. After which he said that even if they lost everything, they would still have each other. He asked his sister to remember that when people were hurting after their parents died, debt collectors came to the door. They were still able to endure it all together in the end. Shintang, remembering these moments from their lives, immediately woke up and tearfully asked Liu Feng for forgiveness. But after suppressing her mutant abilities, Shintang immediately fell asleep. Liu Feng realized that she seemed to have gotten better and needed to quickly go to Qinmu to figure out what was going on. Liu Feng brought his sister to Dr. Qinmu and asked her why Shintang was still drawn to biting people. After all, he had injected her with this serum that was supposed to help her. Qin said that was true, but his sister had already evolved to a higher level. Moreover, his sister's evolution level is not just a mutant. She is the perfect mutant that Zheng Tianxiang has been chasing for research for so long. The girl opened the door and asked to come in. The hero, a little surprised, allowed her. He asked why she had come, but instead of answering, the girl confidently stated that business could wait and suggested that he lie down on the bed. The girl began to give the hero a massage using her powers. He noticed that the sensation was pleasant, but asked if she was applying too much pressure. She explained that she was using liquid metal to better affect the muscles, assuring him that such a massage promotes their recovery. During the massage, the girl tells the hero that she discovered the reason why Zheng Tianshu is collecting nanotechnology and stolen information. The hero clarifies the reason in question. She explains that she couldn't find out the details, but suggests that he is afraid of the threat from the Union of Europe. As a result, Zheng Tianshu is actively collecting nanocore for his own purposes. The girl assumes that the nanocore technology can save Zheng Tianshu's life, causing him to stop pursuing them. The hero is surprised, and she promises to investigate further. The girl declares that since the cases are over, it's time to relax. The hero feels strong emotions from her actions, and the scene shifts to Dracula's castle. In front of the castle, Kelly appears in the image of the Queen of Vampires. She teases the witch, alluding to his sweetness, and threatens to eat him. The hero is shocked to realize that the Vampire Queen is in front of him. Kelly attacks the witch with a powerful punch, yelling, "Take that!" He is momentarily immobilized by her attack and realizes he can't move, trapped. Kelly approaches the witch, taking him captive and mockingly declaring, "Got you, witch!" The hero screams in pain and shock, realizing his helpless position. Kelly slams into the witch, sucking the energy out of him. The hero screams in pain and panic, realizing that if this continues, she will completely drain him. The Witcher violently confronts Kelly, declaring that humans are not as weak as she thinks. He activates a powerful light-emitting device and shouts with confidence that the light will dispel the darkness, preparing to deliver a decisive blow to the vampiress. The witch's light device strikes Kelly hard, causing her severe pain. She screams from the effects of the light and, unable to stand, declares her surrender, begging for it to stop. It is over, and Kelly rests after the incident, lying peacefully on her bed. The hero reflects on her abilities, recognizing their power and the effects she is able to produce. The hero is in the Drug Research and Development Office. The screen informs him that the construction of the production line has been completed. The Level 1 line is now capable of producing 2 gene drugs and prophylactic vaccines per day, marking an important step forward. A hero holds a syringe of the drug and clarifies whether it is a gene drug. The woman confirms readiness and asks if the trials can begin. She confidently replies that she is ready. The hero injects the drug into Li Xin, then anxiously asks how she feels. Suddenly, her body starts to glow. She looks surprised, realizing that something unusual is happening. Her arm and powers start to change, causing the people around her to be shocked. Li Xin begins to feel a powerful surge of energy, as if power is bursting out of her hand. Her strength stats increase from B+ to A, but the process causes her a great deal of pain. Those around her watch the transformation in amazement, shocked at what is happening. A doctor examines Li Xin to understand the changes in her body. Upon inspection, she confirms that the basic parameters of her body have improved and her strength has increased significantly, confirming the effectiveness of the drug. The doctor reports that Li Xin's strength increase was about 10%. This news comes as a shock to the gathering, especially to one of the attendees, who exclaims loudly in surprise. The attack on the shelter, which resulted in civilian casualties, is discussed. One participant expresses fears that their actions may have attracted dangerous forces. Another claims that the attackers, known as the National Salvation Army, are acting like beasts, increasing tensions among those gathered. A member of the gathering shouts in rage that the National Salvation Army ate his parents. This statement shocks everyone present, increasing the fear and horror of the group's actions. The group discusses the atrocities of the National Salvation Army, including the abuse of women and the brutal treatment of people. The hero calls for calm and assures everyone that he will personally lead a squad to destroy the enemy's laboratory and avenge his fallen comrades, attempting to boost the morale of those gathered. The hero informs them that the vaccine they received will protect them from contracting the zombie virus, and now they are not at risk of contracting it. He urges the people not to fear the virus and confidently declares that with the vaccine and weapons, they will be able to stand up for their lives and fend off any threats, including attacks from those who want to take their blood and return them to their zombie state. The hero inspires the people of the asylum, raising their morale and calling for the destruction of the Institute of Science and the Salvation Army. The crowd cheers him on, chanting, "Hail Asylum L." In the background, the asylum director achieves a new reputation, which unlocks access to Level 1 science and technology blueprints, allowing access to Level 4 of the asylum's development. One character speculates that if there is a Type 1, there is probably also a Type 2, which could become a key resource for the asylum, providing additional benefits. Meanwhile, Liu Feng demonstrates his growing effectiveness and success as a leader, earning recognition from those around him. Liu Feng examines data from a system that helps him build a science and technology research institute. The system evaluates his abilities and suggests improvements so that he can upgrade the shelter to the next level as early as tomorrow. Liu Feng gets points to build the Science and Technology Research Institute, which should be completed the next day. He mentions that he is going to inject himself with a genetic drug when suddenly someone knocks on the door and he invites them in. Two sisters come to see Liu Feng, expressing their gratitude for his speech and for not abandoning them. They state that they have come to repay him for his help, which causes Liu Feng to be visibly confused. The sisters help Liu Feng relax, using their skills to reduce his fatigue. Liu Feng expresses pleasure at their efforts, and one of the sisters asks if he needs to work even harder. He replies that a little more effort wouldn't hurt. Liu Feng asks the system in surprise why she didn't mention before that you can use the consumption points to recover the genetic drug. His question is accompanied by bewilderment. The sister mentions that they had encountered a lot of damaged objects before. Liu Feng is surprised when the system explains that genetic and anti-epidemic drugs contain nanotechnology that it can repair. This leaves him shocked and with new questions. The system recommends that Liu Feng collect more products related to nanotechnology. His sister supports him by putting her hand on his shoulder, showing her willingness to help. The system tells Liu Feng to launch a hidden mission called Life and Death. He needs to collect more nanotechnology items to improve the hideout. Successful completion of the mission will provide a reward in 6 months, while failure will result in death. The sisters discuss the effectiveness of the system and its contribution to their survival. Liu Feng is shocked by the system's requirements for its first release. His surprise is emphasized by his reaction, showing the seriousness of the situation. Liu Feng learns the details of the Jump of Life mission, where he needs to collect more nanotechnology to improve the shelter. If the mission fails, death awaits him in 6 months. He ponders the requirements, ignoring the sisters who decide to get his attention with their invincible massage technique. The Hua sisters, clad in armor and ready for battle, appear in the demon world to attack the Great Demon King. The demon is surprised by their courage, mocking them and admiring them for daring to enter his territory as noble warriors. The sisters are determined to enter the battle. The Hua sisters engage in a fierce battle with the Great Demon King. Their attacks collide with powerful fire and ice magic. The demon confidently declares that he will defeat them using his powers, while the sisters try to break through the flames and ice blows withstanding incredible pressure. The battle heats up. The Hua sisters are defeated in their battle with the Great Demon King. They are exhausted from the powerful attacks of fire and ice, their strength depleted. One of the sisters expresses hatred for her opponent, realizing that they have failed to gain the upper hand. The battle is over, but the bitterness of defeat remains. The Great Demon King, laughing, offers the Hua sisters surrender, promising to place them in his harem and train them. Realizing their powerlessness and inability to win, the sisters decide to surrender, showing the despair and frustration of defeat. Liu Feng watches anxiously as the Demon King is suddenly defeated. His forces are brought to an end by his intervention, and the sisters who chose the surrender tactic are without Sosnia. The residents of the asylum discuss the situation, wondering if it was right to provoke the Research Institute and other enemies. Many are fearful and doubt the director's ability to deal with the threats. However, one of the women reminded everyone that the director has already saved them many times and created miracles, inspiring everyone to believe in his leadership. The residents express fears that the shelter will not be able to withstand the dangers. However, the director announces that the improvements have been successfully completed. The outer walls, defenses, and technology buildings have been reinforced. This gives the residents confidence, and they begin to trust the director's leadership more. Residents discuss the significant improvements to the shelter, including the strengthening of the walls, protective structures, and technology buildings. This inspires admiration and gratitude among the people, who begin to trust the director even more. The scene shifts to a meeting room where further important decisions are likely to be made. At the meeting, the director of the asylum announces the start of the meeting. He announces that the asylum is now capable of repairing nanotechnology, which opens up new missions. The main task becomes not only dealing with external threats, but also finding other asylums to obtain nanotechnology to further improve their own asylum. At the meeting, Kelly takes the floor to explain the details of the mission. She informs them that a team will be formed to search for nanotechnology. Lan Xuan has been appointed as the leader of this team. Kelly explains the plan of action. There is a large safe house in the woods west of the city. Lan Xuan leads a team to go there to search for nanotechnology. Also marked on the map is an area called the Blood Queen, which is likely a threat or an important facility. When asked how it was learned that the shelter in the woods west of the city uses nanotechnology, Kelly replies that before the end of the world, she was involved in investing in the place. She also mentions that Zheng Tianshun was involved in that investment, indicating his connection to the facility. The protagonist continues to focus on improving the shelter to save Xing. Available research and buildings are shown, including a kinetic research institute, an aqua farm, an AI research center, and a tank research institute. However, resources are depleted and higher reputation is required to unlock the next building. The heroes discuss using the new research institute, but it requires some progress to unlock it. At this time, a disturbing report comes in that Shintang is missing, causing concern among the team members. The protagonist is simply shocked. Tension flares up in the dark alley outside the shelter. A young girl with blue hair looks determined, preparing for a confrontation. Her opponent, a mysterious man with a swathed face and a costume decorated with skulls, expresses mocking confidence. The Shin Shape Room searches for Shinto. A woman with silver hair shows Liu Feng a document, emphasizing the importance of what is happening. The girl hands a letter to the protagonist, explaining that the author of the letter, probably the protagonist's younger sister, has gone out to have fun and asks him not to worry. The hero clutches the letter and assumes that the sister overheard the conversation at the nurse's station. At this time, the girl reports that she has discovered Shin Shin's location. The girl reports that Shin Shin entered a factory area in the west of the city from which no one ever returned. She also mentions that the remnants of Zheng Tianshun's team went to the forest area, presumably to seek refuge, led by two captains from the Seven Deadly Sins, Lenny and Envy. The protagonist clarifies that this direction coincides with the place where they are looking for a dungeon. The protagonist ponders whether what is happening is related to the asylum and Zheng Tianxun's search, mentioning the doctor's words about perfect evolution. The white-haired woman instructs the base of Daqiang Zhangyu to guard their position. She then asks Lun Xuan to lead a team to investigate a hideout near the company and promises to find him an assistant. Lun Xuan wonders who that assistant could be. The hero orders them out of the hideout, and a woman with short blonde hair appears calling herself Ming. She greets everyone, stating that she hasn't seen them in a while. Lun Xuan exclaims in surprise, "Faceless?" Lun Xuan confirms that Faceless has realized her mistakes and has decided to join their group to redeem herself and contribute. The other team members are surprised by her return and wonder, "Is that her?" Faceless explains that she joined their hideout to make amends. Dragon comments incredulously that victory has not yet been achieved. The protagonist declares that he is leading a team to retrieve Xinxin and stop Zheng Tianxun's actions. Scene transfers. Deep in the woods to the west of the city, a mysterious entity awaits the arrival of a girl, assuring that her arrival will complete his evolution. Across the street at a self-service store, a group of people are threatening, demanding food and supplies. At this time, the manager of the canteen, a woman in a pink dress, is holding a knife, preparing to defend her supplies. The leader of the group with a gruff expression threatens the woman, stating that if she doesn't open the door, he will throw her outside and feed her to the zombies like her husband. His companions scoff, fueling the tension. The woman desperately explains that her son is in a coma and there's hardly any food left, begging them to leave. The gang leader erupts in anger and shouts threats at her. Zombies appear, attracted by the noise. One of the gang members shouts to his leader, warning that the undead are approaching and urging them to leave the place. The gang leader finds a way to open the door, clearly enjoying his find. He gloatingly declares that the zombies will break through and get to those hiding behind the door. The ringleader activates a device that emits a sound to attract the zombies to the building. His team withdraws, planning to return for supplies once the zombies have dealt with the people inside. The zombies break through to the shelter, rapidly approaching. A woman holding a knife cries over her son and apologizes, preparing to make a final decision. A woman holding a knife says in desperation that she and her son have come to find her husband. In the background, the zombies continue to attack. The situation is escalating. The woman tearfully whispers that the milk tastes good and then begins to wonder what is happening, expressing her confusion. Suddenly, a girl with long white hair wearing a straw hat and school uniform calmly drinks the milk despite the approaching monsters behind her back. A woman, with a knife in her hand standing nearby, looks at her with surprise. A blonde girl looks on anxiously at what is happening, asking a question. Nearby, a girl with white hair continues to calmly drink her milk, despite the fact that a monster with a huge mouth is standing next to her, ready to attack. The woman screams in panic at the impending danger as she looks back. She quickly grabs the girl with white hair to protect her from the approaching monsters. The girl remains unfazed as she continues to drink her milk and pronounce that it tastes good. The zombies flood the store, trapping the woman and the girl in a corner. The woman realizes with despair in her eyes that there is no way out, and they are surrounded on all sides. Amidst the threat, an extermination mode is activated. The girl clings to the woman, taking cover behind her back, while an entity with an intimidating weapon attacks the zombies, smashing through the crowd. The woman watches in confusion while the robot flies up to the girl with emergency speed, checking her condition. In the background, zombies can be seen coming closer and closer. The woman asks the robot in surprise about its identity. The robot explains that he is an artificial intelligence named Little Puffy, who has hidden in the girl's backpack to accompany her. Zombies surround the group, creating a dangerous situation. The robot approaches the girl, offering to use his abilities to unite and start a battle. The girl looks focused and ready for action. The girl activates the robot's abilities, preparing for battle. The zombies begin to attack, but their reactions show that they are stunned by what is happening. One of them lets out a loud roar, foreshadowing a fierce battle. The robot activated by the girl continues to uncontrollably attack the zombies with incredible speed and power. The woman watching this chaos is surprised to realize how effective it is, despite the girl's panicked screams. After a moment, the situation becomes clearer. The woman thanks the girl for saving her and her son, expressing her admiration for her strength. She introduces herself as Chu Lingxiang and inquires about the name of her savior. The girl calmly replies that her name is Xingshape. The little girl, embarrassed, answers the woman asking her questions. The woman with a serious look wants to know how the girl ended up here alone and where she is going. The girl says she is going to a dangerous place, a vegetation zone on the west side of town. The woman is concerned and warns her that no one goes back there alive, mentioning the military who also disappeared in that place. The woman watches the departing girl and ponders what she should do. Her thoughts are occupied with her son, who is still awake, but she realizes that she cannot let the girl go alone. The woman makes the decision to follow the girl so as not to leave her alone in danger. She convinces herself that this way they can take care of each other. The girl calmly agrees, giving the woman the choice, and the robot accompanies them, adding reassurance of safety. The girl is concerned, noticing that there is no one around. The woman, undaunted, offers to move on despite the alarming silence. They are accompanied by a robot, ready to help in case of danger. The woman notices the strange atmosphere around them, but turns her attention to the cafe ahead. She suggests they go in and look around. The girl expresses mild surprise, and the boy remains calm, relying on their protection. They enter the cafe, which appears empty. The woman offers to look around, and the girl complains of hunger. The artificial intelligence offers to cook a meal, and the girl orders a pizza. The woman agrees to help with the cooking. The woman sarcastically remarks that the robot, though strong, is clearly no match for her in cooking. The artificial intelligence takes offense and declares that his cooking skills are top-notch. He suggests that she just wait and find out what the real law of flavor is. The woman, smiling, continues to hold her son in her arms. The robot activates its cooking mode and enthusiastically begins to cook. Ingredients fly into the air, he deftly manipulates them, demonstrating virtuoso speed and precision. In the background, you can see the pizza, almost ready to be served. The robot announces that the pizza is almost ready. All that remains is to add spices. The woman admiringly notes the aroma of the dish, anticipating its taste. The robot finishes cooking the pizza and announces it. The woman excitedly offers to start eating, noticing that the dish looks unusual and requires special attention. The woman tastes the pizza, and its flavor elicits a veritable explosion of emotion. She describes how the flavors are perfectly matched, instantly unfolding in her mouth. The scene is saturated with a romanticized visual representation of her experience. The woman thanks her rescuers and tastes the pizza, marveling at its flavor. The son wakes up, asks where they are, and starts eating the pizza. The angry mother scolds him for being rude and demands that he give the food back, and the son notices her unusual behavior. The boy and his mother taste the pizza and marvel at its unusual flavor. The son asks his mother to eat more slowly so he can have enough too, noting how different the food is from what he is used to. The woman marvels at the abilities of the robot, which is not only strong but also cooks at the highest level. She admits that her cooking skills are inferior. Enjoying the last slice of pizza, she marvels at the flavor. The son notices that his mother has gotten carried away and is saddened that the last slice went to her. The boy rejoices at the offer to eat pizza without being embarrassed. The group decides to stay the night at the cafe to continue on their way the next day. The woman, seized with rage, leaves the group holding a knife in her hand. Her face is full of determination, and she whispers her offense, gearing up for something drastic. A woman with a cold smile and a knife in her hand heads towards her target. Her movements are hidden in the shadows, and she is clearly preparing for something decisive, full of determination and anger. The woman with a confident smile prepares for decisive action, clutching the knife in her hand. Suddenly, however, she is confronted by the heroine, who reacts to the unexpected appearance. Ku Lingxiang enthusiastically offers Shintang a taste of her specialty, serving it with pride. However, after tasting the food, Shintang nonchalantly declares that the dish is unpalatable, leaving Ku Lingxiang in a state of shock. Ku Lingxiang is in despair after criticizing her cooking skills to Shintang, who rates her dish only 5 points. Lingxiang questions why her skills were rated so low and decides that she wants to find Shintang's brother to learn cooking from him. Her imagination drifts to the idea of battling the spirits of the kitchen, proving her culinary prowess. Shintang ponders that if her Aunt Ku Lingxiang tries to compete with her brother in cooking, she will definitely lose. Lingzhong tastes a dish prepared by Shintang's brother and is amazed by its flavor, exclaiming with delight. Her brother offers to be her teacher, teasing that she doesn't want her son to go hungry after all. Shintang is convinced that she must be self-reliant and will not give up despite the difficulties. Meanwhile, a mysterious character with bandages and a staff with a skull tracks her down, laughing evilly and exclaiming that he has finally found her. The mysterious man with bandages decides to test Shintang's powers and orders local fighters to test her abilities. A group of mercenaries, clearly ready for battle, are signaled to attack, showing gloating and confidence in victory. A man with bandages watches on, expressing hope that he is not paying attention to the situation. Meanwhile, thick and dangerous-looking vines wrap around the buildings, hinting at a formidable force that no one will be able to stop if it is activated. A woman enjoys a relaxing bath, humming to herself. At this time, a shadow appears behind the door, hinting at the presence of someone who may be watching or preparing to do something. Suddenly, a man with a sinister smile peeks at the woman through the crack of the door, uttering the threatening question, "Who?" The woman notices his presence, her face expressing shock and confusion, creating a tense moment. Flora notices a strange noise, but we are transported to a group of riders on huge, multi-headed monsters. One of them, the main one, points forward, rushing his beast to catch up with someone. There is determination in his voice, and the command, "Stop," adds to the tension of the scene. The hero notices that the entire city is covered in dense forests. A group of riders with a monster spot a figure in the distance. One of them turns to him, assuming it is his brother, and asks why he is here alone. The atmosphere becomes tense, foreshadowing an important confrontation. One of the characters decides to approach the figure to get to the bottom of the situation, telling the others to stay put. As he approaches, he is horrified to see that the man in front of him has been transformed into a creepy creature with red eyes and a distorted body. The shocked hero realizes that he has encountered something far more sinister than he expected. The monster, consumed by the tree, suddenly bursts from its shackles, emitting an eerie roar. Its body distorted beyond recognition, exuding menace. The heroes panic as they realize that the situation is out of control and they have to fight this horrible creature. The monster lunges at the hero, opening wide its jaws filled with sharp teeth. The hero remains tense, preparing to attack, realizing that delay could cost lives. The hero confidently deflects the monster's attack, mocking it and delivering a powerful blow. The zombie begins to lose control but does not give up, and its aggressiveness only increases. The hero delivers the decisive blow, hurling the monster with tremendous force. The zombie screams in pain, its body beginning to glow brightly with mystical energy. The hero is wary, seeing the entity transform or prepare for a final resistance. The zombie begins to lose control. His body erupts, and energy explodes in all directions. The hero watches in amazement as the vines of trees stretch out and consume the creature's remains. He tries to understand what kind of strange process is going on before his eyes as nature literally takes over what's left of the enemy. Luo Feng finds himself surrounded by dense vines that begin to shrink rapidly, blocking his movement. At the same time, his companions try to make their way towards him, calling his name. Despite the threat, Luo Feng clenches his fist with determination, preparing to break free and confront the enemy. Luo Feng realizes that he cannot move, as the entire forest acts as a single living entity, surrounding him and blocking him. His allies notice that the forest is changing and decide to retreat, agreeing to meet at a shelter. At the same time, a cry for help is heard, where a girl appears in need of rescue. A mysterious woman with green hair appears, surrounded by zombies. She taunts Luo Feng, taunting him and offering to chase her down to get something. Luo Feng is stunned by her words and tries to figure out what's going on. The woman with green hair suddenly jumps towards Luo Feng, creating a dangerous situation. Luo Feng manages to catch her and looks into her eyes and asks her who she is. The woman with green hair warns Luo Feng of the danger as enemies surround them. She offers to flee, but Luo Feng confidently declares that he can handle any enemy. He asks her to hide behind his back, and he himself begins to attack the attackers, showing his strength. The woman with green hair and Luo Feng run away from the many enemies. Spotting a cave up ahead, they decide to hide there. Once inside, they realize that the space is too tight and the situation becomes awkward. Outside, they continue to be surrounded by zombies, forcing them to look for a way out of the situation. Luo Feng notices that the zombies around them are too tough and look like mutants created from the forest. He guesses that the green-haired woman is somehow attracted to them. After realizing the complexity of the situation, he decides to deal with the enemies and quickly finds Shintang, who is probably very scared and needs his help. At this moment, Shintang is asleep in her room cuddling a soft toy when the situation becomes tense in another part of the house. While bathing, the blonde girl notices an uninvited guest. The man with red hair says that he's been wanting to find her for a long time and try to taste her, which hints at his evil intentions. The blonde, wasting no time, delivers a powerful blow to the intruder, sending him flying. The girl in white watches the scene, cradling her toy. The attacker, recovering from the blow, declares that the house is surrounded by his minions and offers to surrender, hinting that escape is impossible. His men do indeed gather outside, endangering everyone inside. The intruder notices a sleeping girl with white hair coming out of the room with a toy in her hands. She looks relaxed and innocent, which causes him to smirk. The man, underestimating the situation, thinks he is at an advantage and smugly watches her, not realizing that this could be a mistake. The intruder approaches the Shintang girl with a sneer, intending to grab her. However, she reacts lightning fast, delivering a powerful blow to him with the toy in her hand. Flora, who is nearby, warns Sinton of the danger and urges her to flee. The man who received the blow clearly underestimated his opponent. Sinton successfully fights off the intruder, sending him to the ground. However, the man mockingly states that he did not come alone. Suddenly, his allies enter the room, creating a numerical advantage. The smirk on his face grows even wider, and he angrily promises that this is the end for everyone present. The intruder, finding himself defeated, begins to cry and beg for forgiveness. His face is covered in bruises after Shintang easily tackles him. The girl, watching him mockingly, asks where his self-confidence has gone. The intruder repeats his apology in a panic, completely overwhelmed by the situation. The woman threatens with a rolling pin, reminding him of his threats. The man panics and apologizes. The situation ends with his complete submission. The door suddenly swings open and a new villain enters the room. His imposing figure instantly attracts the attention of everyone present. He displays confidence and superiority, hinting that the real challenge is just beginning. The room erupts in loud laughter, echoing through the walls. A new villain enters, his imposing appearance immediately inspiring awe. He casts a cold-blooded glare at his enemies, proclaiming his superiority. "Ha ha ha, this time the credit will be mine," comes his sinister voice filled with self-confidence. It seems like he's not going to give a chance for respite, preparing to immediately go on the offensive. Sintoon doesn't hesitate to attack the villain, interrupting his smug monologue. Her lightning-fast strike tears the words from his mouth and causes the others to gasp in shock. However, the villain only grins as he points at his transformed subordinates. "Haha, I'm a high-class expert. My men have already turned. You're finished." Sintoon ruthlessly cuts off her enemy's shouts, silently punishing his noise. Her confidence and calmness contrast with the panic that gripped the villains. Her actions speak louder than words, demonstrating that even in silence she remains a formidable force. Shintang wins a convincing victory, leaving the enemy defeated. His surprise and confusion in the last panel emphasizes the strength of her quiet confidence and determination. It seems even the ringleader didn't expect this outcome. Shintang dominates the situation with incredible confidence and ease, using her abilities to finally neutralize her enemies. The atmosphere of comic tension is heightened by the reaction of the enemy, who clearly did not expect such an ending. Lode runs away in a panic, realizing that the world is full of unexpected threats, while the heroes remain safe, exchanging light jokes. At this time, the hero looked out of the hollow tree, assessing the situation, and the girl came closer and tried to calm him down. The hero said that he needed to go back to the shelter to find Kelly and the others. To this, the girl replied that the outside was full of zombies and it was important to find a way out now. The hero held in his hands a mysterious object emitting a bright glow, which attracted the girl's attention. She, not hiding her curiosity, came closer and demanded to show what it was. The hero tried to hold the object, but the girl impatiently reached for it, and at that moment the flashlight slipped out of her hands, falling to the ground. The hero looked confusedly at the girl, who stood in a strange pose, reminiscent of the worship of ancient gods. Her serious face suddenly lit up with a wide smile, and she enthusiastically declared, "You can create things, then marry me." The hero exclaimed confusedly, "Ah?" Clearly not expecting such a drastic turn of events. At this time, the girl hugged the hero tightly and unexpectedly proposed, "Let's go out." The hero, embarrassed, asked, "What? Why are you saying such strange things?" To which she replied with a smile, "I don't have a name. Why don't you give me one? Isn't that normal for a guy?" The hero only said confusedly, "I didn't promise anything." The girl suddenly suggested to the hero, "Call me Liu Ji." The hero looked at her confusedly and thought, "This woman is really strange. She even has a branch in her head." The situation seemed to be getting more and more confusing, and the hero sighed and thought, "We need to figure out how to get out of here. What to do?" The girl looked in surprise at the lantern in the hero's hands and asked sharply, "How did you make it?" The hero hesitated, replying, "Oh, that." At this point, he thought, "Wait, she reminded me of something important." The hero turned to the girl and asked, "Do you know where the shelter is around here?" She confidently pointed with her hand. "Uh-huh, over there." The hero smiled as he said, "You want to know how I create things? I'll show you." The girl curiously leaned closer. "Oh, how?" The hero added with a chuckle. "I just need to transform." The hero activated the strange invention with a smile. A machine with a cute face and spinning saws roared towards the zombie. "Let's go! Killer funny number!" he shouted, causing the girl to gasp in surprise and laughter. The hero, holding the girl's hand, shouted loudly, "Get ready!" The machine with rotating blades roared forward, tearing through the crowds of zombies. "Yeah, how scary!" she shouted nervously, hugging him tighter. The machine, equipped with sharp blades, tore through the ranks of zombies with a thunderous roar. The girl watching this exclaimed admiringly, "Amazing!" The hero, controlling the creature, shouted triumphantly, "Woohoo! Have you seen my power?" As the girl approached the hero, she asked with interest how he transformed things. The hero was embarrassed and looked away, but the question about what was happening to Luoji caught his attention. The girl, placing her hand on his shoulder, quietly added, "Let me ask one question. How can I gain my mind and become human?" As the girl leaned closer, her voice sounded ominous. "Tell me, by eating your brain, will I become more intelligent?" The hero flinched at her strange words, but before he could answer, a loud explosion sounded to the side, making him instantly wary. What? At that moment, a squad of soldiers led by the sinister Captain Envy of the Seven Deadly Sins launched an operation. In a deep mechanical voice, he uttered, "Target found. Commence capture." The response was a clear, "Aye," from his subordinates, who immediately prepared to attack. Captain Envy paused and silently pondered. One of the soldiers reported, "Head, Captain Greed said that he has already found the path to the perfect mutation and told us to return." Envy nodded and replied, "Let's meet Greed and the others first." The soldiers responded in sync. "Aye, temporary camp, 5 minutes ago." The soldiers reported to Captain Despondency, "We have captured a man who calls himself the Unicorn Patriarch." Captain Despondency smiled coldly. "I didn't expect that completing a mission would lead me to another target." The captive's voice came from behind. "I found the perfect mutant who wants Zhu Tianshu. I will take you to her." Captain Dejection looked at the captive sternly. His answer wasn't clear enough. She slammed her heel sharply against the ground, declaring, "So speak." The captive stammered fearfully and squeezed out, She's not far from the cafe, but you should be careful. She's very strong." The captain leaned in slightly, glancing at the squad leader, who nodded in readiness. The captives began to scream as thick tree branches began to burst out of the ground. One of them was grabbed and lifted into the air, screaming desperately, "What's happening?" The branches were rapidly attacking anyone standing nearby. One of the soldiers shouted, "Where? Save me!" Captain Despondency frowned at what was happening, her cold gaze fixed on the source of the anomaly. But she didn't move as she watched the chaos. Captain Despondency watched in annoyance as the plants around her began to attack her subordinates. Her voice sounded harsh. "What's wrong with these plants?" Suddenly, a branch wrapped itself around her arm. She tried to break free. shouting furiously, "Yeah!" A flash of light illuminated everything around her, and the force of her attack shattered some of the plants. The forest came to life, attacking everyone around it. With a cry of, "The forest is attacking us!" the soldiers tried to fight back, but they were surrounded by countless vines. Captain Dejection felt the powerful branches wrapped around her body, depriving her freedom of movement. Her rage showed in her voice as she searched for a way to free herself. "Greed!" she shrieked, hoping for an ally's help. The lianas grew more aggressive, wrapping around each one. Despondency tried in vain to get rid of them, but her arms were held tightly by the plants. Greed, trying to fight back, suddenly found himself in the midst of the attack as a powerful liana knocked him to the ground. Their attempts to break free seemed unsuccessful, the chaos intensifying. Dejection watched in horror as the vines dragged the heads of their victims away. Greed, surveying what was happening, uttered, "This forest seems to be intelligent." The atmosphere around them was getting tenser and tenser. The unknown was more frightening than the plants themselves. Elsewhere, during the chaos, Luoji saves Liuji by holding her in his arms. She admires his abilities, noticing that he is much stronger than the others. Luoji, not expecting such intimacy, is stunned by her words. Luoji and Liuji discover the center of the city, where their hideout may be hiding. Liuji points out a path under the trees, and they set off together, using a makeshift bridge to get to their destination faster. Luoji and Liuji, advancing through the strange and silent forest, notice an unusual absence of people or sounds. Luoji warily ponders what could have happened to this place as they observe the deserted path that opens up before them, leading into the unknown. Luoji and Liuji walk closer to the tree, noticing a strange outline ahead. Luoji exclaims in exasperation upon discovering that the tree is covered in suspended bodies, causing him to be horrified and alarmed. Luoji notices the tree start to become aggressive, attacking with its branches. He reacts instantly, dodging and protecting Luoji. Realizing the threat, he decides to deal with the danger himself, ordering Liuji to stay safe. The atmosphere heats up as Luoji concentrates to confront the mysterious tree. Luoji fights the living tree, dodging branch attacks and throwing punches. The tree reinforces the attack by surrounding him, making the battle tense and dangerous. Luoji actively fights the living tree, dodging its attacks and trying to counterattack. Branches swiftly fall on him, forcing him to act as quickly and accurately as possible. Luoji continues to attack the tree while Liuji, admiring his actions, can't hide her surprise and delight. The tree resists, but Luoji confidently builds up the pressure. Luoji completes the attack, tearing the tree apart. Liuji, amazed by the power of his actions, watches admiringly, accompanying the scene with words of admiration. Everything around blazes with bright colors and sparks of destruction. Elsewhere, Kelly and Li Xin find themselves in an uncomfortable situation, trapped under a sewer manhole. The tight space forces them to fight, and the atmosphere is heightened by their proximity to each other, causing confusion and slight panic. Kelly and Li Xin find themselves in an uncomfortable situation, trapped under a sewer manhole. The tight space forces them to fight, and the atmosphere is exacerbated by their proximity to each other, causing embarrassment and slight panic. Kelly and Li Xin face difficulties again as they try to escape the cramped space of the sewer. Their personal ambitions and stubbornness begin to get in the way of working together, increasing the tension between them. Kelly and Li Xin find themselves in a tense situation where their differences get in the way of working together cohesively. During an altercation, they unexpectedly fall into the water. Faced with danger, Li Xin realizes he can't swim, putting their lives in even greater danger. Kelly and Li Xin continue to fight for their lives in the water. When Li Xin loses consciousness, Kelly makes a quick decision and hands her the air. Showing strength and determination, she saves her partner by keeping her on the surface and approaching the shore. When Kelly and Li Xin finally make it to the shelter after getting out of the water, they face an unexpected threat. A bloody figure appears in front of them, suddenly attacking and forcing the girls to prepare for defense. As soon as the threat approached, Kelly and Li Xin acted quickly. They opened fire on the zombie, eliminating it instantly. As they looked around, they realized that the shelter had long been abandoned and was home to primitive creatures. Reaching the center of the zone, Kelly and Li Xin faced a difficult task. The corridor was protected by lasers, any touching of which could result in serious injury. Kelly confidently declared that she could handle it, drawing attention with her skill. Kelly gracefully dodged the lasers, showing incredible agility and precision of movement. She moved forward confidently, dodging each beam with the precision of a professional. Kelly almost hit a laser beam, but her quick reaction saved the situation. However, the sudden movement caused her to lose her balance and she found herself on the floor, preparing to quickly get up and continue on her way. Kelly deftly maneuvers among the lasers, showing incredible flexibility and speed. Her movements are precise, and her reactions are instantaneous, allowing her to avoid any contact with the lasers. At the end, she reaches her destination shouting, "Found it!" and pointing to the right device. Kelly has completed her mission, overcoming the obstacles with ease, demonstrating her skill and confidence. She proudly announces, "Effortless." In the background, her partner respectfully observes her success, noting, "That ginger monkey did it, and she's good." Kelly and her partner stop in front of a creepy tree with menacing roots emanating from it. Kelly asks anxiously, "Did all those headless corpses become food for that tree?" The atmosphere is tense and the tree's roots look ominous, as if ready to attack. At the TV station, the group, including a girl in a hat and a robot, face a grim reality. The robot reports a discovery, revealing a device with unexpected contents. The girl remains calm but looks pensive, emphasizing the seriousness of the situation. The atmosphere is tense, and the lighting adds to the sense of uncertainty. The panicked woman points to the view from the window, where a huge tree is seen in full bloom. Her scream draws the attention of the girl in the hat. Dejection appeared suddenly, interrupting the calmness of the heroines who had previously been discussing the situation. With a slight smile and a confident look, she greeted them with the words, "Hey, hello everyone." Her appearance took the girls by surprise, and her posture, sitting casually, seemed to emphasize her superiority. Dejection immediately made it clear that her target was one of those present, saying, "Finally found you.